Chapter 1: The Falling Cards. Breaking news at precisely 3 p.m. this afternoon. A new unexpected shower of cards descended upon our city, provoking speculation and panic among the citizens. Preliminary estimates suggest these was the news broadcast in television, and at that moment, Sufi was inside his room, indulging in a bowl of instant noodles. His hand trembled, nearly spilling the scalding broth into his lap, but paid lit Lettenshin tot hat. For his focus sways entirely captured within his report just that afternoon. He had indeed settled upon a card. The ace of spades, the foremost card among gal-playing cards. On the screen, a beautiful reporter was holding Packard, prompting Sufito hastily set down his noodles and retrieve a thevra card he had found from his pocket. Up in closer inspection, he was struck by an sensation, reminiscent of he feeling he had experienced said when he first discovered it, which was the very race and he had chosen to which a third-hand discard. Everyone, please take a note of he card in me hand died Sony among those a thought fell from Thesky its front bears no distinction from the cards we commonly play with, but themist curious aspectly in its back, their porter announced. As he flipped the card to Revialit's river seaside, Sufi followed suit, and Japon comparing it to Theoni and Hishand, he found them to Badentical. The design was sown Sufi was certain he had never encountered before with years of artistic training behind him. He recognized that the artwork was masterfully crafted, both in technique and composition. Moreover, the image seemed to evoke a stirring within, important gackling sensation. The back do I not feel as though I were gazing into one abyss? Their porter paused, allowing her words to linger, seemingly encouraging viewers stop understatement. Sufi wasn't sure how others felt, but through his genuinely startled by her words died a very one you'll see experiences an unsettling sensation upon seeing that image. It struck him as profoundly terrifying as shiver ran down his spine, and high instinctive lifeling the card away, although fit remained within the confinedness of the room. Hess imply wished to avoid seeing Jite again furthermore, he hadal read to pick it up their remote control, preparing to cane Jethichinal, Ashi had no desirito hirmari, bow these unsettling matter twastral unnerving. Just as she was about to press the button, their reporter flashed a dackerming, smiley and remarked, "So, did he frighten ya, dear viewers?" Sufi was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had fallen into traps it be the captivating reporter indeed. She continued, according to her sources, this design was created beyond artist over the course of an arduous years the currency of Tisa cards is meant to promote his masterpiece. Soifio happened to Findon, consider it Astrokio Fluck, reported B. Wu Kaian from Xing City. At that moment, Sufi was overwhelmed with Thirjado's mash the television, where a reporter strillithis Javis. A glance a day the nearly called, noodles synthetabi and consumithamslately. Yes, instant noodles constituted his dinner. Sufi was an orphan, living alone, and as long as she could fill his stomach, he did not concern himself with culinary preferences. The house St. Hurban Vili Jewis the inheritance from his parents, along with Hamadis savings that barrel yallowed him to complete high university education after graduating, has secured a position at a design firm, and after severally Ursoft toil in Xing City, he remained merely a junior employee. Speaking of his long-term girlfriend, Luciu, she had never held a shumble background against them, which Sufi found quite touching. Thufty's eldamit, he would call her revere, Yevening however, she seemed increasingly preoccupied latterly, often answering scouse with hurried exchanges, and on many occasions, his cool swinchen and sword. Tode was no exception. After finishing his noodles, Sufi attempted to call Luciu's mobilophone repeatedly, yet the was met with silence frustration well-ado, within yim perhaps a twastum for him to pay her a visit that been several days since Seth alas saw Kother. Stepping outside, he hailed a cab and headed straight to Lucy's apartment, surmising that she would be home 'neath the shower. Indeed, his assumption was correct upon arriving gather building gone looking up, Hinata set her lights worrying, filling him with a sense of joy a shepherd pared to a sinless erranted hair apartment, living alone, so he had no fear of being misunderstood. However, just a few steps into his approach, Sufi suddenly halted, hissel freezing on his face. Before him were twashadows, and it wasia sido discerned thirgenders within Luciu's apartment twasaman. Watchaturedim further was the sitof tetwo shadows gradually overlapping, suggesting an embracian and tamadion, at hat. Sufi akud bertoluk no longer, nor could entertain further thought siphon la had chosen not to come here tonight. Hekud have preserved semi-zamblanciofo pay and retain illusions. Tears swelled in the corner Safi's eyes, and Hugh ped them away fiercely, Turning in heel there was no need to ascend any further, he could still salvage his dignity. Besides, given his background, Chasseur Lida served a better choice, and he was soon certain whether he could bring her happiness. Sufi walked slowly, each poignant reminder of Fishiar Tach, when suddenly his foot struck some ething ground. Hakasha sly shifted his foot, and in the glow of the street light, had discovered a card. These was the second card he had encountered Hepiketatup, recognizing from its reverses and Hatai Twazen D Dunoft Hekards the Thad fallen from Theski, and Thin Hutter Neditover. The Six of Hearts. Hezegadan Tuckaditway, for at that moment, Thematorovt he card shelled little significance to him the turmoil surrounding his relationship with Liliuspermout. Should de break you per attempt to reconcile? What should he do? Lost in thought, Sufi unknowingly found his way back home. He did not turn on to lights instead. Hesit numbly in the sofa, illuminate, don libby the faint glow from outside. Like the surrounding darkness, Hishiartways enveloped in solitude. Time passed, Thoth Hekud noddle how long a thad been, until he finally opened his eyes from Ahazi, only to find himself surrounded by darkness, the exterior lights extinguished. The night had deepened. Sufi fell to a weary tum of ethi betrayal o fluv was sufficient to exhaust both body, spirit leaning against the sofa, his eyelids gradually closed. Yet would hint this twilight state, Hesimid ta glimpse a shooting star outside, streaking gay cross to night eye. A smile crept onto his lips, sways it not during a similar celestial event, alongside Luciu, that they had on Sevouder remained steadfast and true? Huge Wraither lingerint the past and open his eyes to witness the shooting start hats as it wishes. Warning, warning, countdown at the apocalypse initiated 15 horse remaining. Half asleep, Sufe hard theant, both it is missiditasa dream, attributin jita the art. Unbeknownst to him, the Aesop's spade she had discarded lay in Ocarner, emitting a faint as a reglo. Chapter 2 Terrifying Speculations. When Sufi awoke the next day, Heffelton overwhelming soreness throughout his body had slept poorly, intermittently hearing whispers in his ear. Thoth he could not discern them clearly. In his dreams, he had been haunted by a Majesaf flu find within a thermin, ape and thatugadata shiart after so many or stagger, thepeler sophishopa sand cherished memoria crumbled. Heaven fell trace soft terracin his cheeks exhausted, header nedden thedala vision, wixtalarth shing citynos, and halakt thu iltakane jethichinal let it blarian. Ha glance a day the clockatwaspar yaten thimmerning, a Saturday, so he had nubligation sto tinto hid aside the close highs isens Marian drift in torlight slumber. No for a brief announcement according to Thesis meteorological station, Amateur shower will gray shore planetat. Precisely 3 p.m. today at the time. Sufi felt as thought this news way sack cruel twist off at his girlfriend had betrayed him, and what is a waste a meteor shower? Washito and Jurathia gonyof solitude while gazing at the falling stars? Moreover, with the soon blazing in the afternoon, he would not be able to see anything. He mused over the absurdity of suchnas, questioning jits relevance of the viewers. Nevertheless, their report stirred memory a soft heartache, prompting Sufito o pin his hiriakid into his pocket, sensing thutsamething abnagingha. Wath pula du twas noniather thanth 6 of hearts. His eyed, casually setting git down, but just as quickly, Hesna chet it back up. To his disbelief, Hanada said some incredible card ways spristiness of her, devoid of even the slightest crease. How is this possible? Sufi muttered, feeling Ganiri's sensation wash over him. Asifto validated his thoughts, he crumpled the card in his palm, pausing for a moment before he opening it. Impossible, Sufi gasped, shuddering shuffling the card away. How could such a bizarre phenomenon occur? The card had remained unscathed, despite his clear recollection of Crumpelingit. Heffeltaway vo fangziati wash over him until the voice off the beautiful reporter Philid Thera Monsmaridi Arsitizens. I am Wuchien, a reporter from Thicity you may have anata said that thikards that fell from. Theskaya stirred aersimi what different from the ordinary playing, card sweary accustomed to I am. Here to clarify that, these cards aircraft head from a special material. Sufi Kretch had the shade in thought. Didn't he say that earlier? I really frightened myself. It hot I was seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Ignoring the matter, head aside to rubbisbly, a shoeus feeling Gabby Thungry ha heated some water in a kettle and toop, how to box o finstant noodle sufter all, the shad be comis to plaform a thismament, ever eye movement felt laborious, let alone e coking gamiel. Hekazalai placid the instant noodles synthicafite bleen sat therenatas, completely oblivious to water boiling behind him. In every wish made, you will be present, when. This was, of course, daring Tony of Sue Feist's phone, which jolted him back to reality up and checking. Hesawit was calling. Under normal circumstances, Hugh would have answered with joy, but after discovering Lucy's betrayal the previous night, he hesitated, unsure whether to pick up or not. After a brief pause, Sue Philo pressed the answer button but remained silent. Sufe? Lucia's voice Gamethro, laced with confusion, as he was accustomed to him initiating the conversation. Yes, it's a me, Sue pleaded in a subdued tone. Why's it's important to convey in a spirit? During a phone call, one can often discern the other person's mood, and Lucy you sensed something was off with Sophie today. What's wrong? Lucy inquired. Nothing, just tell me what you need. Sophie cold feel Lucia pausing in the other end, which was understandable, as she had never spoken to her in such a manner before. After a few seconds, Lucia finale said, I just wanted to squee you didn't yesterday. Didn't I? Ha ha. Sophie replied with a cold chuckle. Was you really that foolish? Or was it guilty and gather conscience? I didn't fear it. I washed downstairs at your building yesterday. Sophie stayed directly, believing that thighs alone sufficient through us no need for further clarification. Ah? What? Ariose Injin Jalusai exclaimed in surprise. In that situation, do I think it would have made an isn't format to call you? Sophie interrupted her. Sophie, let me explain Hindai registered ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Doyo Uriel think. Sophie's voice at trail officious gaze fixate intently on the television screen. Our station reports that this been 18 horses into the mysterious skirts fell in our city according to incomplete statistics. The number of cards in our city is 800 reports from other provinces indicate that at the same time, Meisterday, cards will sofal across the nation the series cards, duito the rarity, have a sky rocketetto 5 million each, especially they soft spades, which has yetoba discovered nationwide, this card is bound to fetch an astronomical price. Sophie, area stilther? Lucy asked. Yes, Sophie replied flatly, his mind now swirling with tumultuous thoughts and astronomical pris. The value ferreted and the hold face-off spatus in his possession. Even if he sold it for 5 million, he would be considered an avere night millionaire. How cold to not be astounded? And hadn't Lucia betrayed him for money? He knew that man had a healthy background, ways affluent and handsome. But now, why they soft spatus in his possession? He was equally worthy of fair affection. Lucia returned to him. Could I outtrust him just thysence? Assure you, he's merely a friend. Lucia pleaded. Sufito a moment to compose himself, exhaling to pliba for responding. Wait form. Incoming to Findia. Perhaps Lucy had more to say, but Sufi abruptly hung, frantically zearchin for they soft spade she had careless slides carded. Sure enough, have found it in conspicuous corner. They soft spades alongside of 6 of hearts elated, her rushed out the door. Whether be coincidency or fate, just as Sufi arrived at Lucia's building, has spotted here exciting with Thatman. From their expressions, Thai appeared to Banahori, igniting Gazer Geofanger within Sufa werethi trying to avoid him, or werethi simply fleeing? As Luciu and Thatman noticed is Sufe, their faces stern anxious Hemont's demeanor was particularly arrogant. Asafa regarded Sufias nothing more than a jester. In his eyes, Luciu would undoubtedly accuse him, given his affluent background, something an ordinary person could compete with. What's this? Planning to avoid him. Sufe remarked coldly. Sufe, please let me explain. Before Lucia cold finish, Sufi Kutharoff looking Gathis girlfriend off man years, he declared. At this point, an explanation is futile you have it wakoisa shoes him, and Wepertways, or Kusim, and Haleves. This was Sufi's finalchins for Luciu after all. They had been together for so long Hestil held feelings, for her thoth could not accept their betrayal. Hestil hope had Schwood return to him willing to forgive you in a mistake. Luciu fell silent, will let them and Luke Datsafe with blatant derision, saying, of course Sayu Wilchasim, why would she opt for a pupper like you? Ha, how laughable. Shut your mouth, I wasn't speaking to you. Sufi glared at him, his voice irresolute. Themin fell silent, only daring to glare at Sufi with resentment fighting. He washered lie adeptat the thuis a privileged scene. After all. After a moment, Sufi pressed, so, have you made your choice? Sufi, let's break up, Lucy Yu said through gritted teeth. So, you choose him? Sufai said coldly. Lucy Yu did not nod in acknowledgement seeing her silence. Sufai stated, You know, I intended to out that I could offer you happiness because I possess an ace of spades. Ash spoke. Sufi pulled a Duda card from his pocket, holding it up, and continued, and Thiskard I unique in the entire world, a priceless card. Beauty is still him. Sufi sighed, turning away without looking back. Only Lu Xiu and the man remained, but astonished how could Thena understand the card's value? Yet, Sufi will no longer afford Lu Xiu any opportunity she was no longer worthy. Sufi returned home in a daze, his mind swirling shoulder helapi, had witnessed Lu Xiu in her increed. But why did he still feel sorrow? You will regret this, starting from this very moment. Sufi clenched his fists, pulling out Tetwo cards from his pocket, one in each hand. Time passed, and Sufi was start led back to reality by a sudden voice. Warning, warning, countdown at the apocalypse 3 hours. It was the voice emanating from face-off spade Sinhishan. Sufi froze, instinctively glancing at the time exactly noon. The apocalypse? What kind of joke is this? Sufi muttered incredulously, his mind blank. The air felt frigid, and after a long minute, he began to regain his composure. Our station reports Haiti snow August 1, 2025, at noon according to the meteorological office, amateur shower will grace 3 hours. At the time, our station will broadcast the entire event via satellite where Joe rest steamed. Stay tuned to our program. Upon hearing Thi's announcement, Sufi shuddered 3 hours later. Was Thi's a mere coincidence here? His thoughts raced, connecting scattered clues. Cards falling from Theskithi authorities concocted to prevent the arrival of meteors, coinciding perfectly with the timing. It was all too strange, too eerie. Sufi stood frozen, realizing that if the falling cards were indeed a promotional stunt master, why would the occur simultaneously across the nation? How is this possible? Airplanes? There were no 9 Teister Deho turbulence? None had ever seen known. Why were the cards crafted so meticulously from such special materials? They were the fortune. Simply being a promotional item did not necessitate extravagance and image in the back of the cards. Upon reflection, it felt otherworldly. Sufi's mind raced, leading him to a terrifying conclusion. The meteor shower 3 hours from no wasn't spectacle for wishmaker sit ways a harbinger of disaster. It would plunge world into Afrigidel. And the ace off spade shad forewarned him of the impending apocalypse. Had no doubt about his judgment. The felt no hesitation now. Looking back, all the reports about the falling cards swear are riddled with contradictions, as if deliberately attempting to clarify something. The alliancer was clear. The apocalypse doubted arrive in 3 hours. Everything seemed to happen so suddenly. Sufi's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. After calming himself for a few seconds, Heshukish to dispel his fears with the apocalypse. A scumming ways irrelevant. What mattered most to him was show he would survive if it truly arrived. After a moment of contemplation, Sufi touched wallet on his person, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly stepped outside. When the apocalypse set ascends, the most scarce resources, without a doubt, air of food and water. Chapter 3. Hell on earth. In this world, there are few things that can truly concern Sufi. With his parents long deceased, he is entirely alone. Lu Xiu may count as one of those few concerns. Along with this urban village where he has lived since childhood, the neighbors here have lent him support over the years, and after more than 2 decades, he has come to regard them as family. Thus, Sufi would rather be misunderstood by them. Even if they called him insane, he felt it his duty to warn them, and indeed, he took action. Although he and Lu Xiu had parted ways, a catastrophe was looming, and despite his own distress, he wished for her survival. When his calls to Lu Xiu went unanswered, he resorted to sending her a message, and then, descending the staircase, he began knocking on doors one by one. Yet, upon seeing the looks in their eyes, Sufi understood that no one believed the impending apocalypse. Outside, the sky remained brilliantly cleared. Sufi basked in the sunlight, perhaps for the last time, as it might soon become a luxury. There was no time for sentimentality. He had urgent matters to attend to. With a sense of urgency, he withdrew all his money from the ATM and headed to the antique shop to purchase the tang knife he had long coveted but had hesitated to buy. In a world on the brink of collapse, having a weapon was essential. Even if the apocalypse did not come to pass, the knife would serve as a collectible. He had prepared for both scenarios. Whether the end times arrived or not, food, water, and this tang knife were necessities. Deep down, he did not wish for the end to come. Yet what if it truly did? It was better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Ignoring the antique shop owner's sly grin, which seemed to suggest he had taken advantage of Su Fei, he made his way back home. He intended to visit the supermarket and convert his remaining funds into essential supplies for survival. He purchased a considerable amount, fully committing his resources, and even as he checked out, he felt a pang of regret. However, he reassured himself that his paycheck was forthcoming, so he wouldn't be left destitute. After calling a ride to take him home, he found movers already unloading his supplies in the corridor. Whispers began to circulate. "Su Fei, are you opening a supermarket? Why are you buying so much?" asked Aunt Lee from next door. "Aunt Lee, haven't I told you? It's about the impending apocalypse," he replied. "Oh, is that the news you just shared?" Aunt Lee nodded, but then promptly shut her door. Their conversation had not gone unnoticed by the other residents and the movers, who exchanged skeptical glances. They collectively concluded that Su Fei must have gone mad from reading too many novels. An apocalypse? What a ridiculous notion. One by one, they retreated to their homes, leaving only the sound of the movers' footsteps in the corridor. After a busy hour, Su Fei finally dismissed the movers. Sitting on his sofa, he had just hung up on Lu Siyu, who had scolded him for being delusional and requested he stop interrupting her life. This time, Su Fei did not hold back. He had tried to warn her out of goodwill, and this was the response he received. Was she truly so fickle? He remembered a time when Lu Siyu had not been like this. Calming his thoughts, Su Fei glanced at the clock. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Warning, warning. The countdown to the apocalypse has begun. 1 hour remaining. Personal backpack activated. Apocalypse survival guide activated. Another notification from the Ace of Spades appeared. While the Six of Hearts remained silent, Su Fei pondered this. Perhaps this was the unique aspect of the Ace of Spades. He distinctly recalled the news reports. No one had ever found an Ace of Spades card in the country. The Ace of Spades requests binding with the host. Do you wish to bind? Bind. Su Fei silently affirmed. Binding successful. The Ace of Spades cannot be discarded. This was the final prompt from the Ace of Spades. And once it concluded, it transformed into a blue light that melded into Su Fei's body. Almost immediately, Su Fei felt 2 new presences within him. One was the personal backpack, and the other a book. He turned his attention to the Apocalypse Survival Guide and opened the first page with his mind. It contained information about the end times and the use of the cards. And from the words alone, Su Fei felt a chilling dread. The text suggested that once the apocalypse arrived, humanity would plummet from the pinnacle of dominance to become the prey rather than the predator. All living beings on Earth would evolve, gaining advantages over humans, leading to mutual slaughter while continuously attacking humanity. It would be a primal era of survival of the fittest. Desolated landscapes would emerge. Cities would crumble, and new forms of life would rise. As for humanity, countless souls would succumb to the toxins in the air, becoming mindless husks, devoid of consciousness and thought, relentlessly attacking the living. This was humanity's calamity, a hell on earth. Was there truly no hope for survival? There was one, through the cards. This was humanity's only path to survival. If this was all orchestrated by a higher power, then the cards were the divine providence bestowed upon mankind. To thrive in the apocalypse, one must engage in relentless slaughter. Activating the cards was a simple matter. Just a drop of blood on the card would suffice. The challenge lay in converting the merit gained from kills into the weapons. Armor, professions, and evolution stones essential for survival. Food and water were included in this as well. This was merely a glimpse into the impending doom. Su Fei attempted to turn to the second page. It stubbornly refused to budge. After several futile attempts, he gave up. He then examined the personal backpack, which boasted a 2 cubic meter storage space and another 2 cubic meter special space, one for essential supplies and the other for weapons and miscellaneous items. With a thought, he placed part of his food and water into it. Looking at the clock, only 10 minutes remained until the apocalypse. He overheard voices in the corridor near his door. Despite the barrier, he could discern their hushed murmurs. "Do you think Su Fei is sick?" "Yes, I think so. I saw him moving in a lot of supplies and claiming the apocalypse is coming. He even knocked on my door. I wonder if this kid has been confused by too much television." Listening for a while, Su Fei sighed. He knew his warnings were in vain. No one would believe him. Yet, the apocalypse was destined to arrive. Just as Su Fei had foretold, warning, warning, the countdown to the apocalypse has begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ace of spades had bound with him. A voice echoed in Su Fei's mind. As the sound abruptly ceased, Su Fei gazed up at the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if a colossal hand had grasped the heavens, obscuring the sun's light. The world was plunged into darkness, with meteors streaking across the void, followed by a spectacular meteor shower. Su Fei could hear the city erupting in jubilation, people cheering and making wishes, but in his heart, only sorrow and despair lingered. Standing by the window, he mourned silently for the world, for from this moment on, this beautiful planet would become hell on earth. Chapter 4. May you rest in peace. The meteor shower would last for over an hour. Su Fei looked up for a moment before retrieving the Six of Hearts. It was as if he was bidding farewell to his former self. Gritting his teeth, he bit into his fingertip, allowing his blood to seep into the card. This was another distinct aspect he noted. Unlike the other cards, the Ace of Spades did not require this method for binding. Even more perplexing was that, despite their binding, there had been no further notifications from the Ace of Spades. Attempts to summon it yielded no response, which felt quite off in Su Fei's view. Since the Ace of Spades had forewarned him of the impending apocalypse, it must possess capabilities far beyond those of the other cards. Its current inactivity merely indicated that its activation conditions were more complex or perhaps required a stroke of luck. Yet, none of this was mentioned in the apocalyptic encyclopedia. Everything had to be discovered through exploration. Shaking off these complicated thoughts, Su Fei noticed that his blood had completely permeated the card in an instant. It radiated a brilliant azure light. Above it, a dialog box materialized, reminiscent of a computer interface. Upon inspection, there were 3 sections: living area, functional area, and professional area. The living area contained essential supplies, food, water, and even tobacco and alcohol, though the merit points required for exchanges were substantial. Based on the merit gained from killing zombies, it would take roughly 2 kills to exchange for a bottle of mineral water, and food would be even pricier. The functional and professional areas could not be exchanged. They operated solely on a lottery system. Presumably, the most valuable item in the functional area was the first-tier evolution stone, a treasure that could empower humanity. As for the occupational realm, each individual is permitted but a single career throughout their lifetime. Should one wish to alter their profession or to acquire a second, it is necessary to procure a scroll known as the Qingguang Fulu from the functional zone. Naturally, in this apocalyptic world, the common currency is merit points, which are tradable commodities. It can be posited that those devoid of cards will earn merit points solely through acts of slaughter. However, to partake in a lottery or exchange, they must rely on those who possess such cards. Is it any wonder that humanity has transitioned from hunters to prey in this desolate age? Indeed, cards can be upgraded, and the evolutionary star stones of the same tier can only be obtained through this means. Yet, the upgrade of a card necessitates a condition. The total number of evolutions must amount to 50% of the total life forms, excluding humans, referring instead to other living entities and zombies. This implies that humanity is forever relegated to a lower echelon compared to other races, and in the pursuit of survival, humans must confront foes that have surpassed them in strength. This encapsulates the true despair and terror experienced by humanity in the apocalypse. The survival guide for the end times offers no more than these insights, and Su Fei's understanding of this world concludes here. Outside, sounds persist, but they are no longer cheers. They have transformed into roars and screams. The apocalypse has arrived. Su Fei glanced once more at the merit points required for the lottery in the functional zone, calculated the number of zombies he would need to slay, retracted his card, and grasped his tang knife. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable turmoil stirred within him, rendering him unable to take that first step. Suddenly, he heard commotion in the corridor, a brief, frantic scream that vanished within seconds, leaving only one possibility. Zombies had breached his floor. Given the time elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, it could be deduced that the zombies in this corridor were none other than his neighbors. Those were his kin. How could he bring himself to harm them? Cursed apocalypse, Su Fei muttered under his breath, yet before he could react, he heard something approach his door. This was a natural talent of zombies. They can sense the presence of the living, and once bitten, one too would become a mindless husk. Fundamentally, this creates a vicious cycle, with the number of zombies only increasing as the apocalypse deepens. There exists but one remedy for the zombie affliction: the use of a quarantine scroll within 10 minutes. Otherwise, even if one becomes an evolved being, they too will descend into the ranks of the undead. From the moment of the scream until now, nearly 10 minutes have elapsed, ensuring that the individual in question is beyond salvation. Whether it was the sound of the zombies battering the door that instigated his sense of vertigo, Su Fei felt a disorienting sway. Even his iron door could not withstand the relentless assaults of the zombies. Akin to moths drawn to a flame, just as Su Fei drew his tang knife, his door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Illuminated by the dim beam of his flashlight, a wave of complex sorrow surged within him. These were his relatives. They no longer bore their former kindness, nor did they laugh. Only a low, guttural growl persisted. Their bodies were rigid, their gazes hollow. "Aunt Lee, Uncle Lou," Su Fei cried uncontrollably. Yet, they could no longer hear him. Moreover, they lunged towards Su Fei as if he were a feast for the famished. Gritting his teeth, he raised his knife. For many years to come, Su Fei would dare not recall the scene of his first confrontation with his kin. The cruelty of this apocalypse is such that when individuals wield blades against their loved ones, what thoughts consume them? Is it sorrow? Or a pain too unbearable to endure? Su Fei could not ascertain the thoughts of others. He could only confront these familiar faces for the sake of survival, the memories of the past fading like a distant film. He suppressed his heartache and charged forward with a choked sob. "Perhaps you wish for me to survive. Perhaps you hope for me to grant you release. In this apocalypse, death, too, can be a form of liberation." Uncle Lou was the first to charge at him, and Su Fei struck without hesitation. The apocalypse had only just descended, and these zombies were not particularly formidable. Fueled by his hatred for this world, all his emotions coalesced into that single blade. Uncle Lou was cleaved in two. Su Fei's merit points began to rise. Covered in the blood of his kin, he felt no joy, only sorrow. Behind Uncle Lou were 3 or 4 more zombies. And without a moment's hesitation, Su Fei raised his slaughtering knife against them. The surge of merit points had numbed him. He knew that upon dispatching the zombies that entered his home, he would stand at the threshold. One comes, one kills. As light returned, the entire corridor was left with but one survivor: Su Fei. He gazed out the window, where the sky was no longer clear. Looking at the corpses strewn about, Su Fei knelt in reverence. "Rest in peace. In this apocalypse, I shall unravel the enigma and avenge you." Chapter 5. The first lottery time passed, though Su Fei could not tell how long. He stood up, drained of strength. This might be his final sorrow. While sadness can fortify a person, the apocalypse demands not sorrow but the will to survive, by any means necessary. Were there anyone who knew Su Fei present at that moment, they would be utterly astonished. For his youthful visage had vanished, replaced by an imperturbable countenance akin to a mountain that stands firm amidst a storm. His heart had hardened like rock, a transformation born of wielding a knife against his kin. An elevation achieved through sorrow and despair. Perhaps only such a mindset could better adapt to the apocalypse. In peaceful times, it would be deemed selfish, but now, in the apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails. We must be wary not only of enemies but of our own companions as well. Shaking off his thoughts, Su Fei produced the 6 of hearts and activated the lottery in the functional zone. He needed to empower himself immediately. Su Fei never considered himself the sole bearer of knowledge regarding the onset of the apocalypse and the use of cards. However, he firmly believed he was among the select few. As the saying goes, a quick step leads to swift progress. Su Fei was convinced that seizing this opportunity would position him among the first to rise, provided he maximized its potential. Who could assert that the crisis of the apocalypse would not yield a significant turning point? The functional lottery zone resembled a circular disc, evenly divided into 10 segments. However, not all segments contained rewards. Su Fei recalled the detailed descriptions from the survival guide. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds. Naturally, spades boasted a higher probability of winning, accompanied by superior rewards. Hearts followed, and so forth. Nonetheless, 2 items were present on every card: evolutionary star stones, and quarantine scrolls. Moreover, the 4 types of cards, numbered 1 to 13, varied in quality, with 1 being the best and 13 the worst. The card numbers govern the lottery for occupational rewards, which Su Fei currently had no need for. He held the Hearts card, indicating 2 non-reward zones among the 8 rewards, which included 2 different types of guns. A dagger, 1 outfit for each gender, and finally, a bag containing 20 bullets. This seemed quite reasonable, offering both weapons and armored. Su Fei's current merit points totaled 500, allowing for 5 draws. Naturally, what he desired most were the quarantine scroll and the evolutionary star stone. Surely, with 5 attempts, he could secure at least 1. His luck had always been favorable. Without hesitation, Su Fei pressed the central activation button on the disc. Instantly, his merit points diminished by 100, causing him a pang of regret. Yet, as he beheld the needle spinning rapidly, his heart raced. It felt akin to gambling, and Su Fei's eyes followed the needle's movement anxiously. At last, the needle slowed, gradually coming to rest on a non-reward zone. Su Fei nearly cursed. How could he fail to win with an 80% chance? Indeed, luck was fickle in this lottery. Unwilling to accept defeat, he pressed the button again without a moment's hesitation. Armed with the previous experience, Su Fei no longer dared to trust in his good fortune, his heart racing with trepidation. As expected, the second draw yielded nothing as well as this deliberate. Su Fei muttered under his breath. Yet he pressed the button for a 3rd time. This time, he couldn't bear to look. Mere seconds later, a winning sound echoed. It was a bag of bullets. In an instant, Su Fei felt his spirits plummet. While he had indeed won, it was of no use without a gun. What good were the bullets? He tossed the bag aside and looked up, only to find that in place of the bullets was yet another piece of clothing, this time a women's outfit. Even if he had drawn it, he could not wear it. At this point, he suspected that the lottery wheel was merely a means for some clothing factory to dispose of old garments. After a brief pause, Su Fei pressed the button for a 4th time. This time, perhaps fortune truly favored him, as he directly drew the quarantine scroll. With this item in hand, he could finally establish a foothold in the apocalypse, at least ensuring that he need not fear infection when encountering zombies. Holding it tightly, Su Fei used it immediately. A veil of azure light enveloped Su Fei's entire being, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. Suppressing the elation swelling within him, Su Fei cast one last glance at the first-tier evolution star stone and pressed the lottery button once more. Marking his 5th attempt, a flutter of excitement coursed through him. He fervently wished that this time he might secure the coveted evolution star stone, which would elevate him to the pinnacle of Xingqing. However, before he could fully revel in his anticipation, he was taken aback. His exhilaration swiftly transformed into disappointment as he realized he had not drawn the evolution star stone, but rather a firearm. With a sigh, he tucked away the card and surveyed the handgun and ammunition he had drawn. Finding some solace in the thought that it might still serve him well, the cacophony of screams outside was relentless, a harbinger of the impending apocalypse, likely to be the only sound echoing in the desolation to come. In the urban village, the panoramic view of Xingqing remained obscured. Su Fei's home was not nestled in the depths of a narrow alley, yet standing by the window afforded him only a fleeting glimpse of the nascent apocalypse. Power and communication systems lay in total disarray, the streets teeming with mutated life forms, zombies, and the remnants of humanity engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. All living entities were ensnared in this apocalyptic cage of carnage, drenched in blood and the mournful cries of the end times. Even the sky was shrouded in gloom, devoid of sunlight. The apocalypse had extinguished any glimmer of hope for the living. He could not help but wonder about Cuy's current situation. Su Fei mused quietly, only to soon wear a bitter smile. He was acutely aware that the man pursuing Lu Ciyu possessed considerable influence, and when the apocalypse erupted, they had been together. Shielded by an ironclad protection, surely, Lu Ciyu must be faring better than he was. Meanwhile, Su Fei felt adrift in this chaotic new world. Undeniably, his heart still harbored love for Lu Ciyu. Thus, he resolved to let her go. After a few moments of quiet contemplation by the window, he made the decision to venture forth. He understood the need to grow stronger, which necessitated hunting zombies to earn merit points. Presently, he had several tasks to attend to. securing food and water. Although his supplies were still ample, it would be prudent to stockpile more, as he anticipated these essentials would become increasingly scarce as the apocalypse unfolded. Additionally, he needed to procure flashlights and metal sheets. In this new world, illumination and protection were vital, and this was the best means of safeguarding himself he could conceive. But of course, these considerations were secondary. The primary focus remained on hunting zombies. With a resolute heart, Su Fei grasped his tang knife and the drawn firearm and descended the stairs. Chapter 6. A chance encounter with Wu Qian. A mere 100 meters from the building stood a two-story general store, a veritable hub for daily necessities in Su Fei's vicinity. Typically, townsfolk would gather at the store's entrance to converse, yet an hour ago, as the apocalypse erupted, they had been congregated there. It was reasonable to surmise that all those individuals had succumbed to the fate of the undead. As Su Fei donned a new set of clothes and made his cautious descent, he remained vigilant. Although he had eliminated all the zombies in the stairwell, he could not dismiss the possibility of a few stragglers. Indeed, one such creature awaited him. It was Lu Bo's youngest daughter, lunging at Su Fei with wild abandon. An hour into the apocalypse, the zombies' classification had stabilized, and it was no longer a foe any ordinary person could contend with. Fortunately, Su Fei had dispatched the other zombies in the stairwell before their ranks had solidified. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death. Yet even with only one adversary present, Su Fei needed to summon all his strength. As the creature approached within striking distance, he coalesced his energy and delivered a fierce blow with his tang knife. Lacking any combat experience, this was the extent of his skill. However, the physical resilience of a first-tier zombie proved formidable enough to withstand the common blade. The tang knife, though razor-sharp, merely carved a superficial wound into the zombie's flesh. Such an injury was insufficient to incapacitate an unfeeling undead. After all, could a zombie experience pain? Certainly not. Thus, it disregarded Su Fei's relentless assaults. He refrained from using the firearm, fearing that the gunfire would attract every zombie in the vicinity to his location, thereby sealing his doom within the building. Even if he merely barricaded the door, the zombies would undoubtedly batter against it with frenzied determination. As Su Fei continued to strike, his stamina began to wane. He had sustained injuries as well. In a moment of distraction, the young zombie had clawed at him. Fortunately, with an anti-infection scroll in hand, he was not overly concerned about the zombie virus. Yet, if this continued, he feared he would exhaust himself entirely. After delivering one final blow, he retreated, pursued relentlessly by the small zombie's growls. Ahead lay Aunt Lee's apartment, the door ajar. Su Fei's mind raced as he swiftly darted inside. The zombie would not relent, and just as it crossed the threshold, Su Fei slammed the door shut with force, effectively trapping the creature in the gap. It thrashed desperately, while Su Fei braced himself against the door, relinquishing his tang knife to grasp an iron spike, which he plunged into the zombie's skull. Silence fell as the struggle ceased, and Su Fei collapsed to the floor, utterly spent. Even in the face of such peril, he had only accrued a meager 10 merit points, a stark testament to the challenges of survival in this bleak new world. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Su Fei proceeded to inspect each room, ensuring there were no remaining zombies or survivors before he descended the stairs. Standing at the entrance, he peered through the peephole. A sea of zombies filled the street, leaving him in a quandary. If he ventured out through the front door, he would be immediately besieged. Thus, the main entrance was off-limits. In a moment of clarity, Su Fei recalled an alternative route. The ventilation window at the back of the building, located on the first floor, aligned with the general store, which also featured a ventilation window. With only 2 hours elapsed since the apocalypse began, the zombies would likely congregate near the places where people typically gathered. The rear of Su Fei's building was bordered by a high wall, a location seldom frequented, making it relatively safe at this moment. After ascertaining that the front door's latch was indeed open, he circled around to the back of the building and peered down through the ventilation window, relieved to find it devoid of any zombies. Su Fei climbed down through the window and, once his feet touched the ground, he stealthily maneuvered through the narrow passage at the back of the building towards the general store. Exhibiting audacity born of skill, he bypassed the ventilation window of the store and approached a small door at the rear. This entrance led into a space of approximately 20 square meters, a corridor designated by the store owner. Entirely isolated from the main building, from here, he could access the second floor, which housed the owner's storage area, a place where no one ever ventured. Thus, entering through this route was considerably safer. However, as Su Fei stepped inside, he was taken aback to find a girl huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. He had not expected to find anyone hidden here, but for the moment, this could be deemed a sanctuary. Upon hearing him enter, the girl looked up, her face a mask of terror. She believed a zombie was upon her. Su Fei, too, was astonished. He recognized her as Wu Qian, a reporter from the television station. He had actually been searching for her. "Help me, please," Wu Qian stammered, visibly shaken. The mere sight of another living person intensified her hope for survival, as all her companions had succumbed to the zombie plague. And she had barely managed to find refuge in this spot. Su Fei approached her, offering a bottle of water. Having been deprived of hydration during her frantic escape, Wu Qian seized the bottle and drank deeply. "You are the reporter Wu Qian from Xingqing, aren't you?" Su Fei inquired, wanting to confirm her identity. Wu Qian nodded, still too shaken to articulate a response. "Good. As long as you are Wu Qian. Now, tell me, wasn't he the card dropped by an artist to promote their work? Didn't you clarify that to reassure the public?" Wu Qian paused, momentarily taken aback. "Was that not the official narrative? Then enlighten me on how this apocalypse came to be." Su Fei pressed, having longed to question journalists about this very matter since the onset of the end times. Was it not a betrayal of the public? Meanwhile, Wu Qian trembled uncontrollably, murmuring a few words. "Help me? Save me," with a sigh. Su Fei recognized that questioning the reporter had eased his own frustration. "Then you shall accompany me," he declared. Wu Qian's eyes lit up with hope as she watched Su Fei ascend the stairs. And she quickly followed close behind. Su Fei's decision to allow Wu Qian to accompany him was not without reason. He sought to uncover the whereabouts of other cards, and as a reporter, she might possess valuable information. In a world devoid of mercy, only self-interest prevailed. Yet beyond the pursuit of gain, Su Fei yearned for companionship, a living reminder that hope still lingered amidst the shadows of the apocalypse. Chapter 7. Hunting zombies. Like bird catching on the second floor, there stood an iron door, and above it, a ventilation window barely large enough for a single person to pass through. Typically, the owner of the grocery store would use this vent to air out the storage room. However, at this moment, the window remained closed, locked from the inside. Su Fei surveyed his surroundings and moved aside a discarded high stool that the owner had carelessly left behind. After shaking it a few times to test its stability, he handed the tang knife and gun to Wu Qian, preparing himself to ascend. Su Fei intended to pry open the ventilation window. Wu Qian, trembling as she accepted the tang knife and gun, was overwhelmed by fear. She had never encountered such a situation before. It was no surprise she felt terrified. The apocalypse had only erupted a few hours prior, and people's minds had yet to adapt. Still clinging to notions of peacetime, to her, Su Fei seemed like a criminal. After all, why else would he possess firearms that were strictly prohibited? Su Fei was acutely aware of Wu Qian's fear. Yet he chose not to explain, believing that as the apocalypse deepened, her mindset would eventually shift. He pointed downwards, instructing her to hold steady, and with that, he grasped the tang knife, ready to pry open the window. At this, Wu Qian's fear intensified. She had only just passed in front of the grocery store to seek refuge here, having witnessed the interior crawling with zombies. She could not fathom why Su Fei would want to venture inside this seemingly secure place. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Trembling as she steadied herself against the high stool, she felt compelled to remind him. Perhaps he was unaware of the situation inside. "Maybe we shouldn't go in. It's filled with—" Su Fei interrupted her, his voice calm. "This is a storage room, relatively safe, and there's a cold storage area inside with frozen meat and beverages." At this point, Su Fei paused abruptly, looking intently at Wu Qian as he added, "In this apocalypse, if we wish to survive, we must battle against zombies and mutated creatures." This was the very truth he aimed to impart to Wu Qian. Though still frightened, she silently nodded in acknowledgement. Deep down, she was reluctant to admit it, yet the apocalypse had indeed arrived. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. The once beautiful Xing city lay in ruins. Every species engaged in a bloody fight for survival. As for humanity, They resembled rats, forced to survive in the crevices. Looking up at Su Fei, she felt a flicker of understanding. This ventilation window was secured, as was the door below, and despite Su Fei's efforts to pry it open several times, it resisted. Finding a small gap, he inserted the tang knife and tied a rope to the handle, intending for Wu Qian to pull on it with all her strength from below. Meanwhile, he sought a chisel, carefully prying around the edges of the gap. Luckily, the window had some issues, and with a loud bang, it finally yielded to their efforts. Su Fei cautiously lifted the window, listening intently to ensure there was no danger before leaping inside and promptly unlocking the door for Wu Qian. Even so, Su Fei remained vigilant, illuminating the interior with a small flashlight. Directly opposite the door was another secured door, the front entrance leading straight to the grocery store. As they ventured deeper, Su Fei and Wu Qian discovered numerous boxes and rows of shelves. Eventually locating the cold storage room, which consisted of a small enclosure housing 2 or 3 freezers, Su Fei wasted no time, quickly stowing the contents of the freezers into his backpack. The various meats alone filled his pack to capacity. Leaving no room for beverages. It took them over 10 minutes to transport everything to the back hallway. Naturally, they intended to take the supplies home. After a brief rest and a drink of soda each, Su Fei beckoned Wu Qian to search among the shelves and boxes for essentials, specifically flashlights and all knife-like metal objects. Su Fei, look, there are knives in this box, Wu Qian exclaimed. Shoo! Su Fei quickly admonished her to lower her voice. He certainly did not wish to attract the zombies lurking outside. Wu Qian immediately complied, lowering her tone. As Su Fei approached, he confirmed that indeed, there were knives, kitchen knives, paring knives, and more, which he collected without hesitation. Together, they thoroughly ransacked the storage room, yielding significant finds. In a word, they had gathered both necessities and superfluities. Su Fei even took the cigarettes and alcohol from the storage room, leaving Wu Qian speechless, pondering whether they were escaping or merely indulging in life's pleasures. By the time they completed their tasks, darkness enveloped the city. Under normal circumstances, the vibrant nightlife of Xing City would have been audible. Yet now it lay shrouded in eerie silence. Sitting in the hallway, Su Fei sipped water and smoked, contemplating how to eliminate the zombies within the grocery store. He had glimpsed through the ventilation window above the front door and noted that the number of zombies exceeded 50. If they could eradicate them all, they would earn 500 merit points. He found it hard to believe his luck would fail him, preventing him from achieving a first-tier evolution. However, the question remained. How could 2 ordinary individuals like himself and Wu Qian accomplish this? What now? Should we head home? Wu Qian inquired. Absolutely not. We have unfinished business. I intend to eliminate every last one of those 50 zombies in the grocery store. What, are you insane? Those are zombies, even against 50 people. The 2 of us wouldn't stand a chance, let alone against zombies, Wu Qian exclaimed, her fear palpable. She had not anticipated that Su Fei was truly serious about hunting zombies. Earlier, while searching for supplies, she noticed he had refrained from mentioning it, and in her moment of fear, she had hoped he was merely jesting. I am aware they are zombies, but to become stronger, we have no choice. Su Fei replied calmly. Then what do you propose? Just the 2 of us. One tea suffice to even fill the zombies' gaps, Wu Qian questioned, her hand brushing against a nearby gun. Instantly, she grasped the implication. Using firearms could indeed be a viable option. Not an option. If a gunshot rings out, it will undoubtedly attract the zombies outside, and we would be caught in a pincer movement, Su Fei explained. Then what do we do? Wu Qian asked, disappointment evident in her voice. Without guns, it's impossible. Su Fei too pondered the situation. Without weapons, they would need to rely on strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He rose and headed toward the storage area, recalling that he had seen several rolls of barbed wire at the back. Wu Qian followed closely, watching as Su Fei shone the flashlight on the wire. Have you come up with a plan? She asked. Yes, I have. My plan is to hunt zombies just as one would catch birds. Chapter 8. Was it really that successful? Su Fei intended to utilize the penetrating power of the barbed wire, which, when unfurled, could suddenly coil back. He recalled reports of individuals inadvertently struck by the force of coiled wire, resulting in severe injuries. This could be a formidable weapon. Although first-tier zombies had undergone a physical transformation, They were not yet at the point where blades could not penetrate, as evidenced by the small zombie they had recently dispatched. On a negative note, even if the barbed wire did not kill the zombies outright, it would certainly hinder their movements, making it significantly easier for them to hunt. Wu Qian contemplated for a long while, but still couldn't grasp the concept. Just as she was about to ask again, Su Fei waved his hand, signaling her to refrain from questioning. After all, even if he explained, Wu Qian might not comprehend. It would be better to elucidate during the execution of the plan. Go fetch a bundle of the rope we brought out earlier. Su Fei instructed that. Wu Qian scratched her head and complied, her curiosity about Su Fei's intentions evident. Su Fei wasted no time, pulling a roll of barbed wire and placing it near the front door. There were 3 rolls in total. Su Fei estimated that if fully unfurled, it would cover a vast area. After repeated efforts, he finally managed to bring all the wire over, while Wu Qian had already retrieved the rope. Both feeling a bit winded, they took a moment to eat some bread for a quick energy boost. After a brief respite, they set to work. How do we go about this? Wu Qian asked. Without elaborating, Su Fei threaded the rope along the wall, where long steel nails awaited to support it. Wu Qian mimicked Su Fei, threading her side of the wall as well, at the junction of the back door. Su Fei tightly secured both ends of the rope to the railing outside. And then, as we unfurl each roll of barbed wire, we'll tie the corners to the rope strung along the wall. The wire possesses a natural curling force akin to a spring. When we sever the rope from this point, the wire will instantly coil back, delivering tremendous penetrating power, Su Fei explained with a smile. Wu Qian immediately grasped the plan. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps this mechanism could indeed slay zombies. With newfound confidence, she assisted Su Fei in laying out and securing each roll of wire. However, upon attempting to unfurl the 3rd roll, it seemed they ran out of space. Surely 2 rolls suffice. The 3rd one simply cannot be laid out. Wu Qian inquired, expressing her belief that the 3rd roll of barbed wire was entirely unnecessary. As Su Fei had just explained that once the zombies reached the 2nd wire barrier, they would immediately sever the ropes. The 3rd roll of barbed wire must be laid down. It serves as our safety perimeter. Should our efforts falter, whether we are sealing the back door or making our escape, this will provide us with greater assurance. In this apocalyptic world, we must prioritize our lives above all. As long as we are alive, there remains hope, Su Fei asserted. Wu Qian nodded in agreement and silently began to lay out the 3rd roll of barbed wire alongside Su Fei. Many years later, Wu Qian would fondly recall Su Fei's words, as it was he who taught her how to survive in this merciless end times. After more than 10 minutes, Su Fei and Wu Qian finally completed the mechanism and rechecked it for any issues. Satisfied that everything was in order, Su Fei prepared to open the door to lure the zombies inside. Meanwhile, Wu Qian positioned herself in the corridor by the back door. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no movement from within. Confused, she shone her flashlight inside, only to find Su Fei standing motionless behind the door. She waved her flashlight vigorously, prompting Su Fei to turn and beckon her over. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Wu Qian asked. I just realized that we will need to use this mechanism several times, so we must also account for this door. Once the mechanism is activated, the door will close instantly, and all the zombies inside will be attacked by the barbed wire. Su Fei pondered aloud. Then how do we control the door? We can't possibly add another rope. Can we? Wu Qian mused. Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. He felt Wu Qian had just illuminated a crucial point for him. However, he thought of a modification. Adding another rope would complicate matters unnecessarily. Instead, they could utilize the force from the barbed wire's sudden retraction to close the door. Sharing his thoughts, Wu Qian found them feasible, and Su Fei proceeded with the operation. Soon, the entire mechanism entered the testing phase perfectly, and they activated several hanging flashlights to attract the zombies. Su Fei cautiously opened the door. The brightness immediately caught the attention of the zombies downstairs, and he was overjoyed, ready to retreat, when suddenly his body froze. There was a sign right at the 1st floor, and he stared at it intently. Su Fei, what are you daydreaming about? Come back, Wu Qian shouted from the back door. Upon hearing her voice, Su Fei snapped back to reality. Realizing that zombies were already halfway up the stairs, roaring and charging towards him. Faced with this imminent danger, Su Fei dared not linger in thought and quickly retreated towards the back door. Just as he reached the entrance, the first zombie stepped into the mechanism. Just like a horde rushing towards a feast, a whole group followed behind. Approximately 11 or 12 of them. This was merely the closest to the staircase. He could only imagine how many more were lurking behind. Considering this was merely an experiment, Su Fei instructed Wu Qian to stand back while he positioned himself at the door with his tang knife. As the first zombie approached the halfway point of the second roll of barbed wire, Su Fei gathered all his strength and struck the rope. The tang knife was incredibly sharp, and the rope snapped cleanly. In that instant, the entire mechanism activated. The absence of the rope allowed the barbed wire to retract swiftly. The most resounding noise came from the closure of the front safety door, which slammed shut, followed by the sounds of the barbed wire ensnaring and piercing through the zombies' bodies. Even the rope whistled through the air, a testament to the mechanism's formidable power. Just as Su Fei severed the rope, he contemplated closing the door as a precaution, but within mere seconds, the interior was awash in blood. Wu Qian hurried over, and upon catching a glimpse, she froze in shock, much like Su Fei. Did we succeed? It seems so. The zombies inside appear to have gone silent, Su Fei remarked. After waiting cautiously for over 10 minutes, Su Fei and Wu Qian finally ventured inside. However, as they drew near, Wu Qian covered her mouth and rushed back out. This is far too gruesome. Su Fei suppressed his gag reflex as he counted the number of zombies, 12 in total. Had they truly achieved success so effortlessly? Initially hopeful, the reality of their success left Su Fei in disbelief. Chapter 9. A fire is lit. The front and back doors were both fortified with safety mechanisms. These doors were not easily breached, and the limited space at the entrance dictated the number of zombies that could charge through. Faintly, the frenzied growls of zombies could be heard outside. Su Fei remained vigilant, prepared to retreat to the back door at a moment's notice, but gradually, those sounds began to fade away. They likely gave up, he thought, yet Su Fei understood that the zombies were still lurking by the entrance, waiting for him to reopen the door. At this moment, Su Fei contemplated this very dilemma. Wu Qian returned from her bout of nausea. Though her complexion remained pale, and the air was thick with a strange odor. "Are you all right?" Su Fei asked with concern. Wu Qian nodded, still retching, and had no desire to speak. Su Fei recognized that such experiences required gradual acclimatization. So he refrained from further discussion and turned his attention to the scattered zombies. They had become entangled with the barbed wire, and merely observing them drained Su Fei of any motivation to separate them. Thus, the use of this mechanism was no longer viable. Additionally, he recalled the sign he had inadvertently seen on the first floor. It was evident that to survive in this apocalypse, signs were indispensable. The more, the better. Therefore, he needed to venture down to the first floor. This was simple enough. He could enter through the basement window. Now, he only needed to devise a plan to lure all the zombies here. After a moment of thought, Su Fei devised a plan. He intended not only to attract the zombies, but to eliminate them entirely. Wu Qian, go outside and bring in a bundle of rope. Su Fei commanded. Wu Qian was momentarily stunned. She truly lacked the courage to confront those zombies. Su Fei could easily discern her apprehension and smiled reassuringly, explaining, "Don't be frightened. We want to use this mechanism. Instead, we'll engage in something far more entertaining." Wu Qian quickly nodded and went to fetch the rope, while Su Fei began dismantling flammable boxes and cabinets one by one. "What are you doing?" Wu Qian asked as she brought in the rope. "Conducting an experiment to see whether the zombies fear fire," Su Fei explained earnestly, continuing his work as he rummaged through all the combustible materials. Once he completed this, he tied one end of the rope to the door and tossed the other end into the back door corridor. He sawed off the handles and safety mechanisms of both the front and back doors. The front door was to prevent zombies from escaping, while the back door was to ensure they wouldn't inadvertently open it, thus prioritizing the safety of both himself and Wu Qian. After considering it further, he positioned the relatively clean third roll of barbed wire upright against the back door. Even if the zombies charged, this barbed wire would help disperse their impact, effectively limiting the number of zombies that could assault the door. This served as a secondary layer of security. After meticulously checking to ensure everything was secure, Su Fei instructed Wu Qian to stand by the back door, pressing her ear to the door to listen. Once the coast was clear and no zombies were passing by, Su Fei opened the front door without hesitation. Without a second thought, he sprinted towards the back door, reminiscent of a hurdle race. For they were racing against life itself. Zombies had already begun to follow him inside. Being mindless creatures, they disregarded the obstacles Su Fei had deliberately set. Indeed, the first one tripped, followed closely by the second. Yet they immediately got back up, pursuing Su Fei relentlessly. At this moment, Su Fei was but a step from the entrance. As he leaped through, Wu Qian had already shut the back door behind him. Their coordination was flawless. Su Fei did not pause as he grabbed the high stool and climbed up. He was determined to attract the zombies to the basement window, for only then could he draw them all in. "How is it going?" Wu Qian asked, her heart racing with fear. Su Fei nonchalantly swung his legs, gazing inside as if admiring a view. "There are already 20 of them. Will your mechanism hold? They won't break through the door." "Will they?" Wu Qian felt her heart thumping violently. Su Fei remained silent as he observed the zombies beginning to collide with the barbed wire. The wire was elastic, akin to a balloon, dispersing all the force outward. The actual force acting on the door was less than 1/10. "Don't worry, it's fine," Su Fei reassured, and to stir the zombies further, he waved at them with a grin. Bored, Su Fei rolled his eyes, lighting a cigarette, and settled in to wait patiently. After another 10 minutes, the number of zombies inside had swelled to over 50, while no new zombies approached from outside. Wu Qian, pull the rope and close the front door. Su Fei commanded that Wu Qian promptly complied, pulling the rope and securing it tightly to the railing, effectively trapping the zombies inside, while Su Fei descended from the high stool. "All set, let us go," Su Fei declared, holding the high stool. "Where to?" "Through the basement window to the first floor. There's gasoline there." Wu Qian hurriedly kept pace, and upon reaching the ventilation window, Su Fei instructed her to hold onto the high while he entered alone. Acting alone would enable him to move with greater swiftness. Even if there were zombies inside, he could escape more swiftly, ensuring Wu Qian's safety outside. Hearing Wu Qian's cautious reminder to be careful, Su Fei leaped through the vent. It appeared that all the zombies had indeed been trapped, as not a single one had escaped. Noticing that the door of the grocery store was ajar, he quickly approached to secure it shut, ensuring that no zombies from outside could enter. With the beam of his flashlight, Su Fei surveyed the surroundings, which had been thoroughly ravaged by the undead. The shelves were toppled, and the floor was littered with filthy goods. Shaking off his thoughts, he realized time was of the essence and could not afford to linger. Following the location of the sign he had seen earlier, he searched and, to his surprise, found a square 10. A wave of disappointment washed over him, as this card was inferior to the one he possessed. However, discarding it would render the effort of the past half-day futile. Moreover, having an extra card could only be advantageous. After pocketing the card and finding some gasoline, he prepared to return. Just then, the beam of his flashlight flickered, and he seemed to catch sight of something peculiar. Quickly redirecting the light, it was an egg, roughly the size of a chicken egg. Perhaps it was indeed a chicken egg. Su Fei's curiosity piqued. How had this egg remained unscathed on the shelf? After pondering for a few moments, he walked over and collected it, thinking it might serve as a delightful midnight snack, as he realized none of his provisions included eggs. Finding nothing else of value, Su Fei sprinted back to the vent when he faintly heard a sound. Suddenly halting, he discerned a faint cry for help. Were there survivors here? Holding his breath, he strained to listen. "Help me, please." This time, he clearly heard the plea emanating from within a cabinet. Without hesitation, he made his way towards it. The apocalypse had only descended a few hours earlier. While some might selfishly disregard the lives of others, Su Fei could not. His conscience remained intact, and his humanity persisted. He could not abandon any living soul. Carefully opening the cabinet door and shining his flashlight inside, he discovered a person inside who was gripping a gun. Had he been a zombie, he would have fired immediately. "Help me," the trembling individual implored from within the cabinet. Su Fei recognized him. It was Liang Hao, a high school student who lived in his neighborhood. Without asking further questions, he understood that surviving was a stroke of luck. Supporting Liang Hao, he led him towards the vent, noting that he needed a moment to recover from his current state. Outside, Wu Qian was anxiously waiting. Although only a few minutes had passed, it felt like an eternity. Her heart leaped when she saw Su Fei's head emerge from the vent. "Did you find the gasoline?" she inquired. "Yes, help me out. There's another person." Wu Qian quickly climbed up and, together with Su Fei, assisted Liang Hao in exiting. "His name is Liang Hao. He's been frightened. Take care of him while we prepare to incinerate those zombies." Wu Qian reassured Su Fei as they returned to the stairwell, allowing Liang Hao to rest on the steps while offering him water and bread. Meanwhile, Su Fei and Wu Qian began their plan to burn the zombies. Su Fei climbed to the vent and poured the gasoline inside. Instantly, a pungent odor of gasoline wafted out, and the zombies within grew increasingly frantic. Su Fei chuckled coldly as he accepted the wooden sticks Wu Qian handed him. Igniting one before throwing it inside with force, in an instant, a massive flame surged towards the ceiling, the gasoline igniting with explosive intensity. The fiery wave swept towards Su Fei, startling him and nearly causing him to lose his balance on the. One could only imagine the torment the zombies were enduring amidst the inferno. This was merely the beginning, as the flammable materials within were about to ignite. Su Fei felt his merit points rapidly accumulating, indicating that the plan to burn the zombies was indeed effective. "What is happening inside?" Wu Qian asked. "It's horrific. We need to leave. It's unbearable in here," Su Fei replied. The trio transported numerous items back and forth, and Liang Hao gradually regained his composure. The more he observed Su Fei, the more he admired him. This was a complete extermination of zombies. In his heart, he found himself less fearful of the undead. As they returned with the first batch of items, preparing to go again, Su Fei suddenly received a message in his consciousness. It was from the Spade A, which had shown no response since the apocalypse began. Conditions met. Sacrifice function activated. Would you like to sacrifice? Please choose. Chapter 10. How is this better than life before the apocalypse? Sacrifice conditions. Possess 2 cards. Merit points reach 600 upon choosing to sacrifice. The card will disappear, and 600 merit points will be deducted. Sacrifice effect 1. Card fusion, which could generate a new card. The suit and rank of the new card are random. Sacrifice effect 2. Task exchange. Draw 1 card from 8 faces, complete the corresponding task to receive a reward. The difficulty of the task is determined by the quality of the reward obtained. This was the first ability activated by the Spade A, Sacrifice. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Fei rejected the offer. Regarding the first effect of the sacrifice, he felt it was not worth the risk. The suit of the card determined the probability of winning in the functional area. His current card was a heart. Unless the sacrifice resulted in a spade, he would incur a loss. If it resulted in another heart, the sacrifice would be utterly meaningless. If it turned out to be a club or diamond, it would be an outright loss. Statistically speaking, the odds of gain were less than 50%, making it unwise to gamble. However, he could not deny the power of the sacrifice ability. The suit of the card not only determined the probability of winning in the functional area, but also the potential upgrade limit of the card. In other words, only spade cards could potentially upgrade to the highest level of 9, while hearts could only upgrade to 7, and so on. Of course, the Spade A was a special case. Even the survival guide for the apocalypse had not included it. Aside from the Spade A, possessing the sacrifice function meant the potential to fuse and generate spade cards. In a sense, having a spade card equated to holding a ticket to becoming a 9th level evolved being. As for the second effect of the sacrifice, Su Fei could not yet assess its value. But given the reference of the first effect, the second effect was undoubtedly powerful. At present, he had no need for it. His primary goal was to use merit points to draw a first-level evolution stone and become an evolved being. Even if he were to sacrifice, he would never use the heart card. While Su Fei pondered repeatedly, the 3 of them had already made multiple trips, and this was the last one. Curious about the situation inside, Su Fei climbed and slowly opened the vent. Instantly, a cloud of smoke billowed towards him. Caught off guard, he inhaled a significant amount of smoke. Coughing violently, he quickly closed the vent again, realizing he had acted recklessly. "How was it? Did you choke?" Wu Qian remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. While Liang Hao chuckled nearby. "Cough, cough. It's filled with smoke inside. I reckon we've taken care of all the zombies," Su Fei explained, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Didn't you foresee this outcome?" Wu Qian mused. "It seems this method truly works. Su Fei genuinely felt that zombies were not as fearsome as he once thought. They had weaknesses and could be outsmarted. The night of the apocalypse only intensified the feelings of oppression and fear among the living. It seemed as though God had abandoned this planet, scattering the stars and banishing the moonlight, leaving behind only darkness. In that moment, Su Fei did not feel a sense of satisfaction from successfully hunting zombies. He understood that in every corner of this world, there were souls struggling to survive, waiting for a glimmer of hope to pierce through the darkness. Su Fei found it difficult to articulate his emotions. All he felt was hatred for the apocalypse that had robbed the world of its essence. Why should our fate be dictated by others? Why should we resign ourselves to being mere toys in this apocalyptic survival? Why should those who wrought this apocalypse stand high above us? If Su Fei still harbored any fear of the apocalypse, at that moment he had erased the last shred of hesitation. He believed that one day, he would stand atop this apocalyptic summit, determined to uncover who had transformed the entire planet into a hell on Earth. All the belongings have been moved back home. Not to his previous residence, but rather to the attic on the top floor of this building. This space is relatively enclosed and considerably cleaner, ensuring that even if a fire is lit at night, it would remain undetected from the outside. More importantly, the presence of a skylight allows for adequate ventilation. Therefore, considering both safety and other factors, this location is most suitable. After a busy day, the three of them finally set up their respective tents, gathered firewood, and ignited a fire in the open area between them. Su Fei produced some meat, slicing off a large piece to hang above the fire for roasting. While waiting, he took out a card depicting the Six of Hearts. "Is this the card that fell from the sky yesterday?" Wu Qian inquired, leaning in closer. "Indeed, it is one of them. Weren't you saying that it was dropped by some artist to promote their masterpiece?" Su Fei replied. Wu Qian scratched her head. "That was indeed the case." She then asked, "Isn't that true?" "No, that was merely a statement from the authorities to avoid causing panic. In reality, this is a byproduct of the apocalypse." "Ah?" Wu Qian exclaimed in horror, prompting Liang Hao to rush over. Ignoring their shock, Su Fei opened the function panel, revealing that his merit points totaled 640, allowing him to draw 6 times. "Boss, is this a lottery?" Liang Hao asked curiously. "Yes, it is indeed a lottery. This is a first-level evolution star stone, our true asset in this post-apocalyptic world," Su Fei casually explained, his hands already in motion as he commenced the first draw. Wu Qian, of course, was also fixated on the lottery wheel, murmuring to herself, "So that's how it works. I never imagined the card would be utilized in this manner." Su Fei refrained from offering further explanation, his attention solely on the spinning pointer, which gradually came to a halt, indicating a piece of women's clothing. Without a second thought, he tossed it to Wu Qian, wondering why he lacked the audacity to gamble. Before she could even react, Wu Qian found herself with an additional garment in her arms. Upon opening it, she discovered it was quite stylish, immediately draping it over herself. Snow silkworm garment, women's, capable of withstanding one lethal strike. Wu Qian nearly shouted in delight, realizing it was a life-saving item. She playfully slapped Su Fei on the arm, exclaiming, "This is incredible, absolutely incredible." "Calm down," Su Fei replied, exasperated, for the pointer had just narrowly missed the no-prize zone. Wu Qian paused, understanding Su Fei's urgency. She then pulled him aside, declaring, "Let me take a turn." "What are you doing?" "I'll draw for you." "Your luck isn't up to par." Su Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this lottery was purely based on luck. Noticing Liang Hao's eager anticipation nearby, he finally understood why so many were drawn into the gambling craze. At that moment, Wu Qian began her draw, and before Su Fei could react, the pointer landed on a disease-evading scroll. Su Fei felt an overwhelming desire to bury his face in his hands. Was the lottery really that biased? Surely it couldn't favor women so blatantly? Wu Qian, fully aware of her good fortune, shot Su Fei a challenging glance before pressing the button for the 4th time. The pointer spun wildly, and Su Fei found himself genuinely intrigued, wondering if Wu Qian's luck would indeed hold. As expected, her fortune was extraordinary. The pointer finally stopped on an item called a reinforcement stone, a new reward replacing the clothing in her previous draw. Su Fei recognized it immediately as an exceptional item. Possessing it would enable him to enhance his Tang Dao, providing him with a significant advantage. Wu Qian handed him the two items, but just as he grasped them, she pressed the button again. On the fifth draw, Su Fei felt a surge of anxiety. What he truly desired was a first-level evolution star stone, yet hope seemed dim. Isn't a first-level evolution star stone what you want most? Wu Qian asked, pointing at the lottery wheel. Su Fei nodded vigorously. This time, it has to be, Wu Qian declared, and as soon as the words left her mouth, the pointer came to a stop, landing squarely on the first-level evolution star stone. Joy? Complexity? Su Fei felt a surge of frustration. Why couldn't he draw anything for himself? How is it? Didn't I tell you it would work this time? Wu Qian smiled, handing the first-level star stone to Su Fei. Su Fei felt its weight in his hand, astonished that he had drawn it. Sister Wu Qian, you are truly remarkable. I owe you a double thumbs up. Liang Hao exclaimed in admiration. Of course, just wait. I'll draw for you again. Wu Qian said, pressing the button once more. Moments later, the pointer stopped, and upon seeing it, Su Fei wanted to cover his face. Wu Qian's luck was simply extraordinary, as she had drawn yet another disease-evading scroll. Even as the cards were collected, Su Fei remained incredulous. However, acquiring the first-level star stone was undoubtedly excellent news for him. Next came the distribution of rewards, which was quite straightforward. Wu Qian and Liang Hao each received a disease-evading scroll, while the reinforcement stone was designated for upgrading the Tang Dao. After some contemplation, Su Fei decided to hand over the gun to Liang Hao. This was the essence of teamwork, and the bond forged among companions in the apocalypse was precisely this. They promptly utilized the disease-evading scrolls, while the first-level evolution star stone required over half an hour for its bodily transformation, leading Su Fei to decide to wait a while longer. Just in time. The meat was perfectly roasted, and each person took a short knife, relishing the meal with great enthusiasm. After finishing the meat, they each consumed a can of food, leaving Su Fei with an odd feeling. How was life seeming to surpass that of the pre-apocalyptic days? Chapter 11. First-level evolution nightfall signifies the time to return home. Yet, those unable to return are often filled with an overwhelming sense of homesickness during the night. The apocalypse, however, has robbed everyone of their homes. My parents are dead. I witnessed them being killed by zombies, and now I have no home. Liang Hao cried sorrowfully. After all, he was merely a high school student, akin to a fledgling bird that longs for its nest after braving the storms of the outside world, harboring an infinite yearning for home. Don't cry. Su Fei and I are your family. Wu Qian comforted, unnoticed tears shimmering in her eyes, for she too had lost her home. Rather than comforting Liang Hao, she was in truth soothing herself. This place seemed to be her home now. As they relied on each other to navigate the uncertainties of survival in the apocalypse, Su Fei remained silent throughout, sharing a similar sentiment. With a heavy sigh, he retrieved the first-level evolution star stone. At first glance, it resembled a crystalline rock, reflecting the firelight with a mesmerizing multicolored sheen. This was not something to be swallowed. Rather, it would enter the spiritual realm upon being crushed in the hand. Su Fei stared at it blankly, feeling nervous, for this was his first time. Yet, for the sake of strength and survival in this harsh world, he gritted his teeth and tightened his grip. As described in the Apocalypse Guide, a green light burst forth from his palm, directly entering his brow eye in that instant. A searing pain enveloped his entire body, akin to being stung by needles or bitten by ants. However, this agony lasted only a few seconds before he felt a warm sensation coursing through him, akin to basking in the sun on a sandy beach. There would be no sunlight in the apocalypse. Yet this star stone represented hope, his only hope. Su Fei's eyelids grew heavy. He longed to drift off into a peaceful slumber beneath the sun. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. Wu Qian and Liang Hao perceived the scene differently. They were awestruck as they observed Su Fei undergoing a transformation, surrounded by a green glow, sitting still and motionless. They understood that he was completing his first-level evolution and held their breath, not daring to utter a word, simply waiting in silence. Time passed, though they could not tell how long. Suddenly, Su Fei's eyes flew open. First-level evolution, complete. He clenched his fists, feeling the changes within his body, as though he had been reborn. Indeed, the first-level evolution had fundamentally transformed his physique. Both speed and strength, as well as physical endurance and explosive power, had more than doubled. Su Fei felt confident that he would no longer find himself in a dire situation when facing zombies head-on. "Boss, how do you feel?" "Su Fei, are you experiencing any discomfort?" Wu Qian and Liang Hao inquired with concern. They had been even more anxious than Su Fei himself moments ago. Su Fei smiled, providing them with an explanation, which finally put their minds at ease, especially Liang Hao, who felt a surge of excitement. After all, what boy did not harbor dreams of becoming strong? "Does this mean we no longer need to fear the zombies downstairs?" Wu Qian suddenly asked. Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly begun to see him as invincible? He was but one, while outside there was a horde. A single pair of fists could not contend with many. "No, perhaps I could handle one or two, but if there were more, I would indeed struggle," Su Fei replied candidly. "Though," Wu Qian responded softly, her thoughts revealing a deep desire for a heroic figure to rise unexpectedly. Sweeping away the chaos of the apocalypse and restoring peace, Su Fei could naturally perceive Wu Qian's disappointment. Indeed, the end times had plunged everyone into an abyss of despair. However, there was no urgency in this matter. Ignoring Liang Hao, who was nearby idolizing him, Su Fei took out a reinforcement stone and casually drew out a tang knife, pressing the stone directly against the blade. Waves of shimmering light flickered across the knife's surface. The reinforcement succeeded, enhancing the sharpness by 50%, increasing hardness by 50%, and adding an additional socket for embedding. Su Fei nearly gasped in astonishment. He was aware of the properties of reinforcement stones, as outlined in the Apocalypse Guide, which categorized them into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Inferior stones would only enhance one attribute, middle ones two, while only superior stones would grant an embedding socket. It was evident that the stone he had just used was of superior quality. Regret washed over him for not having checked beforehand. To use a superior reinforcement stone on an ordinary tang knife felt like a wasteful extravagance. Yet, it was too late to dwell on that. Feeling frustrated, he stood up to test the knife's power, raising it to strike an iron block on the ground. "Boss, that's nearly 10 centimeters thick. Just like that, it's severed," Liang Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Qian, equally startled, approached to inspect the cut, her expression one of incredulity. Perhaps the most astonished was Su Fei himself, the one directly involved, who had not anticipated the enhanced tang knife would possess such formidable power. If paired with his first-tier evolution abilities, while he might not be able to slay a zombie with a single stroke, he was confident he could dispatch one with just two, after marveling for a while. The three prepared to sleep, having all endured the dual blows of mental and physical fatigue from the apocalypse. Yet Su Fei knew that none of them would likely find rest. Time held no meaning in the end times. And before long, he noticed some movement from Liang Hao's direction. Thinking something was amiss, he quickly turned to him. "Boss, I just remembered something," Liang Hao declared. "What is it?" Su Fei inquired. Sitting upright, I recall seeing a card. "Where?" Su Fei asked directly. "I'm not sure if it's the same one, but it was at my classmate's house in the row right in front of ours. Isn't that just one road away from us?" "Yes," Liang Hao confirmed. Su Fei nodded, determined to investigate. In this apocalypse, such items were indispensable, and he needed more cards for the sacrificial function. Wu Qian also sat up, having overheard Su Fei and Liang Hao discussing the cards. Her hesitation evident. How to put it? She knew the whereabouts of several cards, but was apprehensive about those locations. At that moment, Su Fei turned his gaze to her. "Su Fei, I know you're going to ask me about the cards' locations, but I can't shake the feeling that those places are quite ominous." "Where?" "There's a 3 of hearts at the hospital, a 2 of clubs at the funeral home, and the last one I know of is a 9 of clubs near the cemetery." Su Fei felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, as a journalist, how could Wu Qian be involved with places associated with death? These 3 locations were ones that everyone would avoid, especially now during the apocalypse, where their horrors were unimaginable. "I was investigating a medical malpractice case when the cards fell from the sky, which is how I learned about these 3 places," Wu Qian explained. "Are there any others among your companions who know about the card leads?" Su Fei continued to inquire. Wu Qian shook her head. "To my knowledge, no one does," Su Fei sighed. The 3 locations Wu Qian mentioned were utterly impossible for him to visit now. The safest option was to wait until he had grown stronger before venturing out. However, Liang Hao's suggestion was worth checking out. Perhaps they might discover another card. If it were a spade, he would be exceptionally fortunate. But that was merely wishful thinking, as spade cards were notoriously rare. The trio chatted a bit longer before finally settling down for the night, though Su Fei found himself repeatedly awakened by dreams. The figure of Lu Siyu haunted him. Despite their breakup, he could not forget her. Reflecting on their years together, he realized it was not easy to let go in just a few hours. He wondered how she was faring now. From his perspective, he sincerely hoped she was doing well. Yet, in the apocalypse, who could truly be said to be well? The more he yearned for her, the more anxious he became. Yet, he could not go to her. The world outside was now ruled by zombies and mutated creatures. Even as a first-tier evolutionist, he remained at a significant disadvantage and could not venture forth. All he could do was hope that some man was protecting her. At some point, Wu Qian had seated herself by the fire, observing Su Fei's expression and asking, "Are you troubled?" Su Fei nodded. "Is it about your girlfriend?" "More like an ex-girlfriend. We parted ways 3 hours before the apocalypse erupted," Su Fei replied bitterly. "Are you heartbroken or worried?" "Worried, more than anything." Wu Qian nodded slightly, then asked, "What is her name?" "Perhaps I know her. Lu Siyu." "What did you say?" "Lu Siyu is your girlfriend? The one from Haitian group?" Su Fei nodded, surprised that Wu Qian knew Lu Siyu. "We were university classmates." Su Fei was taken aback. Then heard Wu Qian continue, "Don't worry. Before the apocalypse, I saw her with Lu Shihao. Given Lu Shihao's family background in the security industry, Lu Siyu will surely be well protected." Su Fei nodded in silence. Perhaps that was the best outcome. If she was safe, he could rest easy. Yet he failed to notice that while Wu Qian spoke, she did not look at him at all with a sigh. Su Fei stood up. "Where are you going?" "To the restroom. Wait for me. I need to go too." Su Fei stumbled, realizing the implications of their differing genders. Could they really go together? Dawn was breaking, and many must have wished that upon waking, everything would revert to the world they once knew, that the apocalypse was merely a dream. Yet when they opened their eyes again, the apocalypse remained, and the slaughter outside continued unabated. By the fire. The three had just filled their stomachs, which could be considered breakfast. Su Fei, "What are we going to do today?" Wu Qian asked, sipping water. "Boss, are we going to continue hunting zombies today?" Liang Hao seemed a bit too excited. Su Fei suspected it was due to his extensive gaming experience. However, Liang Hao's personality actually suited survival in the apocalypse. The fearless nature of youth was a strength. "Yes, hunting zombies is currently our only focus. But there are far too many on the road. Even I wouldn't dare to take risks lightly. I think we should sweep through this row, one by one." This was a plan Su Fei had devised the night before, both to search for other cards and to acclimatize to his evolved body. Coupled with the enhanced Tang knife, as long as he was not surrounded by zombies, he would undoubtedly hold the advantage. The floors provided an ideal opportunity. "Boss, let us get moving," Liang Hao urged, still influenced by Su Fei's previous success in dispatching zombies, his excitement palpable. Yet Su Fei had no intention of bringing the two of them along today. The circumstances were different from yesterday. The zombies in the convenience store were relatively concentrated, whereas in other apartment buildings, they could suddenly encounter a zombie. The safety aspect naturally diminished. Moreover, they had a more pressing task today, reinforcing their current building, which was intended to serve as their temporary shelter. "You two should refrain from joining me. Today, you will help your sister Qian completely seal the front door. Also, check other areas thoroughly, especially the first floor. Block all doors and windows, leaving only the rear ventilation window as our entrance and exit." Wu Qian nodded in understanding, while Liang Hao wore a disappointed expression, genuinely wishing to accompany Su Fei. "Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to hunt zombies in the future. Once we all become evolutionists, you can fight however you wish." Su Fei comforted him with a smile, then added, "Besides, your staying here is to protect your sister Qian. If we both go out, what will happen if she encounters danger?" Liang Hao quickly nodded in agreement. The three of them each had their own thoughts, and Su Fei led them downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Fei briefly instructed them to seal off the entire first floor. Curiosity compelled him to glance through the peephole, revealing an ever-increasing horde of zombies outside. They were instinctively biting, fighting, and vying for dominance. If this continued, It would not be long before second-tier zombies emerged here, which would complicate matters further. Second-tier zombies possessed evolved abilities, posing a grave threat to Su Fei and his companions. After casting one last glance outside, Su Fei felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He realized that he had to accelerate his own strength, ensuring that both Wu Qian and Liang Hao completed their first-tier evolution and all became professionals. The distinction between professionals and non-professionals was fundamentally significant. Having a profession could at least double their combat power. In the face of formidable professionals, their strength would surely exceed mere doubling that time. With a 3-to-1 advantage, what fear would second-tier zombies hold? This was the objective Su Fei had set for himself in the near term, illuminating his path like a beacon. With this newfound direction, he seized his tang knife and leapt through the ventilation window. Faintly, he could still hear Wu Qian's cautionary voice urging him to be careful. Without hesitation, Su Fei circled around to the ventilation window of the first building. His intention was to sweep through each building one by one. He pried open the ventilation window and listened intently for any sounds within, confirming the absence of noise before entering. The layout here mirrored that of his own building. There was a small door in front. Su Fei cautiously opened it and stepped into the corridor of this building. Chapter 13. 1/7 kills. This was a habitual practice for him. And currently, the number of zombies left in each building did not exceed 10. Straining to listen, he sensed some movement above, but without knowing the precise number of zombies there, he could not afford to act recklessly. After inspecting the ground floor and ensuring no stragglers remained, he stealthily made his way to the second floor. Now a first-tier evolver, his physical capabilities had undergone a qualitative transformation, allowing him to move quietly enough that the zombies above remained oblivious to his presence. In a battle between two warriors, the wise prevail, and Su Fei believed this was where he held an advantage over the zombies. In terms of strength, he was now a first-tier evolver, on par with the zombies. Even if their bodies were tough, his enhanced tang knife could easily mitigate that disparity. In terms of intelligence, zombies relied on instinct, while he relied on intellect. The outcome was clear. The second floor was also eerily empty, and Su Fei meticulously searched each room without disturbing the zombies above. Suddenly, as he approached the door of the third-to-last room, he spotted not one, but two zombies inside. Their guttural howls echoed through the floor, clearly audible due to the acoustics. The noise attracted the attention of the zombies above, and Su Fei could hear the sounds of them descending, at least 4 or 5 of them. Adding the two in front of him, he now faced 7, and it was utterly impossible to confront all 7 and escape unscathed. If surrounded, he would undoubtedly be injured. However, there was no time to flee. Crossing paths with the descending zombies was inevitable. Thus, he had only one option. To divide and conquer, he focused on the two zombies in the room, who were now lunging towards him. Fortunately, the door could only accommodate one zombie at a time. Providing Su Fei with an opportunity to attack, as the two zombies squeezed through the doorway, Su Fei swiftly thrust his tang knife into one of their bodies, using the momentum to kick the other back inside. This was something an ordinary person could never achieve. A first-tier evolver's strength far surpassed that of a regular human. At this moment, Su Fei finally felt the true might of his own body. Without time for celebration, he withdrew the tang knife and swiftly swung it downwards at the remaining zombie. Based on his estimations from the previous night, 2 strikes would suffice to slay one zombie. And indeed, the creature fell backward, its body cleaved in 2 by the knife. Naturally, Su Fei received a scratch in the process, but the wound was shallow and not particularly concerning. Though lengthy, this all transpired in an instant. As Su Fei shut the door behind him, the descending zombies reached the entrance. He did not expect the door to hold against them. He simply aimed to buy some time. His focus was on the zombie he had just kicked inside. The zombie, undamaged and perhaps enraged by Su Fei's earlier actions, snarled and lunged at him. Su Fei was not foolish. Engaging it head-on would have left him at a disadvantage, as the zombie's sharp claws were lethal weapons. In its frenzy, the zombie lunged like a wild dog, and as it charged, Su Fei swiftly sidestepped. The first-tier evolution had resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his physique, with all attributes approaching equilibrium. Thus, his speed matched his newfound strength in peacetime. Su Fei felt he could be considered a martial arts master. No, a master among masters, far surpassing the combatants showcased on television. The door was beginning to give way under the relentless battering, and Su Fei estimated that within half a minute, it would be completely breached. Time was of the essence, and he took no chances, seizing the moment when the zombie lunged and failed to retract its momentum. He propelled it against the wall with a powerful kick. The Tang knife followed suit, descending heavily from behind. In that moment, the door blocking the zombies finally gave way. Indeed, 5 of them surged through. Pressing in, Su Fei initially hoped to stand his ground at the threshold for another strike, but time was too short. Without hesitation, he retreated, a calculated move to draw the zombies after him, as long as they left the doorway. He could return to the corridor and use his speed to outmaneuver them, dispatching them one by one. Su Fei's expectations proved accurate. As he had gleaned from the survival manual, first-tier zombies lacked the intelligence to encircle their prey. They simply chased relentlessly. This allowed Su Fei to successfully lure them away from the entrance, and with a sudden burst of speed, he dashed out. The zombies, sensing their prey escaping, could not relent. They howled in pursuit. Su Fei had intended this. He realized he might be running a bit too fast and turned to wait for them. The foremost zombie, in its frenzied state, provided Su Fei with the perfect opportunity. He suddenly crouched and delivered a powerful slash to its legs. Zombies, like humans, could not move without legs. It collapsed to the ground, still howling, but Su Fei's heart held no compassion for a moment. He seized the opportunity to strike. The Tang knife plunged downwards, and without stopping, he kicked the fallen zombie towards its standing companions. Su Fei's strength was undeniable. Even if the zombie did not perish from the stab, that kick would ensure its demise. The result was that it knocked over 2 more, and Su Fei could not let this opportunity slip away. Utilizing his speed and explosive power, he charged at the remaining 2 zombies. They were spaced apart, and as Su Fei initiated the attack, his explosive force surged. With a downward swing of the knife, the apocalypse was cleaved, and peace was poised to return in a moment of fury. He split the darkness, reigniting the clear skies of 1,000 miles. This strike marked the pinnacle of his first-tier evolution, and no matter how tough the zombies were, they could not withstand it. 1 slash, and they were severed in 2. The remaining zombie, witnessing its companion's demise, became even more enraged. As it lunged forward, Su Fei deftly maneuvered behind it, striking down at the 2 still struggling to rise. Blood erupted forth, splattering across Su Fei. It was the blood of the zombies he had slain. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the last one. Chapter 14. Is it second tier? Zombies are utterly devoid of the capacity to comprehend fear. They exist solely on instinct, lacking any semblance of consciousness. The last zombie lunged at Su Fei, and for reasons unknown, he could not help but perceive these creatures as his fellow humans. However, they were already deceased, mercilessly obliterated by this apocalyptic world. Suppressing the sorrow within, he seized the moment as the final zombie approached, swiftly dispatching it. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Wu Qian and Liang Hao had effectively sealed off the first floor that morning. Utilizing iron sheets as their primary material, along with every available resource within the building, it could be said that the height of their barricade was on par with the front door. Not even a zombie could breach it unless the entire structure was dismantled. Of course, this only applied to first-tier zombies. Should second-tier zombies emerge, some might fly, while others could burrow underground. If they encountered zombies with unique abilities, such defenses would be utterly futile. As noon drew near, Su Fei anticipated the return of his companions. Sure enough, as they resumed grilling meat, he appeared at the entrance. You 2 are ruthless. Why have you moved everything to the first floor? Su Fei exclaimed incredulously, never having imagined such an outcome from merely suggesting they fortify the first floor. Nevertheless, his astonishment gave way to appreciation. His teammates had proven their mettle, and the building truly resembled an impregnable fortress. Boss, Qianjie, and I put our heads together on this. I guarantee that even if the zombies were to crash through the door, they wouldn't be able to get in, Liang Hao boasted proudly. Wu Qian smiled at Su Fei while grilling the meat, genuinely feeling a sense of comfort in being able to safeguard their sanctuary with her abilities. I believe it. I nearly couldn't get in myself. Su Fei rolled his eyes. Boss, Do you think this afternoon we can accompany you on a zombie hunt? I think your idea of using fire against them yesterday was splendid. I want to give it a try too. Upon hearing this, Su Fei finally understood Liang Hao's eagerness. He was indeed contemplating hunting zombies, however. He also realized that it was time for Wu Qian and Liang Hao to gain some practical experience. In terms of safety, they could utilize traps in the grocery store from yesterday, being cautious, and as long as they avoided a horde, they should be fine. Boss, what do you think of my suggestion? Liang Hao eagerly inquired. While Su Fei pondered, Wu Qian approached, saying, I think Liang Hao is right. Su Fei, we can't live under your wing forever. I promise to keep an eye on Liang Hao and ensure he doesn't act recklessly. After a few moments of contemplation, Su Fei reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, survival in this apocalypse required combat, and only through the trials of battle could one grow stronger. Sitting by the fire, enjoying roasted meat, Wu Qian asked, How was your morning haul? I cleared 2 buildings and eliminated 17 zombies, but not a single card was found, Su Fei replied. But there's no rush. Cards aren't easily stumbled upon. Wu Qian reassured him, handing him a piece of meat. Boss, didn't you check the place I mentioned last night? Liang Hao asked between bites. Su Fei paused, realizing the numerous zombies along the way would pose a significant challenge. I forgot. Don't worry, boss. I'll ensure your safety. Liang Hao declared confidently. Su Fei turned his face away, pondering if this was an intentional effort to aggravate him. To alleviate his frustration, Su Fei wiped his hands and retrieved the card. Ignoring the profession for now, he needed 1,500 merit points to draw once. Glancing at the interface, he opened the lottery section. Currently, he had 201 merit points, allowing for 2 draws. After obtaining a reinforcement stone last night, the rewards had updated to an implanted communication crystal that could support 5 people within a 200-meter range, akin to a mobile phone in peaceful times. The greatest advantage of this reward was team binding. In the apocalypse, betrayal and slaughter occurred daily. Under the distortion of human nature and the drive of self-interest, no one could be deemed reliable. The implanted communication crystal essentially served as a vow. Once implanted, it bound individuals into a community of shared fate, with mutual honor and disgrace. Should betrayal occur, the crystal would instantly turn toxic, leading to the traitor's demise without a burial place. Wu Qian approached again, undoubtedly eager for a draw. Having witnessed her luck last night, Su Fei relinquished the drawing rights to her. However, her luck seemed to wane today. Her first draw yielded only a gun. Su Fei smirked, realizing that fortune in gambling was not guaranteed. Liang Hao, excited to try his hand, was invited by Wu Qian to take the second draw. It was Liang Hao's first time drawing, and he eagerly began. Su Fei and Wu Qian watched intently as the pointer spun. Su Fei desired the implanted communication crystal, while Wu Qian yearned for several items, particularly the recently replaced bone whip. Liang Hao tightly closed his eyes, convinced that success rates increased by over 50% when one was not looking. Whether by coincidence or actual effect, the pointer eventually halted, indicating the implanted communication crystal. There was only one, the main crystal, and once the user bonded with it, 7 subcrystals would be derived, each subject to the primary crystal's absolute control. Su Fei hesitated, feeling conflicted. He did not wish for the team to be formed in such a manner. Yet, Wu Qian and Liang Hao looked at him expectantly. What are you waiting for? Liang Hao urged. Where's the communication device? Wu Qian added, extending her hand towards Su Fei. Actually, Su Fei began to explain, but Wu Qian interrupted. No need for explanations. Do you think we don't understand? Find us quickly. With no other option, Su Fei extracted 2 subcrystals from the main one, which Wu Qian and Liang Hao promptly claimed. I hadn't finished my sentence. The crystal, he started, but he was struck dumb as the binding occurred, and wristwatch-like communication crystals appeared on their arms. Enough with the chatter. Just stop talking, Wu Qian declared, lifting her gaze. Indeed, boss, you're even more verbose than my mother. Liang Hao chimed in. Su Fei forced a smile, knowing that an unspoken truth lingered among them. Betrayal was inconceivable within their bond. After a brief respite, they prepared to set out on their respective missions. With the communication crystals in place, Wu Qian and Liang Hao could call for help in times of danger, which, in a sense, maximized their safety. Su Fei escorted them to the grocery store, reminding them to be cautious when opening doors to lure zombies. Reiterating his warnings several times before departing, His destination was the third building. As cautious as before, his earlier battles had provided him with ample experience. Particularly, he had adapted to the physical demands and felt more at ease. He inspected the first floor, then the second. A sense of unease washed over him. There were no zombies on either floor, and with only 3 levels in total, he strained to listen, but the third floor was eerily silent, suggesting it was devoid of zombies. Yet, this was impossible. Disregarding others, Antley could not possibly have descended, and if anyone existed, zombies were inevitable. This conundrum felt exceedingly strange. Standing at the staircase, Su Fei ascended cautiously. Soon, he encountered a chilling sight. There were indeed zombies, but they lay sprawled on the ground. As he approached slowly, he realized they were dead, yet peculiarly, none bore any wounds. He immediately dismissed the possibility of human involvement. If it were the work of people, there would be traces of weaponry, no matter how intricate. However, the zombies before him were pristine, not a drop of blood in sight. Following the trail of these zombies led him to the door of Antley's home. Just as he pondered this mystery, a thought struck him, and he dashed into Antley's house, glancing into the empty sand jar next to the clock. He then crouched at the door and discovered a deep bite mark on the neck of one of the zombies. A wave of terror washed over him. The being capable of annihilating so many first-tier zombies could not possibly belong to the same tier. It was Antley's granddaughter's pet sand rat that had mutated into a second-tier creature. Chapter 15. The boy in flight. Only a day had passed since the apocalypse erupted, and already second-tier life had emerged. This was nothing short of horrifying. As he contemplated further, Su Fei felt a surge of dread. Was this occurrence a mere coincidence or an inevitable consequence? If it were the latter, humanity faced an impending catastrophe. However, according to the survival guide for the apocalypse, for a mutated life form to evolve from first tier to second tier, it must consume the essence of at least 50 beings of the same tier. The number of zombies here was clearly insufficient, so what was truly happening? Su Fei felt a wave of confusion wash over him as his thoughts raced. In a moment of clarity, he considered a possibility. If it wasn't devouring evolution, then it must be genetic mutation. He hurried back into the house and rummaged through Antley's medicine cabinet. Upon inspection, a revelation struck him that up until this point, Su Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as the survival guide for the apocalypse had outlined several types of common mutated life forms, with rodents being the most prevalent. Fortunately, this second-tier mutated creature was a sand rat. While the apocalypse may have altered their bodies, it could not change their inherent behaviors. Sand rats, being a type of rodent, were known for their timidity. Without absolute certainty of victory, they would not initiate an attack, even when faced with a life form of a lower tier. Hence the saying, timid as a mouse. They could only hide in the shadows, lurking stealthily, a fact well demonstrated by the zombies sprawled on the ground. In a certain sense, the distance between them could be interpreted as a temporal gap, and calculating distance would inevitably lead to a segmented assault. Indeed, both mice and humans had evolved to possess considerable intelligence. They understood the value of strategy. However, Su Fei felt no sense of fortune. Even if it was merely a mouse, it was still an existence of the second tier, rendering it invincible in this context, and Su Fei was utterly unable to contend with it, especially when faced with another highly intelligent mutated life form, one that was an entire tier above him. In an instant, Su Fei's hairs stood on end as he pondered whether this mutated sand rat was still lurking nearby. With this thought in mind, Su Fei dashed towards the staircase. Lingering here for even a moment increased his peril. His speed intensified as he skillfully made his way to the ventilation window, leaping out with agility. Unbeknownst to him, mere seconds after his departure, a sand rat surged from the second-floor corridor, a true second-tier life form. It had indeed been lying in wait, observing Su Fei's every move. After a brief pause, it manifested an expression akin to a human smile before vanishing without a trace. For it, the first-tier evolver was merely a delectable morsel. "Wu Qian, are you and Liang Hao all right over there?" Su Fei called into the intercom crystal embedded in his arm. "Everything's fine. We just hunted down 2. Wu Qian's excited voice crackled through the intercom. "Good, just be cautious. When luring zombies, don't attract too many, 1 or 2 will suffice." And be sure to alert me immediately if anything seems amiss. Second-tier mutated life forms have appeared. What? Wu Qian exclaimed, no longer the naive reporter she once was. She had gained some understanding of the hierarchy in this apocalypse. Just observing the strength of a first-tier zombie made it clear how unfathomably powerful a second-tier life form could be. However, before she could finish her thought, gunfire erupted from the direction of the grocery store. Su Fei's complexion shifted dramatically. He hung up the intercom and rushed towards the grocery store, feeling a deep sense of unease. Was something amiss over there? Upon arrival, he was nearly startled out of his wits. Boss, how's it going? I fired a shot at the door and then ran like the wind, successfully drawing the zombies over. Liang Hao exclaimed, having just jumped out from the ventilation window. How many did you attract? I didn't get a good look, but there were plenty following me, and more are coming. Su Fei nearly jumped in fright. He thought Liang Hao was far too reckless. This was a zombie tide. Fire attacks? Traps? It seemed impossible to eliminate them all, especially since such methods required specific conditions to be effective. You're not injured. Are you? Wu Qian asked anxiously. Not at all. They couldn't catch me. I was the 100-meter sprint champion at our school. Liang Hao boasted as Su Fei rolled his eyes. How could that even compare? These were zombies. Just as he was about to scold the young man, he suddenly froze, contemplating that perhaps this was his opportunity. The zombies were surging towards them, creating an opening near the wall. From there, he could enter the building across the way. He needed to locate the sign Liang Hao had mentioned. Initially, he thought there was no rush, but with the emergence of the second-tier mutated sandrat, Su Fei felt the pressure mounting. Without a strategy to confront it, they could find themselves in mortal danger at any moment. In a 1-on-1 scenario, the second tier would undoubtedly crush the first tier. It was safe to say that if the three of them encountered that sandrat now, they would surely perish. There was no doubt about that. Only a horde of first-tier beings could hope to overcome a second-tier AT present. Among the three, only he was a first-tier evolver. The zombies Liang Hao had just attracted were numerous. They could not be eradicated, and even if they could, who knew if they would obtain even a single evolution crystal? This was the most maddening aspect of the lottery system. It was entirely based on luck. Furthermore, one had to consider the professions. Perhaps he could draw a powerful one, but what if he didn't? What if he drew a useless profession? Not only would the effort be wasted, but the crisis would still loom. Thus, the only alternative was to resort to the third method. The sacrifice ability of the spade. This was also a gamble, but compared to drawing a profession, it required fewer merit points. In the apocalypse, resources equated to life, so none could be squandered, and of course, Su Fei could not risk everything he had. Therefore, he had to find the sign Liang Hao mentioned. If it truly eluded him, he would then resort to using the Heart 6 to gamble. You all stay here. Be as cautious as possible. If you can hunt, do so. If not, retreat immediately, Su Fei instructed. What are you going to do? Wu Qian inquired. I'm heading over the wall to the other side. This is an opportunity. Wu Qian could sense the urgency in Su Fei's voice. After a moment, she asked, do you need to go now? Yes, with the second-tier mutated life form already present, this risk must be taken. Otherwise, if it attacks, we will surely die. We cannot sit idly by, Su Fei explained. Boss, don't worry. I'll make sure to protect Sister Qian. Liang Hao assured that Su Fei scoffed. It was precisely because of him that he felt uneasy. He entrusted Wu Qian to keep a close eye on Liang Hao. Wu Qian nodded solemnly, and after a few more instructions, Su Fei circled around to the wall. Cautiously peeking out, he saw that the zombies had indeed been drawn towards the grocery store by the gunfire, but there were so many that they were all crowding at the entrance. Su Fei felt a surge of excitement. He activated his speed and leaped across to the ventilation window on the opposite side, effortlessly scaling it with a swift motion. His actions were fluid, showing no signs of hesitation. This demonstrated that Su Fei's abilities were rapidly improving. In just a day, he had adapted to the survival methods of the apocalypse. The row of buildings where Su Fei found himself differed fundamentally from the one he had just left. With a total of 8 buildings, fewer than 10 households resided there. Su Fei was unsure of the reason. Merely hearing that those who lived in this row were affluent it seemed to be a trend. Once they became prosperous, they would no longer reside here, resulting in the buildings being vacated. The building Su Fei entered was completely uninhabited. and the air in the corridor was tinged with a musty odor. Such was the fate of places long devoid of human presence. Though this scent was still preferable to the stench of blood from the apocalypse, in front of this row of buildings lay a small garden. The only garden in the urban village. Su Fei made his way to the top floor, 3 stories up. As the saying goes, one must stand tall to see far, and he truly wanted to see how the garden had transformed. He kicked open a door and stood by the window, peering down. In an instant, he felt a jolt to his heart. There was a boy, appearing to be around Liang Hao's age, running frantically and inciting chaos among the zombies. Chapter 16. Twisted humanity before the Grim Reaper. All life runs in fear, akin to the chase between a lion and an antelope on the savannah. The lion runs, for without speed, it cannot secure its meal. The antelope, too, dashes away. If it does not flee, it faces death. Humans are no exception. In danger, they can unleash tremendous potential. As Su Fei observed, the boy below was sprinting at an astonishing speed, reaching the limits of his endurance. Despite the relentless pursuit of the zombies behind him, a distinct distance always remained, preventing them from catching up. Yet, Su Fei was acutely aware that this reckless dash, driven by desperation, was merely expending precious stamina. The moment that stamina was exhausted, death would inevitably follow. Perhaps moved by the boy's indomitable spirit, Su Fei felt an intrinsic urge to intervene. Even though the sheer number of zombies outside was daunting and the situation perilous, he knew he must act if humanity were to be distorted and the spirit crushed. Then, in this apocalyptic world, hope would be extinguished. Time was of the essence, and Su Fei resolved to descend. However, at the very instant he turned, he inadvertently spotted someone emerging from another building. Had he not been positioned above, he might have overlooked this figure entirely. Upon closer inspection, he saw a man gripping a moldy piece of bread, gnawing on it fiercely, while holding a bag presumably filled with more spoiled food. Strangely, he entered the central building without casting a glance toward the garden. Su Fei furrowed his brow, pondering the unsettling resemblance between this man and the boy who had just been running for his life. An incredulous thought blossomed in his mind. At that moment, the boy was racing toward the central building, narrowly escaping the zombies that were closing in on him. This all transpired within a minute, and Su Fei keenly observed the subsequent actions of the zombies. The leading zombie came to a halt, causing all the others to stop in unison. After a brief pause, they dispersed, not attempting to breach any doors. This was due to the departure of their leader. Su Fei noted that all the zombies here seemed to revolve around that leading figure. Undoubtedly, a hierarchy had emerged among them in this garden. As every territory inevitably produces a king, this phenomenon is universal among living beings. Every domain will have its sovereign. This does not necessarily imply that it is of a higher tier. However, if it is, it undoubtedly holds the title of king. Within the same rank, a king can still exist, and once crowned, it can be said to have evolved into a higher tier. Though exceptions do exist, Su Fei observed that the leading zombie exhibited none of the speed characteristic of a second-tier zombie, thus affirming it was not of that rank. Unable to resist casting another glance at this zombie king, Su Fei withdrew his gaze, now preoccupied with the relationship between the boy who had just fled and the man he had seen earlier. Could they be father and son? Without hesitation, Su Fei ascended to the attic, following Liang Hao's directions, intending to reach the central building himself. For caution's sake, he planned to traverse from above, as the path was undoubtedly secure. This, however, depended on the layout of each row. Had he been in his own row, passage from above would have been impossible. Upon reaching the rooftop, a clear path lay ahead. Su Fei wasted no time, counting a few numbers before descending into the central building through the skylight. As he entered, he was immediately met with the sounds of a woman and a boy weeping, alongside a man's harsh reprimands and strikes. Following the sounds, Su Fei approached a door that stood ajar, offering him a clear view of the scene within. A child knelt before the man, pleading desperately. Yet, the standing man paid no heed to the boy's entreaties, continuing to beat a middle-aged woman nearby with a wooden stick. "Dad, please stop hitting her," the boy cried, tugging at the man in desperation. "Get away, you filthy brat," came the vicious retort, accompanied by another brutal blow. The woman clutched her arm, crying for mercy, But the man remained indifferent, showing no trace of compassion. The man and the kneeling boy were indeed the two Su Fei had just observed, confirming his suspicions. They were father and son. Yet, how could a father be so cruel as to endanger his child by attracting zombies while remaining oblivious to the danger? The cries continued to echo from within, compelling Su Fei to intervene. If this violence persisted, the woman would surely perish, and it was evident from her expression that she was starving. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you," the man shouted. "Stop," Su Fei barked, stepping inside and swiftly kicking the man to the ground before he could react. The woman and boy immediately ceased their cries, staring at Su Fei in astonishment. The man, seemingly unrepentant, shouted, "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Su Fei retaliated with another kick, his anger boiling over at the thought of this man sending his son to attract zombies. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such shamelessness combined with audacity. "Come on, if you dare, kill me." Su Fei had no intention of holding back. Just as he prepared to strike again, the boy clutched his arm. "Brother, please don't hurt my dad." The woman seemed about to speak, but her lips parted without sound. Su Fei felt a pang of emotion and seized the man, demanding, "Is he your son? Is she your wife? And if they are?" The man retorted defiantly, "What of it? You let your son lure zombies, and what do? You don't even look at him while gnawing on moldy bread. Do you have any humanity left? Have you not considered what would happen if your son were killed by a zombie?" Su Fei pressed. "He is my son, my flesh and blood. So what? We no longer live in peaceful times. If he dies, it serves me right." The word scum escaped Su Fei's lips as he landed another punch, sending the man crashing to the floor. I say that the truth. In this apocalypse, who is more virtuous? Who is more compassionate? What difference does it make if he is my own son? A son can be sacrificed as long as I survive. Besides, whether he is truly my son is still uncertain. You scoundrel! At such a time, you dare utter such words? If he isn't your son, then whose is he? The woman confronted him fiercely. "How should I know? After spending all these years in prison, who knows who you bore him with?" The man shot back mercilessly. Su Fei stood by, observing the helpless expression on the boy's face, pondering the harrowing distortion of humanity in these dire times. Chapter 17. A bizarre confrontation as the argument escalated. The man, perhaps overcome by rage, suddenly slapped the woman across the face. "Whore!" he snarled that Su Fei could not allow this to continue. His earlier disdain for the man had already reached its peak. "If you have the guts, go kill some zombies instead of venting your frustrations at home." He stepped forward, grasping the man's arm and tossing him out the door. Just as the man had said, in this apocalypse, anyone could be sacrificed. Perhaps without him, the mother and son would fare better. The man shouted in the hallway, yet when he noticed Su Fei's unwavering gaze upon him, he promptly fell silent. He wasn't foolish. He understood he was no match for Su Fei. "Get lost," Su Fei commanded. The man quickly fled down the stairs, and soon, silence enveloped the area. However, Su Fei knew he was still lurking somewhere within the building, likely hiding, too afraid to venture outside. "Auntie, are you all right?" Su Fei inquired. "I'm fine, thank you, young man." "What is your name?" "Su Fei," he replied. Noticing the fatigue etched on both her and the boys' faces, he retrieved some food and water from his pack and offered it to them. Although the mother and son were astonished at Su Fei's sudden generosity, they refrained from questioning him, recognizing him as their benefactor. Perhaps driven by their dire hunger, they eagerly consumed the food. Su Fei, recalling Liang Hao's mention of his classmate Fang Chao's home, posed a question to the woman, believing even if she was unfamiliar with it, the boy might know, given their similar ages. "Auntie, do you know where Fang Chao lives?" The woman paused, surprised. However, before she could respond, her son chimed in, "Brother, I'm Wang Ziming. Fang Chao's house is on the second floor. He and I attend the same school, but no one is home now." "Are they all dead?" "No, it seems they weren't home since yesterday. I don't know if they're dead or not." Su Fei nodded, considering that the outbreak had occurred in the afternoon, which accounted for many people being away from their homes. He continued, "Then wait here with me." However, just as he began to speak, a loud creak signaled the opening of the building's main door, followed by a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha, I've brought all the zombies in." You're all going to die, filthy whore, and you, whoever you are, aren't you so tough? He has gone mad. He has gone mad. The woman exclaimed, while Wang Ziming displayed a look of fear. Auntie, we need to get upstairs, quickly. Su Fei shouted loudly, immediately supporting the woman as they prepared to leave. Wang Ziming also came over to assist. But just as they reached the doorway, a horde of zombies surged toward them. The woman, having been injured in her legs by the third assailant, was now limping, which hindered their ability to escape to the upper floor in a timely manner. However, the zombies continued to flood in like a relentless tide, and in the chaos, the woman suddenly fell to the ground. You all go quickly. Su Fei, please take care of my son, she cried out, pushing Su Fei and Wang Ziming forward. When they turned back, they saw the woman engulfed by the wave of undead. Su Fei understood that this woman was sacrificing herself for her son. Indeed, maternal love is always profound amidst disaster. Wang Ziming was so stunned he didn't even register what was happening, and Su Fei seized him, urging him to run upward. Wait! Wang Ziming struggled to return, but Su Fei's grip was insistent, pulling him up regardless of his reluctance. They secured the iron door, hoping it could hold back the zombies for a while, and as long as they could reach the skylight, they would be safe from this crisis. Without much time to ponder, Su Fei helped Wang Ziming climb up first. For a first-tier evolved being, the skylight was merely a light leap away. Outside, the sound of zombies crashing against the door echoed ominously. This time, the situation was dire. It was a horde, and even a slight push could shatter the door. Just as Su Fei prepared to leap after Wang Ziming had successfully ascended, a glowing ring suddenly struck him. It hit Su Fei's body, sending him crashing against the wall. At the same moment, the iron door of the attic collapsed with a thunderous crash. Su Fei, are you okay? Wang Ziming shouted from above. Su Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. This time he was truly in trouble, as the throng of zombies would devour him to the last shred. In another corner, a lurking threat was present. He had already spotted it. A second-tier mutated life form. The sand rat.as if adding insult to injury, with no time to respond to Wang Ziming. Su Fei drew his tang knife as both the Zombie King and the mutated creature advanced simultaneously. Behind the Zombie King was a throng of zombies. Those that had already breached the entrance were just a fraction of the numerous undead lurking in the hallways. Su Fei readied himself to fight for his life when an extraordinary scene unfolded in an instant. As the sand rat and the zombies drew near, mere meters apart, it suddenly turned its weapon toward the Zombie King and launched a lethal strike. Fortunately, the Zombie King was alert and narrowly evaded. But the zombie beside it was not so lucky, suffering a fatal bite to the neck. With a swift retreat, the sand rat managed to escape the fray. Su Fei was baffled. Could it be that the sand rat was here to assist him? Clearly not, for if it truly intended to help, it would not have struck him with its ring while he was leaping toward the skylight. Such behavior was decidedly peculiar. Having suffered a setback, the zombies were eager to retaliate and roared as they charged toward the sand rat. Yet the leading Zombie King cast a glance at Su Fei, halting its companions. This was the authority of a king. All the zombies froze in place. After a moment's reflection, Su Fei understood. Though the Zombie King was only a first-tier being, it had evolved intelligence. It may not have reached the second tier, but it was perilously close. Otherwise, it would not possess such cunning. Clearly, the current situation indicated that the Zombie King desired to devour him to achieve true second-tier evolution, while the sand rat sought to consume him to enhance its own strength. After all, the essence of a first-tier evolved being could yield far greater benefits than devouring other life forms. However, both the zombies and the sand rat were fiercely competitive, unwilling to share their prize. Thus, when the zombies lunged at Su Fei, the sand rat turned its ire toward them, and when it attacked Su Fei, the Zombie King prepared to swarm the sand rat. After several rounds of probing, a bizarre standoff ensued. Chapter 18. Utilizing the standoff similarly, neither side in the standoff had any intention of retreating. If the Zombie King left, the sand rat would surely seek him out after consuming Su Fei. Conversely, if the sand rat departed, the Zombie King, upon achieving second-tier evolution, would undoubtedly contend for its life. Moreover, within this confined space, leaving would require time. Both feared that Su Fei might exploit their withdrawal to conspire against them. In the struggle between two tigers, one is bound to be injured. In a clash between clam and heron, the fisherman benefits. Su Fei felt he was the fisherman in this scenario. Amidst this standoff, he was, in fact, the safest of them all. Su Fei, how are you down there? Wang Ziming anxiously inquired from the skylight, peering into the inky darkness where he could see nothing. I'm fine, Su Fei replied. Okay, then hurry and come up. Ziming, listen to me. You need to leave here immediately. Find a way to cross the wall to the opposite building. I'll have someone waiting for you there. After speaking, Su Fei took out a communication crystal and briefly explained the situation to Wu Qian, instructing her to keep a close eye on Liang Hao. Upon hearing that Su Fei was trapped, they were ready to rush over. Su Fei firmly declined. Their arrival would not change the situation and could complicate matters further. He also relayed Wang Ziming's predicament, asking them to provide support at the wall. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Qian messaged that they had successfully retrieved Wang Ziming, allowing Su Fei to finally focus on the pressing situation. The sky had gradually darkened. Calculating the time, he realized he had been trapped for nearly 2 to 3 hours. Once plunged into darkness, he would be effectively blind. Su Fei feared they might attempt a surprise attack. Even if death was imminent, he wanted to know who was responsible for it, so he decided to kindle a fire. Patting his stomach, he realized he was indeed hungry and sliced a piece of meat from his pack to roast. This triangular standoff was challenging to break. Neither the Zombie King nor the Sand Rat made any moves. Both aware that allowing the other to gain the upper hand would spell disaster for themselves, Su Fei had no intention of allying with either of them. After all, he was the weakest link in this trio. If they joined forces to eliminate one, it would inevitably lead to his demise when the other fell. Therefore, he would never engage in self-destructive behavior. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to devise a strategy to escape. He couldn't remain trapped indefinitely. While munching on roasted meat, he pondered his next move, but even after finishing his meal, no solution emerged. What was he to do? Su Fei contemplated grimly. It seemed his only option now was to sacrifice the spade. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to gamble. After all, it was merely a red heart 6. He could afford the risk, especially since his life was on the line. What use was a card now? Yet the pressing issue remained. He lacked sufficient merit points. Instinctively, Su Fei glanced at the horde of zombies. What a valuable resource! Yet he couldn't kill them. Just as he turned away, he noticed something peculiar. The Sand Rat was also gazing at the zombie horde. When it saw Su Fei turn, it quickly pivoted as well. Was it cautious or seeking to ally with him against the Zombie King? In this scenario, only the Zombie King posed a threat to the Sand Rat. Albeit not fatal, it could still present difficulties. Su Fei tried again, and indeed, the Sand Rat was now focused on the Zombie King. How could it be that other life forms were more vigilant than humans? At this point, Su Fei realized that even the Zombie King was slowly retreating. Having found refuge among the horde, Su Fei would not genuinely attack the Zombie King. What he truly aimed to test was something else entirely. Indeed, as he focused on the Sand Rat, the Zombie King and its horde turned their attention to it, prompting the Sand Rat to retreat. This presented Su Fei with an unprecedented opportunity. He believed that if he could create some chaos, it would surely incite conflict between the two parties. Whether he escaped through the skylight or seized the moment to strike would be a matter of ease. Yet, it seemed the Sand Rat perceived Su Fei's intentions. A glowing ring shot forth, directly dismantling the iron grate of the skylight. Su Fei was left dumbfounded, realizing he was truly stirring up trouble. Why had he looked up at the skylight? Now, escape was out of the question. If he couldn't flee, he might as well make good use of these resources. Perhaps this was his grand opportunity. The first step was to hunt zombies. Doing so alone would be arduous, but he had a second-tier Sand Rat to assist him. With this thought, Su Fei resolved to first establish his allegiance with the Sand Rat. Indeed, it is the sincerity of cooperation that should lead them to mistakenly believe they are poised to assault the horde of zombies. Just as both parties fixated intently on Su Fei's every move, he calmly picked up a burning twig from the ground and, with all his might, hurled it towards the zombie throng. In an instant, chaos erupted among the zombies, and Su Fei, without a shred of mercy, seized his tang knife and charged forward. Meanwhile, the Sand Rat unleashed its innate ability, the ring explosion. Its target was none other than the Zombie King. For in its mind, Devouring the Zombie King first would grant it invincibility in this realm, making the subsequent consumption of Su Fei a mere trifling task. This was a foolproof strategy. Naturally, it aimed to eliminate the Zombie King, its rival for the delectable feast. However, the Zombie King was not oblivious. As Su Fei cast the twig, it had already begun to retreat. Just as it reached the threshold, the Sand Rat's ring explosion arrived. This was a finishing move, a group attack. Unlike the prior assault on Su Fei, it could not afford to kill him, for the effects of consuming the living and the dead were entirely distinct. The Sand Rat's attack was indeed a decisive strike, causing any zombie caught within the ring to explode from within, though not fatally. This rather seemed to favor Su Fei, who merely needed to deliver a final blow. Of course, Su Fei was well aware of the stakes. He could not permit the Sand Rat to annihilate the Zombie King, as he needed to swiftly restore the previous standoff. Hence, he activated his full speed, dispatching over 60 zombies in mere minutes. Not only those originally within the room, but also several waves that had entered from outside. The ring explosion bore a chain reaction effect, ensuring that any newcomers touching the ring would be affected. The Zombie King was now fully exposed to both Su Fei and the Sand Rat, and just as the Sand Rat prepared to launch another attack, Su Fei executed a sudden counterstrike. The Zombie King, noticing Su Fei's shift in focus, lunged towards the Sand Rat. Their strategies were, in fact, strikingly similar. Although the Sand Rat was at the second tier, facing a Zombie King that was merely half a step away from that tier and a first-tier evolver, it could only retreat at this moment. Su Fei was not genuinely aiming to attack the Sand Rat. Rather, he sought to restore the standoff. Thus, without hesitation, Su Fei withdrew, prompting the Zombie King to halt in its tracks. Chapter 19. Shadow Kill. Seated beside the fire, Su Fei activated the sacrificial effect of the Ace of Spades. Before him manifested a rectangular card slot, wherein he observed the 6 of Hearts and the 10 of Diamonds gradually overlapping. In mere seconds, a new card emerged. He scarcely had time to discern its suit and value, though it was not a matter of time but rather one of trepidation, as he had never considered himself fortunate. What truly mattered to him was the second effect of the sacrifice. In a moment of daze, an 8-section lottery wheel appeared before him, each segment housing a card, though only the backsides were visible, with the rewards concealed. Without a second thought, Su Fei pressed the lottery button at the center of the wheel, feeling an unusual tranquility, perhaps due to the lack of visible rewards leading to diminished expectations. As a card fell into Su Fei's hand, a sudden message surged into his consciousness. Task: endure 5 minutes under the assault of a second-tier life form. This includes mutated second-tier beings. Task reward: Shadow Kill. A buzzing sensation enveloped Su Fei's mind, accompanied by a flicker of excitement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, facing a second-tier life form alone as a mere first-tier evolver would render him incapable of enduring even a minute. The disparity in power was absolute, as there exists a fundamental difference between the first and second tiers. Yet here, it posed no issue. Let us not forget, his ally was a Zombie King merely half a step from the second tier. Su Fei resolved that regardless of what Shadow Kill entailed, he would first complete the task before delving into its intricacies. With this determination, he prepared to launch an attack on the second-tier Sand Rat. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to engage directly. He intended for the Zombie King to take the lead while he provided support, and if necessary, he would even strike the Zombie King a few times. Given his current disadvantage, the Zombie King harbored its own motives. It would not allow its minions to threaten its position after consuming the second-tier Sand Rat. Thus, it sought to deny them any opportunity. And as the Sand Rat retreated, the zombies leapt forward. Su Fei seized the chance to feign a block from behind, and the Sand Rat, acutely aware of the life and death crisis, unleashed the ring explosion. This was its all-out attack, and Su Fei was prepared. He leapt high, narrowly evading the assault, though the Zombie King was remarkably swift, at least twice as fast as a first-tier zombie. Furthermore, having evolved intelligence, it would naturally be wary. The Sand Rat's ring explosion thus redirected toward the horde behind the zombies. Another low growl echoed. Although furious, the zombies instinctively distanced themselves from their afflicted companions. Seizing this opportunity, Su Fei commenced his counterattacks. Fully aware that he was on a mission, he moved even faster, delivering one strike after another. Without pausing to tally his kills, he advanced toward the sand rat once more. Observing this, their combat intensified, and Su Fei surmised that the sand rat must believe it was allied with him after charging into the horde. This was precisely the effect Su Fei desired. At the moment the Zombie King was repelled, he charged at the sand rat with his tang knife. The Zombie King recognized this as a prime opportunity and lunged forward despite its injuries. The attack was deeply incisive, sending a shiver down Su Fei's spine. Under the combined assault of Su Fei and the Zombie King, the sand rat found itself at a disadvantage that instant. A notification of task completion echoed in Su Fei's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he redirected his blade fiercely at the Zombie King. After one decisive blow, he retreated back to the fire. The Zombie King also withdrew, and the scene reverted to its previous state of standoff. Ignoring the perplexity of the two beasts, Su Fei hastily activated Shadow Kill. Profession: Shadow Kill. Skill 1. Shadow Kill. Generates an assassin-type shadow, imbued with assassin profession skills, possessing an attack power of 50% of the main body, with shadow quantity dependent on the current profession level, capped at 3 shadows. Shadow duration: 30 minutes. Skill 2. Shadow Merge. The main body merges with the shadow, enhancing the main body's attack power by 50%. After merging, the profession is primarily determined by the main body's profession. Duration of merge effect: 30 minutes. Skill 3. Shadow Substitute. To die in place of the shadow. When the main body suffers a fatal attack, the shadow can absorb the critical blow on behalf of the main body. Cooldown time: 24 hours. This was Su Fei's first encounter with the profession, and assessing the 3 skills of Shadow Kill clearly indicated its merit. It could be stated that this profession was undoubtedly top tier. The first skill speaks for itself. An assassin is adept at surprise attacks, capable of delivering a sudden blow amidst combat that could turn the tide in one's favor. The second skill is the quintessence. Su Fei, armed with the Apocalypse Guide, understood the arduous nature of human evolution. Without delving into specifics, just the advancement of cards necessitated that the number of high-tier evolvers globally exceeded half the total life forms for a card to upgrade. This circumstance kept humanity under the persistent oppression of zombies and mutated beings. Yet, among human evolvers of the same tier, possessing Shadow Merge effectively grants one a half-step advantage over peers, and this half-step translates into an absolute edge. As one ascends to higher tiers, the significance of this half-step becomes increasingly pronounced, enabling one to potentially slay beings of a higher tier. The very fact that the Zombie King instilled apprehension in the second-tier sand rat serves as ample proof. Why would it evoke such trepidation? Precisely because of that half-step. As for the third skill of Shadow Kill, it is even more practical, essentially granting an additional life. Even if it can only be utilized once a day, possessing such a life-preserving skill in an apocalyptic world is indeed a stroke of fortune. One could assert that unless faced with a life form capable of overwhelming them, their life would be assured. Suppressing the excitement within, Su Fei grasped the profession scroll, and in an instant, a blue light surged into his forehead. He first felt a sharp pain, akin to forcibly expanding his spiritual consciousness, which is the foundation for all professions. The capacity of one's spiritual consciousness directly constrains the potency and efficacy of a profession. In mere seconds, Su Fei discerned that his spiritual capacity was minimal. Utilizing Shadow Kill would likely suffice for only one application. Beneath the spiritual power lay a dramatically reduced profession progress card. This would increase with each usage of the profession, and once the progress bar reached its maximum value, an upgrade scroll could be employed for advancement. Currently, Su Fei possessed the lower-tier Shadow Kill. Yet this sufficed to deal with the predicament at hand, providing him with the leverage to engage in equal dialogue with them. Su Fei sought not merely to escape. He desired resources. Chapter 20. Little Qing Boss. How fare you over there? Liang Hao inquired through the intercom crystal, faintly hearing Wu Qian comforting Wang Ziming nearby. It's all right. You can rest assured, Su Fei calmly stated, taking another piece of meat to his mouth. Is it really fine? Sister Qian and I are quite worried. Should I bring you the gun? Liang Hao suggested that it's truly fine now. You needn't come over. Just stay at home and await my return. After disconnecting the intercom, Su Fei leisurely indulged in his meal, sipping water and glancing at the others, pondering whom to eliminate first. The Zombie King and the Sand Rat dared not move, nursing their wounds from the earlier skirmish. now realizing they had been outmaneuvered by this human. However, should they collaborate? Absolutely not. Even if he couldn't gain anything today, he couldn't allow the other party to succeed. If the opponent grew stronger, they would undoubtedly seek to annihilate him. Thus, what had initially been a desire for individual gain transformed into a situation where neither could allow the other to prevail, resulting in this standoff. Su Fei was in no hurry. He had plenty of time. Feeling slightly hungry, he recalled that he had found an egg in the grocery store the other day. It had been ages since he last enjoyed a chicken egg, and he thought to roast it. He set the egg beside the fire and began searching for something to place it in. Fortunately, he found an abandoned iron spoon, just perfect. With joy, he placed the egg inside, and before it even touched the fire, he heard a faint crackling sound. The noise was so subtle that it seemed only he could hear it. To his astonishment, the egg cracked open, revealing a snake's head emerging from within. It turned out that this was no chicken egg, but a snake egg. Clatter! Su Fei's hand trembled, and the spoon along with the snake egg fell to the ground. The sound immediately startled the Zombie King and the Sand Rat, who had been watching Su Fei's every move, now fixated in fear. Yet, Su Fei was too preoccupied with the snake egg, which shattered upon hitting the ground, unveiling a small green snake. Whether it was due to the snake's diminutive size or the distance, or perhaps they were too focused on Su Fei, he felt certain they had not noticed it. However, the little snake approached him, stopping right in front of him. He was apprehensive. If this small serpent were to attack, was it merely an ordinary snake, or a first or second-tier mutated life form? Regardless of its tier, it belonged to a fourth faction and could instantly disrupt the balance of their standoff. Su Fei was poised, ready to utilize his shadow substitution technique, but after a moment, the little snake made no move to attack. Strangely, it hovered in front of him, and Su Fei felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't decipher its intentions. If it intended to strike, it should do so swiftly. Conversely, if it meant no harm, it ought not to linger before him, swaying back and forth, leaving him with a profound sense of uncertainty. As it swayed, the snake's body gradually began to grow larger. At this moment, the first to retreat in fear was the Sand Rat. Snakes were its natural enemy, and it sensed that this serpent was not of this world but an alien creature. Su Fei, too, felt trepidation. He was still uncertain whether the snake was friend or foe. However, from its few characteristics, he was convinced it was the fish-scaled venomous snake listed in the Apocalypse Guide. It could be said that after the outbreak, not only had life on Earth mutated, but alien life forms had also invaded, boasting superior talents and accelerated evolution. This was yet another calamity for a world already riddled with wounds. The current situation would undoubtedly undergo a fundamental reversal due to the appearance of the fish-scaled venomous snake, and Su Fei realized he had unwittingly dug a pit for himself. Yet, the fish-scaled venomous snake still showed no sign of attacking Su Fei. It continued to sway back and forth, provoking an impulsive urge to lash out. After approximately 10 minutes, perhaps the Zombie King and the Sand Rat had reached some form of agreement, for a zombie suddenly lunged at Su Fei. This was a test. Su Fei remained oblivious, but they could distinctly sense the snake's affinity for him. Should Su Fei ally with the serpent, the situation would shift drastically. Upon witnessing the approaching zombie, Su Fei understood that the standoff had been disrupted. Killing a single zombie was not difficult, yet he was now faced with the alliance of the Sand Rat and the Zombie King, with a fish-scaled venomous snake poised to strike in a whirlwind of thoughts. He found only one path available: to flee. However, with hordes of zombies in the corridor, could he truly escape? If necessary, he would have to resort to shadow substitution. It could be said that his profession as an assassin had indeed provided him with a means of survival. As he contemplated, the zombie was merely a meter away, its eyes glinting with hunger as if it had found a delectable feast. It began to charge at Su Fei with frenzied excitement. Su Fei, however, could not afford to sit idly by due to the presence of the snake. Raising his Tang Dao, he was prepared to strike. Yet, faster than he could react, the fish-scaled venomous snake sprang into action. And before Su Fei even registered it, the zombie's neck was severed by the snake's fangs. As the zombie collapsed with a thud, the venomous snake returned to Su Fei's side. Shock, silence, everything fell eerily quiet. Su Fei understood that this was the innate skill of the fish-scaled venomous snake, a lightning-fast strike. It was so swift that he had scarcely perceived it. Su Fei knew that had he been the target of such a skill, survival would be impossible. Even shadow substitution would be too late. Yet why had it come to his aid? Su Fei couldn't help but scrutinize the snake closely. It appeared to be in a state of heightened excitement. A saying, the truth of which Su Fei could not ascertain, suddenly surfaced in his mind. An animal born from an egg will regard the first creature it sees as kin. Su Fei had never known the veracity of this statement. Yet it seemed to provide the only explanation. If this were indeed the case, then with the sand rat and zombie king before him, he had no cause for fear. Therefore, Su Fei tentatively beckoned to the venomous snake, which swiftly transformed back into its smaller form and coiled in his palm. It continued to wiggle in his hand, and to confirm his suspicions, Su Fei commanded the little snake to perform a few actions. The snake complied obediently, affirming his hypothesis. This creature was indeed his companion. With its entire body a vibrant green, Su Fei mused, from now on, you shall be called Xiaoqing. The little snake landed on the ground. Appearing even more exhilarated, Su Fei squinted, fixing his gaze upon the zombie king and the sand rat. Chapter 21. Breaking the stalemate the moment to shatter the impasse was upon him. Su Fei would not let the sand rat and zombie king escape. They were akin to tigers, and releasing a tiger back to the mountains would surely result in future troubles. Moreover, they sought to devour him. How could Su Fei allow his enemies to flee? In this apocalypse, mercy only hastens one's demise. His current predicament was a direct consequence of his previous compassion. Had he decisively eliminated the third one back then, the zombies would never have entered. And if the zombies hadn't entered, the sand rat wouldn't have chosen this perilous moment to strike. Even if he managed to navigate the crisis, it was done with utmost caution. If any segment went awry, death was inevitable. Out of resentment towards the third, Su Fei was gradually growing and awakening to these realizations. He would no longer indulge in mercy, especially towards foes. The zombie king dared not move. Nor did the sand rat. They had already begun to waver, each hoping the other would take the lead. Whoever retreated first would inevitably trigger an onslaught from Su Fei and Xiaoqing, increasing their chances of escape. Thus, the situation appeared to maintain its previous standoff, the only distinction being that their prey had transformed into hunters, now controlling their fates. Su Fei glanced left and right. Estimating the distance to the zombie king and sand rat, he formulated a plan, intending first to eliminate the sand rat. He considered two reasons. First, the zombie king was surrounded by its horde, making a direct hit impossible. Second, if one were to flee, he would prefer to let the zombie king go, as it was not yet second tier and posed a lesser threat. However, Su Fei had no intention of launching a blatant attack on the sand rat. He aimed to strike decisively when it was least prepared. Therefore, his current strategy was to feint an attack. Amidst the tension in the air, Su Fei initiated his shadow assassination technique. Roar erupted from within the horde of zombies, and his shadow suddenly manifested among them, targeting the zombie king. This was the assassin's signature technique, absolute form. Simple yet direct, it targeted the zombie king's throat, the very weak point of all zombies. The assault commenced. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the shadow diverting the attention of the zombie king, Su Fei activated his speed, reaching the edge of the horde in the blink of an eye. There, he faced a zombie. With a swift motion, he struck down before it could even react, killing it instantly. As Su Fei dashed forward, Xiaoqing, in perfect sync with him, surged ahead with even greater speed. Not merely a lightning strike, but utilizing her other talent, Desert Storm. The extent of one's abilities is often determined by the innate qualities of life itself. For instance, the sand rat possesses only one talent, whereas Xiaoqing, despite not being second tier, boasts two talents, a reflection of their differing origins. After all, Xiaoqing is a being of an extraordinary race. Moreover, snakes naturally occupy the apex of the food chain. A sudden storm erupted from the zombie horde, creating a sense of instability, and in that moment of distraction for the zombie king, the shadow's blade was already poised at its throat, ready to pierce with a mere step. Su Fei was acutely aware that the shadow could not truly kill the zombie king. Its attack was only half as potent as his true self, akin to being marginally stronger than an ordinary person. An endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg in the face of a second-tier zombie king. Thus, he promptly recalled the shadow and activated shadow fusion. In an instant, his true self and the shadow overlapped, and Su Fei felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, elevating him to the brink of second tier. While the sand rat was busy digging its escape, Su Fei unleashed his fastest speed and the mightiest force of his life, leaping forward with his Tang Dao poised to strike. The sand rat, being a genuine second-tier creature, could swiftly extricate itself even while tunneling, but before it could revel in its escape, Shao Qing's attack was upon it. This was a lightning strike. Its most distinguishing features were speed, accuracy, and ferocity. There was no chance for evasion. The snake, by nature, was the nemesis of the rat, and how could it possibly evade Shao Qing's lethal blow? After struggling briefly, it fell silent in less than a minute. This second-tier sand rat had been slain. As Su Fei dismissed the shadow fusion skill, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. With Shao Qing by his side, he settled onto the ground to recover his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Shao Qing began to consume the sand rat, all under the watchful eyes of the surrounding zombies. They roared in fury but did not advance. Su Fei squinted at the zombie king, which had retreated to the entrance. He felt no urgency. Even if it fled, where could it escape to? Once he regained his spiritual energy, it would be time for a massacre. He decided to ignore it, allowing its retreat. However, even though Su Fei had resolved to let it escape, the zombie king dared not flee, for Shao Qing, having finished the sand rat, now turned her gaze upon it, seemingly preparing to attack. In that moment, the zombie king made a fateful decision, opting to sacrifice all its minions to ensure its own escape. With a roar, the zombie king issued its first command to the horde. This roar triggered a tide of corpses, echoing throughout the corridor as the remaining zombies surged towards Su Fei. Simultaneously, more zombies continued to pour in from behind. Su Fei struggled to his feet, suppressing his weakness, when Shao Qing was once again provoked by the zombie king's actions. She unleashed Desert Storm once more, this time with an even greater radius due to her recent consumption of the second-tier sand rat. Although she had not evolved to second tier, her innate skills had become even more formidable. Yet, Desert Storm primarily served as a crowd control technique, designed not for killing, but for creating instability and reducing defenses. It could be considered a somewhat lackluster talent. Nevertheless, Su Fei viewed this seemingly mediocre ability as a brilliant means of support. What once required 2 strikes now became 1, effectively doubling their efficiency. With each new wave of zombies, Shao Qing would unleash her skill while Su Fei delivered the finishing blows. The thrill of the kills was exhilarating. Most importantly, his merit points were accumulating rapidly. After an undetermined number of waves, Su Fei noticed that the zombies entering had dwindled significantly, and indeed, the last wave consisted of merely 3 zombies, with the area behind them empty. Su Fei suddenly felt discontented. Was the zombie king truly so stingy? He decided against allowing Shao Qing to unleash her skills again, instead charging forward with his knife, dispatching each zombie with a swift strike. He now felt genuinely fatigued. After a brief rest, he intended to leave this place with Shao Qing, planning to check the second floor and search for that paper card. Today's gains had exceeded all expectations. Chapter 22. Return after searching for a considerable time on the second floor without success. Su Fei's frustration began to mount. Leading Shao Qing, he boldly exited through the front door. He felt that since his spiritual energy had already been restored, it was time to confront the zombie king and slay a few more zombies to alleviate his irritation. However, upon peering into the garden from the entrance, he found it eerily empty. He could hardly believe that he had slain every zombie. The numbers simply did not add up. Presumably, the zombie king had led the surviving zombies into hiding. Su Fei cursed under his breath, calling it a coward, and circled around the perimeter with Shao Qing. Throughout this time, he remained oblivious to the pairs of eyes watching him from the opposite side of the park. Su Fei, how's it going over there? I've just come out and am currently slaying zombies at the base of the building. Su Fei responded to Wu Qian while dispatching a zombie with his knife. What? That's too dangerous. You should come back. We'll talk in the morning, Wu Qian exclaimed in alarm. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. I'm already at the front door, Su Fei reassured her. After hanging up the intercom, He remembered that the front door had been barricaded by Wu Qian and the others, prompting him to take a detour to enter through the window. And of course, despite the abundance of zombies here, they posed little obstacle to Su Fei and Xiao Qing's combined efforts. In a short span, they had already dispatched a third of the horde. Their efficiency was impressive, largely thanks to Xiao Qing's Desert Storm. Once they reached the upper floors, Xiao Qing quickly ascended in the attic. Liang Hao and Wang Ziming were tinkering with handguns. They both attended the same school, with Wang Ziming being a grade above Liang Hao. Due to their shared background in the urban village, they were acquainted. Meanwhile, Wu Qian was roasting meat nearby. After an anxious afternoon, they had little appetite for food, fearing something would happen to Su Fei. Thus, only after receiving a message confirming Su Fei's safety could they finally relax. Sister Qian, you just said the boss is downstairs slaying zombies? Liang Hao asked. Yes, that's what he said. Is he out of his mind doing that at this hour? Wu Qian scolded lightly. Should I go down and help the boss? Liang Hao asked, his eyes glinting with excitement. Forget it. I can't let you go down there. If you do, I'll just worry about you. Sister Qian, I promise I won't act recklessly. I'll get the boss and return immediately. Liang Hao vowed earnestly. Absolutely not. Wu Qian glared, causing Liang Hao to quickly fall silent. Had Su Fei witnessed this scene, he would have been taken aback to see Liang Hao actually afraid of Wu Qian. In truth, it wasn't fear but rather respect. After all, they were a team, a family, and someone had to keep him in check. Liang Hao truly felt a sense of belonging, a warm companionship in this apocalyptic world. Wu Qian sighed, shaking her head. She had never felt as exhausted as she did today. Liang Hao's audacity compelled her to keep a constant watch over him. And she was also wary of Wang Ziming, fearing Liang Hao might lead him astray as well. She turned her gaze away. Just as she lowered her head, she abruptly lifted it again, noticing something at the door. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a snake, sending a wave of panic through her. Liang Hao, stop messing around and come here, Wu Qian shouted, for even if this snake were not a mutated creature, the presence of any snake was terrifying enough. Liang Hao hurriedly approached with his gun. Having experienced slightly more than Wang Ziming, his reflexes and alertness were sharper. Upon seeing the snake, he exclaimed, "It's a snake! It's a snake!" Wang Ziming, unable to cope with the shock, collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, the door swung open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. It was Su Fei. As he entered, he turned to Xiao Qing and said, "Xiao Qing, don't scare them. Su Fei boss, brother Su Fei." They called out in unison. But within moments, Wu Qian realized what was happening. Su Fei was bringing the snake over to them. With a smile, he looked at Wu Qian and said, "This is Xiao Qing, an extraordinary snake." Initially taken aback, they soon breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the obedient green snake coiled beside Su Fei. "Boss, you're incredible. You even tamed an extraordinary snake. You're more formidable than Fa Hai," Liang Hao exclaimed, crouching down to observe Xiao Qing. Su Fei rolled his eyes, questioning whether he could truly be compared to Fa Hai. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "All good. That second-tier sand rat was also taken down by me and Xiao Qing," Su Fei replied nonchalantly. "Not injured, I hope?" "No, we also took out a horde of zombies in the process." "What?" Wu Qian gasped in surprise. Su Fei smiled faintly but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Liang Hao began to ask questions. "Boss, are you saying that this snake, Xiao Qing, is also quite formidable?" "Of course," came the reply. "Xiao Qing is an otherworldly being. Although it is not a second-tier entity, it is hardly inferior to one, especially considering its innate skills. Even a level 2 sand rat was instantly killed by it. So, can I take Xiao Qing out for some excitement tomorrow?" Liang Hao inquired. "Absolutely. Starting tomorrow, the 4 of us will operate in groups. You and your sister Qian will take Xiao Qing, while I will partner with Wang Ziming. But boss, we might not be able to handle it. With guns, we don't have many bullets." Liang Hao protested. Wu Qian remained silent, aware that with Xiao Qing by their side, her and Liang Hao's safety would no longer be a concern, yet she felt as if she were merely coasting along. "No worries, I will make you both evolve tonight, precisely to fulfill your wishes," Su Fei assured them. His confidence stemmed from a recent glance at the new card generated after the sacrificial fusion. It was still a heart, and even the value was not as good as before, specifically, the 8 of Hearts. However, upon further inspection, it featured a new function for redeeming rewards within a 5-hour time limit. It was still a disc with 10 rewards. 5 were first-tier evolution stones, 2 were pestilence evading scrolls, and there was also a blade whip and a Juchi gun. Su Fei had already redeemed the rewards, as his merit points were abundant, and now these items lay in his special package. Yet, Su Fei felt a twinge of regret that once he redeemed these 10 rewards, the time-limited redemption function would vanish. "Boss, are you saying I can sweep through the levels like you now?" Liang Hao queried. "Indeed," Su Fei replied, but then recalled Liang Hao's impulsive nature and quickly turned to Wu Qian, saying, "Keep a close eye on him tomorrow. Don't let him act recklessly." Wu Qian nodded with a wry smile, wondering just how wild Liang Hao would become as a first-tier evolved being. The thought of her own impending evolution filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming had remained silent throughout, contemplating before stating, "Su Fei, I want to bind with you too." Chapter 23. A story. Su Fei chuckled softly, not saying much more, and with a thought, he handed a second-tier crystal stone to Wang Ziming. This was also a precautionary measure, as he had learned from the incident with the third member that in the apocalypse, there are many things that one may not wish to do. Yet Must.it was not only about being responsible for oneself, but also for one's companions. He had no desire to foster an ingrate, especially in such uncertain times. Wang Ziming hesitated not at all in binding the crystal stone. "A mark of loyalty." "Su Fei, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Wu Qian asked. "I did eat, but I seem to be feeling a bit hungry again." Su Fei replied with a smile, "Boss, I think we should celebrate today. Why don't you bring out some red wine for us?" Liang Hao suggested. Su Fei pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had not only escaped death, but also gained an extraordinary companion in the otherworldly snake. Along with numerous rewards, if one were to encapsulate the day's dramatic ups and downs, the only fitting phrase would be that fortune and misfortune coexist. Up until now, they had finally managed to establish a foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. "Yes, I also believe we should celebrate," Su Fei said with a grin. "I agree." Wu Qian chimed in, her happiness evident. With that, everyone gathered around the campfire, feasting on meat and drinking wine. At that moment, Su Fei was suddenly overcome with a sense of melancholy and finality. While everyone laughed, they were reluctant to dwell on the despairing reality of the apocalypse. "Are you still thinking of her?" "Well, after so many years of feelings, how can one easily let go?" Su Fei replied with a bitter smile, perhaps emboldened by the wine to speak his heart. "If you miss her so much, why didn't you try to keep her?" "I did try, but she chose another man," Su Fei stated, taking a sip of wine. "Why? That man is wealthy." He chuckled. "No, Lu Siyu was never that kind of person." Su Fei suddenly fell silent, reflecting on the past. Indeed, if she truly valued wealth, she would never have been with him. Another detail struck him. When they broke up, her eyes were filled with reluctance, and a person driven by greed would not exhibit such emotions. As Su Fei mulled this over, Wu Qian continued to speak. "I remember during our college days, Lu Siyu once told us a story." "What story?" Su Fei quickly inquired. "She said there was a man who failed in his business and lost everything, and at that moment, his wife chose to leave him. Under this double blow, he turned to alcohol to numb himself." Su Fei froze, gazing intently at Wu Qian, who was now staring at the flames, holding the bottle. Liang Hao and Wang Ziming were already drunk, having retreated to their tents, while Shao Qing lay languidly nearby. Only Su Fei and Wu Qian remained. Later, by chance, the man received an opportunity, an invitation from a company in an effort to forget the past. He decided to work there. Due to his exceptional performance, within 2 years, he had risen to the position of vice president. Wu Qian glanced at Su Fei with a smile, though she hadn't taken a sip of her drink. And then, probably about a year later, he married a young and beautiful girl from the company. Their marriage was blissful, and the girl was quite virtuous, yet the man occasionally thought of his betrayed ex-wife. Until one day, he encountered his ex-wife at the company entrance with his current wife. Su Fei's heart tightened unexpectedly. He imagined himself flaunting his wife's hand before his ex, only for her to suddenly call out "President." Before he could reach her, he felt a wave of irony wash over him. His wife entered first, leaving him standing at the entrance with his ex, who then explained the reason for her departure. It was better for them to live well apart than to cling to a dead relationship. After saying this, she walked away, leaving the man feeling a profound sadness. It turned out his wife had left him precisely so he could live well and start anew. Wu Qian paused, leaving the story unfinished. Su Fei, anxious, pressed. What happened next? There is no next, for many things, when looking back after years, are already vastly changed. Su Fei fell silent, seemingly grasping the essence of the story, yet not entirely. Was Lu Siyu akin to the man's ex-wife? He took a hearty swig of his drink, fearful to delve deeper into his thoughts. It was unclear when they all regained consciousness, but the sky still hadn't fully brightened. Perhaps it was the anxiety of the apocalypse that prevented those who survived from sleeping soundly. Even in a state of inebriation. Boss, didn't you say last night that we would evolve to the first tier? Liang Hao inquired. That I did say that, but you were drunk last night. Look at your sister Wu Qian. She has already evolved to the first tier. Huh? Liang Hao was bewildered. Had he missed something? Don't worry, your brother will make you an evolved being, Wu Qian reassured him. When? Liang Hao quickly asked, eager to practice. Now, Su Fei declared, and after saying this, he produced 2 first-tier evolution stones, handing one each to Liang Hao and Wang Ziming. For Wang Ziming, Su Fei also offered a pestilence-evading scroll. The two of them joyfully set about their first-tier evolution, which required some time. Su Fei thought for a moment and then took out the blade whip. The blade whip added a critical hit effect to each attack, was retractable and bindable, and boosted attack power by 20%. After briefly assessing its attributes, he handed it to Wu Qian, knowing she had coveted the bone whip. However, as he had used the card for sacrifice, that whip had vanished, so he could only offer this blade whip to fulfill her desires. Moreover, this whip came with additional attributes, far superior to that bone whip, making it an ideal weapon for Wu Qian. Wu Qian eagerly accepted the whip, binding it without a second glance. The weapon suited her perfectly, and she called for Xiao Qing to test her new weapon on the second floor. Su Fei then looked over at Liang Hao and Wang Ziming, who were in the midst of their evolution. Liang Hao already had weapons. He possessed the 2 guns, and Su Fei sensed Liang Hao's fondness for firearms, so he decided to let him keep them. That left Wang Ziming without a weapon. It wouldn't do for him to be running around with the Juqi gun in hand, would it? Such efforts are excessively laborious and undeniably perilous. After all, the Ju is designed for ranged assaults. After pondering for a moment, I resolved to draw another card, retrieving the deck once more to activate the lottery feature. Chapter 24. Capitalizing on his kindness currently, he possessed over 900 merit points. Remnants of the time-limited rewards he had exchanged. Naturally, exchanging was not the same as drawing lots, as it was considerably more costly. Although he had wrestled with the decision of whether to draw a profession or redeem rewards the previous night, he ultimately opted for the latter, knowing that such opportunities are fleeting. Upon inspecting the rewards, he found them remarkably similar to those on the 6 of Hearts. As he perused each option, he came upon the last square, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any discernible item, resembling mere filth. At that moment, Wu Qian and Xiao Qing returned, with Xiao Qing immediately gravitating towards Su Fei, while Wu Qian wore a satisfied expression. Impressive. I could even crack the wall. Just as well, Su Fei replied nonchalantly, his attention still riveted on the rewards. What are you contemplating? Wu Qian inquired, noticing Su Fei's aloof demeanor, and followed his gaze. Come and have a look at this. I can't see anything. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Wu Qian curiously peered at the rewards, but like Su Fei, she was left baffled after a few moments. Realizing they were merely overthinking the situation. If we want to find out what it is, why not draw it? She boldly exclaimed, pulling Su Fei aside. I'm as confused as you, so let me draw it. Su Fei was momentarily speechless, and before he could react, Wu Qian initiated the lottery. First attempt. No reward, unsuccessful. Second attempt. No reward, unsuccessful. Third attempt. No reward, unsuccessful. Su Fei's heart raced. In the blink of an eye, 300 merit points had vanished, yet he couldn't intervene. Wu Qian was undeterred by his distress and activated a 4th attempt. His heart was in his throat. If Wu Qian failed again, he would have to intervene. He couldn't allow this spendthrift woman to squander all 900 merit points. Just as anxiety gripped him, the pointer glided past the no-reward zone, finally stopping at a bag of ammunition. Wu Qian promptly tossed the bag of bullets to Su Fei, and just as he prepared to protest, she initiated the fifth draw point 20 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition, with penetration effects. Su Fei assessed the attributes and deemed it a formidable weapon. Suppressing his excitement, however, upon glancing up, he saw Wu Qian once more come away empty-handed on her fifth attempt. But Wu Qian's speed surpassed his ability to stop her. Before he could utter a word, she pressed the button again. "Can we not toy with this any longer?" he implored. "That I refuse to believe we cannot draw this item," Wu Qian exclaimed fervently, as her voice echoed. The pointer obediently landed on the desired reward. "Did you see that? We drew it." Wu Qian joyfully extended the object to him. Su Fei nearly choked. Was this the power of belief? Yet, his own conviction was equally strong. So why was he unable to draw anything worthwhile? Filthy Mist, a weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities. It reduces damage by 20% when used as armor and transforms into 2 daggers when wielded, inflicting filth and defense-reducing effects. It also grants an additional 20% attack power. Su Fei was nearly propelled from his seat. A weapon with dual capabilities was indeed a rarity, and the Filthy Mist boasted commendable attributes and overall power. Thus, it was perfectly suited as Wang Ziming's weapon. In his elation, Wu Qian had squandered all 900 merit points. She acquired a piece of mail armor, a reinforcement stone, and a repeating crossbow. Wu Qian continued to murmur about her extraordinary luck, while Su Fei rolled his eyes. Not even drawing a plague-warding scroll or an evolution star could be considered fortunate. After giving the repeating crossbow to Wu Qian and storing the reinforcement stone, he awaited the awakening of Liang Hao and Wang Ziming. After approximately half an hour, they finally stirred that Su Fei first handed the armor-piercing ammunition and mail armor to Liang Hao, then presented the Filthy Mist to Wang Ziming. Once both had familiarized themselves with their respective weapons, they prepared to split up for their missions. It must be noted that upon utilizing the Filthy Mist, Wang Ziming was instantly enveloped in a shroud of black fog, rendering his features indistinguishable, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, which was quite fitting for the weapon's name. In stark contrast, Liang Hao, armed with dual pistols, exuded an aura of righteousness. Were it not for the youthful innocence still present in his face, he would indeed resemble a seasoned Special Forces operative. As per their discussion the previous night, they intended to operate in groups. However, at this juncture, everyone proposed a different approach. Each would tackle their respective challenges independently. Su Fei found this logic sound, recognizing that each individual needed to prove their mettle. With Xiaoqing nearby, she could promptly provide support if needed. The 4 of them, fully equipped, descended the stairs, their mission for the day being to eradicate all zombies in the urban village. Su Fei and Xiaoqing did not engage directly but observed as the trio selected their respective areas to eliminate the undead. Whip strikes, gunfire, vile stabs, and the occasional dust storm conjured by Xiaoqing caused the zombies below to fall, one after another. Su Fei refrained from directly participating in the cleansing of the zombies, instead providing assistance from the sidelines. Perhaps due to their recent evolution, their bodies remained unfamiliar to them. During the first hour, crises arose frequently, but Su Fei intervened in a timely manner. Once they acclimated, no further threats emerged. Amidst the bloody struggle, they grew increasingly ruthless, adapting to this apocalyptic reality. Survival of the fittest. The strong shall prevail. In a building across from the urban village garden, 5 individuals had gathered, one of whom was the infamous Lao San, Magu. "What do you plan to do about the 20 or so individuals locked in the back room?" inquired a subordinate with bleached hair. The man known as Magu bore a scar across his face, and his expression seemed to writhe as if a caterpillar were crawling upon it. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lao San and asked, "Are you suggesting that the lad from last night single-handedly exterminated the zombies in the park below?" "Magu, I did lure the zombies into the building, but you saw for yourself. He strolled out without a care." Lao San replied with resignation. At that moment, they heard sounds of combat emanating from the park and hurried to peer below. "Look, it's him!" Lao San glared venomously at Su Fei, who stood at the entrance. "Magu, I have a plan." Another subordinate piped up. "Speak. Wasn't that kid trying to rescue Lao San's wife yesterday? I believe we can exploit his kindness." Chapter 25. First, Show your sincerity. Su Fei was already aware that someone was watching him from the opposite building. Thanks in part to Shao Qing, the snake's perception of its surroundings far surpassed that of humans, especially since it was a first-tier alien creature. Perhaps it was a bond of understanding between master and pet. For under Shao Qing's alertness, Su Fei also noticed those pairs of eyes, one of which he recognized all too well. It was Lao San, Wang Ziming's father, the man who had nearly cost him his life. How could Su Fei possibly spare him? With a cold smirk, Su Fei chose not to linger on them any longer. To him, there was no need for him to intervene. Shao Qing could eliminate them effortlessly. He was merely biding his time to see what tricks they had up their sleeves, aiming to eradicate any future threats. The zombies in the park were merely scattered remnants, having emerged from hiding after the Zombie King retreated. As the trio gained experience, they effectively showcased their prowess as first-tier evolved beings, and with the aid of their weapons, they swiftly cleared the area. Boss, being a first-tier evolved being is exhilarating. I haven't even had my fill of combat yet. Shall we venture outside to engage in battle? Liang Hao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wu Qin chuckled from the side. Su Fei, you wouldn't dare agree to him. If we truly venture outside, who knows how wild things might get? Being a girl, fear and trepidation were instinctive. She had always dreaded becoming a burden. However, after this morning, she felt capable of challenging herself and conquering these detestable zombies, allowing her to genuinely laugh and set her worries aside. Wang Ziming nodded in agreement, finding Wu Qin's words reasonable. Boss, are we going or not? I can hardly contain my eagerness. Liang Hao pressed urgently. Su Fei scanned the trio, recognizing their transformation throughout the morning. However, it was now midday, and he had matters to attend to. The outside world was markedly different, fraught with greater dangers. He needed to lead the team to ensure their safety. Today's activities conclude here. Wu Qian and Wang Ziming will take Shao Qing back, while Liang Hao, you will accompany me to handle some affairs, Su Fei instructed, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Qian. Wu Qian blinked, refraining from further inquiry, simply reminding him to be cautious as she departed with Shao Qing and Wang Ziming. Once they had left, Liang Hao approached and asked, Boss, are we not allowing Wang Ziming to participate? Su Fei nodded and said, It's his father. I don't want Wang Ziming to feel heartbroken. Therefore, do not mention this matter to him. Liang Hao understood and nodded in agreement as he and Su Fei walked towards the building across the garden. Seeking a bold and unrestrained approach, Su Fei was well aware of which floor they were on, so without hesitation, he ascended directly, bypassing the need to knock, and swung his Tang Dao at the door with intent. The reinforced Tang Dao was even sharper, and a mere door could hardly withstand it. As the door splintered open, Su Fei beheld the figure of Lao San standing in the center of the room, brandishing a kitchen knife. Beside him were three individuals bound and helpless, and Lao San was poised to strike at them with the knife. Stop! Su Fei commanded immediately. Upon recognizing Su Fei, Lao San indeed halted. Yet his eyes betrayed a mocking glint. What is this? An overflow of compassion? Do you wish to save them? Lao San taunted, but scarcely had he finished speaking when his expression twisted with malice. Declaring, I refuse to let you save them, gripping the kitchen knife tightly, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. It was Liang Hao, in a moment of crisis, who had shot at Lao San's hand. Striking true, the knife flew from Lao San's grip, embedding itself mere millimeters from the three captives. You truly are a scoundrel, Liang Hao exclaimed in fury. His disdain for Lao San had been kindled by Wang Ziming's previous criticisms, and now witnessing Lao San's murderous intent ignited his rage. Lao San cried out in pain, rolling on the floor. Su Fei paid him no mind, instructing Liang how to keep a close watch on him before approaching the three bound individuals. Help us, please. The three trembled, whether from fear or shock, it was unclear, but they quivered uncontrollably. Su Fei, with a sympathetic expression, used the Tang Dao to sever their bindings. After they expressed their gratitude, Su Fei turned his gaze back to Lao San. No one noticed the fleeting cold smirk that appeared at the corner of Su Fei's mouth. Liang Hao, already aiming his gun at Lao San, shifted his focus to the corner as Lao San rolled away. In an inadvertent glance, he caught sight of the three individuals, recently rescued by the elder brother, who were now picking up the ropes. Elder brother, be careful. Before Liang Hao could utter the warning, the ropes had already snaked around Su Fei's neck. Liang Hao's gun swung around, but in that fleeting moment, he felt a presence behind him. Just as Liang Hao turned, he was struck to the ground, his gun slipping from his grasp. "Elder brother!" Liang Hao cried out in agony, witnessing Su Fei bound and disarmed. Laughter echoed through the room. The assailant lurking at Liang Hao's doorway was none other than the scarred Ma Shuo. "Brother Ma, I told you my plan would work flawlessly." A younger accomplice chimed, grinning with pride. "Indeed, Wang Yu is a brilliant psychology student. He possesses considerable skills," Ma Shuo replied, not even glancing at the writhing Lao San, as he approached Su Fei.as for Liang Hao. He posed no threat, especially since others had already trained their weapons on him. "How does it feel to be at a disadvantage?" Ma Shuo inquired, his gaze fixed on Su Fei. "Who are you?" Su Fei responded directly. "Me? Ah, I neglected to introduce myself to our hero. I am Ma Shuo, just released from prison. These gentlemen are my brothers. What do you want?" Su Fei asked bluntly. "A wise man knows how to converse with another wise man. Thus, I shall be direct. I desire powerful methods and everything you possess. Is that so? But why do you think I would divulge such information to you?" Su Fei retorted with a cold laugh. "If you tell me, I will immediately release you and your brothers. I guarantee I will never trouble you again. But why should I trust you?" Ma Shuo hesitated, his expression darkening as he pondered for several moments before asking, "What would convince you to trust me? Then you must first demonstrate sincerity, Kill Lao San. I know you are not affiliated with him." Chapter 26. The Girl Trapped with Zombies. "Brother Ma, do not heed this boy. He is attempting to sow discord among us. He is quite stubborn. Even if you were to kill me, he would assuredly not divulge anything to you." Lao San groaned through his pain. He truly feared Ma Shuo would take his life. Su Fei was acutely aware that Ma Shuo was a man who killed without hesitation, turning on allies without remorse. Just as he currently suffered, Ma Shuo cast him aside without a second glance, likely regarding him as less valuable than a mere dog. Yet he had no choice but to rely on Ma Shuo. Ma Shuo hesitated, not due to any significant regard for Lao San, but rather contemplating whether Su Fei was playing him or genuinely possessed information he sought. Such individuals could not abide being manipulated. "Are you serious?" Ma Shuo questioned, and Lao San's heart sank. "And are your words genuine?" Lao San had made a valid point. In this apocalyptic world, every individual acted out of self-interest. Therefore, if I divulged what you wished to know, you would undoubtedly ensure I could never leave. Ma Shuo paused, contemplating whether he had revealed any flaw. However, he soon chuckled, for even if Su Fei remained silent, he had means to uncover the truth. Wang Yu was a hypnotist, and under hypnosis, no one could lie. "I simply do not wish for complications. It appears you are a tough nut to crack, so I have no other options," Ma Shuo declared, turning his back. He signaled Wang Yu to approach. Su Fei finally shook his head, stating, "In truth, I also wish to avoid complications," and Ma Shuo halted, abruptly turning around. "Do you not wish to know why I came here directly?" "Why?" "Because," yet before Su Fei could finish his thought, an unforeseen event transpired. A shadow suddenly appeared behind Ma Shuo, darting toward him at blinding speed. It was Su Fei's shadow kill, and simultaneously, Liang Hao sprang into action. With the strength and speed of a first-tier evolved being, ordinary individuals stood no chance against him. In an instant, he seized back his weapon, and the individual beside him was executed with a shot to the head. "Do not move," Liang Hao commanded, pointing his gun at the others. They had witnessed Liang Hao's ruthlessness and were understandably apprehensive. As for Ma Shuo, upon sensing someone behind him, he had already contemplated evasion. However, he was unprepared for the pain that suddenly shot through his shoulder. Looking down, he saw his entire arm, shattered. "No, this cannot be. I am, indeed, human." As Su Fei activated Shadow Substitute, he switched places with the shadow, instantly freeing himself from his bindings. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the spectacle. Even Liang Hao wore a similar expression. It was no wonder, as this was his first encounter with Su Fei employing this skill. "Elder brother, what was that move? It's astonishing," Liang Hao exclaimed in shock. Su Fei waved his hand, retrieving his Tang Dao and pointing the blade at Ma Shuo. "You? What will you do?" Su Fei asked with a cold smile. You knew from the beginning this was a trap, didn't you? The reason you willingly allowed us to be bound was to lure all those lurking in the shadows into your net. Ma Shua gazed at Su Fei in terror, realizing he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. The intricacy of Su Fei's thoughts was unfathomable. Indeed, I will leave no loose ends, Su Fei declared. What do you intend to do? Ma Shua retreated in fear. I already stated it. I will not let you go. Su Fei replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. In an instant, Su Fei's gaze turned icy, and in the constricted pupils of Ma Shua, Su Fei's blade descended, ending Ma Shua's life in an instant. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. If you do not provoke others, they shall still come to menace you, without reason. Only the law of the jungle die in that room. Only the psychology student Wang Yu. The medical student Li Jie and Lao San remained alive. In their eyes, Su Fei was far more ruthless than their leader Ma Shua, and Liang Hao, standing nearby with his gun trained on them, displayed no signs of fear after taking a life. Elder brother, what shall we do with them? Liang Hao inquired. The three were utterly terrified, pleading with Su Fei, fearful that a nod from him would seal their fate. Seeing Su Fei remain indifferent, they could only temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. Su Fei certainly would not spare these three individuals, but he had questions for them, and there was no urgency to hasten their demise. Moreover, he thought he had heard some commotion from the bedroom. He called Liang Hao to bring the three closer. Su Fei promptly kicked Wang Yu, who was nearest to him, to the ground, demanding, Speak. What is in those rooms? Hurry up, Liang Hao barked, gun still raised. Wang Yu trembled as he rose from the ground, stuttering. One room contains food and weapons. Another holds over 20 people, and the last room is my experiment. Su Fei directly seized Wang Yu and led him towards a bedroom, with Liang Hao following closely behind, gun in hand, escorting Lao San and Li Jie. Upon reaching the door, Su Fei commanded him to open it, and when he deemed him slow, he delivered a swift kick from behind. Wang Yu, unable to withstand such force, stumbled inside. Su Fei paid him no mind and glanced into the room, which was indeed the place Wang Yu had described as storing food and weapons. The weapons primarily consisted of steel pipes, along with 2 guns and numerous bags of ammunition. The food was even more abundant, with rice, flour, and oil piled at the back, along with a refrigerator. Su Fei suspected this was originally a grain and oil shop. He hastily stowed all the weapons and the contents of the refrigerator into his pack, attempting to shove as much rice, flour, and oil into his bag as possible. However, the sheer volume of goods proved overwhelming, and he had to abandon the effort, deciding to deal with the matter at hand first. Noticing Su Fei exiting, Liang Hao proceeded to drag the 3 of them to another bedroom. Upon entering, Su Fei first spotted a cage containing a zombie, and in a corner, a girl was locked up, her face pressed against the wall, clearly unconscious. Su Fei gestured for Wang Yu to come over. Is this the experiment you spoke of? Su Fei inquired. Yes, this is to test the physical strength of zombies in a frenzied state. The girl is meant to provoke the zombie, and Wang Yu began to elaborate. But Su Fei interrupted him with a sharp slap. Such madness was indeed a fitting end for these individuals. Rushing to the girl's side, he turned her head to inspect her face and froze. He recognized her, Suya, the younger sister of Lu Siyu. Chapter 27. To live or to die. Seeing the blood on Suya, Su Fei's anger ignited. Regardless of what had transpired between him and Lu Siyu, Suya had always been on good terms with him. In that instant, he drew his tang knife and severed the chains binding Su Y as he lifted her out of the room. He kicked Wang Yu to the ground. Seeking death, Liang Hao cursed, raising his gun to execute him. Liang Hao, do not take action. Such a death would be too merciful, Su Fei stated as he laid Suya on a bed outside. Liang Hao lowered his firearm and delivered a punch to Wang Yu, with both Li Jie and Lao San trembling in fear, fully aware of Su Fei's earlier words. There were fates worse than death. A thought too horrifying to contemplate. Su Fei, incensed by Lao San and Li Jie's cowardice, kicked each of them into a corner. Boss, Wang Yu began to plead for mercy, only to be met with another punch from Liang Hao, who angrily retorted, Who do you think you are to call my boss? Before Wang Yu could recover, Liang Hao seized him and threw him before Su Fei. Wang Yu trembled uncontrollably, slowly raising his gaze to meet Su Fei's. Having just given Suya water, Su Fei abruptly pulled Wang Yu up and demanded, "Explain the injuries on her." Wang Yu stammered in fear, swallowing hard, but Su Fei swiftly slapped him again. "Speak quickly." "She was cut on the arm by Ma Gu." "No, Ma Shua." This was meant to agitate the zombies, Wang Yu said, suppressing his terror. "How long ago?" "Since this morning. They brought her back at dawn." Su Fei released his grip, and Wang Yu collapsed to the floor, his pants already soaked. He had wet himself in fright. After checking Su Ya's injuries and confirming they were not life-threatening, he turned his attention back to Wang Yu. "Do you enjoy conducting experiments?" Su Fei asked. No. It was Ma Shua who forced me to do this." Wang Yu hastily shifted the blame. Su Fei sneered. Wang Yu was clearly a traitor, but he had no intention of killing him. Firstly, personnel for experiments were exceedingly rare, and secondly, he would not let him die so easily. "Get up," Su Fei commanded, delivering a harsh kick. Though in pain, Wang Yu dared not disobey, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Two choices. "Do you wish to live or die?" Su Fei asked coldly. "Live, boss. I want to live." Wang Yu stammered. "Good. Then you will take Lao San to that bedroom using the same method. Furthermore, you will personally release that zombie for me, boss." That. Wang Yu's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Locking Lao San in there was one thing, but releasing the zombie was undeniably a path to his own demise. "This is your only chance at survival. Either you bring Lao San in, and Li Jie dies while you live, or Li Jie brings Lao San in, and you die while he lives," Su Fei declared, handing the tang knife to Wang Yu. "Boss, spare me. I promise I won't do it again." Lao San pleaded, crawling towards Su Fei. Li Jie, recognizing the opportunity for survival, rushed over, kneeling and exclaiming, I am willing. I am willing." Su Fei, annoyed by their desperation, kicked them both a meter away. "Why time is limited. Have you made your choice? Otherwise, let Li Jie take over," Su Fei said calmly. Wang Yu dared not hesitate any longer, trembling as he accepted the tang knife. Su Fei sat beside Suya, intently watching the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Wang Yu approach him, Lao San was on the verge of despair. Clinging to the last vestige of hope for escape, he bolted toward the door. Liang Hao, of course, would not allow such an escape. Swiftly shooting Lao San in the leg, Wang Yu hastened to grab him, dragging him into the room where Suya was confined. "Don't! Help! Help!" Lao San screamed desperately, but no one paid him any heed. "Liang Hao, close the bedroom door," Su Fei commanded irritably. Once Liang Hao shut the door, the noise subsided. Li Jie, still trembling in fear, was pointed at by Su Fei, who commanded him to crawl over with all his might. He dared not run. Doing so would surely lead to his fate mirroring that of Lao San. Seeing Su Fei silent, Li Jie pleaded, "Boss, I can conduct experiments too. I also know psychological hypnosis, which could be beneficial to you. Please, let me go." "There must be a token of loyalty," Su Fei replied coolly. "Whatever you desire, as long as I can provide it, I will," Li Jie quickly assured. "First, go and unlock the last door for me," Su Fei instructed, having almost forgotten that over 20 individuals were still confined within. Li Jie sprinted to open the door without a moment's hesitation. Su Fei could only catch a glimpse of the situation inside, and upon doing so, his anger flared anew. On the bed lay 5 or 6 girls in the nude, surrounded by numerous naked men. Furious, Su Fei stormed to the door, all eyes turning towards him. "Boss, this," Li Jie began, only to endure another kick from Su Fei. "Come here and explain what is happening," Su Fei demanded angrily. "Boss, it was Ma Shua who ordered them to do this. They could be spared if they could ravage these girls to death," Li Jie explained. Su Fei scoffed, pointing at the men and saying, "You have over 20 of you, yet you lack the courage to fight. You can only prey on defenseless girls. They are already dead. We've done what you asked, so will you let us go?" A leader among them attempted to plead. Su Fei disdainfully glanced at them, retrieving 2 guns from his pack and handing them to Li Jie. "I do not wish to see these scum any longer. Eliminate them all." In an instant, gunfire erupted, and Su Fei gently closed the door, allowing them to join the deceased girls in death. He could not comprehend how the apocalypse had transformed humanity in such a manner. "Boss?" Liang Hao approached. "You witnessed the scene earlier. Do you think I acted correctly? Indeed, they deserved death in order to survive. They dared not defy the strong, yet preyed upon the weak. It appears the apocalypse has indeed changed you significantly. Su Fei remarked, patting Liang Hao on the shoulder. Liang Hao scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. After a brief pause, the sounds from both bedrooms ceased, and the first to emerge was Li Jie, who was somewhat unsteady on his legs from his first experience of killing. Su Fei said nothing further, collecting his firearm before motioning for him to stand aside. He exchanged glances with Liang Hao, signaling him to enter and deal with the zombie while also retrieving Wang Yu. Understanding the cue, Liang Hao kicked the door open, firing 2 shots that felled the zombie within. Lying beside the zombie was none other than Wang Yu, who had begun to transform into one himself. Chapter 28. The cry of an infant. Wang Yu retained a flicker of consciousness, yet no one could fathom the depths of his terror. Am I truly on the verge of becoming a zombie? He thought despondently, managing a bitter smile. It felt as if even the act of smiling had become an unattainable luxury, with this method of death being utterly cruel compared to a swift execution. Summoning every ounce of strength, he strained to open his eyelids, wishing to bid farewell to the world one last time. The feeling of being alive was truly wonderful. Wang Yu longed to articulate these words. Yet he found himself utterly unable to command his own body. In his hazy perception, he caught sight of Su Fei's imposing visage, teetering on the brink of death. Strangely, this face appeared exceptionally familiar and endearing. Perhaps it was the only person he would see before departing this world. With this moment frozen in time, Wang Yu slowly closed his eyelids. What Wang Yu had just witnessed was, of course, Su Fei employing an epidemic warding scroll. In this apocalyptic realm, there existed no compassion or pity. All judgments hinged upon the value one could provide. This was fundamentally why Su Fei chose to retain Wang Yu and Li Jie, one a stellar medical student, the other a brilliant psychology major, both of whom were invaluable technical talents with potential for development, whether in times of peace or amidst the current chaos. Given the severity of Wang Yu's injuries, even with the scroll reversing his zombification, he required half an hour to regain consciousness. Soon after, 2 crystal stones materialized in Su Fei's hand, specifically the secondary crystal separated from the implantable intercom crystal. He handed one to the bewildered Li Jie while pressing the other against Wang Yu's forehead, allowing the secondary crystal to swiftly enter Wang Yu's body. Hurry and bind it, Liang Hao commanded sharply. Noticing Li Jie's hesitation, Li Jie shuddered violently, startled by Liang Hao's intensity. In that moment, he had no other choice. Suppressing his trembling, he gritted his teeth and chose to bind. The transformation of his complexion revealed that he had grasped the significance of the crystal, experiencing several minutes of sheer terror before seemingly resigning himself to fate. Observing Li Jie's lackluster demeanor, Su Fei smirked, bemused by the insatiable nature of humanity. It was a stroke of fortune that he had spared Li Jie. Yet he dared to harbor further aspirations. Disregarding Li Jie, Su Fei turned to Liang Hao and instructed, "Inform Qian Jie and Zi Ming to come here." Liang Hao acknowledged, communicating through the intercom as he exited. Su Fei did not intervene. Given Liang Hao's current capabilities, nothing untoward was likely to occur. While they awaited their return, Su Fei beckoned Li Jie to dismantle the bed in the bedroom, igniting a fire and roasting a substantial piece of meat. Before long, Wu Qian and the others arrived, causing Li Jie to experience a profound shock upon seeing Shao Qing. He suddenly felt that Su Fei had indeed shown mercy. Had Shao Qing, the otherworldly serpent, appeared initially, he dared not imagine the consequences, fearing he might not even have the chance to beg for mercy. How foolish he was to have advised Ma Shuo to exploit Su Fei's benevolence against him. It was a gross miscalculation. Wonderful! We return to a feast? Liang Hao exclaimed, exuberantly rushing towards the fire, his hunger evident. Wu Qian and Wang Ziming exchanged amused glances, chuckling as they approached Su Fei. "Have you both eaten?" Su Fei inquired, stroking Shao Qing's head. "Yes, we have. We were just about to call for you too, given your prolonged absence," came the reply. Su Fei smiled faintly, introducing Li Jie and the unconscious Suya alongside Wang Yu, who had just regained consciousness. From life to death and back to life again, though he remained unclear about the events that had transpired, Wang Yu was aware of one truth: Su Fei had saved him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Liang Hao pulled him towards the fire, taking Wang Ziming along as well. This action left Wu Qian feeling awkward, and Su Fei too found himself at a loss for words. Liang Hao, come here, Wu Qian reprimanded. Qianjia, what did you say? I couldn't hear. Liang Hao pretended not to hear, prompting Wu Qian to stride over to him. Their lunch concluded amidst lively banter, marking Wang Yu and Li Jia's formal induction into this team. Perhaps due to the binding effect of the intercom crystal, they suddenly felt that following Su Fei was indeed preferable to being with Ma Shuo. After their meal, Li Jia and Wang Yu were transformed into evolvers. While waiting for their full recovery, Su Fei consolidated the merit points earned from their morning's hunt against the zombies, initiating a lottery. His greatest hope was to draw 2 epidemic warding scrolls and an evolution star stone, which would ensure that everyone, including Suya, was fully equipped. Regrettably, the lottery yielded only 1 epidemic warding scroll. The results were purely luck-based. Even Wu Qian, typically composed, could not suppress her frustration. When Li Jia received the scroll, he was on the verge of tears. This unexpected boon had overwhelmed him. With heartfelt gratitude, he used it immediately. The process was swift, and Wang Yu checked on Suya, confirming that she was merely exhausted and unconscious. Su Fei finally felt at ease. What he truly yearned to know was the status of Lu Siyu. Deep down, he fervently wished to avoid imagining the worst. Though the urban village was vast, its layout was segmented, with thick walls isolating each area. Thus far, Su Fei had cleared all zombies from the 3 buildings in his sector. Next, they needed to methodically search each residence for the cards. An essential task that could not be overlooked. The group worked in unison to transport the food back to the attic, after which Su Fei led all the male companions outside, leaving Xiaoqing behind to safeguard Wu Qian and Suya. This was a precautionary measure. Who knew if other second-tier beings, akin to sandrats, lurked in the area? Currently, only he and Xiaoqing stood a chance against such creatures. As dusk descended, Su Fei felt himself nearing the point of surrender. Observing the others, only Liang Hao retained his enthusiasm. While the rest diligently searched for cards, he, however, was preoccupied with finding small trinkets, evidently influenced by Su Fei's focus on devising mechanisms to annihilate the zombies. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. As they continued their search, with only 2 rooms remaining, Su Fei suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of a baby's cry. A baby's wail. Chapter 29. This is a rare occurrence. The cataclysm of the apocalypse has ruthlessly dismantled the hard-earned progress of human civilization, rendering edifices that once symbolized advancement now desolate and devoid of life. Yet, the sound of an infant's cry instantaneously shattered the silence. Reverberating through the corridor, Su Fei and his companions stood frozen for several moments, devoid of joy, only sensing an eerie strangeness. The reasoning was straightforward. In this apocalyptic world, how could an infant possibly survive? Even if by some miracle it had, a full 72 hours had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, rendering any helpless infant incapable of survival. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of miracles. Amidst peril, there would occasionally be those who could adapt. Su Fei's instincts were heightened as he swiftly halted the group's advance, drawing his Tang Dao as he moved towards the source of the sound. Liang Hao and Wang Ziming, equally alert, brandished their weapons, while Wang Yu and Li Jia, having yet to experience the rigors of combat in this new world, lacked the same sensitivity, though they chambered their firearms upon witnessing the gravity of their companions' expressions. The sound emanated from the last room, and Su Fei's thoughts raced. From every conceivable angle, it was inconceivable that an infant could be present here. The baby's cries persisted, each note intensifying the tension, particularly for Su Fei, who stood at the threshold. The sensation of anxiety was more profound than when confronted by the second-tier sandrats. In truth, such tension had only been felt when Xiaoqing first appeared, leaving him uncertain of her allegiance. Steeling himself, Su Fei's Tang Dao descended with force, cleaving the door in 2. With another strike, half of the door collapsed. Directly before him lay a bed, and by the light of his flashlight, he beheld an infant lying upon it. Su Fei dared not relax for a moment, especially given the fleeting expression on the baby's face. Amidst the cries, there seemed to be a trace of joy and excitement, a countenance that should not belong to a child of such size. A chilling thought crossed his mind, one mentioned in the survival guide for the apocalypse. This is not good. We need to leave here. Su Fei's complexion changed dramatically. However, swifter than Su Fei's voice was the movement of the infant, gliding through the air without the slightest bend of its body, with a form reminiscent of a cat. Yet more akin to a sinister puppet, Su Fei was suddenly reminded of a horror film he had once seen, as the current situation bore an eerie resemblance to the ghostly infant in that film. Experiencing it firsthand heightened Su Fei's terror, for even as a first tier evolved, he found himself unable to evade the infant's assault, and a moment of sluggishness lingered within him, by the time he regained his senses. The infant's strike had already reached his throat. Naturally, Su Fei could not resign himself to inaction. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to certain doom. Even he himself would have found no salvation in Shadow Kill. For the infant's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering him incapable of executing the technique in time. Nevertheless, although Shadow Kill proved futile, he had another card to play, thanks to the Doomsday Guide, which specifically mentioned this infant. The cat baby, an ideal material for embedding, could indeed be contained within a material pouch. Su Fei would not let this opportunity slip away. It could be said that he was wagering his life on this gamble. "Boss, be careful!" Liang Hao was the first to shout, for the infant was far too quick, and they had barely registered its presence before it had already climbed onto Su Fei's neck. "Su Fei, watch out!" In the beam of the flashlight, the infant's sharp steel teeth glinted ominously, poised to pierce Su Fei's body in the next instant. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the infant inexplicably vanished. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that from the moment the infant initiated its attack to its disappearance, only a few seconds elapsed. The echoes of their warnings to Su Fei still reverberated in the air. Shock enveloped them, as if they were frozen in place, their mouths agape beyond the size of eggs. Su Fei had indeed succeeded. Just as he had surmised, this was undeniably the cat baby. The moment it had clambered onto his neck, he had activated the material pouch in an instant, with a smile. He snapped his fingers at the others, who hurried over. "Boss, where did the infant go?" Liang Hao inquired first. "How did it just disappear?" Wang Yu added, genuinely curious about the infant's fate, as he wished to study it further. "Rest assured, I have contained it," Su Fei replied. "Do not underestimate this infant. It is a variant life form, the cat baby, naturally born as a quintuplet. Its attack speed is such that even a 9th-tier evolved being would struggle to evade it. It is truly a terrifying presence." Everyone was astounded. To think that only a 9th tier could barely withstand it was indeed frightening. However, upon further reflection, the fact that their leader could subdue such a being made him all the more formidable. Liang Hao and Wang Ziming had always regarded Su Fei as a paragon, a sentiment evidenced by Liang Hao's relentless pursuit of materials for traps, highlighting the profound impact Su Fei's abilities had on him. The most incredulous among them were likely Wang Yu and Li Jie. The world of evolved beings was incomprehensible to the ordinary person. They had not understood it at the time, but now that they had become evolved beings themselves, they had personally experienced the stark difference in physical prowess between a first-tier evolved and an ordinary person. Just a glance at the infant's speed had made it clear that Su Fei was not merely exaggerating. The more they contemplated, the more they felt fortunate to be following Su Fei. "Boss, can I keep the infant for experiments?" Wang Yu asked. "Certainly, I was hoping to study it as well. It is in my material pouch. And once I find a way to contain it, you can conduct your experiments," Su Fei replied, his spirits lifted. While the others had lingering questions, Su Fei willingly explained, as they were now part of the same team. He had no fear of them discovering his secrets. Moreover, there was another point of consolation. The cat baby had a companion entity, a special card. As Su Fei elucidated, he beckoned everyone to search for the card. And just as the Doomsday Guide had described, they indeed found it. When Li Jie handed the card to Su Fei, he examined it closely. The front bore only the image of a small sprite. "Boss, what kind of card is this?" "There are no patterns at all," Liang Hao remarked. "This is a special card. Although each special card has differing effects, one thing is certain. Every special card is a stroke of fortune. A rare find indeed." Chapter 30. Why do stars twinkle? In the attic, Wu Qian was preparing a sumptuous dinner. Before the apocalypse, she had been a reporter at a radio station, appearing glamorous to outsiders. But only she knew the struggles of making ends meet on the meager salary, which made buying a home in a secondary city like Xingqing a formidable challenge. More importantly, unlike others, she was not willing to trade her youth for a life of extravagance. Even when many wealthy suitors extended their invitations, she declined. The more she did so, the more her peers felt guilty, which resulted in Wu Qian being overlooked at the station. Despite this, she remained true to herself, content with her modest living, which was likely smaller than this attic. While others frequented upscale venues, she found joy in her little haven, with one of her notable skills being cooking, with rice, flour, oil, meat, and vegetables at her disposal. The afternoon was a perfect opportunity for her to showcase her culinary talents. Knowing that Su Fei and the others would soon return, Wu Qian hastened her pace, preparing the last dish. Certainly, Wu Qian's estimate was spot on. Su Fei and the others had already entered the building. Compared to the desolation outside, the interior exuded a familiar warmth, the feeling of home. As everyone engaged in cheerful conversation, Liang Hao suddenly halted. Su Fei found it peculiar as he observed Liang Hao sniffing around, his actions eliciting amusement, for there was no discernible scent. "Boss, can you smell that? It's delicious." Liang Hao exclaimed as Su Fei and the others expressed their surprise and mimicked Liang Hao's actions. But found nothing. "Forget it. It must be Sister Qian cooking something good. I suddenly feel hungry," Liang Hao said, rubbing his stomach and sprinting up the stairs. Su Fei shook his head in exasperation as laughter erupted among the group. Now, the attic-s arrangement had changed significantly from its initial state, especially with the additions of Wang Ziming, Wang Yu, and Li Jie. Despite the numerous tents, a sizable space remained open in the center, where Wu Qian had miraculously set up a table. As Su Fei entered, Shao Qing was the first to leap at him. Su Fei did not evade. He grasped her serpentine body, and she coiled her tail affectionately around his arm. Wang Yu and Li Jie, witnessing this, instinctively drew back, for even a venomous snake could evoke fear. Su Fei paid no mind, as he raised his other hand to pat Shao Qing's head, his gaze falling upon the busy figure of Wu Qian. "Boss, I told you there would be good food, but you didn't believe me," Liang Hao exclaimed excitedly, attempting to sneak a taste only to be swatted by Wu Qian. "Everyone, come over and taste my cooking." Wu Qian beckoned, her eyes lingering on Su Fei. "Did you make all of this?" Su Fei approached with a smile that, of course, if I didn't make it, would it be a ghost who did? Wu Qian replied half-jokingly. Su Fei fell silent, glancing at Suya, who still showed no signs of waking. "Don't worry. I made some soup this afternoon and have already fed her. She should be recovering from her exhaustion and will wake up soon." Wu Qian reassured him. Though Su Fei was concerned, he nodded in acknowledgement and joined the others for the meal. Considering the outbreak, though they had been eating grilled meat daily, it lacked the flavors of their previous lives. This meal was undoubtedly the most delectable they had enjoyed since the apocalypse, igniting their appetites in no time. The food was devoured, yet they had only eaten to a modest fullness. Uncertain who proposed it, everyone began to showcase their culinary skills, directing and participating in the kitchen activities. While Su Fei found himself merely waiting to eat in his idle state, he retrieved the special card. The method to activate the special card mirrored that of an ordinary card. Requiring his blood to open it, a drop of blood fell, and a glimmer of light flashed across the card. Instantly, a rift seemed to open in the void above the card, revealing the joyful sprite above its surface. Su Fei's actions drew the attention of everyone, who set aside their utensils to gather around. Su Fei, what is this? Wu Qian inquired. Su Fei did not respond, as it was his first experience as well. After pondering for some time, he remained uncertain about the card's test. "Boss, is that not the sprite on the front? It's alive," Liang Hao exclaimed, reaching out to touch it. Both Wang Ziming and Liang Hao shared the same thought. As high school students enamored with comics, how could they resist the allure of such a living entity right before their eyes? Just as their two clammy hands were about to touch the little sprite, it suddenly spoke up. "Begone, you two rascals. How dare you think that you can lay a finger on me, the magnificent answering sprite?" Its words were laced with fury, startling both Liang Hao and Wang Ziming. While Su Fei was momentarily taken aback, an answering sprite. Su Fei pondered. "Then what is your question?" inquired Wu Qian, curiosity evident in her voice. "Behold," the sprite exclaimed, waving its hand, causing 9 cards to materialize behind it in 3 rows of 3. For each card you turn over, 50 merit points will be deducted, the sprite declared. Su Fei noticed he had just over 500 merit points, seemingly enough to flip all 9 cards. If he answered correctly, it could yield substantial rewards. After all, even a regular card draw required 100 merit points. It was indeed a remarkable deal. At that moment, Su Fei's thoughts echoed a single sentiment. He had to flip the cards. Please choose whether to turn the cards, the sprite continued. All eyes turned to Su Fei, who steeled himself and decisively uttered one word. Flip. Amidst the tension and anxiety of the group, the sprite waved its hand. Revealing the first card. Please listen to the question. Why do stars twinkle? Su Fei was momentarily stunned, then considered that this question was ridiculously simple, so he casually stated the answer. Because of air movement and light refraction. The others nodded in agreement. Even elementary school students would know that, and Su Fei was eagerly awaiting his reward. Incorrect. The star I refer to is a little girl named Xingxing. Her winking is a physiological phenomenon. The sprite chuckled maliciously. Su Fei was left dumbfounded, as were the others. This was not a question but rather a riddle. Suppressing his urge to curse, Su Fei thought, it's just 50 merit points. I don't mind. He promptly instructed the sprite to reveal the second card. Please listen to the question. Why do stars twinkle? Having learned from his previous misstep, Su Fei refrained from hastily answering, instead observing the others, who were deep in thought. Retracting his gaze from the group, he contemplated why this question mirrored the first. There must be a deeper significance. The only possibility was that the sprite was being overly clever. For the more intelligent someone is, the more likely they are to devise tricky schemes. Seeing the sprite's devious grin only solidified Su Fei's conviction. Because Xingxing is a little girl, her winking is a physiological phenomenon. The others looked at Su Fei incredulously, and before they could react, the sprite declared, wrong. The reason stars twinkle is due to light refraction and air movement. Su Fei felt he was on the verge of a breakdown. He could hardly contain his frustration towards the sprite. He resolved not to discuss the topic of stars with the sprite any further. With determination, Su Fei coldly stated, flip the third card. The sprite, showing no hesitation, waved its hand once more. Please listen to the third question. Why do stars? Su Fei felt as if he was about to collapse. He glanced at the neglected cooking spoon and thought he was better suited to cooking. Chapter 31. You cheated. Please listen to the 8th question. Why do stars twinkle? Each time the answering sprite repeated this question, Su Fei's eyelids twitched, and no one could fathom the extent of their collective exasperation. In the preceding questions, the sprite had elaborated on why stars twinkle from various angles, science fiction, horror, and art. Its imagination was unparalleled. Su Fei believed that unless one transformed into a worm inside the sprite's belly, no one would ever answer correctly. To make matters worse, the sprite had concealed crucial information. While flipping a card deducted 50 merit points, it failed to mention that flipping the first card would automatically lead to the subsequent cards being flipped until either all were revealed or merit points were exhausted. This was clearly misleading. Su Fei decided to ignore the chaos and went to cook, leaving the others to continue answering questions. Minutes later, Liang Hao, unable to endure any longer, joined him, followed closely by Wang Ziming. As the sprite posed its next question, the three couldn't help but glance over. You can't guess the answer, can you? Let me tell you. The reason stars twinkle is that they are characters on television. I simply need to keep pressing the power button, and she will naturally wink. Su Fei felt as if he had hit rock bottom. Was this truly an answer? Glancing at Liang Hao and Wang Ziming's dumbfounded expressions, he coldly muttered, cooking. It seemed only the sound of cooking could drown out the sprite's self-absorbed chatter. Yet mere seconds later, the sprite spoke again. Please listen to the 9th question. Why do stars twinkle? Observing the crowd approaching him, the sprite grew anxious and exclaimed, don't leave. I'll tell you the answer. Although the group was stumped, they turned back, awaiting the sprite's explanation. Given that the previous 8 questions had been the same, it would be inappropriate not to ask a 9th. Thus, the answer was that it twinkles because its 8 companions are also winking. The group scratched their heads, feeling utterly bewildered. Wait, don't go. I have an important message left to share. Speak, they chorused. The sprite chuckled and continued. did I mention that flipping all 9 cards was merely the question? The real problem has yet to be revealed. What did you just say? Su Fei could no longer maintain his composure. So, spending 450 merit points was just for the question, and it seems there's a big pit waiting ahead. He realized he had foolishly provoked this answering sprite, ensnaring himself in a trap. Yes, that's right. Flipping these 9 cards was merely the question. What lies ahead is a grand prize. Are you not tempted? Are you not excited? Are you not pleased? The sprite grew increasingly animated, if it weren't for the apocalypse. Su Fei would have felt an overwhelming urge to recruit the sprite as a salesperson. It was undoubtedly a master of persuasion, I assure you. The value will far exceed your expectations, you must understand. The grand prize you ultimately win will be the wealth of a lifetime, a boon that will benefit you eternally, the sprite continued to entice. Strangely enough, Su Fei felt a flicker of temptation, not due to the sprite's words, but because of the special card's value. It was undoubtedly a grand prize that could elevate them to the pinnacle of Xingqing. What is the final question? Su Fei inquired. Well, there's no rush for the question. I think we should revisit the previous questions to ensure you don't forget, the sprite proclaimed arrogantly, disregarding Su Fei's glare. For the second round of card flipping, each card will deduct 100 merit points. Enough! Su Fei finally exploded, realizing he needed to distance himself from the sprite for a moment. Lest he go amid as he moved to retrieve the special cards, Li Jie stopped him, saying, Boss, look at mine. Su Fei was taken aback, but eventually nodded. After all, he had less than 100 merit points left, and he was not particularly worried about the sprite. The others were also curious about Li Jie's intentions, so they silently awaited further developments. Su Fei, intrigued, stood by without taking action or speaking. Li Jie approached the sprite, saying, Sprite, are you afraid we might forget the answers, hence your insistence on us familiarizing ourselves with the questions? Indeed, you are quite clever, the sprite replied. But what if we had already memorized everything? Li Jie challenged. Impossible. How could you possibly memorize everything in such a short time? These are my meticulously crafted questions and answers. The sprite retorted. Then you may choose. Let us see if we remember, Li Jie asserted. The sprite was momentarily left speechless, yet it refused to concede that these humans could memorize so quickly. Therefore, it casually selected a card to flip. Li Jie winked at Su Fei, who smiled in understanding, indeed, who said they couldn't outsmart the sprite. This psychology major is certainly living up to expectations. Those books weren't read in vain, Wu Yu joked from the sidelines. Wu Qian, Liang Hao, and the others shared a knowing smile, silently acknowledging that psychology students truly possess unique ingenuity. What is the answer to this one? The sprite asked haughtily. Li Jie scratched his head, pondering for a long time but unable to recall the answer. It wasn't that his memory was poor. Everyone had been so confused earlier, focused solely on whether they could answer correctly, that no one had retained the answers. Besides, he intended for the sprite to reveal it herself. What's the matter? Can't think of it. I knew you wouldn't know, the sprite declared, growing even prouder. Boss, I think we should eat first. We can ponder while we dine, Li Jie suggested to Su Fei, then turned to the sprite. Please allow us some time to think. As Li Jie spoke, he pretended to step back, and Su Fei and the others understood his intention. It was to buy some time. Hoping to provoke the little sprite's anxiety. Sure enough, before they had taken more than a couple of steps, the little sprite called out from behind, Don't go. I'll tell you. The star is a being of the celestial tribe, and it blinks to emit the light of destruction. Then what about this card? Why does the star blink? Li Jie inquired. Because the star is a character I painted on paper, and its blinking is merely a result of my shaking the paper. Su Fei glanced back and forth between Li Jie and the little sprite, feeling somewhat lost in the rhythm of their exchange. Everyone else also found it hard to believe. Who was the little sprite? Really? Why had Li Jie become the one asking questions? Finally, after the second round concluded, the little sprite realized what was happening and shouted, You are cheating. Chapter 32. A great windfall this time. We truly remembered. Li Jie chuckled, mimicking the little sprite's earlier trickery. Although Su Fei remained silent, he recognized that Li Jie had thoroughly outwitted the little sprite. If you don't believe it, go ahead and choose a card at random, and we'll reenact the second round of card flipping. This truly was a psychological tactic. At worst, they could simply refuse to answer the questions, and the little sprite had no countermeasure against such brazen strategy. Wu Qian and the others wore amused expressions, pondering how clever Li Jie was. If you don't believe it, you can pick any card. Let's see if I know the answer. Don't think you can deceive me. You clearly haven't memorized the answers. But if you don't choose, how will you know we haven't remembered? Believe it or not, we genuinely remember, Li Jie replied, then turned to Su Fei and said, Boss, since the little sprite doesn't believe us, let's refrain from answering. Su Fei nodded vigorously. Their performative act had indeed secured their advantage over the little sprite. Feigning to put away the cards genuinely flustered the little sprite, which hastily waved its hands, saying, all right, I'll trust you one more time. If you can't answer, I will never believe you again. Having spoken, it casually picked a card, and Li Jie calmly took the answer sheet from Wang Yu, slowly reading out the answer. This time, the little sprite was truly on the verge of tears. It never expected these humans to have copied the answers. Laughter erupted in the attic, for the little sprite had been thoroughly deceived. However, after a brief moment of frustration, it quickly resumed its cheerful demeanor. Su Fei felt an ominous sensation rising within him. Was it concocting another devious scheme? Indeed, his apprehensions were not unfounded. After a few minutes, the little sprite continued, since you have all memorized the questions, I shall now begin to pose them. The rules. Test your eyesight. When I say start, the 9 cards will randomly change their order, and the respondents must accurately remember an answer. This test consists of 9 rounds, with each round requiring the expenditure of 100 merit points. For rounds 4 to 6, participants must gather any 2 cards from the 5 available to start. For the 7th round, 3 cards. The 8th round requires 4 cards, and for the 9th round, all answer cards must be collected to commence. The rules seemed simple, yet Su Fei could tell from the little sprite's smug expression that it was a trap. And it appeared it had not mentioned what would happen in the event of a failure. Su Fei deemed it prudent to clarify, asking, what happens if one round of questioning fails? It's simple. If you fail a round, you must restart that round, but the merit points deducted will be based on the number of attempts made in that round. For instance, if you fail the question and need to attempt the second round, you will lose merit points equivalent to 100 squared, which is 10,000 merit points. Why don't you go rob a bank? Su Fei retorted angrily. So, if you want to avoid being tricked, just answer correctly on the first try, the little sprite replied, completely ignoring Su Fei's outburst. Then we should try once, Li Jie suggested. Fine. A single attempt will cost 50 merit points. Everyone exchanged glances, and Su Fei, somewhat amused, asked, Are you a money grubber? Sorry, I am indeed a money grubber. Su Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the little sprite and said, Let us try once. After all, we already spent 450 merit points. What's another 50? The little sprite deducted the merit points and initiated the test. Su Fei and the others fixed their gazes on the 9 cards. In less than a second, the cards had already changed positions 7 or 8 times, moving faster than an airplane. Far beyond what an ordinary person could remember. I knew this was a trap. Su Fei muttered. Su Fei, we can't possibly remember this, Wu Qian said from the side. Boss, I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. The little sprite proudly raised its head, having indeed regained some semblance of dignity. Su Fei looked around. Everyone was shaking their heads in dismay. Even Li Jie wore a helpless expression. Did they really need to summon the world's greatest memory experts to solve this? Su Fei couldn't help but sigh. So, did everyone remember? The little sprite feigned ignorance, prompting Su Fei to think, this is just showing off. Little sprite, can't you lower the difficulty a bit? Wu Qian inquired. Dear sister. No, I mean, dear younger sister. You aren't as clever as I am. Almost called you something wrong. This is the system's inherent setting. I have no authority to modify it. Wu Qian blinked, wondering what the relationship between being a sister, younger sister, and intelligence could possibly be and a way around it. Huh? I knew I was the smartest, the little sprite boasted narcissistically. Su Fei couldn't be bothered to engage with it. He felt as though he were sitting on a treasure mountain yet unable to claim the riches. He pondered whether there might exist some loophole. As long as there was the slightest glimmer of hope, he would strive for it. The grand prize was an irresistible allure, as he contemplated. Li Jie leaned over and whispered a few words into his ear. Su Fei immediately felt that this might just be the only solution available. Whether it succeeded or failed, they might as well attempt it. He called everyone to head out, naturally to hunt zombies for those 300 merit points. Leaving only Li Jie behind, Su Fei instructed Xiao Qing to stay and ensure Li Jie's safety, allowing them to venture out with peace of mind. Downstairs, Wu Qian couldn't contain her curiosity and began to inquire. While Su Fei revealed Li Jie's plan, Li Jie intended to hypnotize the little sprite, and the fewer people present, the higher the success rate. Can this really work, boss? Liang Hao asked. Don't worry. Li Jie is a hypnotist, and I think this method is feasible, Wang Yu replied. Wang Yu is right. It's the best option we have now. What if it actually works? Su Fei said with a smile. 300 merit points equated to 30 zombies, which was hardly a daunting task for their group of first-level evolvers. The zombies in this area had been thoroughly hunted, so they pushed their operations out onto the main road. Before long, they had accumulated enough merit points, and Liang Hao nearly dashed onto the street in excitement. However, upon witnessing the approaching horde of zombies, they quickly retreated. Once back upstairs and entering the room, they saw Li Jie give him an okay gesture. Had they succeeded? Boss, we need to hurry. I can only maintain the hypnosis for half an hour. After all, it's not human, Li Jie cautioned. Understood, Su Fei nodded. Now was not the time for praise. They needed to get to work immediately. At that moment, everyone could experience the wonders of hypnotism. It was akin to a cheat code, compelling the little sprite to say whatever they wished. Consequently, the first round was flawlessly completed. And the prize nearly shocked everyone. 10,000 merit points. This was truly an astronomical figure for them. Without time to exclaim in astonishment, they dove straight into the second round. The reward for the second round was 2 class books, which Su Fei glanced at briefly, noting the titles, Fire Dance Spirit and Dreamcatcher. He tossed the Dreamcatcher book to Wu Qian, while he and Li Jie proceeded to the third round. This round was quite perilous. Just 1 card away from victory, the little sprite suddenly woke up, prompting everyone to retrieve their answers. Using the process of elimination, they ultimately secured the prize from the third round as well, the Star Sea Treasure Box. Without a moment to spare to inspect this item, Su Fei swiftly tucked away the special cards while the little sprite remained dazed. Only at this moment did everyone erupt in cheers. They had indeed struck it rich this time. Boss, you nearly gave me a heart attack just now, Li Jie exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Who could disagree? Especially with that last question. Thankfully Qian Jie remembered the earlier ones. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known which one we missed. Liang Hao remarked. Su Fei observed the exhilaration among his companions, and truthfully, he was also drenched in cold sweat. However, they had finally secured all the rewards. Tonight deserves a celebration. With this 10,000 merit points, we can indulge in the lottery, including class selections, Su Fei declared. He took the Dreamcatcher class book from Wu Qian and directly handed it to Li Jie. Boss, this? Li Jie appeared somewhat taken aback. Take it. You are a psychologist, and aren't you fated to the realm of dreams? Thus, this class should suit you perfectly. Li Jie nervously caught the opportunity, his heart already tumultuous as a stormy sea. In just a single day, he had transformed from an ordinary individual to an evolved being, and now he had a profession. How could he not feel a deep sense of gratitude? Especially when he saw that in the eyes of others. There was no jealousy, only congratulations. It allowed him to genuinely experience the camaraderie he had not felt for many years. The name Fire Dance Spirit is melodious and undoubtedly suits Wu Qian. You should learn this skill, Su Fei remarked to Wu Qian. Wu Qian, feeling at ease with Su Fei due to their acquaintance, opened the skill and found it indeed fitting for her, as the profession of Fire Dance Spirit was gender-restricted. Exclusively for females. Of course it is the most suitable for me. Even if I were to give it to you, you wouldn't be able to learn it anyway, Wu Qian joked, referring to the profession's gender limitation. Laughter filled the attic, echoing their merriment. Chapter 33. The Rain Frog Emblemed. In the apocalypse, there is no real concept of time. At this moment, everyone remained immersed in the frenzy of the lottery draw. Akin to gamblers, it was utterly impossible to persuade them to stop. The card suit controlled the lottery for items, while the number indicated the lottery for professions. The profession area was also a lottery wheel. But instead of 10 segments, There were 14, but the number on the card indicated the quantity of non-reward zones. For instance, with the card Su Fei held displaying the number 8, it meant there were 8 non-reward zones among the 14 reward areas in the profession section. Calculating this, the probability of winning was less than 50%. After some contemplation, Su Fei decisively abandoned the profession lottery. Although the 10,000 merit points seemed like a windfall, he could not squander them recklessly. He believed the prudent approach to acquire a profession was either to find a card with a slightly higher number or, failing that, to utilize the sacrificial function of the Ace of Spades to obtain it. Having closed the profession lottery, Su Fei observed everyone's excitement and decided to spend 2,000 merit points to indulge them. This led to the earlier scene of exuberant cheers. "Boss, look what I drew. Don't you think I look dashing in this outfit? It even has a rebound damage effect. From now on, you can call me hero," Liang Hao boasted, flaunting a black cloak he had drawn. Su Fei glanced over casually. While it fit him, the ancient attire worn by a modern individual always seemed somewhat discordant. Ignoring their chatter, Su Fei turned his attention to Wu Qian and Li Jie, who were yet to awaken to their professions. After a brief thought, he retrieved the Star Sea treasure box. The Star Sea treasure box, a contribution-based equipment, offered rewards based on the quality of contributed materials and items, requiring 1,000 merit points to open, with a limit of 9 openings. This was also a gamble. Su Fei estimated the materials and items he possessed. Apart from those he had salvaged from the supermarket during the apocalypse, he had little of value to contribute. However, he was intrigued to discover whether these items could indeed be contributed, and what rewards the box might yield. With determination, Su Fei approached the storage chest, tore open the packaging, and placed a kitchen knife against the treasure box. In an instant, the knife shattered, transforming into a glow that merged with the box, and Su Fei could sense that the box seemed to shimmer with a faint red light. These knives were useless here. So Su Fei felt no regret as he contributed them all. As the entire box of knives was donated, the red glow emitted from the box intensified, revealing a hint of orange light within. Su Fei did not hesitate, tossing the empty box aside and opening the second one, which also contained knives. Without any hesitation, he continued to contribute. This time, the change was more pronounced, while the red light still dominated. The orange glow had shifted from a mere flicker to a full circle. Su Fei proceeded to open the third box. However, as he neared the end of available items, the glow from the box ceased to change. Su Fei surmised that the materials he had contributed were all exceedingly mundane, leading to this stagnation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fei asked Liang how to fetch a piercing round. That would elevate the material's quality. Liang Hao quickly returned with one, but perhaps out of reluctance, Su Fei contributed it without even glancing at it. He dared not blink, and as the piercing round was contributed, he noticed the orange glow enveloped in red pulsate slightly. This confirmed his suspicion. The transition from red to orange indicated the quality of light, and to achieve pure orange light, materials of greater value were essential. However, the piercing rounds were scarce and valuable for survival. Merely testing one was already quite extravagant. Yet, Su Fei recalled another item of comparable value. The Juchong, a product of the cards, which should be of higher quality than ordinary materials. After several moments of hesitation, he decided to contribute it as well. In an instant, the orange light expanded. Although it did not completely replace the red, it claimed half the presence. At this point, Su Fei found himself out of materials to contribute. Resolutely, he spent 1,000 contribution points to open the treasure box. Inside lay a small box, which Su Fei eagerly retrieved. Treasure box reward. Rain frog emblem. Upon equipping, it increases mental recovery speed by 2% and is upgradable. Su Fei could not conceal the excitement on his face. Increasing mental recovery speed and being upgradable made this item undoubtedly valuable. Chapter 34. Suyo awakens. Boss, what is this incredible item? Liang Hao inquired. Astonished. Seeing Liang Hao's exaggerated reaction, everyone gathered around, marveling at the mystical capabilities of the Star Sea treasure box, which they were witnessing for the first time. It was akin to a mother giving birth. The better the quality of what was consumed, the healthier the offspring. Su Fei smiled and explained the principle behind the Star Sea treasure box, helping them understand its workings. Boss, do you think zombies can be contributed? Wang Yu speculated, gazing at the Star Sea treasure box. Zombies? Su Fei's eyes gleamed at Wang Yu's inquiry. He thought to himself that those who enjoy experimenting truly have quick minds. However, he could not definitively answer this question. Though it was worth testing, let's wait until Qianjia and Li Jia wake up, and then we can go capture a zombie for an experiment. Everyone nodded eagerly, their faces glowing with excitement at the prospect. As they spoke, Wu Qian and Li Jia happened to awaken at that moment, and Su Fei could distinctly sense the changes occurring within them. After a brief contemplation, he realized this was related to their profession attributes. The fire dance spirit was inherently fire attribute, influencing Wu Qian's demeanor, while the dream catcher, being ethereal, emanated a sense of formlessness from Li Jia. Liang Hao and the others clustered around Wu Qian and Li Jia. And Su Fei approached to ask, "How are you two feeling? What skills do you possess?" Wu Qian and Li Jia, still somewhat dazed, snapped to attention upon hearing Su Fei's inquiry. Though Wu Qian did not speak, she displayed her blade whip. The fire dance spirit possessed two skills. Skill 1, Embrace of the Burning Fire, allowed any weapon to be assimilated into fire attribute capabilities, enhancing incineration ability by 10%. At this juncture, the blade whip in Wu Qian's hand was instantly enveloped in flames, and Su Fei could feel the heat radiating towards him. Even Wu Qian herself seemed to bask in the firelight, further enhancing her allure. Skill 2, Thunderous Flame Strike, delivered 2 strikes per second, increasing incineration damage by 20%. Perhaps too exhilarated, Wu Qian was about to unleash a flaming strike with her blade whip when Su Fei quickly intervened, cautioning her against attempting such a test within their makeshift home. Wu Qian blinked, considering, and then understood Su Fei's reasoning, sheepishly retracting her skill. "Sister Qian, you nearly scared me to death. Right in front of you is my tent." Wang Ziming exclaimed, while the others shared apprehensive glances, contemplating the sheer power of her skill. Wu Qian chuckled and affectionately ruffled Wang Ziming's hair, perhaps to mask her embarrassment, and then snatched up Shaoqing from Su Fei's hands. Shaoqing offered no resistance, instead shrinking slightly in an endearing manner. Su Fei shifted his gaze from Wu Qian to Li Jia. "What about you?" Like Sister Qian, the dream catcher also possessed 2 skills. The first skill, Enchantment, could render an enemy dazed for 5 seconds, affecting up to 10 targets. The second skill, Illusory Dream, could create a dream shadow for allies that lasted 5 seconds, capable of absorbing half the damage, again affecting up to 10 targets. Perhaps fearing that others might not grasp the explanation, Li Jia demonstrated the Illusory Dream skill immediately after finishing his explanation. In an instant, a soft glow emanated from everyone's bodies. With no damage to absorb at the moment, the glow faded gently once the 5 seconds elapsed. However, Su Fei remained in shock. Among those present, he alone had experienced real combat during the apocalypse. Fully aware of what those 5 seconds could signify, life and death could hang in the balance, akin to a shadow substitute, capable of saving lives in critical moments. "What about the cooldown? Does Illusory Dream have a cooldown?" Su Fei inquired. 0.6 seconds, Li Jia replied. "Then, with your current mental prowess, how many times can you activate Illusory Dream?" Su Fei continued to question. "At most 3 times. Li Jia responded. Li Jia responded. Su Fei appeared somewhat disheartened. However, 3 attempts were indeed sufficient. If 3 attempts could not secure survival, it only indicated that the enemy possessed an overwhelming superiority. After a moment of contemplation, he entrusted the Honshu Ephasian to Li Jia. Being a product of the roulette, the most notable aspect was that the needle case of the Honshu Ephasian could automatically absorb the surrounding cold air to condense the flying needles. And when activated, it could simultaneously launch 12 needles. This made it the most suitable weapon for Li Jia. The combination of the disorienting effect and the unexpected strike of the flying needles was indeed a match made in heaven. With their professional skills, Wu Qian and Li Jia were eager to experiment with its effectiveness. Thus, after Su Fei's consent, they descended the stairs with Shaoqing. Su Fei intended to accompany them, but as Suya remained in a deep slumber, he chose to stay behind to protect her. Gazing at Suya, he couldn't help but see Lu Siyu. What had transpired? Su Fei furrowed his brow, recalling memories that lay buried in his heart only when he was alone. He had never noticed that his eyes had already grown moist. Downstairs, Shaoqing became lively as soon as she touched the ground. After all, being a snake, she was a born predator. breaking free from Wu Qian's grasp. She instantly transformed into a length of over a meter, instinctively following the scent of zombies without needing guidance. Wu Qian led the others in pursuit. Everyone had witnessed Xiaoqing's swift speed. Before the zombies could react, they had already fallen victim to her lightning-fast strike. Aware that Xiaoqing was a bit too spirited upon emerging, Wu Qian paid her no mind. As several zombies surrounded her and blocked Liang Hao and the others from making a move. The blade whip materialized in her hand, and she promptly unleashed a wind and thunder scorching strike, a group attack skill that delivered 2 strikes per second. Although it had yet to reach the level of a single blow to kill a zombie, the accompanying scorching damage was not insignificant. The scorching strike was triggered again, toppling 4 or 5 zombies to the ground. Sister Qian, impressive! Liang Hao exclaimed as he rushed over to look at the fallen zombies. Indeed, before I acquired this skill, I needed 3 strikes to eliminate a single zombie. Their bodies are simply too tough, Wu Qian replied. Noticing more zombies approaching, Wu Qian and Liang Hao ceased their conversation and continued their hunt. While the battle raged on, Li Jie, as Su Fei had described, utilized the disorienting effect paired with the flying needles. His primary role was not to attack, but to assist. After using the flying needles to strike once, he began experimenting with the Dreamcatcher's second skill, Illusory Dream. The test subjects were Wang Ziming and Wang Yu. Wang Ziming, already protected by the foul mist, displayed minimal effects, whereas Wang Yu experienced the sensation of damage being absorbed from the zombies. The actual harm inflicted by the zombies was negligible, given Wang Yu's status as a first-tier evolver. Close encounters posed no issue. At that moment, a small zombie confronted Wang Yu. Almost as soon as Wang Yu made his move, the illusory shadow attached itself to him, and the zombie managed only a single strike before Wang Yu seized it. This was precisely his intention, to capture a zombie for experimentation. Liang Hao and Wang Ziming had been observing closely. Upon witnessing Wang Yu successfully capture one, they rushed over to assist him in securely binding the zombie with ropes they had prepared. Roar, the zombie growled. Your roars are futile. Our method of binding through flexibility will ensure your escape is impossible. No matter how strong or resilient you are, if you have the capability, go ahead and bite me. Wang Ziming remarked while tightening the ropes. Once they confirmed the bindings were secure, Wu Qian called Xiaoqing back, and the men carried the small zombie back upstairs. In the loft, Su Fei sat beside Su Ya, reminiscing about numerous past events. At that moment, Su Ya's fingers twitched slightly. Chapter 35. I accompany you coincidentally. At this moment, the loft door swung open, and Wu Qian, clutching Xiaoqing, was the first to enter. Su Fei could hear the voices behind her. Boss, we caught a zombie to experiment with. Liang Hao's voice rang out, arriving before his presence, which perfectly illustrated the situation, followed by Wang Yu's voice. At that moment, Su Fei had no thought of conducting any experiments. Upon seeing Wang Yu's head pop up, he urged him to quickly check on Su Ya's condition, sensing her movement but not her awakening. Wang Yu hastened over upon noticing Su Fei's anxious expression, while Su Fei made way for him, glancing at Wu Qian without speaking. Everyone understood the atmosphere. The earlier clamor faded into silence, leaving only the muffled roars of the bound zombie. Su Fei found its noise bothersome and instructed Wang Ziming and Liang Hao to toss it into the hallway. Liang Hao, unhesitating, lifted the zombie and carried it off. After they departed, Wu Qian leaned in closer and asked, Wang Yu, how is it? Any issues? Wang Yu inspected the situation once more, pausing briefly before standing up and saying, Boss, Sister Qian, rest assured, there are no issues. The state of extreme exhaustion suggests she might have consumed some enhancement drug. Once its effects wear off, her body will quickly succumb to fatigue. However, based on what you mentioned, she should awaken soon. Hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Su Fei finally set aside his doubts, deeming this matter secondary, and turned to Wu Qian and Li Jie, inquiring, how did your skill experiments go? Just as they were about to respond, Liang Hao, who had entered from outside, interjected first, Boss, it's incredible. I was right next to Sister Qian, and the zombies couldn't withstand her scorching strikes. Upon hearing such praise, Wu Qian lifted her head proudly. Su Fei, seeing her demeanor, couldn't help but recall that self-absorbed little sprite. The results are promising. Scorching Strike is a group attack skill. So in future zombie hunts, I can bring Liang Hao along, Wu Qian added. Su Fei nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Li Jie. Boss, I experienced Li Jie's skill firsthand. The zombie's damage to me was nearly entirely negated. Making it easy to capture one, Wang Yu reported. I discovered that the disorienting effect can influence zombies. Li Jie supplemented. Indeed, Su Fei affirmed, contemplating briefly before continuing. In the future, we should avoid using the disorienting skill. Especially in the presence of other evolvers, it can serve as our secret weapon. Surprise is the key to victory. Li Jie initially struggled to grasp this concept, but when Su Fei mentioned other evolvers, he suddenly understood that in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, it was wise to remain cautious. Boss, can we conduct experiments on that small zombie now? Wang Yu inquired. Certainly, bring it in. Let's see if zombies can serve as useful materials. Su Fei replied. Wang Yu promptly dashed outside, returning with the small zombie in tow. Hearing its continued roars, he kicked it twice in frustration. Su Fei retrieved the Star Sea treasure box from his bag. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he pressed the treasure box directly against the zombie's body. After a prolonged wait, no response emerged. Wang Yu even checked various parts of the small zombie's body with the treasure box. But the outcome left Su Fei and the group disappointed. Just kill it, Su Fei declared, putting away the treasure box. Boss, please don't. I want to keep it for experimentation, Wang Yu protested. Su Fei, seeing the merit in Wang Yu's desire, acquiesced, thinking perhaps he might indeed make some discoveries, as long as he didn't conduct experiments in the loft, then take it downstairs. There are plenty of rooms down there, Su Fei suggested. Got it? Wang Yu could hardly contain his excitement, calling for the others to follow him, even taking Xiao Qing along with Liang Hao in the loft. Only Su Fei and Wu Qin remained, excluding Suya, who was still unconscious. They exchanged glances, just as Liang Hao rushed back in, explaining hurriedly upon seeing their gazes, I just needed a notebook and pen. If you two wish to have a private conversation, feel free. We'll be busy with our experiments for a while. I promise not to interrupt. With that, he dashed out with a notebook and pen in hand. Su Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Wu Qian, in a playful gesture, threw something at the already departing Liang Hao. This guy has never spoken a serious word. Are you hungry? Shall we roast something to eat? Wu Qian suggested. Prompted by Wu Qian's words, Su Fei instinctively touched his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. All right, while they're away, let us have a late-night snack, he replied. Wu Qian shot Su Fei an exasperated glance, rising to roast a piece of meat over the fire. Once cooked, she returned to her seat. What? Care for another drink? Wu Qian inquired. Sure, Su Fei replied, casually retrieving 2 bottles of red wine from the corner. Here's to you. I remember when I first saw you a few days ago. You looked so frail. If this marks a transformation in growth, it's certainly worth celebrating, Su Fei teased, raising his bottle. Get lost? Who looked frail? Didn't I just hunt zombies with you using traps? Wu Qian retorted. To be honest, I was quite surprised to see you that day. You may not know this, but before the apocalypse erupted, you were the person I encountered most frequently, Su Fei remarked. Really? Where? Wu Qian inquired, puzzled. Of course, it was on television. Every time I switched it on, there you were, introducing playing cards. Perhaps amused, Wu Qian playfully nudged him, saying, Why don't you say I'm your idol? Maybe you were secretly watching me. You might be right. Su Fei responded, following her lead. Wu Qian suddenly paused, then said, If it weren't for this apocalypse, I wonder when I would have met you. I don't know either. So, if you encounter the person you love in the future, what would you wish to do with her? Wu Qian asked. In the past, I always thought I would marry Lu Siyu and have children, living happily together until old age. And now, Su Fei paused before continuing. In this apocalyptic world, I just wish to stand with the one I love amidst the ruins, gazing at this scarred world. I will accompany you. Su Fei noticed Wu Qian turn her head and take a hearty sip of red wine. Chapter 36. The Reverse Scale, Anger Invoked. Su Fei was indeed avoiding this topic, and Wu Qian fell silent. The two continued to sip their wine in quietude. It seemed an eternity passed until the voices of Liang Hao and others echoed in the hallway. Su Fei and Wu Qian simultaneously glanced toward the door, and soon a hush fell as the door was cautiously pushed open, revealing Liang Hao's careful head. Seeing the expressionless faces of Su Fei and Wu Qian, Liang Hao chuckled awkwardly before fully entering. Boss, Sister Qian, You two are quite romantic, drinking red wine without inviting me, Liang Hao complained. Come here, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Wu Qian stood up, pulling Liang Hao over. Sister Qian, I was wrong, ouch, don't hit my head. Everyone looked on in confusion at the sibling-like banter, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Su Fei glanced over, and only when Xiaoqing affectionately approached did he capture her in his arms. Shifting his attention, he noticed the others holding various bottles and jars. What are these? Su Fei asked curiously. His question redirected everyone's focus back to him, and Wang Yu was just about to explain. Boss, this is blood extracted from zombies. I want to study how they evolve through experiments. Although the blood is scarce, we managed to extract a little, Wang Yu said, holding up a bottle. Su Fei naturally had similar questions, and he supported Wang Yu's research endeavors, believing they might uncover something significant. The other items are various tissues from zombies. I've collected samples, but studying them requires specialized instruments and reagents, which we currently lack. Wang Yu lamented. Where can we find the instruments and reagents you mentioned? Su Fei asked. In this day and age, acquiring such things shouldn't be too difficult, right? The advanced laboratory at Xingqing Hospital has the best equipment in our area. All right, I'll make a note of that and find a way to get them for you, Su Fei replied slowly. Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Su Fei was not merely speaking idly. Science, regardless of the era, remains the foremost driving force, and he was determined to support it unconditionally. By the way, doesn't Xingqing Hospital also have supplies for psychologists? Su Fei pondered aloud, directing his inquiry at Li Jie. Yes, but there aren't many supplies for psychologists, Li Jie began. But Su Fei interrupted with a gesture, stating, no matter how many, I will procure them for you. Store those bottles and jars properly, Su Fei said as he prepared to rest. Just then, Wang Yu approached him again. Boss, could you craft a fan for me to use as a weapon? Wang Yu requested. What? Isn't a gun sufficient? Su Fei asked. I prefer a fan. Su Fei contemplated briefly, considering how to enhance the fan's lethality. In this apocalypse, conflicts where life and death matters, so the weapon's sharpness and damage were paramount. He believed he could achieve this with reinforcement stones, and they had just drawn a fusion stone in the earlier lottery, a special crystal for merging weapons. Wait a moment, Su Fei exclaimed before heading downstairs. Where are you going? Wu Qian's voice echoed from behind. Going home to find something, Su Fei waved his hand dismissively. He could hear the footsteps behind him, unmistakably Wu Qian following closely. Su Fei's home was on the second floor. Once inside, he turned directly into his bedroom, searching for a sword he had previously collected. What are you looking for? I can help you. Wu Qian offered a sword, one that I used to collect, but I can't remember where I put it. Su Fei replied without pausing. Then let me help you look, Wu Qian said, beginning to search as well. After a thorough search, Su Fei finally discovered it beneath a pile of clutter under the bed. Alongside some thin, bendable iron, he needed these materials to craft the fan's surface, while the fan's ribs would require sturdier iron. With everything ready, Su Fei told everyone to sleep while he and Wang Yu began their work. Wang Yu assisted, but Su Fei was the primary artisan. After several failed attempts, the fan's ribs gradually took shape. He focused intently on applying the fan surface, bringing up Zhang Bo's portable power generator and small generator from upstairs. Using the small generator for power, he successfully fused the ribs and surface together. Wang Yu, witnessing his weapon taking form, was ecstatic. The final step involved using the fusion and reinforcement stones. Su Fei first used the fusion stone to merge the iron fan with the sword, allowing Wang Yu to choose whether it would be a fan or a sword. Furthermore, once fused, the two weapons could switch instantly without delay. Sword for ranged attacks, fan for close combat. Su Fei felt satisfied. The weapon was nearly perfect. Here, try it out. If anything feels off, I can modify it with a Tang Dao and reinforce it afterward. Otherwise, it won't hold up, Su Fei said, handing the fused fan to Wang Yu. Wang Yu eagerly took it, mimicking Su Fei's previous actions as he switched between the iron fan and the sword, growing increasingly comfortable with it. Boss, this is great. No need for changes, Wang Yu exclaimed happily. All right, but if you find it uncomfortable later, there's nothing I can do, Su Fei replied, casually taking the iron fan and using a reinforcement stone on it. A flash of light sparkled across the fan's surface as Su Fei opened it and swung it toward a pile of scrap metal on the ground. He was testing its effectiveness, and the results aligned with his expectations. Though it couldn't match the Tang Dao, it still possessed about 60 to 70% of its power. That was sufficient, considering the reinforcement stones used on the iron fan were of a lower grade. Unlike the Tang Dao, which had been enhanced with high-grade stones, Su Fei possessed only one of those. After receiving the iron fan, Wang Yu felt exhilarated. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing the other's rest, he would have shouted in joy. "All right, sleep now. Dawn is approaching," Su Fei said, his eyelids growing heavy. Wang Yu, equally fatigued, gently touched the iron fan before gradually drifting off to sleep. As dawn broke, Su Fei felt somewhat disoriented. Yet he could distinctly hear something. Suddenly alert, he scanned his surroundings. Everyone seemed to have slept late due to the previous night's activities, still lost in slumber. Only Shaoqing was beside Su Ya's bed, staring intently. "Water. Water." Su Fei heard Su Ya's voice clearly this time. He quickly rose, grabbing a bottle of opened mineral water and approaching her, propping her up to feed her. Su Ya instinctively sipped a few times. Slowly opening her eyes, "You're awake," Su Fei said with concern. Su Ya, still somewhat dazed, gazed at Su Fei with confusion, but suddenly her expression shifted to one of fear as she tightly grasped Su Fei's hand. "What's wrong, Xiaoya?" Su Fei asked. Anxious, Su Ya couldn't articulate her thoughts. She was too tense. "Don't worry, take your time," Su Fei reassured her. "Quick, brother Su, save my sister," Su Ya urged, her panic palpable. Su Fei's expression changed instantly. He had been reluctant to entertain such thoughts, yet it had finally come to pass. Everyone had already been awakened by the commotion, and upon hearing Su Ya's urgent plea, they could feel the fury and murderous intent radiating from Su Fei. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and it will surely rage. Lu Xiyu was Su Fei's reverse scale. Chapter 37. Encountering the Zombie King again. Wang Yu and Li Jie had first-hand experience of Su Fei's wrath. However, at this moment, they sensed that Su Fei was not merely angry but had become utterly unhinged. Su Fei, calm down for a moment, Wu Qian advised. "Boss, if we are to save someone, I will accompany you." Liang Hao added, "I shall go as well." The crowd spoke up one after another, for how could they not deduce that the sister mentioned by Su Ya was indeed the most significant person in Su Fei's heart? "What has happened to your sister?" Su Fei inquired. "She has been," Su Ya swallowed hard and continued, "she has been locked up by Lu Shihao." "Where?" "In the underground hall of the Haitian building," Su Ya replied. Instantly, Su Fei's memory pinpointed the location of the Haitan building, which was not far from the urban village, merely 2 streets away. "We must hurry to rescue her. I fear she cannot hold on for much longer," Su Ya added urgently. Su Fei's pupils constricted, a violent intent surging forth. The news of Lu Xiyu shattered his remaining rationality. In this apocalypse, reason was unnecessary. Only the strong reigned supreme. Summoning Shaoqing to his side, he stood and prepared to stride out. Wu Qian hurriedly assisted Su Ya from behind, and the others followed suit. As they descended, a few scattered zombies burst in. The moment Su Fei appeared, they lunged toward him. Fueled by anger, he unleashed a ruthless assault, channeling all his strength into a kick that sent the first approaching zombies staggering back. Without a moment's pause, he drew his Tang Dao and slashed at the second nearby zombie. Wu Qian and the others stood behind. Liang Hao intended to assist, but Wu Qian halted them. "Sister Qian, but the boss, rest assured, Su Fei has fought against second-tier foes. These first-tier zombies are beneath his concern. Moreover, Shaoqing has yet to make a move. There will be no issue," Wu Qian asserted. "Let him vent. He requires this release," Li Jie remarked, his understanding of human psychology astute. With his words, the others empathized. In this desolation, who had not lost a loved one? Under the protection of the group, Su Ya noticed that her familiarity with Su Fei, owing to Lu Xiyu, was of an intimate nature. Yet, she knew Su Fei could not possess such prowess. The zombies, which appeared terrifying to her, were dispatched with such ease by Su Fei that she could only stand in shock, observing the calm demeanor of those protecting her in the face of the zombies. She realized they were far from ordinary. At the very least, they were unafraid. Setting aside her thoughts, she looked up to see Su Fei had already eliminated the last zombie. Just as Wu Qian had stated, although Su Fei was presently a first-tier evolver, he possessed experience battling second-tier mutated beings. Thus, The time he took to dispatch these zombies was remarkably brief. Even now, Wu Qian, equipped with an attacking profession, could scarcely match his efficiency. This was merely a matter of convenience, hardly consuming any time. In under 2 minutes, Su Fei had exited the urban village. It was noteworthy that this marked his first genuine departure from the area since the outbreak. The number of zombies in the streets had only increased, which was anticipated. Abandoned vehicles, toppled power poles, trampled wires, and half-collapsed buildings all signified that the glorious civilization humanity had constructed had crumbled overnight. What remained was the desolation of the apocalypse. Su Fei inhaled sharply, a profound sorrow engulfing him. He could see the city's skyscrapers had been sullied by zombies and mutated beings, exuding a stench of decay and ruin. Retracting his gaze, he noticed a horde of zombies closing in on him, with a larger wave approaching from afar. Time was of the essence. He had no idea how much longer Lu Xiyu could endure. Su Fei truly had no time to kill slowly, so he unleashed Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing seemed to grasp Su Fei's intent. Reverting to its original form, it unleashed its innate skill, Desolate Dust. Uncertain of how Xiaoqing had enhanced its abilities, Su Fei felt that this iteration of Desolate Dust was significantly stronger than before. Seizing the moment of weakness and disarray among the zombies, Su Fei advanced without hesitation, dispatching any that came within reach of his Tang Dao. Among the stragglers, aside from Wu Qian protecting Suya, the others were engaged in eliminating zombies. This was an opportune moment to strike. Of course, Li Jie, whose profession was supportive, was not utilizing his skills but rather wielding a firearm, which proved effective. Suya, unaccustomed to such a scene, felt a sense of dread despite being amidst the group. Observing the nearby figures, she watched as they seamlessly alternated between weapons, dispatching zombies with remarkable efficiency. Her worldview was being irrevocably altered. And all the while, they referred to Su Fei as boss. Unconsciously, she found herself gazing at the figure in the forefront. When had Su Fei become so formidable? Suya pondered, but soon, joy surged within her. The stronger Su Fei became, the greater the likelihood of Lu Xiyu's salvation. She understood that Lu Shihao's subordinates were all formidable fighters, far from ordinary. Hence, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Lu Shihao had grown increasingly unscrupulous and arrogant. "Fear not, I shall protect you. The zombies shall not harm you," Wu Qian reassured. Sensing Su Ya's emotional turmoil, Su Ya nodded in response, contemplating whether this sister was also a master like them. The zombie horde persisted, and they had traversed a street, drawing ever closer to the Haitan building. Su Fei's heart was anything but tranquil. The closer they drew, the more apprehensive he became, fearing for Lu Xiyu's safety. Xiaoqing, ahead of Su Fei, continued to unleash Desolate Dust while executing swift strikes, not consuming the zombies whole but instead absorbing the essence from their bodies. This essence was the vital nourishment required for the evolution of all zombies and mutated beings. Xiaoqing appeared to be enjoying itself, and when Su Fei called out, it affectionately returned to him. With no zombies within several hundred meters, they maneuvered around the slightly tilted buildings. Even though the remnants of the roads had been ravaged by zombies, Su Fei endeavored to avoid hazards. After a brief distance, when they encountered another horde of zombies, Su Fei casually glanced and was taken aback to see a familiar silhouette among them. It was none other than the Zombie King. He had not anticipated that the Zombie King, which had vanished for 2 days, would reappear here, evidently having gathered more zombies since its escape. Its strength had likely increased significantly, even if not yet second tier. It was perilously close, of course. The Zombie King recognized Su Fei as well, commanding its minions to halt abruptly. "Scram. I have no desire to kill you today," Su Fei stated coldly, fully aware that the Zombie King could comprehend him. He genuinely wished to avoid wasting time. Despite Xiaoqing's Desolate Dust saving time, the Haitan building lay merely 200 meters ahead, and his anxiety was mounting. The more anxious he became, the more agitated he felt. The Zombie King hesitated for a moment. Although it did not retreat, it instructed its minions to clear a path for Su Fei and his group. It was indeed fearful. The second-tier Sandrat had perished at the hands of Su Fei and the mutated serpent. And it was not second-tier itself. How could it withstand Su Fei's onslaught? Even with its horde of first-tier minions, it was futile. It had witnessed the capabilities of the mutated serpent's innate skills. Undeterred, Su Fei continued forward. Although he felt no fear, those behind him did, for the size of the zombie horde was daunting. Despite the tension, they navigated through unscathed until a careless zombie lunged from the rear. Shao Qing's swift strike activated, dispatching it in an instant. It kept its gaze fixed on the horde until Su Fei and his group had distanced themselves, swiftly catching up. That moment, everyone was drenched in cold sweat. "Boss, how did those zombies just let us pass?" Liang Hao inquired, curiosity piqued. "Because of the Zombie King. It witnessed me and Shao Qing dispatching the second-tier sandrat in an instant, which is why it was wary." The others expressed their understanding, their faces reflecting comprehension. As they spoke, Su Fei and his companions had reached the base of the Haitan building. Chapter 38. The Malevolent, Useless to Keep. Consumed by fury, Su Fei felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything in his sight, particularly the iron gate that barred his way at the base of the Haitan building. The Liu family's stronghold was not originally located here. After the apocalypse erupted, Liu Shihao had relocated for safety, and this place was merely utilized as a warehouse. Suya murmured amidst the crowd, dispelling the doubts of those around her. In their minds, the scions of affluent families were known for their ostentation, and a grand entrance was certainly part of that display. Clearly, the imposing iron gate did not align with Liu Shihao's status. Su Fei, however, paid no heed to such trivialities. The mere presence of Liu Shihao was sufficient for him, as he sought nothing less than Liu Shihao's life. Grasping the Tang knife, imbued with murderous intent and vengeance, he struck forcefully at the iron gate. The gate collapsed with a resounding crash, devoid of any suspense. For even in its reinforced state, it was as fragile as paper before the might of the enhanced blade. Upon entering, Su Fei did not glance upward. Suya had already explained that the upper floors were uninhabited. To evade the onslaught of zombies, Liu Shihao had relocated everyone to the underground. He accurately located the passage leading to the subterranean hall and stepped forward, leading the way. The others closely followed. And as they reached the entrance of the passage, Su Fei set Shao Qing down, instructing, "Shao Qing, guard this spot. None shall escape." Shao Qing flicked her tongue in understanding and adjusted her posture. Only then did Su Fei proceed with the others. Liu Shihao was indeed among the exceedingly fortunate few. When the apocalypse erupted, his younger brother, Liu Shiji, inadvertently uncovered the secret of the cards. Seizing the moment, Liu Shihao had ruthlessly taken his brother's life and exploited his corpse to lure and hunt down zombies. In his first lottery draw, he obtained a special item, a second-tier zombie essence, granting temporary second-tier abilities. With this boon, he ascended to an invincible status, confident that no one in Xingqing could pose a threat to him. Thus began his grand ambitions: power, women, and everything he desired. He even began to perceive the apocalypse as his stage for ascendance, believing himself to be the true protagonist, with all others beneath his heel. Not only he, but also his subordinates, lavished praise upon him, and he grew increasingly arrogant, indulging in his imperial fantasies. "Eligu, didn't the emperor ask us to find him women? Why are you still here?" spoke one of Liu Shihao's underlings. Since Liu Shihao fancied himself an emperor, he instructed his subordinates to refer to him as such, convinced he was the sovereign destined to unify the apocalypse. "I wish I could, but at this time, there are no suitable candidates. The last few we found, the emperor hasn't tired of yet. They can only suffice for a few days. True, the outside world is desolate. We may have to search building by building. That girl who escaped last time was indeed remarkable. It's a pity I only tore her clothes and didn't get to know her better. Indeed, her texture was exquisite. I wanted to have my fun, but who knew she would flee?" As they conversed, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the passage. Peering closer, they recognized the fleeing girl, none other than Suya. She led the way, but upon exiting the passage, she was confronted by the two brutes who had nearly sullied her. Without hesitation, the two lunged forward, intent on cornering Suya for their vile intentions. Just as they were about to seize her, Suya recoiled in fear, and Liang Hao, positioned behind her, swiftly intervened, gripping their throats before they could react. Without pausing, Liang Hao pressed them against the wall. "Scum like them deserve to die," came the voice of Wu Qian, who had pulled Suya to her side. Wu Qian spoke, The two thugs stared in terror at the group emerging from the passage, their demeanor chilling, as if all eyes were cast in frost. Especially the boy gripping their throats, a cold ruthlessness emanating from him that they could only associate with their leader. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yu and Li Jie felt the same trepidation, having witnessed Liang Hao's mercilessness firsthand. They recognized that while he was fierce to enemies, he possessed an entirely different demeanor with his own. Suya remained in a state of fear, and Su Fei, uninterested in the fate of these lowly men, was resolved that none of Lu Shihao's gang would leave this place alive. Kill them, Su Fei uttered coldly. Boss, that would be too merciful for them. They tormented Xiaoya. They must not die easily. Leave them to me, Wang Yu insisted. Fine, Su Fei replied succinctly, not bothering to look back as he advanced, indifferent to Wang Yu's methods of dealing with them. A series of inhuman screams erupted from behind, causing Suya to involuntarily glance back. Just a fleeting glance was enough for her to avert her gaze. Wang Yu had severed the feet of those men, smoke billowing from the stumps, and no one cared about their lives anymore. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. If one lacked strength, they must endure the consequences. Having committed their deeds, they were bound to pay the price. Such was the fairness of this brutal reality. Wang Yu quickly caught up, brandishing a small vial before the others. Su Fei understood that Wang Yu intended to collect samples from the two he had handed over, which was the primary reason he had entrusted them to him. Ahead lay the hall, where Su Fei could see figures moving about, and the number was considerable. However, to him, even 100 would be inconsequential. The chasm between ordinary people and evolved beings was insurmountable, especially since he was the sole evolved individual present. Naturally, Lu Shihao's subordinates sensed the intrusion, and someone rushed to inform him, while others armed themselves, their disdain evident. They regarded Su Fei and his group as blind fools daring to provoke the powerful. Su Fei regarded their arrogance with disdain, perceiving them as nothing more than corpses as he coldly drew his tang knife and charged forward. For their complicity in Lu Shihao's malevolence, they deserved death. Evil men are of no use when left alive. Chapter 39. A pain that forever lingers. Lu Shihao's underlings were indeed a disorganized rabble. With just a glance, Su Fei discerned who the evolved beings were, barely sparing a glance for the ordinary folk. Almost simultaneously with Su Fei's assault, Liang Hao and the others dispersed, and after dispatching a few adversaries, the remaining ones trembled in fear. Su Fei now confronted the two first-tier evolved beings. Though they bore the same rank, he was confident they would not last two exchanges against him. His confidence was not blind. It stemmed from an instinctual understanding that their first-tier status was artificially inflated. Though puzzled, he did not hesitate. As they lunged at him, Su Fei swung his tang knife from below, repelling one, and then delivered a brutal kick to the other. Clearly, both had some skill, as Su Fei's strike failed to eliminate one of them. Yet, this did not diminish Su Fei's prowess. He held the upper hand against genuine first-tier evolved beings, fortified by the experience of battling second-tier creatures. Who are you? One of them asked, his expression grave. The one who will kill you, Su Fei replied coldly. Kill me? You lack the strength for that, the other scoffed. His derision was evident. In his eyes, Su Fei was overestimating himself, believing that with their emperor present, any first-tier evolved being would be doomed. Enough with the chatter. Where is Lu Shihao? Su Fei demanded, sheathing his blade. The man began, but was interrupted by the sound of applause and laughter from behind. His expression shifted to one of fanaticism as Lu Shihao emerged slowly from the throng. I truly didn't expect you to come, Lu Shihao said, his eyes narrowing. Where is Lu Siyu? Su Fei pressed, uninterested in pleasantries. His primary concern was Lu Siyu's safety. I prefer women to come willingly into my embrace. Even if she is compelled by hunger, I have never favored coercion, Lu Shihao replied nonchalantly. So you leave her to starve? It's a pity she chose you, you pervert, Su Fei retorted coldly, now convinced that Lu Siyu had been blind to choose someone as twisted as Lu Shihao. Su Fei, I always thought I was the most foolish, but it turns out you are the true fool, Lu Shihao laughed, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Now that you've arrived, what I cannot possess, you shall not have either. I intend for her to witness the death of her beloved at my hands. Su Fei's heart lurched painfully at the implication. Could it be? He dared not allow his thoughts to continue down that dark path. Is there doubt in your heart? Lu Shihao taunted. That's precisely what I desire. To leave you in ignorance until your dying breath. Now, carry your doubts with you to hell, Lu Shihao declared, the moment he uttered these words. He had already launched an attack on Su Fei, striking like an arrow, executing a perfect shot. The skill of the second-tier zombie essence, albeit capable of sustaining only a single strike, would put it into a cool-down period after the attack, causing his tier to plummet back to the first. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for this blow was sufficient to eliminate any first-tier evolver. This was the absolute domination of tier superiority. Su Fei immediately sensed something was amiss. Lu Shihao was exhibiting second-tier power, but how could that be? The survival guide for the apocalypse could not be mistaken, and since the conditions for second-tier evolution had not yet been met, there could only be one explanation. Everything transpired too swiftly, so fast that none could react. It could be said that just as Li Jie was about to unleash his bewildering attack, Su Fei had already been pierced through by Lu Shihao. "Boss, Su Fei," the crowd gasped, for Su Fei was their cornerstone. They could not fathom that he had been slain. Indeed, scarcely had their voices faded when they beheld Su Fei standing behind Lu Shihao. In that moment of life and death, Su Fei had utilized Shadow Substitute, and his conjecture was entirely correct. Lu Shihao's second-tier prowess stemmed from the use of some special item. "Your boss? He is no match for me. He is already—" Lu Shihao laughed, but before he could finish, he abruptly turned. In an instant, disbelief flooded his face, and upon closer inspection, there was a flicker of terror. "You're not dead?" Lu Shihao exclaimed. "The one who truly deserves to die is you." Su Fei retorted coldly, sheathing his Tang Dao and advancing towards Lu Shihao with bare fists. Lu Shihao took a step back, bracing himself, yet the fear in his heart remained insurmountable. He could hardly comprehend how Su Fei survived his fatal strike. And judging by his demeanor, he bore no injuries whatsoever. "I shall now make you comprehend what true power means," Su Fei declared icily. As soon as he spoke, Lu Shihao's pupils constricted sharply. "Boss, watch out behind you," Lu Shihao's subordinate shouted. Liang Hao fired a shot, delivering a headshot, exclaiming, "You should have kept your mouth shut." Lu Shihao had sensed it even before his subordinate's warning. However, he could not fathom how the assailant had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Reacting instinctively, Lu Shihao evaded with lightning speed, but when he turned back, he felt an icy chill. Had he not dodged in time, that sharp blade would have pierced his body. Yet, before he could rejoice, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Under Su Fei's command, the assailant who had just attempted to assassinate him merged into Su Fei's very being, allowing Lu Shihao to finally discern the figure's visage. It was a perfect likeness of Su Fei. "Boss, you truly are remarkable. I've seen this skill once before, but witnessing it again is still astonishing." Wang Yu marveled. "Indeed, I share your sentiments. Su Fei is simply too powerful." Wang Ziming and Suya were already in a state of shock, while Liang Hao was enveloped in fervor. Although Wu Qian had heard Su Fei speak of such abilities, this was her first encounter, and she had genuinely believed Su Fei had been killed. She pondered why she had not vocalized her thoughts sooner. She had always known Su Fei was the most crucial person in her life. In truth, the one experiencing the greatest turmoil was Lu Shihao. Having personally felt the power of a second-tier evolver, Su Fei now radiated an aura that, though not second-tier, was nonetheless equivalent. As Su Fei delivered a punch, Lu Shihao found himself unable to even attempt to evade. The blow landed squarely upon him, likely fracturing several ribs. A spray of blood erupted as Lu Shihao fought to suppress his pain. A subsequent kick from Su Fei rendered him feeling as though his kneecap had shattered. Thud. Lu Shihao collapsed to his knees in agony. Su Fei showed no sympathy, seizing him by the collar and demanding, "Tell me, where is Lu Siyu? I will never divulge that to you." Lu Shihao spat, blood coating his lips as he laughed. "With him as my sacrifice, I will be content. I will ensure you can never find her. Even if you kill me, your heart shall always ache." Ha ha ha. Chapter 40. "I have never betrayed you." Lu Shihao's laughter struck Su Fei as a grotesque perversion, and his fist met Lu Shihao's face with brutal force. Several of Lu Shihao's teeth were shattered, and amidst his pain, he succumbed to a moment of delirium. Yet, almost immediately, he resumed his maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, your heart shall always bear this pain," Lu Shihao proclaimed. Su Fei furrowed his brow. Lu Shihao's audacity to speak in such a manner indicated that Lu Xiyu was undoubtedly imprisoned in a clandestine location, known only to Lu Shihao. He suddenly felt at a loss. While eliminating Lu Shihao was straightforward, the subsequent enigma of Lu Xiyu's whereabouts loomed ominously. Just as he hesitated, Li Jia approached. "If you have the ability, then kill me. Come on," Lu Shihao taunted, pointing at Su Fei and laughing recklessly. He seemed convinced that Su Fei would not dare to harm him. And indeed, Su Fei was hesitant. He could not disregard Lu Xiyu's life or death. "Do you truly believe we are powerless against you?" Lu Shihao's laughter abruptly ceased, and before he could process the situation, Li Jia activated his bewildering skill. The effect of the bewilderment was one of stupor, directly affecting the mind. This was a shared trait between Li Jia's bewilderment and hypnosis, in states of mental disarray. The success rate of hypnosis could reach 90%. Whether ordinary individuals or evolvers, as long as they possessed consciousness, hypnosis applied to all. The two pseudo-first-tier evolvers under Lu Shihao, witnessing their leader subdued, instinctively contemplated escape. Just then, they appeared to seize their opportunity. With the attention of all focused on Su Fei and Lu Shihao, they exchanged glances and, in unison, launched an assault on Wang Yu, positioned at the entrance. They intended to employ a 2-on-1 tactic, hoping to swiftly eliminate one and escape to safety. Almost simultaneously with Li Jia successfully hypnotizing Lu Shihao, their attack commenced. Their martial skills were commendable and bolstered by their enhanced physiques. Their speed surpassed that of before. Targeting the vital points, their strikes aimed directly at Wang Yu's throat. This was an unexpected turn of events. Wang Yu had not anticipated their assault during the moment of inattention, and by the time he reacted, they were but half an inch away from his throat. The two assailants, sensing a glimmer of hope, exchanged narrowed-eyed glances, but before their smiles could fully form, one of their expressions abruptly froze. The other, bewildered, gazed at his companion, only to witness the latter's chest pierced through. As his comrade collapsed, he beheld a face shrouded in dark mist looming behind. "You?" As he attempted to vocalize, he felt his throat constricted. And with his final moments of awareness, he glimpsed Wang Yu wielding an iron fan, blood still dripping from its surface. "Had you not fled, perhaps you might have survived," Wang Ziming remarked coldly, dispersing the foul mist enveloping him to reveal the youthful visage beneath. Yet it was this very face that instilled fear in Lu Shihao's remaining subordinates. As Wang Ziming's gaze swept across them, they each averted their eyes. Liang Hao and Wu Qian, on the other side, merely cast a fleeting glance in that direction before refocusing on Su Fei and Lu Xiao. Li Jia's hypnosis had proven successful. It could be said that Lu Shihao harbored no more secrets. Su Fei's primary concern was, of course, the whereabouts of Lu Xiyu, and now he had acquired the answer. Snatching a key from beneath Lu Shihao's neck, Su Fei swiftly made his way towards the wall opposite him. Pressing the key against the surface, he seamlessly passed through the wall. This was not a mechanism, but rather a spatial device Lu Shihao had drawn from the cards. A cube KEY.IT led to an independent space. Upon entering, Su Fei disregarded everything else within, his focus zeroing in on the figure he knew so well. At that moment, Lu Xiyu lay sprawled on the ground, and Su Fei dashed towards her. Tears streaming down his cheeks unbidden, Suya had remained by Wu Qian and Liang Hao's side throughout, observing Su Fei's sudden disappearance into the wall. Although puzzled, she understood that Su Fei had gone to rescue his sister. And the mere thought of Lu Xiyu stirred her emotions. "Rest assured, Lu Xiyu will be all right," Wu Qian reassured her. Suya nodded silently, tightening her grip on Wu Qian's arm.at. That moment, she saw Su Fei emerging with Lu Xiyu in his embrace. "Wang Yu, come quickly," Su Fei shouted as he exited, his expression bordering on despair. Wang Yu rushed over, accompanied by Suya and Wu Qian. "Sister, what happened to you?" Suya cried out, her hand brushing against Lu Xiyu's body. And in that instant, her sobs grew more frantic. Wu Qian also instinctively furrowed her brow. How could she not feel the icy chill emanating from Lu Xiyu? Just a glance at her pallid complexion revealed that there was not a trace of color left. Boss, I am utterly powerless. Wang Yu sighed after examining the situation for a while. Su Fei's heartbeat seemed to halt for a moment. Wang Yu's words struck his consciousness like a thunderclap. Impossible, impossible, Su Fei murmured. Sister, Suya cried in anguish. Although Liang Hao and Wang Ziming did not approach, they heard Wang Yu's declaration and could not bear to witness their leader's disheartened demeanor any longer. Su Fei, please don't be like this. See you, Wu Qian began, but was interrupted when she saw Lu Siyu's eyes slowly fluttering open. Look, Siyu is awake, Wu Qian exclaimed with excitement. Su Fei was momentarily stunned, and even Suya's voice seemed to freeze. Lu Siyu, having spotted Su Fei, broke into a smile. Su Fei. Lu Siyu called weakly. Su Fei hurriedly leaned in, allowing Lu Siyu's hand to touch his face. Let us get married. We shall have many children. Su Fei choked out. All right, I only wish to be your bride. Lu Siyu nodded with great difficulty. Wu Qian and Wang Yu had already turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Su Fei nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face, unable to articulate a single word. He loathed the misunderstandings he had harbored towards Lu Siyu and regretted not being by her side when she needed him the most. Su Fei, do you know? I miss you. And I have never betrayed you, Lu Siyu said, the words she longed to express in her lifetime. Don't say that. I know. I miss you too. Su Fei grasped Lu Siyu's hand tightly, unable to contain his emotions any longer. Chapter 41. Do not cry. Today is my birthday. Thank you for spending it with me. This was a scene from many years ago when Su Fei celebrated Lu Siyu's birthday. The very day they fell in love. The happiest moment of my life was meeting you in the cold, lonely dark of night. You were the only one by my side. We will surely find happiness. Su Fei gazed into Lu Siyu's gradually fading eyes, the memories of their past joy and beauty surging forth uncontrollably. See you. Su Fei murmured in a daze, feeling the most crucial aspect of his life slipping away. After the apocalypse erupted, he had never despaired, but at this moment, as he faced the potential loss of his beloved, fear and hopelessness flooded his being, his body merging with Lu Siyu's frigidness. Coldness seeped from his fingertips to his very marrow. Both body and soul were instantaneously frozen. Do not cry. Su Fei was taken aback. Elijah's hypnosis on Lu Shihua was still ongoing. He had procured Lu Shihua's card and a second-tier zombie essence from him. Suddenly, Lu Shihua's words jolted Li Jia, just as he retrieved the potion from his pocket. Elijah snatched it away. Boss, the life-extending potion, he nearly shouted. Wang Yu stepped forward, taking the potion from Li Jia's hands. Hesitating as he felt its weight. Boss, the life-extending potion can only sustain life for 12 hours. Wang Yu said, disappointment evident in his tone. Su Fei's mind was in turmoil, unable to make decisions. Wang Yu turned to Wu Qian. Wu Qian nodded and pulled Suya, who was still crying, aside. Wang Yu quickly crouched down and administered the life-extending potion to Lu Siyu in her hazy state of awareness. Lu Siyu heard Wang Yu's words and struggled to sip the potion. She wished to grant Su Fei one last moment of happiness for 12 hours in this life. That is sufficient. Seeing Lu Siyu unconscious, Su Fei wiped his tears and cradled her in his arms, rushing towards the hall's entrance, no longer wishing to linger here. He wanted to take Lu Siyu home. Sister, Suya cried out in anguish. It's all right. The life-extending potion will take an hour to take effect. With the boss here, everything will be fine, Wang Yu reassured her. Qianjia, if the boss isn't here, you must take charge. Wang Yu said, looking at Wu Qian. Wu Qian nodded and instructed Wang Yu to care for Suya, while she approached Li Jia. Qianjia, I've gathered all the information. Aside from Lu Shihua's men, there are 56 others he has imprisoned, Li Jia reported, handing over the card and second-tier zombie essence to Wu Qian. Wu Qian accepted them and turned to Liang Hao and Wang Ziming, saying, let these men lead the way and release the captives. Liang Hao kicked the nearest man, saying, did you not hear our words? Lu Shihua's subordinates trembled, pointing at the door, stammering, it's right there. Wang Ziming immediately walked over, mirroring Liang Hao's ruthlessness as he kicked open the door, freeing the captives. However, they were all men, some so famished they could barely stand. Where else? Wang Ziming asked, seizing one of Lu Shihua's lackeys. The man trembled, pointing shakily at another door. Wang Ziming shoved him aside and approached that door, delivering another kick. The scene inside was distressing. Wang Ziming stepped back and called Wu Qian inside. "This scoundrel!" Wu Qian's furious voice echoed from within, and only Wang Ziming understood the horror of the scene inside. Lu Shihua's subordinates collapsed to the ground in despair, and shortly after, Wu Qian emerged with a dark expression, followed by 5 girls who appeared utterly deranged. Upon seeing Lu Shihua's men, they lunged at them with frenzied fury, their nails and teeth becoming weapons, venting their hatred. The torment they had endured was unimaginable, and the next scene was shocking to all. One girl bit off a man's ear, chewing it as blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. Silence enveloped the crowd. Some attempted to resist but were swiftly incapacitated by Liang Hao and Wang Ziming. After which the 5 girls turned their wrath upon them. "If I had never met Su Fei, would I one day become like them?" Wu Qian fell silent, while Suya was horrified by the unfolding events. After clearing and searching the place, Wu Qian and the others escorted the group imprisoned by Lu Shihua out, with the culprit himself being restrained by Liang Hao. Wu Qian intended to leave him for Su Fei. Xiao Qing awaited at the entrance, and with her presence deterring the zombie king, their journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. They settled the rescued individuals in the urban village, providing them with food and ensuring they could stabilize. In this apocalypse, one could only take it step by step. Matters could be addressed later. Upon returning to the attic, Su Fei and Lu Xiyu were not present, and everyone understood they must be at Su Fei's original home. "I'll go check on the boss," Liang Hao said after a brief pause. "Don't go. Let them have some time alone. After all, Wu Qian hasn't finished what she wanted to say. And we all know what she intends to express." Liang Hao sat back down. The group fell into silence, each lost in their thoughts. Su Fei had remained by Lu Ciyu's side since returning. And an hour later, her body temperature gradually began to rise, her eyelids fluttering. "You're awake?" Lu Ciyu nodded slightly, sitting up and asking, "How long have I slept?" "1 hour. You must be hungry. Let me cook for you," Lu Ciyu said, attempting to get out of bed, as she would normally do when they were together. Su Fei hurriedly supported her, saying, "Even if you wish to, you can't. Let us just go to the attic for a meal." Wu Qian should have prepared something by now. Lu Ciyu paused, then smiled, saying, "All right, it's nice to take a break for once." Su Fei suppressed the sorrow swelling within him. This scene felt all too familiar. Wu Qian and the others had just finished grilling meat when Su Fei and Lu Ciyu entered. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds as everyone quickly stood up, and Suya rushed over. "Wu Qian, long time no see," Lu Ciyu said, pulling Suya close and smiling at Wu Qian. "Indeed," Wu Qian smiled back. They quickly made way for them, and after sitting down, Su Fei introduced Lu Ciyu to the others. Lu Ciyu greeted everyone with a smile, eyeing the grilled meat, and suggested she should cook for Su Fei and the rest. With that, she began to busy herself in the kitchen. Su Fei watched Lu Ciyu's retreating figure, unable to restrain his emotions once more, and stepped outside. Lu Ciyu had once said she did not wish to see his tears. Chapter 42. Dissipation amidst fireworks. At some point, Wu Qian stood behind Su Fei, observing him as he struggled to hold back tears, fighting to prevent them from spilling over. "If you wish to cry, then let it out," Wu Qian said softly. Su Fei did not respond, gazing through the window at an unfathomable distance. Inside the attic, Lu Ciyu was preparing a meal for everyone while Suya assisted her. Apart from her 2 sisters, no one else was present. Lu Ciyu glanced at the empty space, seemingly only to find Xiaoqing lying there, while Suya, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the snake, dared not look in that direction. Perhaps it was the innate disposition of a girl. As she gazed at Lu Ciyu, the thought that her sister would not survive beyond 12 hours overwhelmed her with sorrow. "Xiaoya, do not weep," Lu Ciyu said with a gentle smile. "Sister," Suya called out, wanting to say something, yet ultimately at a loss for words, as if 1,000 sentiments could be encapsulated in that single utterance. "There is no need for sadness. Having this half-day together is, in truth, more than enough. Rest assured, I will ensure that Su Fei takes good care of you," Lu Ciyu reassured while deftly preparing the meal. Her expression revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Perhaps, as she said, this half-day was sufficient for a lifetime. "I just heard Liang Hao and the others mention preparing a surprise for you," Suya said, regaining her composure. "Is that so?" What surprise? Lu Siyu inquired. I do not know. They went out to fetch something, Suya replied. Lu Siyu smiled softly. In this apocalypse, what shop could possibly remain? As the two sisters chatted, Wu Qian walked in. Lu Siyu and Wu Qian were not only university classmates but also roommates. Their bond needed no elaboration, and after a period of absence, there was much to discuss. Moreover, as a girl, Lu Siyu possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. How could she not sense Wu Qian's feelings for Su Fei? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. After her departure, Wu Qian would take her place by Su Fei's side. It has been a long time since we could chat like this after university, Lu Siyu remarked. Indeed, after graduation, we have all been caught up in our own affairs. It seems we have not gathered much. Wu Qian agreed. After a short while of idle chatter, the conversation unexpectedly turned to Su Fei, prompting Lu Siyu to inquire. Wu Qian naturally recounted the series of events from the outbreak of the apocalypse to the present. When she spoke of their first encounter with Su Fei, where they annihilated a horde of zombies, both Lu Siyu and Suya were left astounded. Lu Siyu felt increasingly certain of one thing. Wu Qian was undoubtedly interested in Su Fei. Had she not noticed how Wu Qian's gaze flickered away upon seeing her? The meal was soon ready. Wu Qian used the intercom crystal to summon everyone back. Su Fei's eyes were slightly reddened, likely from recent tears. Liang Hao and the others remained silent but smiling. Their surprise awaited downstairs, destined to be unveiled later that evening. After dinner, Su Fei and Lu Siyu did not depart, as Lu Siyu wished to avoid evoking thoughts of her departure during their time alone together. She could not bear to witness Su Fei's tears. Happiness, after all, is a simple thing, merely the presence of companionship. Our acquaintance is fateful, and I am grateful that Su Fei has all of you, Lu Siyu declared, raising her glass. Everyone was somewhat inebriated, reminiscing about the past, discussing the present, and even contemplating the future. Yet for Lu Siyu, there was no longer a future to be had as the sky gradually darkened. The urban village transformed with the influx of newcomers, imbued with vitality and hope. From the window, one could see flickers of starlight. Big brother, sister Siyu, we four have prepared a gift for you. Let us go downstairs to see it, Liang Hao announced, to which Wang Ziming, Wang Yu, and Li Jie eagerly nodded in agreement. Su Fei and Lu Siyu simultaneously looked up at the group. Lu Siyu chuckled softly and said, All right, I heard from Suya at noon that you were preparing a gift for me. I am quite curious about what it is. Su Fei, let us go and see. Okay, Su Fei replied, standing up alongside Lu Siyu. Xiaoqing seemed even more excited, rushing over eagerly, allowing Wu Qian to hold her back. Once downstairs, after everyone had gathered, Liang Hao directed the others, who had seemingly disappeared. Wu Qian's expression darkened, thinking that Liang Hao was being rather unreliable, leaving everyone waiting. Su Fei and Lu Siyu remained quietly patient, while Suya glanced at Lu Siyu, striving to suppress her emotions and refrain from dwelling on the outcome. Liang Hao, what are you all doing? We're all, Wu Qian scolded, clutching the intercom crystal, yet before she could finish, a sound pierced the AIR.IT came from multiple locations within the urban village, followed by vibrant fireworks lighting up the sky. How beautiful! I have not seen fireworks in many years, Su Fei remarked. Indeed, it has been ages, Wu Qian replied. The crowd had emerged from the building, the newcomers unable to contain their cheers, and such a sight could only be witnessed in times of peace, as the fireworks continued to bloom. Su Fei gazed at Lu Siyu's smile, filled with profound emotions and guilt. We have never dined outside together. We have never visited an amusement park. We have yet to see the most beautiful scenery. Yet it was all too late. There was no way to amend the past, and what Su Fei owed Lu Siyu was simply the wedding she had long desired. Let us get married, Su Fei murmured. Lu Siyu's smile froze instantly as she met Su Fei's earnest gaze. Gritting her teeth, she fervently nodded. She had awaited this declaration for many years. Su Fei, do you remember when we first met? Lu Siyu suddenly asked. 2 years ago. We had just graduated from university, Su Fei replied without hesitation, that period vividly etched in his memory. Lu Siyu shook her head and stated, that is not correct. We have known each other far longer. Do you remember your online girlfriend from many years ago? Ah? Su Fei was taken aback. Thus, I have awaited your words for countless years, Lu Siyu revealed, Su Fei was momentarily stunned. In that instant, 1,000 words condensed into a single gesture, their fingers intertwining as they embraced. Surrounding them seemed to be a chorus of blessings. Even Wu Qian silently wished them well. Yet, Su Fei watched as Lu Siyu's form gradually became ethereal, the surrounding sounds fading, leaving only his heart-wrenching cries that Su Fei, I forgot to tell you, the life-extending potion has another effect. It can transform my blood into an ice heart necklace. Consequently, my time here will be significantly shortened. Lu Siyu said, opening her palm to reveal a necklace, solidified from her blood. It will accompany you. As if I am forever by your side. She spoke in broken phrases. Why are you so foolish? Su Fei sobbed. Remember, do not cry. Lu Siyu urged, struggling to raise her hand, gently tracing Su Fei's cheek with her fingertips, as if to memorize his visage forever. I in the next life. I will wait for you. Lu Siyu said with a smile, her form suddenly transforming into a glow that condensed into the ice heart necklace. No. The air resonated with the echo of Lu Siyu's unfinished words, as the fireworks faded. It marked my final homecoming. Chapter 43. The heart changes. Su Fei could not recall when he regained a semblance of consciousness. His head felt heavy, and his body weak, his senses blurred, with faint sounds of movement and conversation reaching his ears. He struggled to open his eyes but found them unyielding. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed once more to sleep. Sister Qian, I just gave our leader his medication. By tomorrow morning, his fever should subside, Wang Yu reported. Wu Qian nodded, setting aside her worries. Seeing everyone gathered, she made her way over to Suya, who was crying in the corner. Xiaoya, please stop crying. Your sister would not rest easy if you continue like this. Wu Qian urged, but my sister, Suya began, unable to contain herself as she collapsed into Wu Qian's embrace. Time passed, and eventually, Suya grew silent in Wu Qian's arms. Looking down, Wu Qian saw that Suya had fallen asleep, likely exhausted from her ordeal. Carefully, she laid Suya down in the tent and returned to inquire about Su Fei's condition once more. All right, everyone should get some rest. I will remain here, Wu Qian said. The others exchanged glances, their worry preventing any thoughts of sleep. Wu Qian sighed heavily but refrained from insisting further. Sister Qian, you should go to sleep. You look weary today. We will keep watch here. Wang Yu suggested that Wu Qian waved her hand dismissively. Sleep was elusive to her. Lu Siyu's departure had dealt Su Fei a heavy blow. Physical wounds could heal, yet how could one mend a wounded soul? The group fell silent, collectively staring into the flickering flames of the bonfire. When Su Fei awakened once more, he felt a resurgence of sensation throughout his body. Though still weak, at least he could move. Yet, his heart tightened painfully, his thoughts frozen at the moment Lu Siyu left. He wished it were merely a dream, but feeling the ice heart necklace in his hand confirmed the harsh reality. Lu Siyu was gone. The person he loved most had departed forever. Slowly lifting his hand, he regarded the necklace as if seeing Lu Siyu once more. Let it accompany you, just as I will always be by your side. Lu Siyu's words continued to resonate in Su Fei's ears. With gritted teeth, Su Fei clenched his fists, tightly shutting his eyes, while his body trembled uncontrollably. Why? Su Fei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Why must our lives and deaths be dictated by you? A roar echoed in Su Fei's heart. In that moment, he felt no reverence for heaven and earth, but rather an intense questioning and reproach. To him, the universe was supposed to be just, yet it had given rise to an apocalyptic world, wantonly slaughtering the weak. The heavens were unjust, but they scattered paper cards, allowing humanity to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Was it because we were not strong enough? Or was it due to your self-righteous arrogance? If anyone were to gaze into Su Fei's eyes at that moment, they would discover a chilling coldness, akin to the transformation of a heart in the wake of a beloved's disappearance. You can create rules. Why can't I? You can alter fate. Why can't I? From this moment forth, I shall no longer revere this world. I shall be the very embodiment of the rules. Su Fei murmured, convinced that since humanity could evolve and extract formidable powers from the cards, there would come a day when he could find a way to reverse Lu Siyu's disappearance. If not, he would ascend to the pinnacle and forge his own laws. Clutching the ice-hearted necklace and feeling Lu Siyu's presence, Su Fei's heart harbored but one conviction: to grow stronger, by any means necessary. Whether for justice or for darkness, he must become powerful. Only strength could grant him the right to change his destiny. As time passed, Su Fei's resolve grew ever more steadfast, and he cast one last glance at the ice-hearted necklace. "Siyu, wait for me. I will surely bring you back. What I must do now is to bury my sorrow and relentlessly pursue strength." As dawn broke, Su Fei sat up from the tent, observing that everyone else was still asleep. He chose not to disturb them, knowing they had kept vigil by his side throughout the night during his fever. Especially Wu Qian, whose voice he could faintly hear in his stupor, conversing with him. Ensuring he was not alone, Su Fei settled beside the fire, casually lighting a cigarette he had taken from the table. Lu Shihao was a first-level evolved being, indicating that many had begun to grasp the secrets of the cards by now amidst the apocalypse. Once Shaoqing absorbed Lu Shihao, she would immediately evolve into a second-level life form. Coupled with his shadow kill and the second-level zombie essence Lu Shihao possessed, they would effectively wield the strength of 3 second-level evolved beings. In Xing City, they could stand unafraid before any force. Moreover, within the Rubik's Cube key, the very space that once imprisoned Siyu, he had not taken the time to examine thoroughly, but now realized there must be treasures hidden away by Lu Shihao. Su Fei instinctively glanced at the still-sleeping Wu Qian, aware that many of Lu Shihao's possessions were now in her hands, and he would have to wait for her to awaken to investigate further. Lu Shihao possessed a card, and if he could find another, a sacrifice could be made once more. As he listed these thoughts, Su Fei's mind gradually cleared. He felt there were still matters to attend to. The high-end laboratory at Xing City Hospital, his former workplace, where his so-called strength would not solely rely on the cards, but also on technology. He sensed that merely relying on the cards would keep him confined within someone else's cage, and what he sought was to depend on his own power. His fate should not be subject to anyone's control. Shaoqing emerged from the corner, affectionately nuzzling close, and Su Fei picked her up, cradling her against him. Professionally, having learned Shadow Kill, he could acquire another primary profession. If given a choice, he would prioritize selecting the Blade Master class, allowing the full potential of the Tang knife to manifest. His companions, Wu Qian and Li Jie, already boasted formidable professions, and next, he needed to seek suitable careers for the others. After pondering for a while, the group gradually began to awaken, with Wu Qian being the first to rise. She looked at Su Fei with concern and inquired about his well-being. Only upon seeing that he was unharmed could she truly relax. Suya had also cried and fussed for quite some time the previous night. Wu Qian glanced at Suya, immediately regretting her words, realizing she had misspoken. "It's all right, little girl. A little coaxing and it will pass," Su Fei said softly. Wu Qian gazed at Su Fei, her calm smile concealing a profound pain. She understood that Su Fei buried his sorrow deep within. Chapter 44. The night hunt. In the morning, after everyone had awakened and noticed Su Fei was fine, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Fei was the pillar of the team. As long as he remained, there was hope for survival. United in purpose, they refrained from mentioning Lu Siyu again. The deceased had departed, and those who lived still needed to carry on. They were genuinely fearful of triggering Su Fei's sorrow once more. Suya woke up, having been comforted by Su Fei during her tears, and it seemed he had whispered something to her. For when they returned from the hallway, Suya's face bore no trace of sadness, only determination. After breakfast, Su Fei took the Rubik's Cube key, the second-level zombie essence, and the card from Wu Qian. The two of diamonds, with its favorable odds, had a high probability of yielding a strong profession, though the strength of the professions varied greatly. The premium professions were primarily found among the spade cards. He handed the card to the eager Wang Yu and transferred all his 7,500 merit points to him, which was their entire fortune, just enough for 5 draws. Wang Yu accepted the card and, spurred on by the group, went to test his luck. Su Fei cast a casual glance. As the profession wheel began to spin, he redirected his attention to the second-level zombie essence in his hand. Upon probing it with his spiritual sense, his eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed a valuable item, primarily because it was upgradable. However, its upgrade process differed from that of other items, as it came with a proprietary upgrade formula. Yet the components listed were entirely unfamiliar to Su Fei. This could wait for another time. For now, its most practical use lay in allowing a first-level evolved being to perform as if they were second-level. He also possessed two supplementary items, the pseudo-first-level evolution stones. The absence of supplementary items did not significantly concern Su Fei, especially since Lu Shihao had already deployed them to his subordinates. He casually handed one to Wu Qian, having previously confirmed this plan, ensuring that he, Xiaoqing, and Wu Qian would be sufficiently prepared for various scenarios. Wu Qian offered no excessive expressions of gratitude, her demeanor as composed as Su Fei's. He understood that Wu Qian must be heartbroken over Lu Xiyu's departure as well. Wang Yu and the others approached excitedly, and Su Fei noted that Wang Yu had drawn 4 professions from his 5 attempts, a remarkably high success rate. Among them was a healer profession, which Su Fei had initially considered giving to Wang Yu. However, upon glancing at it, Wang Yu quickly declared he did not want it. In response to the group's puzzled expressions, Wang Yu explained, "Boss, I intend to engage in battle. This profession is meant for support, better suited for Suya, this little girl. Then it's better off with Suya." Wu Qian chimed in with a laugh. Su Fei shot a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "As if you aren't a girl." The others stifled their laughter, hesitant to voice it aloud. Wu Qian, clearly aware of their amusement, rolled her eyes and playfully smacked Liang Hao. Liang Hao, taken aback, lamented, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? Qian Jia, this isn't fair. They are all led astray by you. If not you, then who?" Wu Qian retorted angrily. Amidst the laughter, Su Fei assigned the profession to Suya, who was still not an evolved being and thus could not yet learn a profession. However, this was evidently not a significant hurdle, as he already possessed several sets of first-level evolution stones and epidemic prevention scrolls. Suya looked on in confusion, and Su Fei offered no further explanation, while Yang Hao and the others eagerly tried to clarify. However, after much effort, Suya remained perplexed. Su Fei chuckled. Such matters were truly difficult to explain and could only be understood through personal experience, essentially. The age-old saying that practice surpasses theory. He glanced at the other 4 professions, all of which were lackluster. He couldn't be bothered to scrutinize them further and simply set them aside. The others shared similar sentiments, having seen the options. None were suitable for anyone. Even if learned, they would yield little effect, and it was better to aim for something more potent than to settle for subpar professions that would need to be replaced later. Furthermore, the blue light scrolls for profession refinement were significantly more valuable. Next, they turned their attention to the Rubik's Cube key. Su Fei knew Liang Hao had imprisoned Lu Shihao within, and he couldn't be bothered to spare a glance at Lu Shihao again. As Liang Hao dragged the terrified Lu Shihao out, Su Fei instructed him to take Lu Shihao downstairs, allowing Xiaoqing to consume him. No need for unnecessary complications. Wang Yu was more than willing to take on this task. Upon seeing Liang Hao and Xiaoqing descend, he hurried after them, eager to obtain a specimen of a first-level evolved being. All for the sake of experimentation. That was his exact phrase. Su Fei did not dissuade him. Rather, he felt a sense of delight, as he appreciated individuals fervent about scientific inquiry. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us venture in together and see what treasures await us, and we shall take them all. Wu Qian remarked. The crowd withdrew their gazes, promptly following Su Fei and Wu Qian inside. Su Fei felt as though they had entered a house of their own. When he first arrived, he was solely focused on Lu Xiyu. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the space was indeed quite ample, and it had been divided into several small areas, resembling bedrooms. He had never resided in such a splendid dwelling even during peacetime. Primarily due to its unaffordability, and the bedrooms were surprisingly spacious as Wu Qian explored, she expressed her astonishment, truly believing that this apocalypse felt almost like a jest, offering houses as if they were mere gifts. "Sister Qian, look, there's seafood here," Wang Ziming exclaimed as he approached a designated area. Wu Qian hurried over, having not savored seafood in quite some time. "This must be what Lu Shihao stored here," Suya explained. "Regardless of whose it is, I will prepare seafood for everyone tonight." Su Fei and Li Jie exchanged smiles, both currently engrossed in examining the safe before them. "Boss, could this be Lu Shihao savings?" Li Jie inquired curiously. Su Fei gave it a firm pat, feeling it was unlikely. After all, Why would one save money during an apocalypse, unless Lu Shihao's intelligence was in question? Yet, conversely, it was undeniable that his intellect was rather lacking. I don't know, let us take it outside and open it, Su Fei suggested. Initially, they believed it to be quite heavy and considered calling Wang Ziming for assistance. However, Li Jie effortlessly lifted it and carried it out. Could it be empty? Li Jie mused aloud as he walked. Su Fei shared the same thought. Lu Shihao was truly foolish to display an empty safe in this dire situation, still clinging to appearances. Meanwhile, Wu Qian and the others continued to organize the various items inside, discovering not only seafood but also weapons and ammunition. Li Jie placed the safe beside the campfire, while Su Fei drew out his Tang Dao and delivered a powerful strike. Bang! The impact caused Su Fei to stagger back. He inspected the Tang Dao before approaching the safe, astonished to find it unscathed. Li Jie joined him, equally astonished by the result. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "Boss, do you think this safe might be a product of the magic cube key?" Su Fei considered the possibility. After all, if the Tang Dao had struck it, there should have been some marks left behind. As he sheathed the Tang Dao, he infused it with his spiritual awareness and instantly sensed a message. Magic cube safe, consisting of 5 layers. The first room requires a second-tier revolver or a second-tier life form to unlock. Indeed, it was called the Magic Cube Safe, Su Fei remarked. Just then, Liang Hao and the others ascended the stairs. Su Fei waved, and Xiao Qing rushed over. He could feel her speed. It was truly that of a second tier. Li Jie was busy explaining something to Liang Hao and Wang Yu when Su Fei placed Xiao Qing directly atop the Magic Cube Safe. Suddenly, light emanated from within the treasure chest, startling Xiao Qing, who darted away. Before Su Fei and the others' eyes, the Magic Cube Safe began to transform for the first time, as if all elements were being restructured. Gradually, a token-like object appeared at its pinnacle. Less than a minute later, the token solidified, and the light slowly receded. Su Fei picked up the token and sensed its essence. Team token, please name the team, if this apocalypse is to be an eternal night. Then our lifelong belief shall be to dispel this endless darkness. Henceforth, our team's name shall be the Night Hunter Squad. Chapter 45. Group actions. With the successful naming of the team, the initial number of members stood at 7. With potential for upgrades, the team leader has been appointed, Su Fei. All team members receive a 5 attack bonus. Non-team token-bound items detected, initiating clearance. Clearance complete. Personnel bound to the original implant communication crystal automatically join the team. The team merit exchange system is now active, allowing for free redemption. The team communication system is now operational, enabling communication among team members within a kilometer radius. The team supervision and punishment system is now active, allowing for oversight of members' rebellious intentions. The leader has the authority to expel such individuals from the team. As the messages streamed in, Su Fei and the others, including Liang Hao, stood in astonishment. It could be said that the effects of the team token were akin to those of the implant communication crystal. Moreover, it included additional attack bonuses and an exchange system. Even a mere 5 increase was better than nothing. Footsteps approached. It was Wu Qian and the others emerging from the space of the Magic Cube Key. The reason was simple. The communication crystals they possessed had been erased. What happened? Wu Qian asked. We've leveled up, Su Fei replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze back to the team token. According to the order of establishment, the Night Hunter Squad ranked 3rd, with rewards, 10,000 merit points, 7 team sets, 1 key to the secret realm, and 5 high-quality enhancement stones. Shock, surprise, and disbelief. These 3 words seemed to encapsulate the sentiments of the group at that moment. As the light from the token faded, the rewards suddenly materialized before their eyes. Su Fei grasped the token, his eyes gleaming coldly. 3rd place. Huh? Heh. This only confirmed his suspicions. It appeared that the apocalypse had not merely been foreseen by him. He stored away the key to the secret realm, which could only be accessed by evolvers of tier 4 or higher. Currently, it was unnecessary. He casually picked up a team set, sensed its essence, and realized it required tier 2 to use. Thus, he instructed everyone to stow them away in the space of the Magic Cube Key. The next items that could directly enhance their strength were the 5 high-quality enhancement stones. The Tang Dao could not be further enhanced, as it was related to the tier of the binder. Furthermore, an enhancement among the same tier, the effects of different grades of enhancement could not stack. Only the maximum effect would apply. In other words, to enhance the Tang Dao, Su Fei must first reach Tier 2 as an evolver. If Wang Yu were to enhance his Iron Fan with a high-quality enhancement stone, all previous attributes would be completely reset. Nevertheless, high-quality enhancement stones were, of course, vastly superior to low-quality ones. Su Fei enhanced each member in turn, elevating the team's overall strength. After adding Suya to the team and providing her with an epidemic prevention scroll and a Tier 1 evolution starstone, she proceeded to complete her evolution under the protection of her companions. Su Fei believed that once she awakened, she would entirely shed the mindset of a young girl. With the establishment of the Night Hunter Squad, the communication crystals were rendered unnecessary. Su Fei called Li Jie over and tossed him the communication crystal. "Boss, this is for you to cultivate those loyal to us. It can also serve as a means of control," Su Fei stated, feeling that such a task seemed fitting only for Li Jie. "Boss, aren't you worried he might use this to control some girl?" Wang Yu teased from the side. Li Jie shot him a glare. While Yang Hao and Wang Ziming chuckled that it's fine. Perhaps some girl would be willing. In the apocalypse, all morals had collapsed. Thus, what they sought was merely strength. Everyone nodded in agreement. The recent events had illuminated many truths for them. However, Li Jie, you must ensure the girl is willing. We still need to maintain a basic moral baseline. While we may not always be the good guys, we should strive to be better. Li Jie nodded vigorously. At that moment, Wang Yu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Boss, I want such treatment too." "That's easy. Just have Li Jie share one with you. We'll pretend we didn't see it. After all, you both have needs." Su Fei had just finished speaking when Wu Qian gave him a sharp smack. Su Fei was taken aback, turning to see Wu Qian blushing furiously. "Liang Hao, Ziming, you two can also have Li Jie share one with you." Liang Hao quickly winked at Wang Yu, and upon noticing Wu Qian's glare, he disdainfully remarked to Wang Yu, "We're still young. Let us not lead us astray." The atmosphere thickened, followed by laughter echoing throughout the loft. Suya awoke. Not only had she become an evolver, but she had also learned a profession, healer with a single skill, healing. Su Fei regretted allowing her to learn it, for a low-grade profession simply could not compare to a high-grade one. Nonetheless, given the current universal Tier 1 status, it was still quite practical. Sitting by the campfire for lunch, Su Fei contemplated and then declared, "This afternoon, we shall split into groups. I will head to the hospital, while Yang Hao, Wang Ziming, and Wang Yu will take Shaoqing to my former workplace. The rest of you stay here." The group was momentarily taken aback, followed by a chorus of objections. Everyone unanimously believed it was unsafe for Su Fei to go alone and insisted he should take Shaoqing with him. Su Fei smiled and explained, "Currently, only Wu Qian, Shaoqing, and I can perform at a second-tier level, and with my shadow kill ability, I will face minimal issues, so please, rest assured." After a brief silence, as they were about to persuade him further, Su Fei interrupted them. "Boss, what are we supposed to retrieve from your workplace?" Wang Yu inquired. "Bring back my computer. We need it for the most complex calculations for our experiments, and also, look for some cards." Wang Yu acknowledged, realizing that Su Fei was indeed correct. The path to experimentation was still long and arduous. Wu Qian, if anything unexpected happens to you three, and you find yourselves unable to fight back, immediately retreat into the magic cube key. I suspect that many unsavory individuals will be drawn here by last night's fireworks. After reiterating several times, everyone hastily finished their meal before embarking on their respective missions. In one area of Xingqing, designated as the rescue zone, despite bearing the title, they chose to conserve their strength and remain inactive as the apocalypse loomed. Their weaponry was relatively advanced, and their numbers exceeded 100. Resembling a special forces unit from peacetime, this moment, in the conference hall, a few captains convened to establish a fundamental strategy regarding the survivors in the urban village. They were acutely aware that evolved beings had already emerged there. Hence, they dispatched not one, but two evolved individuals, one male and one female. In another building in Xingqing, a group formed from the personnel of an office building had gathered. During the onset of the apocalypse, Yang Qi inadvertently uncovered the secret of the playing cards, and from a state of obscurity, he ascended to an exalted status. Not only did he usurp his superior's wife, but he also showed no mercy to those who had previously bullied him. He was not far from the urban village, and upon witnessing the fireworks, a singular word consumed his thoughts. Seize. Chapter 46. The Phantom Hospital, Part 1. Xingqing Central Hospital, 2025. Humanity had entered an era of advanced medical care, and the societal responsibilities of hospitals extended beyond mere rescue to encompass research. Xingqing Central Hospital housed the only research center in the city, which was one of the reasons Su Fei had come here. As he approached the hospital, an unsettling feeling washed over him, and it wasn't until he stepped through the hospital's entrance and glanced back at the surroundings that he discerned what was amiss. Odd. Su Fei's expression turned grave, even tinged with a hint of fear. This place bore no trace of the apocalypse's devastation. In stark contrast to the ruins outside, it appeared utterly incongruous, yet more authentic. The hospital remained bustling with people, leaving Su Fei in a quandary about the reality of this place versus the apocalypse outside. He felt the familiar weight of his backpack, inside which the cat infant continued to wail. And his first-tier evolved powers still lingered. But was this place untouched by the apocalypse, or was there something inherently strange about it? Su Fei's doubts deepened. Exercising caution, he refrained from entering hastily, standing awkwardly at the entrance. However, he could discern no anomalies. Everything appeared remarkably serene. "Hey, you there!" A reprimanding voice broke through, and Su Fei turned to see a young security guard pointing at him. Standing at the entrance disrupts others trying to enter. "Look behind you. People are waiting to see a doctor." Su Fei was taken aback and quickly glanced over his shoulder, confirming that indeed, 7 or 8 individuals were preparing to enter the hospital. Although he was not obstructing anyone significantly, it was undeniably impolite. Filled with confusion, Su Fei stepped aside, sensing the presence of genuine humans rather than zombies, but the question lingered. Where had these people come from? He distinctly remembered there being no one behind him. Moreover, with his perception as a first-tier evolved being, it was inconceivable that he had failed to notice anyone behind him. It was as if, at the guard's gesture, these individuals had materialized from thin air. Driven by curiosity, Su Fei hastened a few steps and intercepted the newcomers, directly facing a middle-aged woman. "Excuse me, ma'am, may I ask where you are from?" The woman's expression shifted instantly, becoming defensive. "The eastern outskirts of Xingqing." "Why?" Su Fei pressed on. "How did you make it here during the apocalypse? Are there many survivors over there?" The woman appeared perplexed, as did the others accompanying her. "Apocalypse?" she echoed, momentarily bewildered. "Yes," Su Fei affirmed with a nod. The group exchanged glances, and after a few moments, a middle-aged man among them spoke up. "Are you sure you're not joking? It's a bright sunny day. There's no apocalypse here." Upon hearing this, everyone regarded Su Fei as if he were a fool. Su Fei could hardly maintain his composure and pointed outside, declaring, "Look out there. If that isn't the apocalypse, then what is?" They turned to glance outside, casting him odd looks. "Dear, Dada's health is a priority. We should hurry inside." The middle-aged woman insisted, clearly uninterested in engaging with Su Fei further. Su Fei chose not to argue any longer. He gazed at the ruins outside, lost in silence for a considerable time. Why did their perception of the world differ so drastically from his? After contemplating for a few minutes, he slowly followed the others into the hospital. However, he could not anticipate that, at the very moment he entered the hospital building, the group he had just stopped would reappear at the entrance, and had he been observant, he would have noticed that the individuals here were merely repeating their actions in a continuous loop. Inside and outside the building, Su Fei had failed to detect any discrepancies. Thus, he found himself equally blinded to the truth within. Did the apocalypse leave the hospital without power? Well, there was electricity here. Was water scarce in the apocalypse? The floors had recently been cleaned by the staff. Even when Su Fei sniffed the water, he could discern no abnormalities. He certainly did not believe that everyone here was a survivor. The people here were entirely oblivious to the apocalypse. An enigma lay beneath the surface. "Hey, nurse, was that your boyfriend who just called?" Su Fei inquired. "Yes, why?" The attractive nurse responded, stepping back slightly. "I was merely asking," he replied. The nurse, putting her phone away, muttered a harsh retort. "Crazy." Su Fei stood there, momentarily stunned, as everyone regarded him as if he were insane. "The communication is fine," Su Fei mumbled, contemplating for a few seconds before hastily pursuing the attractive nurse. Nurse, wait. May I borrow your phone? I wish to verify who the call was from. Naturally, the nurse refused, almost fleeing at the sound of his voice. Su Fei, undeterred, pressed on, but the nurse abruptly turned and scolded. I told you I have a boyfriend. I want tea like you. Su Fei halted in his tracks. What was this? He merely wished to borrow a phone. The commotion in the building had escalated, prompting Su Fei to seize an opportunity to rush downstairs and veer into the inpatient department. The atmosphere here mirrored that of the previous area. Su Fei could sense no despair on the faces of those around him that would indicate a post-apocalyptic existence. It felt as if he had stumbled into a paradise. Even Su Fei, who had firmly believed in the apocalypse, began to waver. Although his powers and everything he had experienced served as proof, what if he were merely spiraling into madness? After all, mentally ill individuals perceive their realities as true. He ruminated on this, growing increasingly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Which world was genuine? He had no answers. Spotting a relatively amiable woman, Su Fei approached her to borrow a phone, and the outcome was predictable. The call went through, and the person on the other end confirmed that there was indeed no apocalypse. In that moment, a wave of terror engulfed him. The apocalypse was not frightening, nor were the zombies. The true horror lay in losing oneself. At that moment, Su Fei found himself trapped between reality and illusion. Questioning which constituted the true world, it was akin to everyone proclaiming that his world was false. Inevitably, his spirit would drown, gradually leading him to doubt his convictions and beliefs. He would come to believe that his world was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. This realization was perhaps more despairing than the apocalypse itself, leaving Su Fei bewildered as to how he had arrived at the end of this corridor. The rest area offered chairs, and Su Fei sank into one. Overwhelmed. Chapter 47. The Phantom Hospital, Part 2. The greatest tragedy for a person is the inability to trust even oneself. Su Fei repeatedly recalled the events of the apocalypse, yet with each recollection, his memories grew more nebulous. This was the clash of constant denial and validation, until his memories began to fracture and collapse. He even began to suspect that the entire apocalypse might be a figment of his imagination. A world that existed solely in his mind. The Tang knife? Perhaps just a wooden stick. The cat infant? Maybe merely auditory and visual hallucinations. As for the backpack and the survival guide for the apocalypse. They too could be illusions. Even if he could retrieve items from his backpack, what if they had always existed? Or perhaps those items were merely sensations he perceived as real. Su Fei felt he was on the brink of madness. His hands clutching his head, utterly unable to unravel his confusion. Then his eyes widened suddenly. If the apocalypse were indeed a figment of his imagination, when had he begun to experience such delusions? Su Fei steadied himself, his thoughts drifting back to the time before the apocalypse. If he were to pinpoint a source of trauma, it would be the moment he witnessed Lu Siyu with another man. But on that very day, I did find the cards, the Ace of Spades and the Six of Hearts. Su Fei slowly produced the cards, revealing the Eight of Hearts. If this is all an illusion, why are there only those entering the hospital, yet none leaving? And what about the 7 people I encountered earlier? Why have I not seen them since I entered? Su Fei's mind suddenly became alert. He realized that those 7 individuals were the crux of the entire issue. Whether or not this was the apocalypse, he still had numerous methods to validate it. Su Fei murmured softly. The most direct evidence of the apocalypse lay in the strength of the evolved beings. If it was indeed, as I perceived, merely a manifestation of insanity, then even the strongest conviction of an ordinary person like me would be utterly incapable of shattering steel. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Fei's eyes as he gripped the steel handrail beside him. Applying a slight force, such theatrics, Su Fei scoffed, instantly rising to his feet. According to Wu Qian, the cards she had seen were supposed to be in the inpatient department, and she had previously mentioned the room number to me, on the 11th floor. Su Fei muttered to himself. The elevator was out of the question. If someone were indeed scheming here, stepping into the elevator would mean entering another's trap. Ascending the 11th floor via the staircase, he encountered a few cleaning staff, whom he dismissed with indifference, having already found his answer. No further validation was necessary. The 11th floor housed the cardiology department, where every patient was on the brink of death, rendering the atmosphere somewhat oppressive compared to the lighter cases on the floors below. After a thorough search, Su Fei located the designated room. Coincidentally, within it lay an elderly gentleman, and upon entering, Su Fei caught sight of the card in his hand. "What on earth is this card that fell from the sky?" the old man muttered. Su Fei paused. Since the old man also mentioned the card falling from the sky, it confirmed that his memories prior to finding the card were accurate, further validating that what he experienced during the apocalypse was not a figment of imagination but a tangible reality. Yet, there was something eerie about it. The old man noticed Su Fei's entrance, puzzled for a moment as he struggled to recall whether they were related. "Young man, who are you looking for?" The old man casually set the card aside and inquired. Su Fei remained silent. Instead, closing the door, he was still uncertain whether this existence was genuine or a construct of someone else's influence on his psyche. "Old man, I heard from others that you possess a rather unique card, and I would like to admire it," Su Fei said politely. "Word travels fast. I just found it and returned to my room," the old man replied. "Just found it?" Su Fei asked incredulously. "Wasn't that a matter of days ago?" "Indeed, the card fell from the sky just now. I picked it up in the courtyard," the old man said with a smile, casually handing the card to Su Fei. A chill coursed through Su Fei's body as he nervously accepted it and took a glance. A 3 of hearts, better than my own. Given the timeline, if the old man truly found it just now, then the apocalypse had yet to unfold, suggesting that this place existed in a different temporal reality from the outside world. Or perhaps their memories were frozen in time before the apocalypse. Su Fei was taken aback. Regardless of either possibility, it felt bizarre to him. "I wonder what this card is for," the old man pondered aloud. Addressing Su Fei did not respond. He could hardly disclose to the old man that within a day's time, the apocalypse would erupt in full force, for that would likely lead the old man to deem him insane. Just like others. However, this card seems to serve no purpose. "I was just about to throw it away," the old man remarked. "Old man, are you going to discard it? If so, why not give it to me? I am an artist, and the reason I came to see this card is because of the illustration on its reverse. I wish to replicate it," Su Fei exclaimed with delight. The old man chuckled, his years of experience allowing him to grasp certain matters. "You're quite the young man. I'll give it to you. Do a good job and show it to this old fellow once you're finished," the old man said. Su Fei nodded, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of sadness. He glanced at the old man and said, "Old man, there is something I'm unsure how to say." "Then speak your mind. I know you won't believe me when I tell you, but as the owner of this card, I feel it is necessary to inform you that the card's descent actually occurred days ago. And the apocalypse has already begun." Su Fei divulged this information with a sense of probing. The apocalypse had altered his mindset, and he genuinely sought to uncover the peculiarities existing within this hospital. "Days ago? The apocalypse?" The old man suddenly furrowed his brow. "In a wonder, I keep feeling as if I am repeating certain actions," he remarked. "Old man, do you believe me?" Su Fei inquired. "I suppose so. I too have sensed that my actions seem to be on a loop." "Can you recall what transpired afterward?" Su Fei asked, wondering if, given the repetitive nature, the old man might remember events from this moment up until the apocalypse began. This could potentially be the breakthrough he sought. He wished to know what unfolded here at the moment the apocalypse erupted. Su Fei could sense the old man straining to remember. Yet after much contemplation, he shook his head. Su Fei sighed inwardly, preparing to bid farewell and leave, but at that moment, his expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated. He had caught sight of an eerie smile spreading across the old man's face, a smile that sent chills down his spine. Chapter 48. Life and Death Crisis. Su Fei's reaction was swift. In an instant, the Tang Dao materialized in his grasp, yet the elderly figure before him had abruptly vanished from sight. Su Fei was taken aback. On high alert, but he could no longer detect any trace of the old man, as if he had merely been a fleeting shadow left behind. However, Su Fei sensed something was amiss. He had distinctly felt that the old man was corporeal, undeniably a living being. This defied logic. The only entities capable of vanishing so quietly and completely were those from the realm of the supernatural, akin to apparitions in films. Su Fei shivered involuntarily. This place was far too sinister, and he deemed it prudent to leave swiftly, prompting him to almost run out. The corridor had grown increasingly quiet, an atmosphere starkly contrasting to what he had observed upon his arrival. It seemed that with the old man's disappearance, the true nature of this place had been revealed, devoid of any presence. Not a soul in sight. It was as though everyone had suddenly evaporated from existence. Su Fei treaded cautiously, each step deliberate, when suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. The evolved beings possessed an acute awareness of their surroundings, and he reacted instantaneously, swinging the Tang Dao towards the source of the sensation. It was a fleeting white figure, or perhaps merely a figment of his imagination, for there was nothing behind him. Su Fei paused momentarily, then bolted towards the stairwell. The events unfolding here had thoroughly upended his staunch materialist beliefs. Could there truly be ghosts? Su Fei murmured, reflecting on the absurdity of conversing with a ghost for such an extended period, causing a chill to run through him. Even as a first-tier evolved being, he still harbored fear of the supernatural. Descending the stairs in haste, even in the absence of further occurrences, he felt as though countless eyes were watching him. The ground floor was devoid of any presence. Yet in that fleeting moment, Su Fei perceived the specters of those who had once inhabited this space, smiling at him. Reminiscent of the old man's eerie grin, however, when he looked again, there was no one to be found. Su Fei hastily shook his head, finding himself ensnared in a precarious situation. Why had the old man mentioned feeling as though he was repeatedly reliving previous events? Su Fei suddenly recalled the peculiar statement, pondering whether it was a benevolent warning or indicative of something deeper. Were their memories eternally suspended at that moment? Or, Su Fei's eyes widened in realization. He felt he had overlooked a crucial detail. Following the complete outbreak of the apocalypse, every living organism began to evolve, including a category of beings that had long been disregarded by humanity: parasites. This notion had been subtly hinted at in the Apocalypse Guide, where it noted that the primary characteristic of parasites was consumption. They thrived by devouring, and more terrifyingly, they could disintegrate at will, rendering them nearly indestructible entities. Su Fei had felt a surge of fear upon discovering this. For did it not imply that the future apocalypse would belong to the realm of parasites? Disregarding hierarchy and life itself, everything can be assimilated by it. That, of course, it possesses a fatal flaw. Should the parasitic host perish, its progeny would likewise dissipate. However, this detail can be overlooked, for they are adept at concealing the host, even differentiating into their offspring. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to claim they are nearly immortal. In this moment, Su Fei was gripped by true terror, for he was no match for the parasite. His first instinct was to flee swiftly. If he did not escape now, it would soon be too late. Once consumed, he would be forever trapped in this place. Just as the thought of escape flickered in Su Fei's mind, a sudden white shadow appeared before him. His face paled, and he swung his Tang Dao in a decisive strike. This was a momentary strike, a technique honed through his training with Shaoqing, learned from her swift assault. It can be said that this momentary strike maximized his strength and speed, and indeed, the white shadow was cleaved in two. Yet, to his astonishment, each half instantly reformed, transforming the singular white shadow into two. Not only that, the two shadows moved with even greater speed, seamlessly merging into Su Fei's very being. Su Fei realized that this parasite sought to consume him, and in that moment, he employed his shadow replacement technique, allowing his true form to withdraw. The path ahead was obstructed by the parasite, rendering retreat impossible. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose the direction of the high-end laboratory. Simultaneously, he pondered his next course of action. The shadow replacement technique had entered its cool-down phase after a single use, and he knew he could not sustain it for 24 hours. He was uncertain how long the parasite would remain awake. He had come to understand that when the parasite stirred, its previous human hosts, or rather, the offspring of the parasite, would revert to their original form. Conversely, if the parasite slumbered, those offspring would split into many, recreating the bustling scenes of the world before the apocalypse. Lost in thought, Su Fei reached the limits of his speed, yet the parasite continued its pursuit, now appearing before him not as a mere shadow, but as a humanoid figure. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed her face and entire body were comprised of writhing worms. Indeed, it was a parasite. Su Fei gasped in horror. The parasitic host offered no reply. In truth, they did not comprehend human language in that instant. Su Fei finally understood why everything had seemed as it was before the apocalypse when he first entered the hospital. Parasites are inherently independent life forms, capable of residing within any living entity, yet the end of the world had altered them. Now, they could assume any form: water, electricity, or even intangible communications. Furthermore, the communications were not directed elsewhere. They were manifestations of the parasites themselves. With the shadow replacement technique no longer available, his only option to keep the parasite at bay was the shadow assassination technique, a unique skill within that profession. The only difference was that the shadow used for replacement had some substance, while the shadow employed in assassination was entirely insubstantial, serving only to bewilder the parasitic host. The parasitic host prepared to engulf him once more. Su Fei activated the shadow assassination technique, conjuring an illusion to shield himself. He then retreated rapidly, but the illusion was swiftly shattered in the blink of an eye. The parasitic host was merely half a meter away from Su Fei, a distance that would take the parasite but half a second to traverse. Su Fei found himself ensnared in a life-and-death crisis. All his means had been exhausted, and nothing could impede the approach of the parasitic host. Go gamble may not lead to death, but to refrain from gambling would surely hasten it. Resolutely, Su Fei cast forth the cat infant. Chapter 49. The high-end laboratory. Almost simultaneously with Su Fei's peril, the urban village welcomed several uninvited guests, not merely the rescue team and Chun-Chi's group, but also those seeking to take advantage, predominantly male, while the woman from the rescue area stood out as unique. Nonetheless, it must be noted that in the apocalypse, women inherently face disadvantages, both physically and psychologically, compared to men. These various factions formed a standoff within the urban village. Wu Qian was among them, their singular aim being either submission or annihilation, particularly upon discovering that Wu Qian and her companions were all evolved beings. It became evident that joining any faction or serving as subservient enforcers was their only option. They had to either secure their own gains or prevent other factions from growing stronger. After all, resources in Xingqing were limited, and they could not allow others to become a threat. Wu Qian and her two companions found themselves encircled, unable to make any sudden movements. Even if they were to eliminate one among their captors, it would prove futile. 6 evolved beings stood before them, and it seemed that all 6 possessed offensive capabilities. They remained still, as did Wu Qian. The only option was to stall. Should either Su Fei or Liang Hao return, the situation could be immediately reversed. What do you say? We just stated that the rescue area welcomes your joining. Why should we join your rescue area? Joining our Black Dragon Society is the true path. We will never mistreat you. Chen Shi remained silent, adhering to his principle of making any alliance worthwhile. If he could not, then it mattered little to him. He was alone, unlike the rescue area, which had deployed 2 captains, while the Black Dragon Society had 3 leaders. Why don't you discuss among yourselves first? Who will we ultimately join? Li Jie probed lightly, hoping to incite discord among the factions. Meanwhile, Liang Hao and his group had already arrived at Su Fei's workplace, an office building. Su Fei had previously informed them of the situation, so they ascended to the 13th floor without hesitation. The door was firmly locked. Liang Hao delivered a powerful kick, disregarding any semblance of rules in this post-apocalyptic world. Wang Yu, look, there's a laptop here, and it's the latest model. Who cares? If you want it, take it back. It's free, after all. Perfect for a little entertainment when the night grows dull. We can use a small generator to run some single-player games. Liang Hao mused, considering it a splendid choice. Otherwise, they would have to resort to looting in these times. Even leisure required effort. Wang Ziming refrained from partaking in their grand plans and approached Su Fei's desk. Pulling open a drawer to reveal a photo album, as he slowly flipped through it, he found it filled with pictures of Su Fei and Lu Xiyu. It dawned on him that perhaps Su Fei truly wished for them to find this. Ziming, what are you looking at? Liang Hao inquired. Look, the boss's photo album. Wang Yu also leaned in for a glance, then added, we should take everything belonging to the boss back with us, and let us see what else here might be useful. Everything goes. Thus, the trio thoroughly ransacked the building, but they realized that transporting everything back would be a challenge for just the 3 of them. Liang Hao contemplated, then suggested, "This is easy. I remember there are abandoned cars downstairs. We can drive back." The others agreed that this was a sound plan. They were unafraid of encountering zombies on the way. Just one word. Ram. If they were surrounded, they could have Xiaoqing eliminate a few. After all, they were itching for action and could gain merit by slaying some zombies. As they descended, Xiaoqing reverted to her original form, dragging the items down. Naturally, their hands were not idle, each laden with goods. They located a relatively intact off-road vehicle, and Wang Yu checked it, confirming it could start. He then exited to assist the others in stowing their finds. Liang Hao, let us also gather some gasoline. It would be awkward if we ran out halfway. All right, Liang Hao replied, glancing at the other abandoned vehicles. Wang Ziming unleashed his fog blade, letting gasoline pour everywhere. The trio remained unhurried, allowing for waste as they leisurely searched for a large container. After several attempts, they determined that gasoline could no longer be added to the off-road vehicle, and thus ceased their efforts. Each took their seats, and Wang Yu ignited the engine, boldly driving out into the chaos. In the moment Su Fei hurled the cat infant, he had already made a decision: to escape. Although he could wait for the parasitic host to consume the cat infant before reclaiming it into his backpack, he ultimately dismissed that thought. His backpack, being within his body, posed a risk should it be ruptured inside him. Take a step back. Even if it cannot be broken open, the sensation of having millions of parasites within is truly unbearable. Su Fei glanced over while running, and the sight sent chills down his spine. Even the agile kitten, known for its speed, could only let out a few pitiful cries before ultimately succumbing to the encirclement of the parasites. In a mere second, these nearly imperceptible creatures infiltrated the kitten's body from all directions. The sound it emitted was unlike anything Su Fei had ever heard. It transcended mere screams of despair. Su Fei dared not linger, for he understood that once the kitten was completely consumed, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. With no exit available, his speed would be futile against the parasitic mother, which could implant its consciousness into any offspring. This meant they were virtually omnipresent, akin to a teleportation that defied time and space. After a few moments of contemplation, he resolutely dashed towards the advanced laboratory, which not only contained equipment but also a plethora of reagents, the very bane of the parasites. This might be his only glimmer of hope. The high-tech lab was less than 100 meters away, and Su Fei pushed his speed to its limits. Ahead loomed a tall wall. Su Fei leaped effortlessly over it, his physique as a first-tier evolved being allowing him to clear it in a single bound. Simultaneously, he drew his Tang Dao, slicing and kicking his way through. Breathless, he had no time to rest. A quick glance revealed no reagents. Taking a couple of hurried steps, he delivered a powerful kick to the door inside. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He observed numerous containers resembling fish tanks, all filled with liquid. Not recognizing their contents, he turned, only to find the parasitic mother had pursued him. Reacting swiftly, Su Fei approached a glass container and struck it with his fist. It didn't shatter. His hand throbbed with pain. This delay allowed the parasitic mother to enter, its movements resembling the writhing of countless worms. Faced with life and death, Su Fei disregarded all caution, maneuvering to the rear and exerting all his strength to kick the container, which toppled to the ground with a resounding crash. Chapter 50. The research topics of the apocalypse, the rescue zone, and the Black Dragon Society had clashed once more. Wu Qian and Li Jie exchanged knowing smirks, relishing the chaos, as mutual destruction would serve their interests well. Chen Qi observed from the sidelines, contemplating how to abduct one of the women, ideally Wu Qian or Suya. Lost in thought, he slyly glanced at the two women. The trio of Wu Qian had yet to engage in combat, leading the others to underestimate them, believing they posed no threat. After a time of conflict between the rescue zone and the Black Dragon Society, the two members found themselves evenly matched against the three women, who regarded them as mere entertainment. Turned out they had been performing for an audience all along. Both sides called a truce to negotiate. "We of the Black Dragon Society demand to take one of them," one of the men announced, stepping forward. The two from the rescue zone frowned but remained still, allowing the Black Dragon Society members to approach. A chill flickered in Wu Qian's eyes. She was no longer the reporter she once was in the apocalypse, not provoking others did not guarantee safety. Thus, at this moment, the only course was to kill. If she could eliminate one, it would create an opening, allowing her to use the Rubik's Cube key to access other spaces. Even those with extraordinary powers would be helpless against that. This was Wu Qian's plan, and at that instant, the Black Dragon Society members were less than a meter away from her. Gripping the essence of a zombie fiercely, a violent aura enveloped her. The Black Dragon Society members remained oblivious, advancing another half-meter when Wu Qian unleashed her fatal strike. This was a deadly arrow, unparalleled in speed and strength, impossible for a first-tier evolved being to withstand. A direct hit would be certain death, leaving no room for doubt. The Black Dragon member, initially exhilarated at the thought of capturing such a beauty as Wu Qian, imagined holding her in his arms. The closer he got, the more his excitement grew. Yet, just as he was about to reach Wu Qian, an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger struck him, immobilizing his movements. When he finally regained his senses, he found a gaping hole in his chest. You are a second tier," he gasped, his voice trembling with fear. As his body collapsed, the remaining 5 witnesses to Wu Qian's swift execution of a first-tier evolved being exchanged terrified glances. The revelation that she was a second-tier evolved being struck them like a hammer. Even if 5 of them banded together, they would stand no chance against her. As Wu Qian and her companions retreated to a corner, they found themselves too intimidated to intervene. "No, she is not a second tier," suddenly exclaimed the woman from the rescue zone. The 5 instantly reacted, launching a combined assault. In truth, Wu Qian and her team were already safe. She had touched the wall, and Li Jie, at the rear, activated a disorienting skill just as they initiated their attack. The sound of gunfire erupted, startling Wu Qian and her companions, who turned to see Liang Hao and his team descending from a vehicle. "You dare to rob us here? You seek death?" Liang Hao shouted. Wu Qian called out to him, relieved that with Liang Hao's return, their fears of the assailants dissipated. The 5, previously stunned, regained their composure and turned to see Xiaoqing. The 2 members of the Black Dragon Society began to tremble. While ordinary snakes posed little threat, the one before them emanated a true second-tier presence. "Xiaoqing!" Wu Qian beckoned, and Xiaoqing leaped into her embrace. "Sister Qian, these people truly don't know when to quit." Wang Yu sighed, his eyes filled with a murderous glint. "And those 2 hiding outside, get in here," Liang Hao commanded. Everyone turned to see 2 individuals attempting to flee. Just as they were about to escape, Liang Hao aimed his gun at one of them and fired, the bullet piercing cleanly through the man's chest. That was an armor-piercing round. A first-tier evolved being's body can't withstand it. The other fleeing individual froze in place, only to be seized and thrown back by Wang Ziming. "I warned you not to run. You wasted an armor-piercing round," Wang Yu mocked. "What? Didn't you want to rob us? Why have you stopped?" The rescue zone, the Black Dragon Society, Qin Shi, and the man on the ground were all rendered speechless, their fear palpable. The individual on the ground, having nearly brushed against death moments earlier, was now begging for mercy. Wang Yu kicked him. "Why didn't you think of that earlier?" The remaining 5 teetered on the brink of panic. A genuine second-tier presence was among them, and escape seemed impossible. "Where are Liang Hao and Su Fei?" Wu Qian asked anxiously. "They've all returned. But where is Su Fei?" "Sister Qian, the boss is still at the hospital. We took a detour on our way back, and he asked us to retrieve the Rubik's Cube key while he kept watch." Wang Yu explained. "Is something wrong?" Wu Qian's worry deepened. "It's nothing serious. Don't worry, Sister Qian, the boss is fine," Wang Yu reassured her. Relieved, Wu Qian handed the Rubik's Cube key to Wang Yu, urging him to hurry back for Su Fei. Wang Yu wasted no time, calling upon Li Jie and Su Ye to join him, eager to showcase the wonders of the apocalypse on their drive back. "Sister Qian, how should we handle these people?" Wang Ziming inquired. The 6 men felt a pang of dread, instinctively wanting to beg for mercy. After all, the stakes were life and death. Wu Qian glanced at them and casually replied, "Let Su Fei deal with it when he returns. I'm going upstairs to prepare a meal. You 2 keep watch here." With that, she set Xiaoqing down and headed upstairs. "Aren't there cans we left on the first floor?" Wang Ziming asked. "What, are you hungry?" he added. Liang Hao rubbed his stomach, admitting, "I am a bit." Wang Ziming considered it and realized he too felt hungry. So he went to fetch them. The 6 men anxiously watched Xiaoqing. Frozen in place, Su Fei had indeed made the right gamble. When the reagent made contact with the parasitic mother, its instinctive response was one of fear. However, surrounded by reagents, it managed to escape to the doorway at the cost of half its offspring. Yet, Su Fei would not allow it to flee. He lifted a glass vessel and prepared to trap it. Thus, the parasitic mother found itself ensnared by Su Fei.at that moment. Liang Hao and the others arrived, and Wang Yu recognized this as the perfect research opportunity of the apocalypse. If they could grasp the evolutionary patterns of the parasitic mother and apply them to other species, they might cultivate formidable life forms. Su Fei shared this ambition, for the items here were plentiful, and only within the independent space of the Rubik's Cube key could they be transported back. This prompted Wang Yu and the others to return home for the key, while Su Fei, unfamiliar with the instruments and reagents, awaited their arrival patiently. In less than 20 minutes, Su Fei heard Wang Yu's voice outside. Chapter 51. Let us play by the rules, brother Su Fei. Are you all right? I was terrified when I heard Wang Yu in the car, Su Ye inquired with evident concern, while Li Jie, likely intimidated by Wang Yu's account, bore a pallid expression. Su Fei chuckled softly before remarking, "It's unfortunate that the cat infant was devoured by the parasitic mother." He truly felt a pang of sorrow. The cat infant, possessing all 5 elements, could have transformed into an extraordinary artifact if fully assembled. Alas, now that one element was missing, his chance to attain such a divine weapon had slipped through his fingers. As long as you are unharmed, that's what matters. Su Ye and Li Jie, unaware of the cat infant's significance, expressed their relief. Su Fei sighed, recognizing that it was better not to dwell on such matters. As the more they discussed it, the more it weighed on his heart. Wang Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the parasitic mother. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with insight in the writhing gaps of the parasite. The form of the cat infant was still discernible. Yet, as Su Fei had described, the consumption by the parasitic mother appeared to be absolute, leaving only one possibility. Boss, perhaps the parasitic mother cannot completely consume the cat infant. Wang Yu posited, gesturing toward the gap. Su Fei hurriedly followed his gaze, and indeed, he had overlooked that detail, which brought him a modicum of comfort. However, I believe the value of this parasitic mother far surpasses that of the cat infant. Wang Yu continued. Su Fei nodded. It was still too early to draw conclusions. He beckoned the others and proceeded to transfer all the instruments and reagents into the cube key, with the parasitic mother being carefully isolated in a separate chamber. Half an hour later, they redirected their efforts to the psychological laboratory. This space was less complex, housing some of the advanced concepts from recent years. Su Fei and his companions were unreserved, taking everything they deemed useful. In the urban village, as Su Fei disembarked from the vehicle, he immediately spotted the rescue area and members of the Black Dragon Society. Among them was a trembling figure on the ground. He was the one thrown in by Wang Ziming. Too frightened to stand. "Boss, you're finally back," Liang Hao exclaimed at Su Fei. "Bro," Wang Ziming called out, setting aside a can and approaching Su Fei. Upon seeing Su Fei return, Xiaoqing, who had previously seemed lethargic, sprang forward, wrapping its serpentine body around Su Fei's arm, reminiscent of their first encounter. Su Fei patted Xiaoqing, his gaze shifting to the others, instantly imbued with a sense of foreboding. The group's eyes tightened at the sight of Su Fei. He was their leader, and they needed to find a way to escape. Whether through negotiation or compromise, even at the cost of humiliation, their primary goal was survival. "Boss, how should we deal with these individuals?" Wang Yu queried coldly, having already briefed Su Fei on the situation during their journey. "Boss, if I may suggest, there's no need for such fuss. Just feed them to Xiaoqing," Liang Hao replied. Su Fei glanced down at Xiaoqing and smiled faintly. He had already devised a plan during their travels, even having Wang Yu detour to locate the Zombie King for a transaction. As he had articulated, in this apocalypse, he might evolve into a demon. But he was indifferent. His singular aim was to grow stronger, to protect those he cherished. At times, humanity could be more vicious and frenzied than the undead, revealing the selfishness of human nature. Indeed, at this very moment, it was his kind that sought to rob him. Thus, in this dystopia, there existed no notions of good or evil, only strength and weakness. The powerful dictated truth, while the weak were trampled upon. "Boss, I was merely passing through. Please let me go," the man on the ground pleaded incessantly. Su Fei did not even spare him a glance, while Wang Yu, irked by his incessant whining, delivered a kick. "What? Are you not going to beg for mercy?" Su Fei sneered, genuinely curious about the nature of humanity in this world. Liang Hao raised his weapon, pointing it at the group as a form of intimidation, ready to pull the trigger at Su Fei's command. The tension was palpable, and the group was indeed frightened by the chilling demeanor of Su Fei, reluctant to meet his gaze. Yet, the prospect of kneeling was too much for them to accept. And after a moment of frantic deliberation, one of the Black Dragon Society members spoke first. Boss, this is entirely a misunderstanding. Let us consider this. As fellow survivors, I apologize on behalf of our group. I assure you, the Black Dragon Society will not bother you again. In an attempt to convey goodwill, he forced out a smile, with the others hastily echoing his apology. Su Fei let out a cold laugh. Saying icily, a misunderstanding, you say? The smiles of the group froze instantly. When you were causing trouble, why did you not deem it a misunderstanding then? So, kindly stow your hypocrisy. As for being fellow survivors, did you consider that when you chose to attack us? The faces of Liang Hao and the others turned frigid. Letting you go would imply we are fools? Have you ever seen a victor spare a defeated foe? Su Fei said, taking a seat in the chair Liang Hao had brought over. Feeling somewhat fatigued after his confrontation with the parasitic mother. The second to crumble was Chen Qi, who, upon hearing Su Fei's words, fell to his knees just as the first had. The members of the Black Dragon Society and the rescue area still clung to their dignity. Yet only they knew that their resolve could shatter at any moment. This was, after all, a matter of life and death, and it seemed surrender was their only path forward. I hear there are individuals from the rescue area? Su Fei sipped some water and inquired. Yes, we are from the rescue area, so you must consider carefully whether you wish to oppose us. If you let us go today, we will invite you to join our ranks. A man from the rescue area offered, sensing a slight opening in Su Fei's demeanor. However, Su Fei's response was devoid of interest. It seems you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. He retorted, and with that, Liang Hao fired a shot into the man's leg. Are losers truly so arrogant? The man from the rescue area, supported by his companions, exclaimed, I have no interest in your so-called rescue area. Su Fei said with a cold smile, casting one last glance at the woman from the rescue area before withdrawing his gaze. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. If you wish for me to spare your lives, we shall adhere to the rules of the game. As for who amongst you shall live or die, that shall be determined by your own choices, Su Fei stated indifferently. As the victor, he would set the rules of the game. Chapter 52. One lives, one dies. The others in the urban village descended from the building, standing at a distance but hesitant to approach. After being rescued by Wu Qian, their lives had been preserved here. At least for the moment, as the zombies dared not encroach upon the urban village. They had heard tales of Su Fei's exploits, including his triumph over second-tier mutated life forms, even with the assistance of that alien serpent. Subduing it was a testament to his strength. Thus, to them, Su Fei had become a mythic figure. Particularly for the 5 girls once tormented by Lu Shihao, having endured trauma, they harbored an intense desire that others could scarcely comprehend. Now, upon seeing Su Fei, they struggled to suppress their impulse to follow him. Su Fei and his companions paid little heed to the ordinary onlookers, but the expressions of the rescue area and the Black Dragon Society deepened further. To beg for mercy in front of such a crowd would forever stain their lives, however. Since Su Fei had mentioned adhering to the rules, it fell within their realm of acceptance, and they steeled themselves to survive. Even the 2 individuals on the ground listened intently to Su Fei's rules, as their survival hinged upon seizing this singular opportunity. Since the people from the rescue area were just threatening me. Let's start with the 2 of you, Su Fei stated coolly. The man and woman from the rescue area froze momentarily before hearing Su Fei declare, I know you 2 are a couple. So my rule is that one of you must live while the other dies. You will decide who lives and who dies. The couple exchanged stunned glances, and the woman, without hesitation, replied, Stop with the nonsense. We are willing to die together. Is that so? But does he agree? Su Fei retorted with a mocking smile. Yes, we've made our decision. We wish to die together, the woman affirmed resolutely. Well, I admire your courage. But what about him? Is he willing to die with you? Su Fei's eyes narrowed, revealing a genuine curiosity as he seemed to see a reflection of someone within her. Liang Hao and the others stood scattered around, allowing Su Fei to preside over the situation. They were struck by the woman's bravery and her belief in love that transcended life and death. Once upon a time, each of them had professed similar sentiments to someone special. Yet when faced with the specter of life and death, who could truly embody the same resolve as the woman before them? In their introspection, an uncertain fear began to creep into their hearts. What about you? Are you willing to die alongside her? Su Fei turned to the man in the rescue area and inquired. He was clearly hesitant. Before the specter of death, he shook his head gently. Bai Feng, that woman of yours incredulously exclaimed. Didn't we vow to live and die together back then? Bai Feng did not glance at his female companion, but instead directed his gaze at Su Fei, asking, do the words you uttered about one living and one dying hold any weight? Indeed, they do. Su Fei affirmed resolutely. Very well, then I shall live, and she shall perish, Bai Feng declared with a fierce determination. Su Fei observed as the woman's body suddenly slumped, taken aback by the realization that her boyfriend would abandon her in such a moment. 5 years of emotion, and she felt like a fool. What promises of living and dying together, what oaths of eternal fidelity, all crumbled before the selfishness of human nature. In the face of life and death, such words were mere deceptions. Would she willingly die for you? Su Fei asked with a cold smile, having anticipated this outcome. Did she not just say so? If she is willing to die, then why not let me live in her stead? Bai Feng retorted. The woman suddenly fixed her gaze upon Bai Feng, shocked that her man would stab her in the back at this critical juncture. Fine. The choice cannot be altered. Thus, you two, one shall live and the other shall die. Su Fei declared. Bai Feng suddenly felt a wave of relief. Sacrificing a girlfriend mattered little. For as long as he survived, he could easily find another. Upon hearing Su Fei's pronouncement, he no longer cast a glance at the woman, whose eyes were filled with tears. More terrifying than death was the death of the heart. This time, she was utterly heartbroken. Yet this revelation came at the cost of her life. Was it worth it? She pondered. Su Fei gestured, and Li Jie moved to pull the woman up. When she looked at Bai Feng, there was not a trace of concern or heaviness in his eyes. Rather, he appeared elated. Are you happy that you can live? She scoffed bitterly, a laugh tinged with despair. Boss, Li Jie began to speak, but Su Fei waved him off. He had already discerned the situation in the car. Zhao Jing, remember, your life was saved by Li Jie, Su Fei said to the woman. Before Zhao Jing could react, Liang Hao raised his gun once more and shot Bai Feng in the other leg. Throw him to the zombie king outside, Su Fei said coldly. You can't be serious, Bai Feng screamed. Su Fei did not spare him a glance. Liang Hao stepped forward, hoisting him and proceeding outside. Beside Li Jie, Zhao Jing stood motionless, her expression devoid of any ripples. As Su Fei had said, her life had already perished in the betrayal of her boyfriend. Now, she lived solely to save Li Jie. Outside, the sounds of roars echoed, and moments later, Bai Feng's voice faded away. Boss, it's done. Liang Hao signaled. Su Fei withdrew his gaze and turned to the two members of the Black Dragon Society, who trembled in fear. At that moment, their pride mattered little. Boss, spare us. We won't dare again, they pleaded. Su Fei shook his head, ignoring their pleas, and spoke slowly. I have stated that we must adhere to the rules. One lives, one dies. Thus, you brothers shall duel. The one who survives, I will let go. The two were taken aback. Wang Yu shouted for everyone to step back. Even the two who had been lying on the ground hastily stood up. All right, let the contest begin, Su Fei said indifferently. As his words echoed, the two once close brothers of the Black Dragon Society turned on each other in an instant. Su Fei smirked. Had human nature truly become this selfish? Li Jie introduced Zhao Jing to the others, and Su Fei called Wang Yu over, saying to Zhao Jing, one of your future tasks is to protect Wang Yu and Li Jie. Moreover, you are to assemble a female combat team. Zhao Jing nodded silently. Su Fei had already inducted her into the team, and she understood that her fate was now inextricably linked to the Night Hunters. Wang Yu and Li Jie were crucial personnel for the establishment of a high-end laboratory and required protection, which was the primary reason Su Fei spared Zhao Jing. Coincidentally, Li Jie had an affection for this girl, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for the resources for the female combat team, there were 5 girls nearby. You can speak with them now, Su Fei indicated towards the ordinary people. Suya had already shared some information with him. Inspiring this thought in the apocalypse, while girls might not possess the same mental fortitude as men, once driven to madness, they could transform into fearsome predators. Zhao Jing glanced at the group, took the communication crystal from Li Jie, and approached the 5 girls. Chapter 53. The guardian beetle. Li Jie followed her, and after observing for a while, Su Fei sent Suya upstairs. His affection for Lu Xiyu led him to be particularly indulgent towards Suya. He did not wish for her to witness the degradation of humanity. Indeed, Suya's expression was far from pleasant. Could love and friendship truly be so easily shattered by selfishness? After casting one last glance at the 2 brothers who had turned against each other, she silently ascended the stairs. Su Fei was indifferent to the fate of the 2. As he watched one side falter, the other poised to strike, the ground trembled violently as Xiao Qing unleashed her power. The tremors affected only a 1-meter radius around them, causing the victorious party to lose their footing and stumble sideways. Su Fei leisurely stood up and walked over to the fallen duo. Observing their bloodied forms, they had truly exerted themselves to survive. Name, Su Fei said, looking down at the defeated party. Qian Bing, did you not feel a sense of despair moments ago? To be slain by your own brother. What a profound sensation, is it not? Su Fei taunted. Qian Bing remained silent. Indeed, he had felt despair, mere seconds from death. Now, I grant you a chance to live. Pick up your weapon and slay your companion. Su Fei said coldly, for the rules were his to dictate, and thus the fate of life and death lay in his hands. Qian Bing glanced at Su Fei, resolutely tightening his grip on his weapon. You said if I won, you would let me go. Qian Bing's companion cried in terror. Dio it. Su Fei commanded icily, and as his words fell, Qian Bing's blade plunged mercilessly into his companion's body. What a joke! You think winning will set you free? Do you really wish to create a potential enemy for yourself? Do you take me for a fool? Wang Ziming dragged the corpse outside, destined to be offered to the Zombie King, while Qian Bing stood by, afraid to even breathe. Su Fei resumed his seat, observing the 3. He had lost interest in their games, yet it was out of the question to let them go. All right, you 3, use your resources to buy your lives, Su Fei said calmly. The trio was taken aback, hastily surrendering everything they possessed, including cards and weapons, to Wang Yu, who collected them without hesitation. Su Fei cast a glance before withdrawing his gaze. I can assure you that you will live for now. However, whether you survive beyond this moment depends on your own fortune, Su Fei declared, for he intended to use these individuals as test subjects. Such valuable resources would be a waste if not utilized for experimentation. Qian Bing and Chen Qi felt a chill run down their spines as they watched Su Fei hand a key to Wang Yu, who approached a wall with it, causing it to open as if a door had been unlocked. Zimming, take them in, Su Fei instructed. The trio had no choice but to comply. Wang Ziming kicked one of them down before tossing him inside, while Yang Hao aimed his gun at them, ready to shoot without hesitation should they utter a single word of dissent. They had witnessed Liang Hao's ruthlessness before. After some time, they finally secured Qian Bing and his companions. Emerging from the chamber of the key, just then, Li Jie and Zhao Jing returned with the 5 girls, and Su Fei collected the cards that had been handed to him, allowing the rest of the spoils to be divided among the others. In the rescue area, the conference room remained silent as the 5 highest commanders observed a segment of footage. This was a unique communication method employed in the rescue area, and at some point, everyone collectively gasped in shock. Second-tier life forms. They were at a loss for words, realizing that in this stage of evolution, such beings were virtually invincible. After much deliberation, they unanimously agreed that it was unwise to provoke Su Fei. Should he unleash a second-tier life form upon the rescue area in a fit of rage, they would truly have no recourse for grievance. 5th brother, you shall negotiate with the captain of the Night Hunters. Bai Feng is expendable, and Zhao Jing can be offered to them. Even if it requires some sacrifice, we seek cooperation. The wish cards will soon descend, and we must prepare in advance. The atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. And after a few more minutes, the five of them emerged from the conference room, their hearts laden with thoughts in the urban village. The loft felt rather cramped due to the inclusion of Zhao Jing and others, raising the total number of the night hunt squad to 12. Thus, upon ascending the stairs, Zhao Jing proactively suggested that she and her 5 teammates share the relatively clean room downstairs. Su Fei did not decline, and he enlisted the help of others to tidy up the room for Zhao Jing and her companions. He retained Li Jie, needing him to extract information regarding Qian Bing and the other 3, specifically their whereabouts and any news they might have. Li Jie was quite adept at such inquiries, and while Su Fei engaged in casual conversation with Wu Qian, Li Jie stepped out from the Rubik's Cube key. Boss, I've gathered their locations. Additionally, Chun Chi mentioned a piece of news. Approximately 2,000 meters from his territory, there seems to be a gigantic mutated creature occupying that area, which he described as a multicolored beetle. Su Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Wu Qian, who had been setting the table with dishes, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this news. The very mention of a beetle was repulsive. It evoked memories of her rural hometown, where such insects were frequently encountered. In this apocalypse, even beetles can evolve. Wu Qian sighed as Su Fei remained silent, mentally combing through the guide to the apocalypse, hoping to uncover some answers. Boss, is there something wrong? Li Jie inquired, noticing Su Fei's grim expression. Indeed, this beetle was a treasure guard beetle, and its presence indicated the existence of significant treasures. Su Fei exclaimed excitedly, having just discovered this information in the guide. Wu Qian and Li Jie instantly perked up, with Wu Qian hastily approaching Su Fei to ask, "Is there really treasure?" Su Fei nodded and continued, "However, this beetle is inherently formidable, particularly its physical hardness. Once it reaches maturity, no weapon can penetrate its defenses, ranking its overall strength at 5 stars, a notably high position." Wu Qian and Li Jie exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. If no weapon could pierce it, did that not imply near invincibility? Moreover, if such power only ranked 5 stars, how terrifying must the creatures in the top 4 tiers be? Nevertheless, this could be our opportunity, for the apocalypse had only recently begun, and it surely had not attained its full maturity. Su Fei, you don't mean, correct? We will hunt it down. Chapter 54. Your rescue zone is truly impoverished. This revelation was indeed a significant matter for the Night Hunt Squad, marking their first genuine hunt. With all squad members having completed their first evolution, combined with Su Fei and Wu Qian at pseudo-second tier and Xiao Qing at true second tier, it was apparent that first-tier zombies posed little challenge anymore. Undeniably, the risks of hunting a treasure guard beetle, such a grotesque life form, existed, yet the rewards upon success were unimaginable, certainly the most prestigious of prizes. Yet, one must consider that in this apocalypse, tranquility was a mere illusion. Each day was a dance upon the razor's edge. Without madness, survival was unattainable. High risks naturally accompanied high rewards. I agree to the hunt. We should strike before it matures. Wang Yu stated. I concur. With our current strength, we possess ample confidence to slay it. Liang Hao added. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and when Su Fei shared this news, there was surprisingly no dissent, perhaps due to their blind admiration for him. After all, since the dawn of the apocalypse, they had faced numerous crises, ultimately vanquishing second-tier sandrats and subduing the parasitic mother body. As for the lower-tier zombie king and first-tier zombies, they were hardly regarded. I estimate that the treasure guard beetle is currently at a strength of 2.5 tiers, nearly 3 tiers, so we must proceed with caution. Su Fei stated gravely. He did not naively believe that the combined might of the night hunt could effortlessly defeat the beetle. Quantity alone would not guarantee victory. After further deliberation, they decided to set this matter aside for now, planning to scout the situation first to be adequately prepared. During mealtime, Su Fei produced the cards he had acquired that day. 1 from the hospital, 1 each from 4 factions, along with Lu Shihao's card and his original 8 of hearts, totaling 7 cards. Not a single spade card was among them, highlighting the scarcity of such cards. Su Fei speculated that perhaps the official news reported by Wu Qian was considerably exaggerated. It was likely that having even 1 spade card in Xingqing was a stroke of good fortune. In fact, he currently possessed only the 2 of hearts and the 8 of hearts, underscoring how fortunate he had been to find a 6 of hearts earlier. Su Fei initially intended to perform a sacrifice at this moment. Yet the accumulated merit points from his cards were insufficient to reach 600, rendering him unable to execute even one sacrifice. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Is the rescue zone and the Black Dragon Society so impoverished? Together, we barely have 600. Laughter erupted among the group, save for Zhao Jing, who flushed with embarrassment. Having once been part of the rescue zone, she felt the sting of being labeled a pauper. There's still over 200 merit points. Among our groups in the rescue zone, Bai Feng and I are considered quite affluent, someone remarked, leaving the others momentarily shocked, pondering the nature of life Zhao Jing must have endured in the rescue zone. Especially since they had wasted thousands. It was unclear who muttered something, but Zhao Jing suddenly fell silent. Elijah, striving to clarify the situation, prompted Zhao Jing's curiosity as she observed these individuals. And no wonder the night hunt possessed such strength. It seemed that wealth, to a certain extent, determined power and superiority. Observing their meals, she realized that while they indulged in barbecues, her rescue zone could only afford a single barbecue daily, with many meals consisting of merely 2 steamed buns. Meat was a rare luxury. Fearing they might inadvertently upset Zhao Jing, the group exchanged glances and resumed their meals. After dining, Su Fei summoned the 5 newly recruited girls and, with a flourish, handed them the disease-repelling scrolls and evolution star stones. Zhao Jing's mood soured once more. When did these items become so worthless, easily grasped by the handful? Had her sacrifices in the rescue zone been a mere joke? In her contemplation, Zhao Jing suddenly heard Su Fei calling her. She approached him. "What is your skill?" Su Fei inquired. "Blood Lotus Envoy." Zhao Jing replied, "At a premium profession." Su Fei asked, intrigued by the appealing name, instinctively associating it with elite professions. "No. Only one person in the rescue zone has a premium profession." "Who?" "The second in command of the rescue zone, Lan Zixuan. However, I've never seen him use his skill." "Well, your rescue zone truly is impoverished," Su Fei remarked. The words slipping out unwittingly to it was astonishing that such a large organization had only one premium profession. While the night hunt boasted 3.as, Zhao Jing's occupation was not a premium one. Su Fei's interest waned instantly. Everyone seemed preoccupied. Wu Qian was tidying up. Wang Yu eagerly entered the laboratory. Liang Hao and Wang Ziming were preparing to play games with a small generator, while Li Jie and Zhao Jing appeared to desire some private time. Thus they descended the stairs. Suya also entered the Rubik's Cube key, seemingly intrigued, prompting Su Fei to encourage Wang Yu to mentor her. After deliberating, Su Fei felt compelled to investigate the treasure guard beetle's situation. As this matter had been raised, immediate action was warranted. Each day delayed allowed the beetle to grow stronger. The evolution rate of mutated life forms, particularly grotesque ones in an apocalypse, was indeed astonishingly rapid. Should it evolve to the 3rd tier, slaying it would undoubtedly become exceedingly challenging, and the night hunt squad might even face annihilation. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, he grew anxious. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Wu Qian inquired, prompting Su Fei to share his concerns. "Let's go now. We won't engage. We'll merely scout," Wu Qian suggested. "Agreed," Su Fei nodded. Summoning Liang Hao and Wang Ziming, and the 4 made their way downstairs. They did not take Xiao Qing, as the 5 girls were still in the midst of evolution and could not be forcibly interrupted to enter the Rubik's Cube key. With Xiao Qing being at the 2nd tier, its presence ensured that neither the cube nor the 5 girls would be in peril. Upon exiting the building, they encountered others. Li Jie and Zhao Jing were conversing with a group led by a man named Sunman. As Su Fei approached, Zhao Jing introduced him, stating that Sunman was the 5th leader of the rescue zone. "What is it you want from me?" Su Fei asked coldly. Instantly, Sunman felt a surge of caution. He had no desire to confront Su Fei, boss of Night Hunt. "Right? Please don't misunderstand. We are here to negotiate," Sunman quickly clarified, having witnessed their group's readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. "Negotiate?" Su Fei queried, puzzled. "Yes, our rescue zone wishes to collaborate with Night Hunt." Sunman hesitated before continuing. "Today's incident was entirely a misunderstanding, and as compensation, we are willing to offer 50 guns and ammunition." Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of regret. 50 firearms could procure an abundance of valuable items in this world, for there exists a fundamental distinction between cold weapons and firearms. "Your rescue zone is indeed impoverished," Su Fei interjected abruptly, effectively silencing Sun Man, who was poised to continue speaking. Chapter 55. Now that's impressive. Coughing, Sun Man found himself taken aback by Su Fei's remark. It was his first time hearing someone critique their rescue zone in such a manner. After all, the rescue zone was the repository of all official resources from Xingqing City. Was Su Fei not directly slapping them in the face? Sun Man's expression darkened. What is this? He dares to call us poor. Who is this fool? Liang Hao, upon hearing the insults directed at Sun Man, became irate and was about to draw his weapon, only to be restrained by Su Fei. Silence. Sun Man barked, realizing he should not have brought these ignorant individuals to bolster his confidence. Allowing them to insult him could lead to dire consequences. What? You don't believe you're poor? Su Fei replied coldly, then seized the gun from Liang Hao's hand. Sun Man immediately became alert as Su Fei chambered around and fired at the wall. The wall was instantly perforated, the force and penetration leaving the onlookers breathless. Is this a modified handgun? Sun Man exclaimed, while those behind him were left dumbfounded at the sight of the hole in the wall. It's merely been enhanced with superior reinforcement stones, Su Fei remarked nonchalantly. Merely? Sun Man's composure shattered. He now suspected that Su Fei was entirely oblivious to the value of superior reinforcement stones. Modifying an ordinary handgun with such stones was not just reckless spending. It was absurd. As for inferior reinforcement stones, we do not even regard them with favor, Su Fei continued, producing a handful of them with ease. Sun Man gasped. The value of just one of those stones far exceeded that of an ordinary firearm. Boss, we are quite sincere, Sun Man said with a bitter smile, suddenly realizing he had nothing of value to offer. The group accompanying Su Fei chuckled. Even Zhao Jing began to feel that the rescue zone she had always taken pride in was, in fact, a mere farce. Poor, utterly destitute, I know that the rescue zone possesses 5 ice spikes, 50 firearms, and ammunition for these 5 ice spikes. Let this serve as your sincerity in collaborating with us in the night hunt. Zhao Jing suggested thoughtfully. Su Fei's group was uninterested in further discussion. Since Zhao Jing desired it, let her have it, as he found nothing of value in the rescue zone. Sun Man hesitated. He was indifferent to the 5 ice spikes. But he was more concerned about Zhao Jing's sudden appearance as a member of the night hunt. Did the rescue zone hold no sense of belonging for her? Zhao Jing, you, among Sun Man's entourage, were former teammates of Zhao Jing, who regarded her in disbelief. Zhao Jing glanced around before returning her gaze to Su Fei and asked, Su Fei, may I make decisions? Certainly. The terms you propose are also my terms. You may decide. Su Fei replied, looking at Sun Man. Sun Man took a moment to gather himself. Was this the kind of treatment one received after just allying with the night hunt? Very well, it's settled, Sun Man declared, gesturing for someone to present the items Su Fei had mentioned. As for Zhao Jing's situation, he was merely puzzled. He had already resolved to hand Zhao Jing over to the night hunt. Su Fei disregarded everything, stowing the ammunition and carelessly discarding the gun aside, while Zhao Jing picked up the 5 ice spikes. True to their name, they exuded a palpable chill upon touch. However, they were just ordinary weaponry. After feeling one, Su Fei handed one back to Zhao Jing, along with 5 medium-grade reinforcement stones. Enhancing them with medium-grade stones might yield better results, Su Fei suggested. Zhao Jing was taken aback. Was he casually offering 5 medium-grade reinforcement stones? Yes, we've already enhanced our items with superior reinforcement stones, leaving only some lower-tier ones, Su Fei replied, rummaging through his belongings to produce several more medium-grade stones, then added, you should enhance your weapon as well. Zhao Jing apprehensively accepted the stones, feeling their considerable weight. Su Fei, I intended to use these 5 ice spikes for. Zhao Jing was interrupted as Su Fei said, we can discuss that later. The 4 of us need to attend to some matters. Su Fei was indeed anxious. They had already wasted considerable time. Without glancing back at the rescue zone personnel, he led Wu Qian and the others away. Boss, what will you be doing? Li Jie inquired from behind. You handle your affairs. We'll return shortly. Liang Hao waved dismissively. Sun Man observed Su Fei's retreating figure, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had they truly been disregarded? Retracting his gaze, he eyed the medium-grade reinforcement stones in Zhao Jing's possession, unable to suppress his envy. If only he could acquire one, his own weapon would be considerably sharper. Zhao Jing, do you have any surplus reinforcement stones? Sun Man asked. Zhao Jing was taken aback. Was he attempting to forge a connection? She had no particular bond with Sun Man. Her presence in the rescue zone had originally been for Baifeng, who had ultimately forsaken her. Thus, she felt no lingering ties to the rescue zone. What are you looking to buy? Zhao Jing inquired with a laugh. Buy? We will purchase. Sun Man quickly replied, realizing that Zhao Jing was no longer aligned with the rescue zone. Are you truly interested in buying? Li Jia asked incredulously. Indeed, we are, Sun Man proclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Very well, wait a moment. I'll summon Wang Yu. Li Jia responded, calling out for Wang Yu. You have no idea? There are still several inferior reinforcement stones with Wang Yu. He and Liang Hao had been using them as chess pieces during their games. Unable to find suitable stones, Li Jia explained earnestly to Zhao Jing. Ah? Zhao Jing gasped in astonishment. Using reinforcement stones as chess pieces was indeed extravagant. After a brief pause, Wang Yu and Suya hurriedly descended. Who wishes to buy reinforcement stones? Wang Yu asked excitedly. Astounded by the prospect. They do. Li Jia pointed at Sun Man's group. Ahem. Wang Yu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention to himself before stating. Inferior reinforcement stones are 500 merit points each. But we can exchange them for equivalent items. Sun Man's expression soured. 500 merit points? Why not just rob someone? An exchange of goods could be acceptable. How did you acquire so many inferior reinforcement stones? Zhao Jing couldn't help but inquire. It seemed implausible that they had drawn so many from the lottery. Well, we obtained them through our team tokens, Li Jia explained quietly. By the time Su Fei and his group arrived at their destination, half an hour had passed. The darkness of the post-apocalyptic night was far more cumbersome than daytime. They stood atop a building, gazing at the colossal creature a kilometer below. Its immense size left Su Fei gasping in awe upon first sight. Su Fei, this is too gigantic. It may be difficult for us to kill it, Wu Qian remarked. Look, its body shimmers with 7 colors. This must be the treasure guardian beetle, and it appears to be in a state of dormancy. I know that it has a rest period of approximately 10 minutes each day, and we must seize this window of opportunity, Su Fei stated, pointing at the beetle. Boss, does it have any weaknesses? Liang Hao asked, curiosity evident. Its weakness lies in its abdomen, yet it conceals this vulnerability, making it nearly impossible for us to strike. Then how do we attack? Su Fei pondered. This truly required careful consideration, as the treasure guarded by the beetle resided within its body, necessitating its defeat. Suddenly, the treasure guardian beetle seemed to sense the presence of onlookers, unfurling its wings and unleashing a radiant burst of energy towards Su Fei's direction as a warning. Su Fei cursed under his breath, quickly urging his companions to flee, but upon glancing back, they saw their previous position surrounded by crackling electricity, an ominous darkness illuminated by arcs of energy. Su Fei's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not look back again. Its innate abilities are terrifying. In the village within the city, Wang Yu felt as though he were transforming waste into treasure. Just moments ago, he had successfully sold all his inferior reinforcement stones, acquiring advanced experimental equipment and the fastest-running computer, products of high technology. The rest of the items were less significant, such as ordinary pets, which he also exchanged to foster the team's development. It would be ideal if they could nurture a few second-tier life forms, but of course, this was merely a concept. One had to try, after all, as these native life forms lacked the extraordinary evolutionary talents of the alien serpent. Xiaoqing.do You have no inferior reinforcement stones? Zhao Jing could not help but ask Li Jie. Li Jie chuckled foolishly. He did, but Liang Hao had taken them. Zhao Jing shot him a glare. Was she expected to utilize her medium-grade reinforcement stones? Actually, I still have 2 left, Suya chimed in from behind. Xiaoya, please lend me yours, Zhao Jing requested, as she sought to rescue a pair of twin sisters from the rescue zone. Former teammates of hers. She had come to realize that remaining with the rescue zone offered little prospect. Instead, she preferred to liberate her teammates from their plight. Furthermore, these 2 individuals are far from ordinary. With proper cultivation, they are destined to become the cornerstone of the team. What can be exchanged for these 2 low-grade enhancement stones? Sun Man inquired. Those 2? Zhao Jing pointed towards a pair of sisters in the crowd. Excellent, Sun Man replied with alacrity. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Human life holds little value, including one's freedom, which is entirely at the mercy of the strong. The sisters slowly stepped forward, fully aware that they were being sold for merely 2 low-grade enhancement stones. One cannot help but ponder the profound sadness of their situation, standing by and witnessing it all, a sudden urge to weep overwhelming them. As the rescue team departed, Zhao Jing approached the sisters, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, following Hunter you will be far superior to staying with the rescue team." Of course, came the response. A chorus of voices floated in from outside, and everyone looked up to see Su Fei and his group returning. "Boss, look at what we've exchanged," Wang Yu and Li Jie exclaimed. Suya walked over, holding a sparrow, while Wu Qian joined her. Linking arms. Su Fei, these are a pair of twins. They have undergone special training and have been in sync since childhood. Very well, they shall accompany you from now on, Su Fei remarked nonchalantly, recognizing the boundless potential the sisters possessed if nurtured properly. Zhao Jing nodded subtly, increasingly feeling a sense of superiority and belonging that surpassed her previous experiences. "I need to discuss another matter with you. The 5 ice spikes are perfect for my 5 team members to utilize. I possess a skill book called Illusory Ice Formation. If all 5 learn it simultaneously, they can unleash attacks exceeding their own tier," she explained. "Attacks threatening tier 2? Su Fei queried. "Indeed, and these attacks come with freezing and slowing effects. To a certain extent, such strikes could indeed eliminate tier 2 foes. That would be formidable," Su Fei sighed. "If this effect holds true, the success rate of tomorrow's hunt for the guardian beetle will soar." Chapter 56. The entire team duplicated. "Xiaoya, your little sparrow lacks any offensive capability. How will it evolve?" Wu Qian remarked as she examined the sparrow in her hands. Suya pondered for a moment, recalling that sparrows are particularly fond of pecking at rice. Xiao Qing stood nearby, curiously observing the sparrow in Wu Qian's grasp. Even without aggression, the little bird trembled in fear. Snakes inherently possess an intimidating presence, especially those of exotic breeds like Xiao Qing, whose mere aura instills terror in ordinary animals. "Sister Qian, there's no need to worry. It won't attack. We can forcibly inject it with the essence of other life forms." Wang Yu suggested. "Do you think that method will work? Let's give it a try. After all, we have several cages of sparrows, ample for experimentation." Wang Yu chuckled. The others busied themselves organizing supplies while Zhao Jing had already initiated the training of her 5 team members in the illusory ice formation. Su Fei observed for a while, even participating in the formation himself. Both his attack and physical abilities were restricted within the formation, and to break it, he would need to instantaneously eliminate one individual within the fleeting second of their skills gap. Without one of the 5, the formation would collapse. This was something Su Fei could accomplish, even executing the piercing yang technique against a tier 2 zombie. Of course, if Xiao Qing entered the formation, its desolate dust ability could instantly negate the slowing effect of the illusory ice formation, combined with a lightning strike, rendering the formation utterly ineffective. "Boss, look at this," Liang Hao suddenly exclaimed. Su Fei turned to see Liang Hao holding a surveying drone. "Boss, how about we modify this into a trap? Tomorrow, we can use it to distract the guardian beetle," Liang Hao eagerly proposed. Su Fei considered the idea. It was feasible, but a single drone might not make much of an impact. If we have more, it could prove useful, but one alone probably won't suffice. Su Fei sighed. "It's not a problem. The rescue team has at least 5 sets of more advanced drones, with 50 drones per set, all controlled from a single unit. We can trade our low-grade enhancement stones for them," Zhao Jing interjected. "Let's do the trade." Su Fei agreed, recognizing that the low-grade enhancement stones held little value for him, while the plan to use drones to distract the guardian beetle might not guarantee success. Having additional preparations would undoubtedly enhance their odds. He envisioned over 200 drones swirling around the guardian beetle. Surely, that would yield some effect. Zhao Jing instructed the twin sisters to contact the rescue team. Her communication channels had long been severed by the team token. After approximately 5 minutes, the sisters returned. "Boss, the rescue team has made an offer. 1 low-grade enhancement stone for a set of drones." "No haggling," they reported. Su Fei found this amusing, as if anyone truly cared about low-grade enhancement stones or the notion of haggling. Did they think that Hunter Yi was as impoverished as them? "Xiao Mei, inform the rescue team that we accept the trade and request immediate delivery," Zhao Jing instructed. The twin sisters, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui, went to relay the message, and Zhao Jing scoffed. "The rescue team is truly destitute." Su Fei chuckled silently and then asked, You were once with the rescue team. Do you know of any other useful items they possess? Zhao Jing smiled, pointing to a pile of goods on the ground. All their valuable items are right here. They probably can't afford to part with anything else now. Su Fei shook his head in disbelief. Before long, the rescue team delivered the items, led once again by Sun Man. He instinctively avoided looking at the heap on the ground, which only deepened his sorrow. It was all their belongings from the rescue team. After the transaction concluded, Sun Man left joyfully, while Liang Hao eagerly unwrapped the packaging. Revealing a series of pristine drones that made his eyes light up, he took a box and went with Wang Zimming to the nearby square for testing. Su Fei realized it was indeed time to make some preparations before the hunt, and the most expedient way to enhance their strength was through executing sacrifices. With this thought in mind, Su Fei summoned Zhao Jing, inviting her and her team to join him in hunting some zombies. This would allow them to accumulate merit points and familiarize themselves with their skills. Wu Qian and the others understood Su Fei's intent to train the newcomers, thus refraining from joining. They had little interest in hunting Tier 1 zombies at the moment. However, Li Jie decided to accompany them, mostly following Zhao Jing. They arrived at the outskirts of a zombie horde, with Shao Qing initiating the attack first, employing its desolate dust ability. Occasionally, it would also use lightning strike for a kill. Following Shao Qing was the illusory ice formation. Any zombie caught within the formation met a swift demise. This formation could threaten Tier 2 life forms, and with 5 individuals coordinating, Tier 1 zombies were utterly powerless. Zhao Jing wielded a blood lotus. Akin to a flying needle but with distinct differences, it leaned more towards explosive damage, bursting from the center and inflicting continuous harm upon anything it touched. However, as a non-elite profession, the blood lotus's damage necessitated approximately 5 strikes to completely vanquish a zombie. Albeit it was a crowd control class, allowing for rapid assaults. After one round, her spiritual energy was depleted, prompting Li Jie to rush over and support her. Su Fei casually glanced, wondering if she truly viewed herself as a beacon of light. 10 minutes later, Su Fei executed the first sacrifice, yielding a plum blossom as the result, along with a reward of equipment, the dazzling mech ship. The task required possessing a pet of Tier 1 or above, which he accomplished with Shao Qing, thus completing the task automatically. Upon sensing the equipment, Su Fei was overjoyed. It felt almost serendipitous. Observing the fatigued twin sisters, he beckoned them away from Shao Qing's desolate dust. You two must swiftly contact the rescue team. We want as many of those drones as they can provide, even if they are outdated. Although the sisters were puzzled, they executed the command unwaveringly. Su Fei, there are indeed many outdated drones, but we cannot utilize them. Zhao Jing remarked, having nearly interrupted him earlier. No, they are useful, extremely so. Su Fei replied excitedly, clutching the dazzling mech ship. It resembled a mobile device from peacetime, but its true function lay in its capacity to house drones. Boss, is this because of the equipment? Li Jie inquired curiously. Yes, one could say it's a containment-enhancing piece of equipment that allows drones to possess combat capabilities. In essence, drones contained within it become combat weapons. That's incredible, both Li Jie and Zhao Jing exclaimed in unison, astonished by the equipment's extraordinary nature. Moreover, it could support 300 drones in simultaneous combat, and it even possessed a nurturing function capable of automatically repairing damaged drones. The Radiant aircraft was handed over to Li Jie and Zhao Jing, intended for Liang Hao. Following the news brought by Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui regarding the rescue area, Su Fei proceeded with the second sacrifice. At this point, Su Fei had begun to comprehend the intricacies of the sacrificial process. The quality of the cards generated post-sacrifice was indeed correlated to the original cards. The better the cards prior to the sacrifice, the greater the likelihood of producing superior cards afterward. Take these 2 sacrifices, for instance. He utilized a diamond card, thus generating a club card was already quite commendable. To obtain a spade card, the fundamental prerequisite was to sacrifice a heart card, yet he was quite reluctant to part with his 2 heart cards, fearing that should he fail to produce a spade, he might end up with inferior cards, akin to his first sacrifice, which would leave him in tears. This time, the task was to either join or form a team, hence the task was automatically completed. The reward was a premium profession, Spirit Devourer. Su Fei had been studying what constituted a premium profession. For example, his shadow kill not only ensured his survival and enhanced his strength, but most importantly, It allowed him to learn an additional primary profession aside from Shadow Kill. Similarly, Wu Qian's Fire Dance Spirit and Li Jie's Dreamcatcher, while not as formidable as Shadow Kill, possessed the characteristics of premium professions, dual skills, strong malleability, and substantial potential for advancement. This was the essence of premium. Indeed, when skill levels reached their pinnacle, one could even create skills, and the Spirit Devourer was no exception. If premium professions were to be categorized into levels, the Spirit Devourer would only be slightly inferior to Shadow Kill. Its most practical feature was the ability to borrow any skill for personal use, with the borrowing period lasting 5 minutes. Possessing this profession was akin to replicating the entire team. Chapter 57. He was no longer sad. Skill 1. Whirlwind Strike. Combination Technique 2. The first strike delivers a ranged attack to a single target within 10 meters, with damage diminishing in relation to distance, and a hit probability of 50%. If the first strike hits, the second strike's attack speed is doubled, allowing for an instant teleport to the target for close-range assault, with damage also doubled. Skill cooldown. 10 seconds. Skill 2. Imprint. The ability to imprint 3 skills of any kind that are below the current profession's level. With the imprinted skills lasting 5 minutes and a cooldown of 12 hours, to be honest, Su Fei was utterly astounded. Upon closer inspection, he deemed the power of this profession to rival that of Shadow Kill. Imprinting essentially involved borrowing a profession, while Whirlwind Strike, in its fundamental essence, was equally impressive. First and foremost, it was a ranged attack. The greater the distance, the greater the damage inflicted on the target. When engaging in close combat, provided that the ranged attack had succeeded, the damage would be doubled, akin to a critical hit. It was extraordinarily formidable. Su Fei couldn't help but mutter in awe. After securing the profession book, Su Fei did not wish to learn it himself as he did not meet the required conditions. Instead, he intended to leave it for Ziming. With his corrupted mist's offensive and defensive capabilities combined with the Spirit Devourer's skills, it would be simply perfect. Su Fei initially contemplated executing a third sacrifice using 2 cards generated from the previous sacrifices. However, the long-awaited voice of the Ace of Spades echoed once more. It was still the voice within his consciousness. The sacrificial conditions are not met. The second round of sacrifice must simultaneously fulfill the following conditions. 1. The executor must be at second tier. 2.3 cards are required. 2 must be the cards generated from the first round of sacrifice, and the other must be a card that has never undergone sacrifice. 3. Deducting 1,200 merit points, Su Fei was taken aback. This was the first time he had learned such information. Merely the first condition had already excluded him, as his tier was a significant barrier. Even if all conditions were met, Su Fei would never sacrifice the 2 of Hearts. It would be absurd to do so, as without the Spade card, the 2 of Hearts was already among the finest. Only a fool would sacrifice the 2 of Hearts. As time drew near, Su Fei called everyone back. Upon their return to the village, the rescue team had already delivered the abandoned remote-controlled planes. The people had yet to leave, seemingly due to a disagreement over pricing. The rescue team believed that they should adhere to the original price, exchanging 1 inferior enhancement stone for 50 planes, while Wu Qian and her group contended that these remote-controlled planes were already scrap and thus not worth that much. As Su Fei and Li Jie approached, they could hear the argument from a distance. Particularly between Wu Qian and Su Wei. Seemed as though they were accustomed to haggling over clothing prices. With the two leading the discussion, Su Fei pondered whether it was worth quibbling over a few inferior enhancement stones. Upon getting closer, he instructed Zhao Jing to toss a medium enhancement stone to Sun Man. Sun Man swiftly caught it, but upon seeing Wu Qian and Suya about to intervene, his expression changed, and he hurriedly fled. "What are you thinking? Do these scraps truly warrant a medium enhancement stone?" Wu Qian was still recovering from her earlier fervor. "Su Fei, we suffered a tremendous loss," Suya complained from the side. Su Fei chuckled and replied, "No, we made a significant profit." "What?" Both Wu Qian and Suya exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief at Su Fei's apparent irrationality. Had the pressure driven him to madness? These scraps were clearly worthless and, moreover, unusable. Liang Hao and the others shared their incredulity. It was not the value of a single enhancement stone they were concerned with, but rather the feeling of having been cheated. It appeared that they had lost. No matter how they viewed it, Su Fei offered no explanation. Instead, He took the Radiant aircraft from Li Jie and aimed it at the remote-controlled planes, tapping a few times on the control screen. In an instant, the remote-controlled planes vanished, and amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Su Fei pointed again towards an unoccupied area. A laser shot forth, and after a flash, 300 remote-controlled planes materialized, having undergone a qualitative transformation. Shimmering with silver light, unleashing a torrent of air blades in all directions. As the amazement of the crowd grew, the area was already riddled with holes, with the remote-controlled planes reverting back to lasers and returning to the Radiant aircraft. Su Fei handed the equipment over to Liang Hao. "What do you think? Is it worth a medium enhancement stone?" Su Fei inquired. A momentary silence enveloped the group, soon followed by exclamations of disbelief. "This is not just worth it. It's a monumental gain." Liang Hao was particularly enamored, exclaiming, "This is a treasure!" And here, Ziming, this profession book is for you, Su Fei stated as he passed the Spirit Devourer profession to Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming merely sensed it briefly before eagerly rushing upstairs to study. Everyone was filled with bountiful rewards. As they settled down, Su Fei declared, "Tomorrow night, we will all act together to hunt the treasure guard beetle." This had been part of their plan, yet Zhao Jing's team, unaware of the news, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Sister Jing, what is a treasure guard beetle?" inquired one of the 5 girls, Zhang Ming, who sat beside Zhao Jing. Her voice barely above a whisper. The others leaned in, eager to listen. Zhao Jing hesitated before responding, "I have not encountered one myself. It should be a mutated life form approaching the 3rd tier." "What? Approaching 3rd tier?" The group gasped in astonishment. They found it hard to accept, particularly Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui, who struggled even against 1st-tier foes in the rescue area, now being told they were to engage a superior foe. In contrast, Zhang Ming and her companions felt no fear. The apocalypse had transformed everyone, much like Su Fei's own evolution, and after enduring Lu Shihao's torment, they had become somewhat deranged, having faced death once. What more could frighten them? Thus, they felt a tinge of excitement. This was a manifestation of their distorted psyche, and in the brutal reality of the apocalypse, who could claim to be entirely normal. After discussing the specific plan further and enjoying a light supper, they dispersed. Downstairs, Zhao Jing arrived with her 7 team members. The day's upheaval had been overwhelming, and she found it hard to come to terms with her long-standing relationship with Baifeng, which could not simply be cast aside. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui appeared dejected, scarcely uttering a word. Being treated as commodities was an unbearable experience. "I think Liang Hao is quite handsome." "No, it must be Wang Ziming. Did you not notice his gaze? So cold." "If you ask me, our leader is the most handsome." This seemed to be the only topic of conversation among the girls, as Zhang Ming and her companions gathered by the fire. Exchanging remarks, Zhao Jing smiled faintly, prepared to console Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui when suddenly, a series of sounds erupted outside. The group was taken aback and hurried to the window, where they beheld the long-missed sight of fireworks. Liang Hao and the others, seeking a diversion, had decided to set off fireworks with what little they had left in the same corridor. Su Fei and Wu Qian stood side by side. The apocalypse. Yet fireworks, Su Fei mused softly. At a moment when tears should have fallen, he felt none. He had shed his sadness. Chapter 58. The hunt begins the next day arrived quietly, almost imperceptibly. Early in the morning, Su Fei led everyone to a building closer to the treasure guard beetle's location, from where they could observe its every movement. "All right, we shall now prepare for the encirclement hunt. Except for Wang Yu, Xiao Ye, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Shui, the rest will split into groups for action. The 4 of you, lacking professions, will remain here to continue monitoring the treasure guard beetle." As Su Fei concluded his statement, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui paused, sensing that this hunting night was somewhat different from the rescue area. In this world where human life was as expendable as grass, which faction did not send their subordinates to their deaths? Yet here, it seemed as if the leader was at the forefront of danger. "Xiao Mei," she called out, watching Su Fei and the others' retreating figures. Their steps did not falter. Instead, Zhao Jing turned back and said, "Your task today is to ensure the safety of Wang Yu and Su Ye. Remember, there must be no mistakes." Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui nodded eagerly, and behind them came Wang Yu's voice. "Jianjie, please leave the Rubik's Cube key for me." In an instant, Wu Qian tossed the Rubik's Cube key over to Wang Yu, who, upon catching it, could no longer disguise the fervor in his eyes. Xiao Mei, Xiao Shui, Suya, you three keep watch for a while. Since there's nothing urgent at the moment, I'm heading in to conduct some research, Wang Yu declared, hastening his entrance. Do you remember my little sparrow? Suya called out. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had it in mind. Xiao Ya, are we not participating in the hunt tonight? Xiao Mei asked incredulously, while Xiao Shui looked on at Suya. Su Fei Gu said that if we go, it would be tantamount to seeking death, so the four of us will not partake tonight. We'll just handle some logistical work, Suya replied as she spoke. She seemed to recall something and hurriedly dashed into the Rubik's Cube key, leaving Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui in a state of shock. The twin sisters shared a few moments of silence before Xiao Mei broke the ice. Xiao Shui. Dante, you have a pet spirit contract? You should give it to Suya. Xiao Shui remained silent, but took out the pet spirit contract nonetheless. The preparations Su Fei needed to make were actually quite simple. It involved capturing zombies, not hunting them down, but capturing them alive. This was to execute the second plan. If they couldn't eliminate the target on the ground, they would have to force the treasure-protecting beetle into the AI, or it was only when it took flight that its vulnerable underbelly might be exposed. The armor-piercing bullets had already been enhanced by Su Fei using intermediate reinforcement stones, a lethal weapon specifically prepared for this purpose. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the rescue area, representatives from 3 factions outside the rescue zone were gathered. In peacetime, these factions belonged to the government, but after the apocalypse erupted, they fought their own battles. Today, they could convene here only to discuss one topic: the wish paper cards. The meeting had yet to commence as they awaited 2 individuals. One was Wang Hao, the leader of the Southern District, and the other was Su Fei, the head of the Night Hunters. Wang Hao's presence was assured as he was the underground boss of Xing City, equipped with both manpower and firearms, making him a figure of importance to the rescue area. However, the other 3 factions initially opposed Su Fei's involvement, believing he lacked the qualifications. Yet, after Sun Man from the rescue area showed them yesterday's video, the room fell silent. At that moment, Wang Hao arrived, flanked by 2 subordinates. The crowd sensed their formidable aura, all at the first evolution stage. Wang Hao, come, take a seat. I hear you have 10 first-stage evolved beings under you. A middle-aged man in the assembly remarked. Wang Hao recognized him, someone he frequently dealt with, and upon hearing the praise, he smiled and replied, actually, it's 15. Sun Man, representing the rescue area, cast a disdainful glance. Was 15 truly impressive? Which faction present lacked at least 20? All right, Wang Hao, please sit down. Once the leader of the Night Hunters arrives, our meeting can commence. We are primarily waiting for him, a voice interjected, not from Sun Man but from Lan Zixuan, who still held a higher standing in this context. The leader of the Night Hunters. Who's that? I've never heard of him. Wang Hao scoffed, unwilling to wait for an unknown figure, believing only he could command such attention. Sun Man and the others remained indifferent. What was there to boast about being at the first stage? Su Fei was at the second stage of evolution. Wang Hao continued to shout, expressing his discontent, while the 5 leaders of the rescue area shook their heads, bemused by his self-importance. Just as Lan Zixuan was about to intervene, a subordinate rushed in hurriedly. His eyelids twitched. Was there trouble? Had Su Fei killed their messenger again? Second in command, the leader of the Night Hunters has gone to the square, the subordinate reported, adding that Su Fei claimed he was too busy. What is he doing at the square? Lan Zixuan asked, his expression darkening as he knew what lay there. The subordinate refrained from elaborating but added, from the looks of it, they seem intent on hunting that colossal creature. He trembled slightly while delivering this news. Waving his hand, Lan Zixuan dismissed the subordinate, his gaze now fixated on the entrance. Second brother, what's wrong? Is something amiss? Sun Man inquired. Just as Lan Zixuan was about to respond, Wang Hao interjected. He wouldn't dare show up, would he? Ha, what's he? Just some nameless nobody? Does he really think he is someone important? Lan Zixuan sneered. He is not afraid to come. He has gone to hunt that giant creature in the square. Do you dare to join him? What? Everyone gasped in shock. Is he out of his mind? That thing is at least a second stage, possibly even third. Wang Hao exclaimed, stunned. Indeed, he's courting death. Someone close to Wang Hao retorted. Lan Zixuan observed the unfolding drama with cold eyes. Wishing to leave this place immediately, I think you all are the ones who have lost your minds. If you lack the courage to hunt, I fail to see the point in collaborating with you. With that, Lan Zixuan stepped out, while Sun Man and the others from the rescue area cast one last glance at the stunned individuals before exiting the conference room. Just as Lan Zixuan had stated. In the apocalypse, losing one's courage meant becoming insignificant. While Su Fei and his group were having lunch, Lan Zixuan and the rescue area personnel arrived. Xiao Qing was on high alert, glaring fiercely at the rescue area members, who dared not make a move. Leader of the Night Hunters, Sun Man called out to Su Fei, who had yet to glance their way. With a gesture, Xiao Qing eased her vigilance, and the tension on their faces transformed into smiles. What brings you here? Su Fei asked, still avoiding eye contact with them. Boss, we from the rescue area are here to assist you in dealing with that colossal creature, Sun Man, having dealt with Su Fei several times. Hastily stated and no need. We Night Hunters can handle it ourselves, Su Fei flatly rejected. Are you here just to mooch off us? Do you think I'm foolish? Sun Man was about to say more, but Lan Zixuan chuckled and stopped him. Leader of the Night Hunters, truly generous, Lan Zixuan remarked with a smile. Flattery won't work on me. I'm not swayed by such tactics, Su Fei replied coolly, nearly causing the diners to burst into laughter. Sun Man's expression shifted. Was Su Fei mocking them? This is not flattery but a fact. I came to inform you of something, he insisted. What news? Su Fei continued to eat, appearing utterly disinterested. This requires a moment of privacy. Sun Man added. Very well. Su Fei set down his skewer and stood up. Su Fei and Lan Zixuan conversed in another room, the specifics of their discussion unknown to anyone. However, when they returned, both were smiling. Noticing the rescue area members still lingering at the door, dripping with anticipation, Su Fei remarked, You must be quite impoverished if you come here to mooch lunch in broad daylight. Lan Zixuan nearly stumbled in disbelief. Realizing that indeed, none had eaten. Downstairs, Lan Zixuan exited with satisfaction. Second brother, did he agree to our assistance? Sun Man inquired eagerly. Yes, he agreed, and the rewards will be split 90-10. Sun Man was thrilled. Realizing how rare such an opportunity was, by the way, second brother, I just saw that the Night Hunters gained another mutated life form. Sun Man recalled. What? Another one? Lan Zixuan's composure faltered. What Sun Man had seen was Su Ya's little sparrow, which had survived despite several cages being destroyed, thanks to Wang Yu's ingenuity. Of course, the sparrow's mutation was still unstable. Wang Yu, does this mean we can experiment to create mutated life forms? Su Fei asked. Looking at the sparrow, Wang Yu shook his head, clarifying that it's not feasible. The genetic differences among species are significant, and my method can't draw conclusions yet. The probability of mutation is about 1 in 100,000. And this sparrow's success is indeed quite fortunate, Su Fei nodded, acknowledging that this matter was not urgent, and they were incredibly lucky that the last sparrow had managed to mutate successfully. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Su Ya, who had already signed a pet contract with the sparrow, making it her pet. Let us name it Xiao Hui, Wu Qin suggested, holding it in her hands. Yes, Xiao Hui sounds great, quite similar to Xiao Qing's name. Su Ya exclaimed excitedly, then pondered, if it evolves again, will it require experimentation? That won't be necessary. It already possesses offensive capabilities and can hunt on its own. Wang Yu explained. But can it really handle those zombies? Su Ya asked with concern. No worries. We're here too, Liang Hao assured her, with others nodding in agreement that if necessary, we can bind a few zombies for Xiao Hui to hunt. They had all perfected the art of binding zombies that very morning in the afternoon. Everyone should rest to ensure we have ample energy for tonight. We must succeed, Su Fei declared. With his words, the combatants settled down to rest, while the rescue area focused their firepower into a singular point. Just as Lan Zixuan and Sun Man were finalizing their arrangements, they noticed Su Ya, along with Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui. Emerging from the building. As they approached, they spotted the foreign serpent coiled around Su Ya's arm. Xiao Mei, Xiao Shui, let us move further away. Su Fei Gu said not to attract that treasure-protecting beetle. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui are devoted to protecting Su Ya. Naturally, whatever Su Ya says goes. Moreover, Xiao Qing is right there with them. They can traverse Xingqing with confidence. Send someone to follow them from a distance. Observe their intentions. Sun Man instructed his subordinate. Suya was indifferent to who was tailing her. Her foremost desire was to facilitate Xiao Hui's evolution into the second tier. They soon encountered a horde of zombies, where Xiao Qing unleashed her ultimate move, the Dust of Despair, ensnaring a zombie every now and then, while Xiao Hui feasted on them. The entire afternoon was spent in play, and it was unclear how many essences they had consumed, likely over 100. Suddenly, Xiao Hui's attacks became remarkably fierce, and its size increased instantaneously. Suya could hardly contain her excitement. Second tier, second tier. Xiao Hui has also reached the second tier. The expressions of those from the rescue zone trailing Suya darkened, and they hurriedly retreated. What? Another second tier? Lan Zixuan and Sun Man could no longer maintain their composure. Su Fei captured Xiao Hui in his hands and nodded. Indeed, it is a second tier, but it cannot be compared to Xiao Qing. It possesses only a single innate skill, the Sparrow's Call. Its attacks are rather singular, yet it is, after all, a second tier. Su Fei released Xiao Hui, which excitedly flew to Su Ya's side. After confirming their plan once more, Su Fei led everyone to their designated attack point with precision. As time slipped by, the guardian beetle finally closed its eyes slowly. Chapter 59. Successful kill. Wang Yu and the four of them were anxiously observing below. Even with Xiao Hui's ascension to the second tier, it brought no joy to the group. At this moment, only tension and concern filled the air, leaving no room for superfluous emotions. Suddenly, both Wang Yu and Suya felt their hearts race. They simultaneously received the team token signal. The hunt had commenced. The first strike was initiated by Wang Ziming. The moment Su Fei issued the attack command, Wang Ziming's spinning assault was unleashed. He was positioned merely 10 meters away from the guardian beetle, ensuring maximum damage. In that instant of impact, the guardian beetle's eyes flew open. Seizing the opportunity while it was still in a drowsy state, Li Jie activated his spell of confusion, directly impacting the guardian beetle. After landing the first blow, Wang Ziming's form vanished from his original spot. This was the second strike of the Spirit Devourer's spinning attack. On either side, Su Fei and Xiao Qing launched their assaults simultaneously. Su Fei utilized a technique borrowed from the essence of a second-tier zombie, his speed rivaling that of Wang Ziming. They unleashed their lethal attacks without affording the guardian beetle a moment's respite. Wang Ziming's critical strike was comparable to that of a second tier, and following their assault, Liang Hao activated the dazzling aircraft .300 remote-controlled machines struck at once, their cold glimmers cutting through the darkness. The hidden members of the rescue zone wore grim expressions. How could they not recognize these machines as the scrap from their own rescue zone? Yet, how could they be so terrifyingly modified in Su Fei's hands? The primary intention of the dazzling aircraft was to divert the guardian beetle's attention, allowing Su Fei and his team to escape swiftly after their strike. This guardian beetle is truly monstrous. It shrugged off 3 lethal attacks from second tiers without a scratch, Wu Qian murmured, and upon seeing Su Fei dodge swiftly, she hurried forward. Su Fei had no time to elaborate. After 6 seconds of assault, the guardian beetle was fully awake. It roared furiously, charging towards Liang Hao. Ziming, engage in ranged attacks. But do not get too close, Su Fei commanded, his expression grave. He had not anticipated the guardian beetle's formidable defenses, especially after its defenses had been halved during its slumber. If 10 more minutes passed, who knew how much more monstrous it would become? Thus, their hunting window was limited to 10 minutes. If they could not slay it within this time frame, they would have to retreat. Wang Ziming had experienced the guardian beetle's terrifying defenses firsthand, so he obediently focused on ranged attacks. Liang Hao, positioned elsewhere, continued to unleash the dazzling aircraft, both drawing the guardian beetle's ire. The guardian beetle grew increasingly agitated. It could not pursue just one target, for doing so would leave it vulnerable to the other. Ultimately, it was provoked by these humans, letting out a low growl as it activated its innate ability. Li Jie, interrupt that skill, Su Fei shouted. They had experienced this innate ability before, and should they fall victim to it, they would surely be obliterated. Li Jie wasted no time. Even Zhang Ming and others invoked the Frost Illusion Array. Under the combined effects of confusion and frost-induced slowdown, Su Fei, Xiao Qing, and Wang Ziming once again closed in for an attack. Su Fei employed the technique of shadow fusion, but as his Tang Dao struck the guardian beetle's body, it felt as though he was striking stone, reverberating with a recoil that sent him spitting blood. Wang Ziming and Xiao Qing fared no better. One was knocked to the ground by the recoil, while the other sustained injuries. At this moment, every attack and evasion was calculated down to the second. Any misstep could spell disaster for them all indeed. Su Fei had not anticipated the guardian beetle's body to react with such force, and as it regained full awareness, their ability to evade became futile. That Su Fei, without a moment's thought, bore the pain and rushed into the line of sight of the guardian beetle, kicking Wang Ziming, who was under attack, to safety. However, he had now fully exposed himself to the guardian beetle's wrath. Su Fei! Su Fei! Wu Qian cried out as she grasped Xiao Qing, who had been flung aside by Su Fei. Liang Hao had intended to rush to assist, but there was no time. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as Li Jie and Zhang Ming activated their skills once more. Su Fei's presence flickered. As Li Jie cast his confusion spell, he simultaneously placed the illusory dream onto Su Fei. Between Su Fei and the illusory dream, a shadow mirror appeared. Su Fei was now acutely aware of the terror that was the guardian beetle. Its claws were weapons in their own right, piercing through the illusory dream and shattering the shadow mirror. Even as it paused upon making contact with Su Fei, he still felt a tremendous force crashing into him. Instead of retreating, his body was hurled into the AI. In that moment of the guardian beetle's pause, the rescue zone unleashed a torrent of firepower. Zhao Jing had already sprinted towards Su Fei's landing spot, and Wang Ziming was being helped aside by Zhang Ming and others. One strike from the guardian beetle had incapacitated 3 members, while Xiao Qing was left battered and unable to continue fighting. Receiving word of Su Fei's grievous injuries, Wu Qian yearned to rush over, yet she remained transfixed on the guardian beetle, which was being bombarded by relentless firepower. It remained unscathed, and half of the 10-minute slumber period had elapsed. They had no choice but to initiate the second plan. Everyone, heed my command. Initiate the second plan. Wu Qian commanded. Li Jie and Zhang Ming once again applied confusion and slowdown effects on the guardian beetle, while Yang Hao stowed away the dazzling aircraft and retrieved a gun loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Wu Qian then rushed a few steps forward. Upon seeing Liang Hao and the others release zombies, she invoked the Flame Embrace, a skill that could assimilate all substances into fire attributes. Meanwhile, the rescue zone's firepower had begun to spread outward. The zombies' bodies ignited in flames, and driven by instinct, they could only converge toward the guardian beetle under the intimidation of the rescue zone's firepower. 2 more minutes passed, and Li Jie, Zhang Ming, and the others were on the brink of exhaustion. One misstep, and Li Jie nearly collapsed. Yet, just as they paused, the guardian beetle took flight, precisely as Su Fei had anticipated. Everyone steeled themselves, listening to Wu Qian's commands as confusion and the frost illusion array were activated simultaneously. This had been meticulously calculated. Liang Hao was positioned below, aiming for the guardian beetle's abdomen. Bang! At that moment, the only sound was that of the bullet exiting the chamber, striking true. The reinforced armor-piercing round penetrated the guardian beetle's body, causing it to plummet straight down. It crashed to the ground like an earthquake, shaking the entire floor with a thunderous roar. Li Jie, Zhang Ming, and the others collapsed instantly, their energy fully depleted. But they had finally slain this abomination. Wu Qian and Liang Hao felt no joy. They rushed straight towards Su Fei and the others. "Let us go, we need to get down there," Wang Yu urged. Suya and the twin sisters quickly followed, and just as they stepped outside, they heard the cheers from the rescue zone. Chapter 60. A chill runs down the spine. The leader of the rescue zone, out of 5, had arrived, excluding Lan Zixuan and Sun Man. There were also the 3rd and 4th in command, Zhou Tao and Ding Peng. The firepower unleashed moments ago had been executed under their command, and they had witnessed the dire state of the night hunt. It could be said that all their main forces had been rendered ineffective. Should the rescue zone mobilize now, they would undoubtedly seize complete control. Of course, this included the spoils from the hunt, the guardian beetle. "Brother, shall we monopolize it?" Zhou Tao suggested, having arrived just 10 minutes before the battle began, thus oblivious to Night Hunt's hidden cards. Lan Zixuan shot him a sharp glare, saying, "As long as you aren't afraid of death, go ahead and try to monopolize it." Zhou Tao was somewhat intimidated, his face pale as he reasoned, "Brother, With Night Hunt's main forces no longer posing a threat, especially that second-tier snake, what is there left for us to fear? Lan Zixuan, feeling disinclined to elaborate, merely cast a glance at Sun Man, understanding the unspoken urgency, hastily interjected, "Third brother, fourth brother, you may not be aware that there exists a second-tier life form in the hunting night, one that has yet to engage in the fray." Zhou Tao and Ding Peng were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation of yet another second-tier being. A chill ran down their spines, and they simultaneously felt a wave of gratitude for the caution advised by Lan Zixuan and Sun Man. Had they attempted to monopolize the spoils, the consequences could have been dire. Thus, it became imperative for them to maintain a steadfast and unified front with Hunting Night. The prospect of obtaining even a mere tenth of the benefits was, in truth, more than sufficient. One must learn to be content in order to avoid an untimely demise. Zhou Tao and Ding Peng, eyes wide with alarm, nodded in agreement, then turned their gaze downward, noticing that individuals from other factions were converging upon the members of Hunting Night. "Second brother, look quickly. It's the other three factions." Along with Wang Hao, "This is bad. We must descend at once," Lan Zixuan urged. "But why not wait for the members of Hunting Night to reveal their trump cards before we intervene? Wouldn't it be wiser to observe from the sidelines?" Zhou Tao hesitated, rooted in place. "Are you foolish? By the time they unveil their trump cards, what stake would we have left? We must assert our position before they reveal their hand. Perhaps our future gains could exceed a mere tenth." As Lan Zixuan spoke, he descended the stairs with purpose. Zhou Tao paused, suddenly grasping the crux of the matter, and hastened to follow suit. Indeed, the commotion stirred by Su Fei could not go unnoticed by others with ulterior motives. Given that the other three major factions and Wang Hao were already aware of Hunting Night's movements, their intent to capitalize on the situation was clear. Thus, the moment the treasure-protecting beetle fell, their combined forces began to encircle Su Fei and his companions. Wu Qian and Liang Hao remained oblivious to these developments, anxiously watching over the gravely injured and unconscious Su Fei. Zhao Jing, possessing some medical knowledge, conducted another examination before reassuring them, "Do not worry. Although he is severely injured, his life is not in jeopardy." "And what of Zi Ming?" Wu Qian inquired immediately. "I checked him as well. His condition is not much better than Su Fei's, but he too is out of danger." Wu Qian and Liang Hao fell silent, holding little Qing in their hands, relieved to see it recovering. Just then, an ominous voice pierced the air, followed by the sudden emergence of armed figures from all directions. Wu Qian and Liang Hao's expressions tightened, and even Zhao Jing regarded these newcomers with a calm intensity, recognizing their perilous predicament. "Indeed, the extermination of this creature has taken us by surprise," an elder among them remarked. "And what now? Are you here to celebrate our misfortune?" Wu Qian retorted coldly, "Naturally, it is a celebration. As the saying goes, those who witness share in the spoils. We may very well seek to extract some benefits from you," the elder declared, gesturing for weapons to be aimed at Wu Qian and her companions. Liang Hao was about to protest when Wu Qian discreetly pressed down on his hand, which was reaching for his weapon, and addressed the elder. "Is this a form of intimidation?" The elder maintained his smile, replying, "This is not intimidation. It is merely a proactive approach on your part, is it not?" "And what if we refuse?" Wu Qian challenged. "Then you must contemplate the consequences. Perhaps the Hunting Night Squadron will cease to exist." Wu Qian regarded the elder's entourage, shaking her head with a smile, just as a commanding voice from the rescue zone, belonging to Lan Zixuan, echoed through the AI art. "As long as our rescue zone stands, I shall see who dares to set their sights on Hunting Night." As his words fell, members of the rescue zone positioned themselves protectively in front of Wu Qian and the others. Not only did the elder negotiating with Wu Qian wear a grim expression, but even those beside him appeared taken aback. "Lan Zixuan, what folly is this? Is it not advantageous for our 5 factions to share this bounty?" An elder from another faction, familiar with Lan Zixuan, exclaimed in indignation. "Who said we are of the same faction? You are overstepping your bounds. Your meager electrical group cannot compare to our rescue zone." Ding Peng interjected, unable to contain himself. "You?" The elder attempted to retaliate, but was interrupted as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Instinctively, He dodged as a first-tier evolved being beside him collapsed. The members of the rescue zone are not mad. It is you who are courting death, Wang Yu declared with authority. As Wang Yu's words rang out, the source of the attack revealed itself to be a sparrow. Second tier, someone gasped, as dread enveloped the crowd. Wang Yu stepped forward, with Xiao Hui perched upon his shoulder, while Su Ya, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Shui rushed towards Su Fei. The rescue zone's stance remains firm, just as our leader promised you. We will uphold our agreement regarding the spoils. 1/10 for us, and we honor our word, Wang Yu said with a smile. Having achieved his objective, as for you, none shall leave this place, he declared calmly, pointing at the assembled group. The atmosphere grew tense as they were taken aback by his audacity, wondering how a mere second tier could dispatch them in an instant, given the distraction provided by others. The first-tier evolved beings among them might seize the chance to flee. What? Do you doubt my words? Turn around and see if you find yourselves encircled, Wang Yu taunted, and as he spoke, hordes of zombies launched an assault on those behind them. The air filled with screams, and the faces of the leaders from the other factions paled in horror. You are in league with the zombies, one of them accused, pointing at Wang Yu. What of it? In my eyes, the zombies possess far more honor than you brigands who prey upon your own kind, Wang Yu retorted defiantly. The members of the rescue zone glanced uneasily at Wang Yu. Even Lan Zixuan and Sun Man were caught off guard by this unexpected contingency devised by Hunting Knight. Zhou Tao and Ding Peng looked particularly pallid. Zombie King, what say you? Just as our leader promised. You have plenty of first-tier evolved beings to feast upon, Wang Yu called out towards an open area in the distance. All eyes turned there, and a collective gasp escaped their lips as realization dawned. A second-tier zombie? With its arrival, even members of the rescue zone began to panic, let alone those from the other factions. So, do you still think we are merely exaggerating? Wang Yu chuckled, observing that it seemed someone had already succumbed to despair. Two subordinates of Wang Hao were attempting to flee. Wang Yu cast a cold glance, and Liang Hao's dazzling ship roared to life, exploding in the open space before them. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, the zombie king drew near, its teeth sinking viciously into the neck of one of them. The first-tier evolvers from several factions were left trembling in terror at this horrific scene. Chapter 61. Chaos in Xingqing. The zombie king showed no mercy. Under Su Fei's oppression in recent days, it and its minions had gone hungry, and now the madness of the undead was unmistakable in mere seconds. The essence of the first-tier evolver was consumed, and eyeing another delectable morsel, it bit down without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui was not to be outdone. Its attacks were simple and direct, relying on the piercing power of its sharp beak. Though lacking the ferocity of Shao Qing's lightning-fast strikes, its speed was nonetheless beyond what a first-tier evolver could withstand. After a successful strike, Xiao Hui flung a piece of flesh toward Shao Qing, intending to use it to mend Shao Qing's injuries. Shao Qing was severely wounded, able only to open its mouth slightly. So Xiao Hui delivered the meat directly into its mouth. This was a form of mutual support, akin to how Shao Qing had ensnared a zombie earlier in the afternoon for hunting. Wu Qian stroked Xiao Hui, who fluttered its wings and flew off again. The other factions were already in disarray. Their bullets had no effect on the zombies, and the result was a frenzied onslaught of the undead rushing towards them. Screams echoed everywhere, and within minutes, half of the personnel from these factions had been lost, including not only ordinary soldiers but also first-tier evolvers. Lan Zixuan, you must plead with Hunt Knight. After all, we were once part of the same system. Can you really stand by and watch us perish? Someone cried from the crowd. Lan Zixuan frowned but did not move. Zhou Tao and Ding Peng were even more hesitant to speak, trembling with fear. They did not wish to provoke Hunt Knight, as they certainly did not want to share the same fate as those around them. Spare you? Are you dreaming? Wang Yu retorted with a cold laugh. The zombie king lunged again, capturing two more first-tier evolvers. Lan Zixuan, is your rescue team truly indifferent to our plight? After all, the evolution stones you possess were provided by us, you ungrateful wretch. Voices of condemnation towards the rescue team filled the air. But none dared to speak ill of Hunt Knight. They knew that such words could seal their doom. Lan Zixuan was indeed contemplating the situation. The point made by the earlier speaker held some truth. But it had been a transaction. Thus, it was not a matter of kindness, merely of interest. Once this issue was set aside, he still had to consider the matter of the wish tokens. After all, having one more person could alleviate some danger and potentially save a life. At present, the other factions were already gravely weakened. Perhaps this would suffice to offset their earlier ambush on Hunt Night. After some thought, he decided to take a chance. Wang Yu, look at how many have already perished. Could you not show them mercy? Lan Zixuan approached Wang Yu and implored. Wang Yu immediately shrugged his shoulders and replied, "You are wasting your breath. I am not in a position to make such decisions. I am merely a hired hand." Without further regard for Lan Zixuan, he shouted toward the Zombie King, "Zombie King, speed it up." Lan Zixuan's expression darkened, and he turned to see Sun Man gesturing toward Wu Qian, prompting him to hurry over and whisper to her. Minutes later, Wu Qian called out to Wang Yu, instructing him to cease his actions. Wang Yu noticed that the Zombie King had captured another victim and finally called for a halt. The Zombie King howled several times, and its minions also ceased their attacks simultaneously. The survivors were all trembling in fear, and upon closer inspection, one could see that they were drenched in cold sweat. Among them was Wang Hao, who felt as though he was on the verge of kneeling before the members of Hunt Night. "Sister Qian, what use is it to spare these people? It would be better to eliminate them all," Liang Hao remarked from the side. Lan Zixuan was taken aback. Liang Hao was known for his ruthlessness. Just as he was about to explain, Wu Qian stood up. "Wang Yu, you have the authority here. You decide who lives and who dies." After speaking, Wu Qian produced a cage and swiftly enclosed the guardian beetle within. Following this, she led all the exhausted or severely injured individuals into the magic cube key. After such a harrowing hunt, everyone was utterly drained, and no one dared to breathe a word as they watched Wu Qian and her group enter. Zhao Jing put away the magic cube key and approached with the twin sisters, saying, "Wang Yu, Sister Qian mentioned that the cage can only hold the guardian beetle for 3 hours. We need to hurry." Wang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze turning cold. "All right, I will take charge here. Let us use resources to buy your lives." Lan Zixuan's face changed, and he rushed over, saying, "Wang Yu, this has nothing to do with your rescue team. Do not meddle." The speaker was Xiao Shui, but Wang Yu and Zhao Jing could not be bothered to engage with Lan Zixuan. Lan Zixuan was taken aback, but ultimately stepped back, feeling a deep sense of imbalance within him. Had he truly lost the qualification to converse with the core members of Hunt Night? Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui instantly felt a sense of superiority. There was a time when the sisters had not even been worthy of speaking to Sun Man. This was all a gift from Hunt Night. Every person present was a renowned figure in Xingqing, yet they had all been thoroughly humiliated by Hunt Night, hadn't they? What? You refuse to hand over your possessions? Fine, Zombie King, continue your assault. In 2 hours, whoever is still alive may leave. The Zombie King was eager for this, and with another strike, another first-tier evolver fell to its jaws. "We will comply. We will hand over everything." The crowd gasped in unison, fearing that they would not survive another 20 minutes. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. That is the right attitude. Everyone present will contribute. Rescue team members, why are you standing so far away? Come forth and share the spoils. As Wang Yu spoke, he glanced at Lan Zixuan, who was taken aback. Had he truly succeeded in sowing discord between the rescue team and the other factions? Of course, they had no alternative. Hunt Night was compelling them to declare their stance. After a brief pause, the rescue team members hurriedly approached. "Hey, those 2 daggers of yours are quite nice. Hand them over." Wang Yu pointed at a first-tier evolver. He had long noticed the 2 daggers that could transform into 3 forms. The individual hesitated, and the Zombie King seized him. The daggers fell to the ground. "With your life at stake, what good are these trinkets?" Wang Yu scooped up the daggers and casually handed them to the twin sisters. Ignoring their delighted expressions, Wang Yu and Zhao Jing turned their attention back to the remaining individuals. "We will comply. We will give everything," someone stepped forward to declare. The crowd trembled, pained as they laid all their possessions upon the ground. The few who had nothing left, Wang Yu deemed too poor and tossed them to the Zombie King. Looking at the meager spoils on the ground, Wang Yu and Zhao Jing found nothing to their liking, aside from the wish tokens. "Be gone. If you cross our path again, you shall not be so fortunate next time." The crowd fled, expressing their gratitude as they ran. Minutes later, only Wang Yu, Zhao Jing, and the rescue team remained. Even the Zombie King led its minions away, perhaps in pursuit of the fleeing individuals. Wang Yu, uninterested in the fate of those fleeing, gestured toward the items on the ground, saying, "These belongings are for your rescue team to take. We have no use for them." With that, Wang Yu departed with Zhao Jing and the others, leaving the rescue team in a stupor. Soon after, the sounds of their frenzied scavenging filled the air. Lan Zixuan, feeling dejected, watched the scene unfold, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. As for the other four factions, they likely encountered yet another ambush from the Zombie King after their departure, further diminishing their already halved strength. Kuingu, what should we do? What do you think we should do? How would I know? Let us flee. Let the other three factions hold the line while we escape. Agreed. Their conversation was overheard by everyone. Just as they turned, they saw that the two individuals were indeed making their escape. Wang Hao, we from the water and electricity team can no longer concern ourselves with you. We must leave now. Wang Hao was infuriated. With another faction standing firm ahead, he too chose to flee. The outcome was predictable. By the end, only 3 factions remained, and even these were left severely weakened. This was all the more remarkable given that they had not brought their elite forces. Had they done so, it would have been a complete rout. Due to the cowardice displayed at such a critical moment, these 3 factions harbored resentment towards one another, and while they loathed Hunt Knight, they dared not provoke them further. Thus, their ire turned towards the rescue team. During Su Fei's days of unconsciousness, tensions had flared among the factions, and after 5 days, Su Fei gradually began to awaken. Chapter 62. The Golden Wish Token in a loft within the urban village. Su Fei awoke feeling parched in his throat. In his line of sight lay a bottle of water, which he yearned to grasp, yet his arms felt unbearably heavy, rendering them immobile at that moment. A slender hand reached out to lift the water and brought it to his lips. Su Fei made an effort to sip a few mouthfuls, quenching his thirst, and upon turning to the person beside him, he recognized Wu Qian. "You finally awakened. We've been terribly worried over the past few days." Wu Qian remarked with a smile that Su Fei's smile appeared somewhat stiff, a consequence of just regaining consciousness and not yet acclimating to his surroundings. "Where is everyone?" He paused to inquire, noticing that only Wu Qian was present. Xiao Qing nestled closer to Su Fei, and he could feel the scales on her body through the contact. "They've gone out to play with the birds along with Xiao Ya. Over the past few days, that's been their primary activity," Wu Qian replied. Su Fei nodded laboriously, then abruptly asked, "What about the guardian beetle?" "Do not worry. We've taken care of its currently being secured in the courtyard. There will always be someone watching over it, so there's no cause for concern. Xiao Qing's injuries have healed completely, and Wang Ziming is able to walk now. You are the only one left." Wu Qian assured him. Su Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. After listening to Wu Qian discuss the recent developments in Xingqing, he began to feel drowsy again and drifted back to sleep. Wu Qian gently caressed Su Fei's not-so-handsome face, offering a faint smile. In a certain part of Xingqing, 2 factions were locked in a standoff. Following the events of that fateful night, the other 3 factions had suffered severe losses, leading them to frantically scramble for resources in the ensuing days. The Water and Electricity Group, the Guild, and even Wang Hao had renamed his faction to Kings, attributing his misfortunes to the previous name. The standoff was between the Water and Electricity Group and the Guild. Due to the previous incident, they were no longer united. "It was our guild members who did the killing. The merit points belong to us. Did our Water and Electricity Group not kill anyone? It depends on who has more kills, so leave your merit points behind, and you may take your leave," came the retort. This scene played out repeatedly over the past few days, with ambushes occurring everywhere. Currently, the guild's numbers were clearly fewer than those of the Water and Electricity Group. Should they refuse to comply, the consequences would be dire. Just as they hesitated, a few girls approached from the distance. It was none other than Zhao Jing's entire team along with Suya, who had come to play with the birds. That the night hunters, someone from the Water and Electricity Group or the guild called out, recognizing Suya and her companions as survivors from that night. The others were filled with terror. The name Night Hunters had become a nightmare for their factions in recent days, fearing that their leader had arrived, leaving them with a sense of helplessness. "What is going on? Can't we enjoy ourselves during the day?" Xiao Shui shouted loudly. She and her sister, Xiao Mei, had developed a sense of superiority over the past few days, increasingly looking down upon these so-called powerful factions. Didn't you see how the leaders in the rescue area were all flattering them? Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for us to distribute equipment to you? Zhang Ming added menacingly from the side. The members of the water and electricity group and the guild scattered in disarray. Realizing they could not afford to provoke them, in their hearts, they felt fortunate not to have encountered another faction of the Night Hunters. Otherwise, all their merit points would have been seized. The other faction was naturally composed of the trio of Liang Hao, Wang Yu, and Wang Ziming, who had been targeting members of these factions over the past few days. Of course, unless they refused to comply or resisted, the three typically refrained from inflicting severe harm. The rescue area had been closed off for several days, awaiting rewards, rather than clashing with other factions. It was better to quietly protect the guardian beetle. Thus, their elite members were stationed in the village, and under such armed protection, the village appeared tranquil, as if before the apocalypse. Downstairs, Li Jie and Zhao Jing strolled through the garden, their relationship having ascended to a new level over these days, as they now held hands. Wang Yu had been teasing Li Jie and Zhao Jing relentlessly, but the more he joked, the quicker their feelings seemed to deepen. Are you two making wishes for the guardian beetle? Wang Yu's voice called out from behind, prompting both Li Jie and Zhao Jing to turn and glare fiercely. It's lunchtime. Isn't it time for everyone to eat? Liang Hao and Wang Ziming hurriedly moved to the side, leaving Wang Yu within Li Jie and Zhao Jing's line of sight. Brother Wang Yu, you're just jealous, Suya chimed in, leading the others in laughter. This isn't jealousy. I'm merely offering them my blessings. Children these days simply don't understand and say foolish things, Wang Yu countered. You're obviously jealous. The others nodded vigorously, agreeing with Suya's assertion. I'm not discussing this with you anymore. I'm off to eat. Speaking of which, I'm quite hungry, Wang Yu muttered as he ascended the stairs. The group continued their conversation and moved upstairs to the loft. They discovered that Su Fei had already awakened, prompting them to gather around him with greetings. Su Fei gazed at everyone, imagining how exhausted and worried they must have been during his unconsciousness. Sister Qian, the boss is merely physically weak. I estimate that in another day, he will fully recover, Wang Yu assessed after another examination. In truth, Su Fei was well aware of his own condition. He likely felt heavy due to excessive sleep. Just as he considered getting up, he was gently pressed down by everyone, who urged, if you can sleep, then sleep a little longer. Su Fei chose not to resist further. He instructed Wang Yu to notify the rescue team to come by in the afternoon before closing his eyes once more. Even if he couldn't sleep, he could at least rest for a while. Wang Yu quickly arranged for Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui to attend to this, and the members of the rescue team were indeed anxious. Arriving just as Su Fei and the others finished their lunch. Enduring the soreness, Su Fei rose and, amid the calls from everyone, made his way downstairs. The rescue team awaited him below, and upon seeing Su Fei descend, they quickly approached him. This time, the head of the rescue team also made an appearance, knowing that this was a reward distribution, and they hurried to act. Leader of the Night Hunters, this is our head of the rescue team. Qinchong, Lan Zixuan introduced. Though Su Fei had always been indifferent towards the rescue team, he nonetheless shook hands warmly with Qinchong. Brother Su, your actions have caused quite a stir in Xingqing. Qinchong remarked with a smile. It pales in comparison to your leadership of the entire rescue team. We are few and merely engaging in minor skirmishes, Su Fei replied cordially. After a brief and mundane exchange, everyone gathered around the guardian beetle. Liang Hao cut open the abdomen of the guardian beetle. At a depth of 1 meter. There should be a golden card, Su Fei directed. Liang Hao immediately complied. The guardian beetle was deceased, and thus its defenses were not as formidable as when it was alive. The abdomen was already its weak point, so Liang Hao had no difficulty slicing it open. After penetrating a meter, he indeed extracted a golden card. Seeing Liang Hao retrieve the golden card, Su Fei nodded in satisfaction, as it further corroborated the descriptions of the guardian beetle in the Doomsday papers. Wang Yu approached and took the card Liang Hao handed him, glancing at it amidst the envy of the rescue team before putting it away. Naturally, they dared not voice any dissent. Since Su Fei had promised them a share of the profits, he would not go back on his word. Otherwise, there would have been no need to invite them today, as the Night Hunters could have easily claimed it all for themselves. Boss, it seems that the body of the guardian beetle is hollow. It appears to have nothing but a shell surrounding the skeleton. Liang Hao commented that Su Fei was already aware of this situation and continued, in that location, you should find 3 passages. At the ends of these passages are 3 space stones. Go retrieve them. He then instructed Wang Yu to hand Liang Hao the flashlight. Just then, a member of the rescue team presented a powerful flashlight. This is a military-grade flashlight. It's even brighter, Zhou Tao stated. All right, I'd like to experience the military's advanced lighting, Liang Hao exclaimed with a smile, leaping into the body of the guardian beetle. Others were eager to join, and after consulting Su Fei, they all entered. The members of the rescue team wished to join as well. The 5 leaders exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from voicing their dissent to Su Fei. The rewards from the guardian beetle comprised 50% from the golden card, 30% from the space stones, 10% as the key to the secret realm, and the final 10% would be found within its body. Su Fei remained supported by Wu Qian, as she was the only one from the night hunters who had not joined in this commotion. The 5 leaders of the rescue team were deep in thought when Su Fei added, as for the 10% within its body, our 2 factions combined will not be able to consume it all. Qin Sheng paused momentarily, then quickly inquired, does Brother Su mean to invite the other factions of Xingqing as well? The more people, the lower the danger level inside. Qin Sheng frowned and questioned, we have over 100 people in our rescue team. Isn't that enough? Su Fei shook his head and replied calmly, not enough. So please, summon the other factions of Xingqing to join us. Tomorrow morning, we will all enter together. Zhao Chong waved his hand, and swiftly, Lan Zixuan departed to coordinate with the other factions. Su Fei refrained from providing further explanations. As he was aware, the body of the guardian beetle itself constituted a space where the greater the number of individuals entering, the lower the monster levels within would become. Of course, Su Fei's fundamental purpose in this endeavor was to collapse the space within the guardian beetle's body. Others may be unaware of this, but Su Fei understood it all too well. Once the guardian beetle's body collapsed, it would transform into a beetle ring, whose sole function was precise teleportation to any secret realm. Before long, Liang Hao and the others emerged with the spatial stones. Inside, there was nothing but a dark passageway, initially thought to hold some intriguing surprises. Yet, there was indeed nothing, as it became evident that the 3 spatial stones held the true value. The crowd engaged in animated discussions, with those from the rescue zone also eager to enter, even if there was nothing to be found, just to experience it. Zhou Tao shot a glare at his lackluster subordinates. Their excited gazes freezing instantly. Is this the spatial stone? Wu Qian inquired from the side. Yes, do these 3 resemble eggs? Su Fei replied. Indeed, they do. The crowd unanimously concurred as they surrounded Su Fei. After pocketing 2 stones, Su Fei handed the remaining 1 to Qin Sheng, as promised. This is your share of the spoils. Qin Sheng received it with excitement, quickly asking, what exactly is a spatial stone? Su Fei smiled and explained. Did I not just say? It is an egg. Qin Sheng's surprise was palpable. Of course, it is no ordinary egg. The life it nurtures is born with second-tier strength, and the eggshell functions similarly to a storage space. Qin Sheng was visibly unsettled. Did this mean they in the rescue zone would also produce a second-tier life? His hand trembled slightly, nearly losing grip. You must hold it securely. Its gestation period is quite short. Estimated to be within 10 hours. Rest assured, I will. Qin Sheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the people in the rescue zone stared wide-eyed at the egg in his hand. Just as they were about to cheer, Zhou Tao shot them another glare, instructing them to head outside the village, reminding them that their leader had yet to recover. Keep it down. Additionally, there is a key to the secret realm inside. It will only be taken out when everyone enters tomorrow morning. If we remove it now, the internal space will immediately open. Everything is at the discretion of Su Laudi, Qin Sheng remarked with a smile. Just then, Lan Zixuan arrived, leading the leaders of the other factions, who dared not refuse his presence. Failure to comply would likely provoke the wrath of the night hunt. The leaders stood trembling, as Lan Zixuan had not provided any explanation, leading them to fear that the night hunt leaders sought retribution. All right, the purpose of this gathering is to offer you benefits. There is no need to be so fearful, Su Fei said with a calm smile. The leaders hesitated to speak, pondering whether Su Fei was being sarcastic. I shall refrain from unnecessary details. The interior of the guardian beetle is a space filled with rewards, so I have decided to open it up to all factions in Xingqing. The leaders were momentarily stunned, disbelief evident in their expressions. Our main forces from the night hunt will not enter, but be warned. Once you enter, should anyone dare to trouble our night hunt members, do not expect to leave unscathed, Su Fei asserted. Naturally, we will restrain our subordinates. Night hunt leader, you can rest assured. Our guild will ensure the safety of your members. The crowd agreed unanimously. Only someone with a lapse in judgment would provoke the night hunt, a sentiment firmly implanted in their minds. Very well, the secret realm will officially open tomorrow morning. You all should return and prepare. The crowd dispersed, even those from the rescue zone left tactfully, initially intending to discuss the matter of the wish cards with Su Fei. But considering his serious injuries, they decided to wait until after tomorrow. There was no rush. Liang Hao quickly fetched a lounge chair for Su Fei to sit in, suggesting he rest and soak up some sun after his prolonged slumber. Tomorrow, Su Ya will lead the team. The female members will accompany her into the realm. Su Ya was taken aback, while Wu Qian and others grew concerned. Su Fei, should we accompany you? Su Fei waved his hand dismissively, assuring, rest easy, there is no issue. Their sole task is to capture. There are 2 mutated life forms inside. Su Fei, Xiaoya, don't worry. I know you have a fondness for small creatures, so you shall be our team's beast tamer from now on. Su Fei responded, retrieving the golden card, and with a wave, 2 items appeared in his hand, a book and a transparent bracelet. This is the beast tamer skill, compatible with any profession. Simply learn and bind it. Su Ya joyfully received it and began her studies, while Su Fei called Liang Hao over. The golden card's efficacy is to match professions. Even if your profession isn't top tier, it can still enhance your skills, making your profession exceptional. So, Liang Hao, Wang Yu, think carefully and let me know what professions you desire, he added. As for Xiaomei and Xiaoxue, once the guardian beetle's body collapses, its wings will represent your professions. They can be divided or combined, and they are quite formidable. Su Fei smiled, eliciting excitement from Xiaomei and Xiaoxue. Su Fei chuckled lightly and drew another skill book from the golden card. Zhao Jing? This is the Lotus Domain skill. You should merge it. Zhao Jing was as thrilled as Su Ya had been, hurrying to merge with it. The golden card had 5 uses, 2 of which had already been expended, leaving just enough for himself, Liang Hao, and Wang Yu, 3 uses in total. Zhang Meng's group of 5 had a frost illusion array, which was a formation that could better restrain the spirits of ferocious beasts for greater efficacy. Zhao Jing had already explained this, so they would have to wait. After a brief moment, Su Fei pondered what profession would best suit him. After much contemplation, he concluded that a blade master class was most fitting. With a plan in mind, he matched it using the golden card, and moments later, a professional book appeared in his hand. Blade Master. The first skill, Blade 7 slashes, increases attack power by 5% for each slash, with the final slash having a 30% chance to deal double damage. Cooldown 6 seconds. The second skill, Curse of the Talismans, allows the integration of water and fire into blade techniques, adding 50% attribute damage. Cooldown 60 minutes. Note: the 2 skills of the Blade Master cannot be used simultaneously. Su Fei sensed the distinct paths of the 2 skills, one being martial prowess, the other talismanic. He immediately began his studies, thereby compensating for the absence of a profession, and with the merging of Shadow and Blade, his current strength transcended that of an ordinary second-tier individual. Liang Hao and Wang Yu finally made their decisions. Liang Hao opted for a gun, and Su Fei matched him with a phantom marksman. Wang Yu's choice was somewhat peculiar, desiring both elegance and strong offensive capability. After much deliberation, Su Fei successfully matched him with the profession of memory painter. Both of these professions were exceptional, and upon transferring them to the 2, they began their studies. Henceforth, the foundational configuration of the Night Hunt team was deemed complete. By nightfall, members from various factions had already established their encampments, even outside the village. Upon hearing this news, Su Fei's expression remained unchanged. They were free to camp as they pleased. The rescue zone. Chinchong and the others still could not shake off their excitement, checking the spatial stone every few minutes. Brother, we have a second-tier life in our rescue zone, Ding Peng exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Suddenly, the spatial stone emitted a cracking sound, the air growing tense as everyone focused intently on it. The cracks on the spatial stone began to multiply, and amid the crowd's excitement, a bat burst forth from its shell as they looked outside. The dawn had arrived. In the loft, Su Fei had finally recovered completely. After sharing breakfast with everyone, he led them downstairs. The leaders of the various factions were already awaiting them below. Giving Liang Hao a knowing glance, Liang Hao leaped onto the guardian beetle. Approximately half an hour later, when Liang Hao emerged, a radiant aura resembling a teleportation array suddenly appeared around the guardian beetle. The leaders of our factions need not participate. Once our subordinates have entered, we can discuss matters, Lan Zixuan stated. The leaders of the various factions nodded in agreement. Very well, the secret realm is now open. All factions may begin to enter. Chapter 64. Capturing the swarm. The number of individuals present was rather considerable, encompassing not only members from several major factions, but also a scattering of smaller groups, each comprising fewer than 20 individuals. Even ordinary residents from the urban village had ventured inside. This was an opportunity that everyone was keen to seize. As Su Fei had mentioned, only Suya had entered alongside the female combat team. While all pets had been left behind, Wu Qian imparted a few words of caution to Suya, handing her a zombie essence as a means of self-preservation. Despite Su Fei's assurances of safety within, Wu Qian remained apprehensive. Wu Qian and her companions understood that Su Fei's intention for Su Ya's entry was to foster her independence amidst the apocalypse. Despite her being a cherished pet, Suya waved to everyone before leading the female combat team into the depths. Xiao Hui flapped its wings, eager to follow, but after several unsuccessful attempts, returned to Wu Qian's side, where it glared at a blood-red bat alongside Xiao Qing. The crimson bat exhibited signs of trepidation, not from fear of Xiao Hui, but rather from the aura exuded by Xiao Qing. Little bat, do not be afraid, come let me take a look, Zhao Jing called out. Ding Pong, standing close by, quickly concealed the blood-red bat upon hearing Zhao Jing's words, concerned that the Hunt Knight faction might whisk it away. Liang Hao and others exchanged disdainful glances, as if they were about to seize it. Zhao Jing, do not frighten the people from the rescue zone. Why not let your Kunhu out for a stroll instead? Wu Qian suggested. That won't do, Sister Qian. It and Xiao Qing just end up fighting, Zhao Jing replied, somewhat helplessly, recalling their recent skirmish in the attic. That's nothing to worry about. My Feng Yin is here too. Wang Yu chimed in. Feng Yin and Kunhu were both life forms birthed from two spatial stones, gifted to Li Jie and Wang Yu respectively. The union of Li Jie and Zhao Jing was seen as a present for them. While Wang Yu, being a crucial figure in high-end experiments, found Feng Yan's formidable defenses well suited as his guardian. Your Feng Yin? One word. Lazy, Wang Ziming remarked, with Liang Hao joining in the jesting. Unwilling to be mocked, Wang Yu summoned Feng Yin from the spatial stone resting in his palm. In an instant, Feng Yin materialized before the crowd, a charming creature entirely composed of stone, standing about a meter tall. Xiao Hui fluttered over and perched atop Feng Yan's head. I told you it was lazy, completely motionless, Liang Hao pointed out. Zhao Jing cast a sidelong glance and summoned Kunhu, a creature resembling a tiger with wings sprouting from its back, exuding a rather fearsome presence. Upon Kunhu's appearance, Xiao Qing tensed, ready for a confrontation, but Wu Qian swiftly restrained Xiao Qing. I predicted they would clash, Zhao Jing remarked, as she and Li Jie took Kunhu off to hunt. The eyes of Zhou Tao, Ding Pong, and Sun Man from the rescue zone widened in astonishment. 4 second-tier beings. Let us go, we should also pursue. Wu Qian beckoned, and amidst the throng, they exited the urban village. The individuals from the rescue zone exchanged glances, unable to suppress their desire to release the blood-red bat once more, their mood growing increasingly sour. The sentiment among the remaining forces was even more dismal. In a relatively clean room within the urban village, Su Fei was seated with the leaders of several major factions, lacking any extravagant hospitality, though the rescue zone had provided various specialties. This is the leader of Hunt Knight, Su Fei, Lan Zixuan introduced, and at that moment, no one dared to question Su Fei's qualifications. Su Fei nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of politeness. Leader of Hunt Knight, we acknowledge that our factions acted inappropriately a few days ago. Please do not take it to heart. An elder from the Water and Electricity Group apologized. Indeed, what old Zhou said is true. We were quite muddled that day, the leader of the guild concurred. Please, Leader Su, Be magnanimous and do not hold it against us. Wang Hao hastily added. Su Fei smiled. He had already heard about the incident from Wu Qian and reflected that dominance is built upon strength. The strong elicit apologies from the weak. Well then, since Leader Su has graciously opened the treasure beetle's secret realm to us, let us act as mediators for the rescue zone and put past grievances aside. Lan Zixuan proposed. Once everyone settled back down, Lan Zixuan continued, Su Fei, this is Zhou Yong from the Water and Electricity Group, this is Sun Rang from the Guild, and this is Wang Hao from the Kings. He introduced them sequentially. Su Fei nodded to each, marking their acquaintance. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to discuss the arrival of the wish cards. I will not conceal it from you. My profession is that of a seer, and I understand that this is an opportunity for all of you to ascend to greatness. Su Fei squinted slightly at the mention of the wish cards, for he was indeed familiar with them. However, to enter the realm of the wish cards, one must vanquish the guardians known as the Four Symbols, Xian Shi, Shi Hu, Huake, and Tian Gue. While these entities were not their true forms, they possessed the strength of Tier 3 beings. Are you saying we must eliminate these four symbols to enter the wish cards? Su Fei inquired. Lan Zixuan responded, yes and no. The energy of the four symbols originates from the life orbs within them. Only when these life orbs dissipate will they cease to exist. After a moment of contemplation, the group agreed to follow Lan Zixuan's direction to jointly vanquish the four symbols and gain entry to the wish cards. We must not allow the four symbols to unite. We must attack them simultaneously from all directions to secure victory, Lan Zixuan emphasized. Su Fei nodded calmly, realizing that there were aspects that Lan Zixuan could not foresee. Nevertheless, he was well aware of what the wish cards entailed. Within the treasure beetle's inner realm, upon entering, Suya and her female team found themselves surrounded by a dense jungle, veiled in fog that limited visibility to less than a meter. I found a reinforcement stone, a voice exclaimed from an unknown source. Suya steadied herself and confirmed that none of the female team members were missing before stating, those items are of no use to us. The fog will lift in 6 hours, and we must reach the capture point as swiftly as possible. But, Xiaoya, we have no idea which direction to go. One of the team members protested. Actually, it's quite simple. We can determine the direction based on the wind of the fog. This fog was generated by a life form known as the swallowing fog beast, Suya explained. Now, everyone hold hands and follow me, she commanded. Gunfire erupted in the vicinity, indicating that the others were engaging monsters, accompanied by intermittent screams from those finding weapons and armor. There were even reports of discovering disease avoidance scrolls and Tier 1 evolution stones. Naturally, conflict was inevitable. Although Suya and her team could not see clearly, they could hear the sounds of confrontations and ambushes. Suya encountered a humanoid monster with a tail, its hands resembling fish fins. The female team swiftly dispatched it and collected numerous items. As these creatures were not even Tier 1, after capturing the swallowing fog beast, they discovered that the subsequent creature was an Mo wolf, which, upon exiting the realm, also possessed only Tier 1 strength. This is inconsequential. We can create conditions for their evolution, Zhang Ming asserted. Suya shook her head, clarifying, that is not feasible. Their method of evolution is distinct from other life forms. They evolve based on their master S tier, meaning their tier can never exceed that of their mastered. Isn't that rather useless? Another team member questioned. Not quite. Their value is only realized when their master's tier is sufficiently high. Suya elucidated. Xiaoya, please enlighten us further, Xiao Mei implored, having never heard of these concepts before. Much like Xiaoqing, its ultimate evolutionary tier depends on its aptitude. I observed last night that Xiaoqing has an aptitude of Tier 9. While Xiaohui's is merely Tier 6, the two life forms we aim to capture do not possess aptitude. Rather, their evolution corresponds directly with their master's tier. The female team members fell silent, realizing that their value would only manifest in the later stages. As they continued their conversation, they walked a bit further, and the humanoid monsters vanished, replaced by swarms of mosquitoes. Get away, don't bite me. Bite Xiao Mei instead, Xiao Shui exclaimed, somewhat disgruntled. Why must you bite me? Good mosquitoes, go for Xiao Shui, Xiao Mei retorted. Humph. If only we could bring these mosquitoes out with us, Zhang Ming mused, suddenly struck by an idea. Xiaoya, why not attempt to capture these mosquitoes as well? That's not possible. Aside from the swallowing fog beast and the Mo wolf, We cannot take any life forms from here, much like how Xiao Hui and Xiao Qing cannot enter this space. Suya clarified. Zhang Ming paused, quickly urging Xiao Mei to retrieve a container Su Fei had given her the previous day. This is the crow nest. If we store the mosquito swarm in this container, could it bypass the rules here? Zhang Ming proposed. I'm unsure. Suya replied with a shake of her head. Then let us give it a try. Consider it a practice session for your capturing skills. Zhang Ming encouraged excitedly. The female team members were all exhilarated. Suya nodded, focusing on the swarm of mosquitoes. Her bracelet shot forth, expanding to envelop the swarm, and upon returning, she directed the captured mosquitoes into the crow nest. It worked! The female team gathered around, glancing at one another, all quite thrilled. Suya was not idle either, soon discovering another swarm of mosquitoes, and her bracelet shot out once more. Meanwhile, in the urban village, as Su Fei and the faction leaders descended, Zhou Tao led the remaining members to greet them swiftly. Where are the others from Hunt Night? Su Fei inquired. They have all gone out, seemingly to take a stroll with the birds. All right, I understand, Su Fei replied, his gaze falling upon the bloodbat beside Zhou Tao. This bloodbat is quite an impressive second-tier creature, Su Fei remarked, pointing at it. The mood in the rescue zone was buoyant, while the leaders of other factions were filled with regret. Had they only acted sooner and collaborated with the night hunters, this bloodbat would not be in their possession at this moment. Very well, entering the secret realm requires a full 24 hours to exit. Let us endure and wait here for a while. The leaders nodded vigorously. Su Fei waved his hand towards the rear and exited the village. The secret realm had now progressed 5 hours. Suya and her companions had traversed the mosquito zone. The third area was home to vine creatures, which, despite their lower rank, were exceedingly troublesome. Chapter 65. Tattooing. This was the third area, fraught not only with troublesome vines but also with treacherous marshy ground beneath their feet. It was akin to the mire that follows a heavy rain, and walking upon it induced a peculiar sense of irritation in everyone. Xiaoya, be careful, came the voice of Xiao Mei from behind. Suya instinctively dodged, but the vines were alarmingly swift, ensnaring her hands and feet in an instant. Even more maddening was the fact that once ensnared, the vines transformed into a sticky substance, clinging to her body as if perpetually in motion. Once trapped, even the strongest of wills had no outlet for their power, akin to yielding to softness. Ah! Suya cried out as the female team members rushed to her side, attempting to pull the vines off her. However, the vines clung stubbornly to their hands, ensnaring them as well. Zhang Ming, with one hand still free, narrowed her eyes and swiftly produced the wuqiao. Xiaoya, quickly, sign the contract with me, Zhang Ming urged. Yet Suya hesitated. While signing the contract was indeed possible, the concern loomed that if the mosquito swarm could not be taken out of this realm, Zhang Ming's power would diminish upon exiting due to the loss of the swarm. The essence of a capturer's contract was that it bound the pet as part of the capturer's strength. It's all right. Even if we ultimately cannot bring the swarm out, won't it just mean a month of rest to regain strength? I can afford that, Zhang Ming insisted. Seeing Zhang Ming's unwavering determination, Suya reluctantly flung out one hand, pointing towards both Zhang Ming and Wu Chao. Once the prompt in Suya's consciousness indicated a successful signing, her hand suddenly felt heavy as the vines rewrapped around it. Zhang Ming also received a prompt in her mind, feeling a tighter connection to the mosquito swarm, compelling it to obey her commands. In an instant, thousands of mosquitoes emerged from Wu Chao, this being merely the vanguard. Following them, a continuous stream of mosquitoes poured forth from Wu Chao. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. An uncountable swarm rapidly enveloped them, targeting the vines. One by one, they latched onto the vines, yet the swarm continued to surge forward, even causing the vines to retreat. What is happening? Is everyone all right? Suya asked anxiously as her bindings were released. I'm fine now. The vines have retreated, came the reply. Then let us hurry and leave this place, Suya urged. Just as they were about to depart, Zhang Ming stopped them, saying, Xiaoya, those mosquitoes stuck to the vines are not dead. They're conveying a message to me. What is it? Everyone inquired. The location of the vine's true body. It's a vine rabbit. That is its essence, Zhang Ming explained, quickly pulling Suya back, baffled. Suya looked in the direction Zhang Ming indicated, who called out, Xiaoya, use the capturing technique. Its true body is right there. Suya reacted swiftly. At Zhang Ming's command, her bracelet shot forth in an instant. It expanded dramatically, descending like a celestial halo, accompanied by a mournful cry. Did it work? The group asked anxiously as Suya opened her eyes wide, pointing at the bracelet, which returned to her, revealing a significantly shrunk vine rabbit at its center. It worked? Suya exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand to let a rabbit land at their feet. Its consciousness remained tethered to Suya. Xiaomei crouched down, exclaiming, So adorable, sister. Why not sign a contract with the vine rabbit? Xiao Shui chimed in enthusiastically. Sure, Xiaomei replied. Looking up at Suya found herself at a loss for words. Even if a contract were signed, how could they possibly take it out? Without a container that could bypass the barriers, it was clear they couldn't bring it with them. Even if such a thing existed, it was uncertain whether they could succeed. Suya shook her head. Xiaomei and Xiao Shui exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their eyes, revealing their fondness for the vine rabbit. However, I do have another method. Though I can't guarantee its success, Suya pondered aloud. What is it? Zhang Ming asked, genuinely hoping for a way for Xiaomei and Xiao Shui to take the rabbit out. Regardless of whose pet it was part of the Night Hunters team. That would be to transform the pet into a tattoo. It's somewhat complicated, and I haven't fully mastered it yet, Suya admitted with a wry smile. Then let us try it. Xiaomei and Xiao Shui urged eagerly. Yet Suya hesitated, pausing before continuing, but if it fails, your rank will be erased, meaning you will revert to being an ordinary person. Even the vine rabbit itself may collapse and completely dissipate. Xiaomei and Xiao Shui fell silent, taken aback by Suya's words. And once you fall, whether you can use the evolution star stone to become an evolver again is uncertain. I can't guarantee that at all. The five of them couldn't help but furrow their brows. Why not just store the vine rabbit in Wuchao? Zhang Ming suggested. Suya shook her head, explaining that's no longer possible. The mosquito swarm has already signed a contract, meaning the carrier for the swarm is Wuchao. Nothing else can be accommodated within it. Then how confident are you in transforming the vine rabbit into a tattoo? Zhang Ming pressed. Less than 30%, so Xiaomei, you must think carefully, Suya cautioned. As Suya finished speaking, everyone held their breath, aware that Xiaomei was making a choice. The passage of time was palpable, and after what felt like an eternity, Xiaomei's eyes suddenly opened wide. Xiaoya, I've decided. Turn the vine rabbit into a tattoo for me, Xiaomei declared with determination. Sister, you. Everyone looked on in astonishment at Xiaomei, unable to fathom her willingness to take such a risk. Xiao Shui, do you remember how we were sold by the rescue zone for a mere low-grade strengthening stone? Xiaomei said with a bitter smile. At that moment, I couldn't help but wonder, are our lives really worth less than a low-grade strengthening stone? Suya paused. It was indeed a difficult matter to address. Zhang Ming and the others were aware of this incident. Yet they hadn't realized it had become such a thorn in Xiaomei's heart. Since joining the Night Hunters, although the leader and everyone had treated them well, she had never been able to let this go. Xiao Shui remained silent, sharing her sister's sentiments. Neither had ever been able to move past this, and as long as that thorn remained, they would continue to feel pain. Thus, I have always told myself that I must grow stronger, to ensure that no one can trade our lives so casually. Xiaomei, Sufei would never treat you as a mere bargaining chip, Suya reassured her. Xiaomei looked up with a radiant smile, saying, Xiaoya, I know that. From the day the leader kept Xiao Shui and me from participating in the hunt, I understood that he is different from other factions. The Night Hunters have given us so much, and we must repay them, so there is no need for hesitation. I am willing to take this risk. If I succeed, the Night Hunters will grow even stronger. If I fail, I believe the leader will not abandon me. With the Night Hunter's strength, I can still recover, correct? After saying this, Xiaomei added, I trust the Night Hunters and I trust the leader. Suya nodded silently, genuinely admiring Xiaomei's courage. As Sufei had said, who in this apocalypse was not taking risks? Rest assured, we will guard you closely, Zhang Ming assured, as the other four instantly surrounded Suya and Xiaomei. Pointing at the vine rabbit, Suya watched as it disintegrated into glowing particles that fell to her fingertips. Numerous mosquitoes that had previously survived emerged from the vine rabbit's form. Zhang Ming retrieved Wuchao, and the swarm immediately returned as Suya pointed at Xiao Mei's back, inscribing the tattoo. The vine rabbit gradually materialized on Xiao Mei's back. As Suya's fingertips sketched its outline like a delicate drawing, that moment, the rabbit's head had taken shape. Having completed merely 1/5 of the process, Suya's spiritual energy began to waver, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. This could not be interrupted. If it were, failure would ensue. Thus, she persisted as well. Zhang Ming and others had already discerned Suya's condition, yet they felt utterly powerless. The only thing they could do seemed to be to stay close to Suya, allowing her to remain steady in their presence. 2/5, 3/5, 4/5. Time slipped away, and the full panorama of the vine rabbit gradually came into view. The final fifth was crucial. Suya's spiritual awareness was nearly depleted. Enduring the pain, she gritted her teeth and directly siphoned her spiritual essence. As her spiritual energy was exhausted, her body faltered, and she collapsed into the arms of Zhang Ming and the others. Chapter 66. A decision in waiting in the loft of the urban village. Everyone sat gathered around the bonfire. Although Su Fei had assured them that there was no danger within the body of the guardian beetle, concern still lingered. Affectionate towards Suya, who resembled the youngest sister among them, they channeled all their nostalgia for Lu Siyu into her. Boss, Suya and the others truly won't be in danger, will they? Wang Yu couldn't help but inquire. Su Fei lifted his head and replied with a smile, rest assured, the total number of individuals entering exceeds 500. The monsters within the secret realm have long been suppressed to the first tier. Even those two mutated beings possess power only at the threshold of the first tier. There will be no issues. If I had known, I would have gone in as well. It would have been more reassuring. Wu Qian remarked, Qian Jia, the boss intends for Suya and the women's team to gain some experience. Zhao Jing interjected from the side. Wu Qian was taken aback, then turned to Su Fei, saying, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but with us around, what danger could Suya possibly encounter? In the future, she shouldn't be allowed to venture alone. And what if we are not around? Su Fei countered. How could that be? Su Fei shook his head, asserting, in this apocalypse, we cannot guarantee that we will always be by her side. What if we are all killed? I hope she can cultivate the ability to survive independently. Boss. Everyone fell silent. Su Fei continued, well, I was merely using it as an analogy. Allowing her to train a bit is not a bad thing. The loft fell into a hushed silence. Sensing the atmosphere was too heavy, Su Fei suggested, all right, let's formulate our next plan. Wu Qian and the others regained their focus, looking intently at Su Fei. Boss, isn't the next step that wish card? Liang Hao inquired. The wish card will only manifest 1 month after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Calculating the time, it should be in about 10 days. We can't possibly do nothing during these 10 days, can we? Su Fei said, then turned to Wu Qian. Qian, do you remember the whereabouts of those cards you mentioned to me? I remember point 1 is in the hospital, which we have already obtained, while the other 2 are in the funeral home and the cemetery. Wu Qian replied. Su Fei nodded, stating, my plan is as follows. After we conclude matters with the guardian beetle, we will check out those 2 locations in the secret realm. As Suya regained some consciousness, she felt herself swaying atop some creature. Slowly opening her eyes and glancing down, she confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed the vine rabbit. However, she recalled that her last act had left her spiritual essence unfulfilled. Xiaoya, you're awake, Xiao Mei exclaimed joyfully. Having bonded with the vine rabbit, she received the message it relayed to her. Upon hearing Xiao Mei's words, the entire women's team rushed over, showering her with concern. First, put me down, Suya whispered, still feeling a bit weak and no need. Just sit on the vine rabbit and rest well, Xiao Mei insisted. One knew how deeply grateful she felt at this moment. Gratitude stemming from the sacrifice Suya made to imprint this tattoo upon her. Suya attempted to move, but it was somewhat difficult, so she nodded in acquiescence. I thought it failed in the end. Suya mused in confusion. It succeeded, Xiao Mei replied, though her expression bore not joy, but a sense of indebtedness. Seeing Xiao Mei's demeanor, Suya inquired, what's wrong? Xiao Mei began to cry, and even Xiao Shui couldn't hold back her tears. Xiaoya, do you truly not remember? In the instant you collapsed from exhausting your spiritual essence, you also sacrificed a day of your lifespan. Only thus could you fully imprint the vine rabbit. Zhang Ming explained. Suya earnestly tried to recall but found herself unable to remember it all. Xiaoya, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let you take such risks. Xiao Mei wept. Suya chuckled softly, saying, It's nothing. It's just a day of lifespan, not several years. As long as it succeeded, that's what matters. So, you should rest well on the vine rabbit and let it carry us into the fourth area. All right, Xiao Mei, Xiao Shui, stop crying. Let us move forward. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui quickly wiped their tears and, under the guidance of the vine rabbit, ventured towards the fourth area. Time ticked away, and nearly 6 hours had passed since their entry. They took out some provisions and had a light meal. As the 6th hour approached, they arrived punctually at the fourth area. It was shrouded in the mist that enveloped the secret realm, which suddenly converged at a single point in the fourth area. In a brief moment, the fog from the first 3 areas dissipated entirely. Gather, guild members. Is everyone in the rescue zone safe? Suya could hear faint shouts, likely from several major factions gathering their personnel. The distance was discernible, yet they still lingered in the third area. Although the vine rabbit had been summoned by Suya, other vine creatures remained. It seemed they had encountered troubles as well. Suya paid no mind to these individuals as she focused on restoring her spiritual essence. The devouring mist beast was about to take form. Xiaoya, how are you doing? How much have you recovered? Zhang Ming asked. 70%. The recovery speed of spiritual essence in this secret realm is quite rapid, Suya responded, having dismounted from the vine rabbit. From the front, the vine rabbit stood over 2 meters tall. If taken outside, it could serve as a fine mode of transportation. Suya thought. It can also attack. Little rabbit, transform. Xiao Mei commanded. In an instant, the vines on the vine rabbit began to unfurl, morphing into countless tendrils that encircled its body. Impressive. Its offensive capabilities are quite commendable, Suya remarked, though she pondered whether it could be taken out. After some consideration, she estimated only a 50% chance. With a soft sigh, she withdrew her gaze from the vine rabbit. At this moment, the devouring mist beast began to take shape, prompting Suya to concentrate. For capturing it required precise timing at the moment of its formation. Otherwise, it would completely vanish. But how could she pinpoint its location? Or rather, how could she receive immediate news about the devouring mist beast? As Suya observed, she began to explain casually, yet before she could finish, Xiao Mei and Zhang Ming moved simultaneously. The swarm of mosquitoes and the vine rabbit's vines instantly concealed themselves within the thick fog. As the mist beast coalesced, it hesitated like a gaping maw, fully engulfing the swarm of mosquitoes and the vines. Suya felt an increasing tension. The opportunity was singular, and she prepared her bracelet to capture it at any moment. At that moment, time was counted in seconds, each tick feeling like a decision suspended in anticipation. Chapter 67. Collapse of the Secret Realm. Suddenly, Xiao Mei and Zhang Ming cried out in unison, prompting Suya to unhesitatingly summon her bracelet. The fifth area, the ultimate destination of the Secret Realm, witnessed the emergence of numerous monsters attacking Suya and her companions the moment the devouring mist beast was captured. Though their ranks were not high, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Zhang Ming's mosquito swarm and Xiao Mei's vine rabbit charged into the fray, bolstered by reinforcements from several major factions. As they worked together to clear the area of monsters, the items that dropped were still of inferior quality, and Suya and her companions couldn't be bothered to collect them. Observing the abundance of pets now present, the other factions were filled with jealousy, yet no one dared to attempt a robbery. Before entering, the leaders of each faction had repeatedly warned them, so jealousy remained just that. No one dared to harbor any other thoughts. 2 hours later, everyone successfully entered the fifth area. In the urban village, Su Fei and the others had already descended from the upper floor. In just 1 hour, the body of the guardian beetle was set to collapse. They had waited for what felt like an eternity when suddenly, a figure emerged from the teleportation array. Wang Hao, with keen eyesight, immediately recognized his subordinate and rushed over, asking, "Where are our people? Is everyone all right?" "No issues, boss. We've lost a few brothers, but most are safe," the young subordinate replied joyfully, clearly having acquired many things during their time in the secret realm. "And what of the other factions?" The leaders of various factions all turned their attention to him with inquiries. Wang Hao's subordinate felt intimidated under their scrutiny, casting a glance at Wang Hao. Speak quickly, Wang Hao urged sternly. Rest assured, all of you leaders. Although each faction suffered casualties, the vast majority of individuals are safe. He reported, and what about our Hunter Knight team? Wu Qian couldn't help but ask. All members of Hunter Knight are safe. It seems they are preparing for something at the teleportation array, the subordinate replied. Wu Qian was about to ask further when she noticed waves of light emanating from the teleportation array, followed by groups of people rushing out from within. All who emerged made their way to their respective resting places outside the urban village. Lan Zixin commanded, and upon seeing their leader nod, the members of various factions promptly exited the village. Given the already considerable number of individuals entering, the process of exiting would inevitably take some time. However, ultimately, none of the hunters of the night emerged. What if Su Fei and Su Ye encounter some trouble? Wu Qian asked anxiously. There's nothing to worry about. Rest assured, the other factions wouldn't dare to rob them. Su Fei replied as he glanced at the leaders of the other factions. Indeed, our guild would never engage in such actions. Our water and electricity group has also ensured this, the leaders of the factions asserted. Though they too felt a twinge of concern, wondering if some underling might act out of greed, a thought they dared not entertain. Amidst the collective apprehension, the hunters of the night finally began to emerge. The first to step out was Xiao Shui, who looked anxiously towards the teleportation array. Xiao Shui, are you all right? Zhao Jing quickly inquired. We're fine. It's just that Xiao Mei and Zhang Ming are currently trying to figure out how to bring their pets out. She responded. What pets? Su Fei asked, puzzled. Boss, there's no need for concern. Xiao Mei's pet is a vine rabbit, while Zhang Ming's is a swarm of mosquitoes. Just then, Xiao Mei emerged from the teleportation array, but as soon as she did, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister, are you all right? Xiao Shui rushed over to support Xiao Mei. What happened? Su Fei and the hunters of the night hurried over as well. It's nothing. I merely resisted the rules of the secret realm. Xiao Mei smiled and said, I finally brought the vine rabbit out. However, right after she spoke, her mind was filled with a loud ringing, and she instantly fainted. Xiao Shui, quickly, take your sister back to rest. Zhao Jing instructed. Just as Xiao Shui was about to pick up Xiao Mei, Wang Yu stepped forward and lifted Xiao Mei to carry her towards the loft. Xiao Shui hurriedly followed, and as they departed, Su Fei and the others turned their attention back to the teleportation array. More individuals began to emerge, among them Su Ye, who, aside from appearing somewhat weakened, showed no signs of distress in her hand. She held two mutated creatures, a mist beast and an ink wolf. Su Fei immediately called Liang Hao and Wang Ziming over, and Su Ye proceeded to form contracts with them for the two mutated beings. Wang Ziming chose the mist beast, while Liang Hao preferred the wolf, likely due to his personality resembling that of a wolf. Observing the hunters of the night, the leaders of various factions felt a stir of unease. Su Ye, are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Qian, Su Ye replied. Originally, Su Fei had intended for Su Ye to rest, but she insisted on witnessing Zhang Ming and the others emerge. Just as Su Ye finished speaking, Zhang Ming and her companions indeed appeared. Upon their emergence, they immediately let out a shrill scream, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Zhang Ming, what on earth are you doing? Zhao Jing scolded with a glare. Boss, I brought out the swarm of mosquitoes. Although much of it was erased by the rules of the secret realm, I still managed to bring out 10,000 mosquitoes, Zhang Ming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Su Fei and the others chuckled, while the leaders of the various factions darkened their expressions. Are the hunters of the night planning to breed mosquitoes to bite people? As Zhang Ming became overly animated, she released the swarm, which instinctively surged towards the blood bats nearby, their natural enemy. The mosquitoes, too, rushed forward uncontrollably. Come back. The bats are your nemesis, Zhang Ming shouted, realizing that she couldn't let the blood bats decimate the 10,000 she had painstakingly brought out. However, before anyone could react, the blood bats and the mosquito swarm were already entangled. The bats screeched as the swarm enveloped them, voraciously draining their blood. Moments later, the trembling blood bats retreated back into the spatial stone. You dared to provoke our mosquito swarm, Zhang Ming proclaimed triumphantly. With a wave of her hand, the swarm returned, and Su Fei caught one to examine closely. Its body had undergone a transformation, its thin wings resembling those of the blood bats. They are no longer mere mosquitoes. More accurately, they are bat mosquitoes. What a fitting name. Let us call them bat mosquitoes, Zhang Ming exclaimed excitedly. All right, Su Ya and the members of the female squad, please rest now. You must be tired, Wu Qian suggested. Once the leaders of the various factions confirmed that everyone had emerged, they took their leave, particularly the individuals from the rescue zone, who were distressed upon witnessing the bloodbats being bitten by the mosquito swarm. They quickly departed with their spatial stones, and after everyone else had left, Su Fei drew out the bug ring, activating the 7 styles of the sharp blade, delivering 7 strikes against the guardian beetle in a single second. It was no longer as formidable as it had been in life, especially after the collapse of the secret realm within it, rendering it incapable of withstanding Su Fei's relentless assault, leading to its instantaneous obliteration. All that remained were 2 items on the ground, a ring and a pair of thin wings. Chapter 68. Undead Zombies Bug Ring. A piece of equipment specialized for secret realms. Function 1. Marks 3 arrival points within the secret realm for instant precise teleportation, applicable in 7 different secret realms. Function 2. Synchronizes levels within the secret realm, enhancing attack power by 20%. Function 3. Upon first entering a secret realm, allows precise teleportation to a designated location. Su Fei briefly assessed the capabilities of the bug ring before storing it away. Although he had some knowledge about secret realms, he had never entered one, so his understanding remained superficial. However, one thing was certain. Possessing this ring would significantly enhance one's ability to survive in a secret realm. He increasingly felt that eliminating the guardian beetle had been the right decision. Returning from his musings, Su Fei turned his attention to the 2 thin wings in his hand. Colorful wings, an implantable piece of equipment with the condition of being a twin implant effect, grants twins the ability to separate and merge, providing a 10% attack boost. If combined, it doubles critical damage with a 50% critical hit rate. The effects were undeniably powerful, especially the separation and merging techniques of twin sisters. When combined with their 3-changing dagger, they could leave enemies utterly defenseless. Furthermore, both the attack and critical damage enhancements were exceptionally formidable. It could be said that, after implantation, they would not merely pose a threat at the 2nd tier but could potentially eliminate 2nd tier opponents. Thus far, the guardian beetle had been thoroughly stripped of all its resources. After bringing everyone back to the loft, Su Fei first checked on Xiao Mei's injuries. Upon confirming that she was fine, he handed the colorful wings over to Zhao Jing in the rescue zone. When Chen Chong returned to headquarters with his team, half an hour had already passed. The bloodbats were unharmed, albeit somewhat weakened. Along the way, several leaders inquired about the situation within the secret realm. Overall, the haul was substantial. They not only acquired weapons and equipment, but also the coveted enhancement stones they had long desired. Although they lacked mid-grade stones, the sheer quantity of low-grade enhancement stones made up for it. Additionally, over 10 individuals had found first-tier evolution stone and job books. Upon returning to headquarters, under the supervision of Zhou Tao, Ding Pong, and others, everyone submitted their rewards. This practice had become a common issue among all factions since the apocalypse, characterized by a pyramid structure where resources were concentrated at the top. This scene was mirrored across other factions. No one was willing to distribute resources like the hunters of the night. Even if they were utterly useless, they would not easily relinquish them. Not giving them up? Fine, then prepare to die. Humanity has no place in the apocalypse. However, among the factions, there were always a few leaders willing to take charge. What I found is mine, one subordinate in the rescue zone declared amidst the crowd, reluctant to part with the job book he had picked up. Instead, he decided to learn it on the spot. His action sparked a wave of rebellion among the masses. Kill these people, Zhou Tao said coldly, having never been a benevolent individual, in the apocalypse, who could truly be kind-hearted. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. Zhou Tao and his associates were equipped with weapons and gear amassed from all the resources in the rescue zone. Within minutes, the bodies of those who had resisted lay strewn across the ground. Blood pooled beneath their feet, and as they stood upon the blood of their comrades, a sense of desolation arose from within. If you refuse to submit, this will be your fate, Ding Peng declared. Anxiety gripped everyone, and the atmosphere turned tense. In contrast to these factions, the loft in the village appeared lively, with some engaged in gaming, others chatting, and couples downstairs enjoying their time together. Su Fei and Wu Qian were one such pair. To be precise, it should not be labeled a date. In their own words, it was merely a stroll. Most of the ordinary residents of the village had safely emerged and greeted Su Fei and Wu Qian with smiles. The hunters of the night had not confiscated their spoils. Are we really going to those two places tomorrow? Wu Qian couldn't help but ask, not out of fear but rather concern for Su Fei's safety. Let's wait another day. Tomorrow, the hunters of the night will be tasked with hunting zombies to earn merit points. We're currently low on resources, so it's a good opportunity for everyone to familiarize themselves with their professions. Then I'll go with you tomorrow, Wu Qian said. Sure, Su Fei replied directly, reflecting on his team and feeling somewhat guilty towards Wu Qian. He sighed and continued, Wu Qian, I feel quite apologetic towards you. Why do you say that? Wu Qian looked at Su Fei with a puzzled expression and asked, Everyone has received their share. Yet you have nothing, that Su Fei replied, filled with guilt. Is it really about this? Aren't we like family? What is yours is mine. At Su Fei had always understood what Wu Qian was trying to convey, but just as he was about to change the subject, he heard a commotion from the team token. It was the furious voices of Liang Hao and Wang Yu. Who is it that is monopolizing the signal of the team token? It caused us to lose a round. It was obvious that the culprits occupying the signal were Li Jie and Zhao Jing. All right, Liang Hao, you two stop causing trouble. Let them talk for a while. Su Fei sent a message. Hey boss, it wouldn't be you and Qian Jie monopolizing the signal just now, would it? Wang Yu exclaimed. We read together, what signal are we monopolizing? That would be absurd, Wu Qian retorted. Then you two should arrange your own meetings, Wang Yu and Liang Hao said, and they ceased using the team token. Su Fei and Wu Qian instantly felt awkward. That night, it seemed as though many significant events unfolded. First, several factions had personnel fleeing, their hearts disillusioned, turning against their leaders, coupled with the incident of killing their own kind. They had thoroughly seen the true nature of these leaders. Thus, spurred by some instigators, a small portion began to escape, each forming their own factions, and overnight, many forces suddenly emerged in Xing City, akin to a scattered sandbank. Meanwhile, in another area, a new type of zombie appeared in the Xing City cemetery, distinct from ordinary zombies. Their bodies were far more resilient. Most alarming was that once bitten by them, even the plague avoidance scrolls became ineffective, and their growls could be heard within several miles. They were embroiled in fierce combat among themselves. News of this reached all major factions, prompting them to send people to monitor the surroundings. It was easy to imagine the calamity that would ensue if these zombies were to emerge from the cemetery and invade Xing City. Sun Man from the rescue zone arrived early, bringing a message from Lan Zixuan, urging the night hunters to take a look as it concerned the lives of everyone. Su Fei was taken aback upon hearing this news. According to Sun Man's description, these zombies were indeed the undead kind, and if that were the case, it could spell trouble. Chapter 69. The first avenue for making money. Su Fei could not shake off an indescribable sense of oddity. Logically, how could such an unremarkable city as Xing City harbor so many bizarre life forms? First, there was his pet Xiaoqing, an alien life form, then the parasitic host from the Xing City hospital, followed by the 5-star ranked bizarre life form, the guardian beetle, and now, the appearance of the undead zombies. Though the term undead added a new dimension, the power disparity was immense. They were called undead because they had transformed from death into zombies. Moreover, a more crucial reason was their ability to directly convert cards into their own power. The Xing City Cemetery just happened to possess a card, a coincidence that facilitated the emergence of the undead zombies. Su Fei felt he had been somewhat careless. He should have anticipated this. Had he discovered the card in the cemetery earlier, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. No, this might not be mere coincidence. After all, Xing City possessed a particularly unique card. In an instant, Su Fei's mind constructed a map of Xing City, calculating distances, and realized that the spot where he had found the ace of spades was right in the midst of these bizarre life forms. Boss, please don't scare me, Sun Man said, alarmed by Su Fei's changing expressions. The night hunters could also sense that their leader was acting unusually today. Even the guardian beetle, a life form of great power, had failed to move him. They were not without wit. Su Fei's demeanor indicated that the undead zombies were even more troublesome than the guardian beetle. Gradually regaining his composure, Su Fei turned to Sun Man and asked, You wouldn't provoke it, would you? Sun Man hurriedly explained, No, Without the Night Hunters backing us, we wouldn't dare. His words delighted the Night Hunters, showcasing their absolute dominance in Xing City, especially for Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui. It could be said that since joining the Night Hunters, not only had their strength improved, but their taste had elevated as well. If they were to return to the rescue zone now, Qin Chong and Lan Zixuan would likely treat them as esteemed guests, while Sun Man would not even have the qualification to host them, as long as we Haven Tea provoked it. We can't fight it, Su Fei said calmly, knowing that true wisdom lies in recognizing what one cannot achieve and choosing not to act. But, boss, doesn't the Night Hunters have the confidence to defeat it? Sun Man inquired. It's not that we lack confidence to defeat it. It's simply impossible to do so, Su Fei stated, gazing directly at Sun Man, and as Sun Man began to feel uneasy. Su Fei continued to explain, the undead zombies are inherently formidable. They are beings of the undead type, and all attributes attached to them will have no effect whatsoever. Moreover, their innate ability, Undead Fury, carries a threefold damage effect. Just from this skill alone, we would be annihilated in less than a round, so strong. The others gasped. If they couldn't apply attributes to interrupt the skills, then Su Fei's estimation of a single round truly elevated everyone's perception of their abilities. They might not even last a second. However, its initial innate skills were 3 in total, and the other 2 were even more terrifying than Undead Fury. Everyone fell silent. If that was the case, it was not just about defeating it, but the mere thought of it sent shivers down their spines. So, are we just going to let it attack us? If it comes to that, all of Xing City will suffer. Sun Man desperately tried to suppress his thoughts about the terrifying undead zombies, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Don't worry. It will leave soon. We'll allow it to depart. Although Sun Man could not be sure of Su Fei's words. He had no means to confront the undead zombies. Should he ask the rescue zone for aid? That would be futile. The Night Hunters wouldn't even dare approach. Sun Man hurriedly exited to report to Qin Chong, while Su Fei stared blankly at the fire, lost in thought. The others were also quietly discussing, still unable to recover from the shock of the information regarding the undead zombies. Su Fei, is there really no weakness to the undead zombies? Wu Qian asked. There is. Su Fei's declaration drew everyone's attention. It has but one flaw. The cooldown time of its innate skill. Su Fei did not finish his thought, but immediately fell into contemplation. Perhaps the undead minions at its feet were something we could deal with, he mused. Boss, what did you say? Wang Yu inquired from the side. Su Fei did not repeat his previous words, but abruptly stood up. Let us go. We should take a look at that undead zombie, Su Fei said, his brow furrowed. Everyone closely followed, curious about the appearance of this formidable bizarre life form. After a night of recovery, everyone was in high spirits. Su Ya and the female squad members appeared unscathed. Aside from Xiao Mei, whose complexion was a bit pale in terms of pets, the differences between male and female were evident. The males exhibited dominance, while the females showcased cuteness. Su Ya's Xiao Hui, Xiao Mei's Vine Rabbit, and even Zhang Ming had released her swarm of mosquitoes, finding them adorable. However, Zhao Jing's Kunhu was a far cry from anything cute. So she let Li Jie take care of Kunhu while she grabbed Xiao Qing. In her discerning words, Xiao Qing possessed both bravery and cuteness, and Xiao Qing cooperatively posed adorably, which enhanced Zhao Jing's sense of pride. On the other side, Kunhu, Mo Lang, Mist Beast, and Windrock were gearing up. Everyone assessed them from various perspectives. Windrock remained as unyielding as a mountain. Its defenses were truly remarkable. Su Fei, can I ask if Sun Man can have Suya capture a few pets for them? Zhao Jing approached. They are quite quick to catch on, Su Fei chuckled, though he was not surprised. After all, Lan Zixuan was a seer, so it was not unexpected. But they will have to pay a price? Wu Qian added with a smile. That is only natural. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui chimed in, having long wished for the rescue zone to part with some resources, a form of retribution. Let us say 2,000 merit points for capturing a first-tier life form. For a second-tier one, it would be 8,000. Su Fei contemplated and stated, which he deemed quite reasonable. Can they afford it? Wu Qian frowned. If they can't afford it, then we won't proceed. After all, there are more factions than just the rescue zone. And others may be willing to pay a higher price, Su Fei replied with a smile. This could very well be our first avenue for making money in the Night Hunters. Indeed, that is the case. Su Fei nodded in agreement, as they spoke. The night hunters reached the encampment of the rescue zone, where core members of various factions were gathered, their faces still etched with fear, likely from Sun Man's recent report. The boss of the night hunters has arrived. Everyone greeted, and Su Fei glanced down, just in time to witness the undead zombies battling in the cemetery. In truth, these were not the genuine undead zombies. The true ones had yet to awaken. Suddenly, all the battling undead zombies trembled, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the ground. At that moment, the undead zombies fully awakened. Chapter 70. It must be something good. The thunderous roar echoed like a tempest, emanating from the very heart of the undead horde, the shockwaves reverberating through the void, leaving Su Fei with a disorienting sensation. Under the watchful gaze of all, the undead emerged from their graves, each movement sending tremors through the earth. It was colossal, so immense that every onlooker felt like an insignificant ant. Can one fathom the sensation of an ant gazing up at an elephant? Indeed, it was precisely this feeling. A 10-meter-high building barely reached its waist. Su Fei, how could this be? Wu Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Su Fei, fixated on the monstrosity, rendered speechless. It was beyond description, beyond any ability to be shaken. Even in its nascent awakening, it instilled profound terror in everyone, with many paralyzed in fear, while others turned ashen-faced. This was nothing short of catastrophe. Su Fei belonged to the third category. He did not tremble like the others. Though his countenance was grim, his heart remained tranquil. Perhaps this was attributable to the survival guide for the apocalypse. Since the onset of the cataclysm, Su Fei had gleaned much from it. Thus he harbored no doubts regarding its validity. Since the guide asserted it, the undead would inevitably advance. The awakening of the undead continued unabated, and Su Fei felt a peculiar sensation, as if the building itself were insufficient to withstand even a gentle push from the creature. This was the visual shock of great height diminishing distance, as if the very air around them were suffocated by darkness pressing down upon their hearts. Recalling the hours of darkness since the apocalypse began, the atmosphere felt dense with tension. Will it move? Sun Man from the rescue area swallowed his fear, his voice trembling and fragmented. Everyone turned their gaze upon Su Fei, for it was he who had uttered those words. What should they do if it did not leave? Their hearts were heavy with uncertainty. Even the members of the Night Hunters awaited Su Fei's response. Throughout the ordeal, Su Fei never turned back. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Do not worry. It will certainly move. Just then, Su Fei's voice faltered, and he abruptly turned to command. Withdraw all personnel from the north. The undead gazed towards the north. Su Fei declared, So it will move from the north? Indeed. Su Fei nodded indifferently. Panic began to spread among the various factions. There were indeed watchers in the northern region. Time was of the essence. And even if the leaders of these factions were indifferent to the lives of their subordinates, they did not wish to incur unnecessary sacrifices. Struggling to suppress their fear, everyone sprang into action. The awakening persisted, and as the creature fully rose, the undead surrounding it disintegrated, coalescing into orbs of soul point one by one. Severed heads formed around its neck like a grotesque rosary. Unlike the beads of a monk, which symbolize compassion, these orbs represented bloodlust. The leaders of the major factions received news of their subordinates' retreat from the northern area, while Su Fei's gaze remained fixated on the undead. After the undead orbs solidified, gravestones encircled its waist, forming a belt instantaneously. Concurrently, beneath it, for fierce undead infants began to take shape. Everyone stay here, Su Fei commanded, addressing the night hunters. The lives and deaths of others were of no concern to him. Su Fei, Qin Sheng from the rescue area called out. It's too dangerous down there. Boss Su should remain here. Su Fei waved his hand and turned to Wu Qian, saying, You are all forbidden from coming down. It is too perilous. But you, do not worry. I have a shadow clone. I will merely test the waters. Should it prove dangerous, I will not engage. Brother Su, don't go. Yes, boss, perhaps it's best not to go. The group urged with concern, but Su Fei smiled reassuringly and repeated his words for them not to worry before descending alone. The other factions lacked Su Fei's courage, facing such a grotesque creature. Even if Su Fei beckoned them to follow, they dared not. They had already lost the battle psychologically. How could they hope to attack? Su Fei's steps never faltered, but as he reached the entrance, he hesitated briefly, marveling at the creature's immense size. He could only see the waist of the ethereal zombie, unable to discern anything above it. Nevertheless, he only needed to catch sight of the 4 undead infants, who, upon noticing Su Fei, were drawn towards him. His intent was to lead them away. Should they attack here, it would surely alert the undead. Su Fei had no path of retreat now, his body erupting into a burst of speed as the 4 undead infants pursued him relentlessly. From their velocity, it was evident they were not mere first-tier beings but rather second-tier entities. This served as further testament to the undead's formidable strength, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Su Fei's senses expanded fully. He could not withstand for more than 2 seconds. Another second passed, and Su Fei activated his shadow clone. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed a bizarre scene, as though another entity emerged from Su Fei's body while he remained rooted in place. Of course, the figure left behind was merely the shadow clone, which was soon engulfed by the 4 undead infants. However, one was still pursuing Su Fei, and after creating some distance, it confirmed there was only one behind him. It seemed to be going smoothly. Su Fei refrained from using skills to attack, for even if he did, it would have no effect. The undead infants were immune to all skills. Moreover, his goal was to capture, not to kill. The only means to ensnare the zombie infants was through spatial equipment, and Su Fei possessed one. Not a spatial stone, but a container resembling a glass bottle. Su Fei paused, aiming the glass bottle at the direction of the oncoming undead infant. Due to its inertia, it crashed into the bottle, and Su Fei rejoiced, hastily sealing the opening with a stopper. Holding the glass bottle aloft, he shook it slightly, still able to see the considerably smaller undead infant inside, frantically searching for an escape. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Su Fei looked up to see the undead turning its massive form. Its movement triggered seismic vibrations in the surrounding earth, akin to an earthquake. Su Fei struggled to maintain his balance. Yet the subsequent step produced an even more violent tremor, causing floors to collapse under the strain. The building where the night hunters were located also swayed, though aside from some crumbling at the edges, the central area remained intact. With the third step, Su Fei pressed himself against the wall, his entire body tingling with unease. Leaning against the wall offered no sense of safety. With a bittersweet smile, he instinctively glanced at the undead, only to witness a gravestone dislodging from its waist. As it twisted, the gravestone spun through the air, hurtling towards the ground behind it. Surely, this was a valuable object. Did one not see the 5 gravestones adorning its waist? Braving the tremors, Su Fei surged forward. Chapter 71. The Night Hunter's Backyard. It was uncertain whether the gravestone had undergone a fundamental transformation upon the undead, but as Su Fei observed, the surface of the gravestone radiated a luminous jade glow. Plummeting from above to strike the earth with tremendous force, as the undead retreated, the vibrations felt by Su Fei gradually diminished. After navigating around a building, his steps abruptly halted. There lay the gravestone, quietly resting amidst the rubble, having collapsed the structure. What tremendous force must this possess, or rather, what might the strength of the undead be? Everywhere it passed, ruins stretched for miles. Even its slightest misstep could spell disaster for insignificant humanity. Thankfully, it had departed. Su Fei exhaled a long sigh of relief. A being of such power would undoubtedly reach the 9th tier in the future, and it was likely that at that level, its strength would be formidable. This was merely in relation to mutated life forms. Evolvers could not be compared. Su Fei felt the earth's resonant hum, drew back his thoughts, and leaped onto the debris. Gazing at the jade gravestone before him, standing over a meter tall, Su Fei gently touched it, and in an instant, the gravestone's glow flickered, shrinking to a size he could grasp, as if it possessed consciousness. Flying into the palm of his hand. Truth be told, he was unsure of its purpose in the apocalypse. The way to discern the use of an item was through spiritual perception, and Su Fei attempted this. Yet his spiritual insight could not penetrate the surface of the jade gravestone, as if a barrier existed. After fiddling with it for a while with no results, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Just then, the glow on the gravestone dimmed. Su Fei dared not blink. The luminescence did not merely fade but began to peel away. The jade gravestone now emanated a purple light, gradually dispersing from top to bottom. While the original green glow reformed at the base, and in an instant, Su Fei found a new item in his hand. Su Fei recognized it as a green scroll, an exceedingly rare item that, when used, would enable the user to learn an additional profession. What a treasure! Su Fei exclaimed in astonishment that had he not believed himself incapable of defeating the undead zombies, he might have entertained thoughts of vanquishing them at this very moment. However, he soon found himself once more in a state of shock, as the purple light emanating from the jade gravestone began to dissipate. At this juncture, anticipation began to swell within Su Fei. If the first layer yielded A, then the worth of the second layer could scarcely be deemed inferior. In due course, a golden light radiated forth, beginning to suppress the purple glow, and as the latter continued to fade, a purple scroll materialized in Su Fei's grasp. He was momentarily taken aback, for he was entirely unfamiliar with this item. The purple scroll, upon utilization, it grants an increase of 2 class slots, accompanied by the professions of fantasy artisan and fantasy flora crafter. An exorbitant treasure. Su Fei could not help but exclaim. The artisan specializes in crafting equipment, while the flora crafter wields the ability to command flora for his purposes. Although both professions are auxiliary in nature, their practicality is undeniably profound. Without hesitation, Su Fei activated the purple scroll, and in an instant, he found himself enveloped in a radiant purple aura. Following this, 2 profession tomes were imprinted upon him. Most significantly, his mental space surged to double its previous capacity. In that moment, Su Fei felt an exhilarating thrill. Even without the 2 profession books, the enhancement of his mental capacity alone was enough to elate him. This would directly influence combat dynamics. When facing adversaries of the same tier, possessing greater mental acuity would ensure victory, effectively exhausting the opponent. As he fully assimilated the 2 professions, Su Fei briefly assessed their capabilities. The fantasy artisan possessed a trifecta of functions: harvesting, assimilation, and crafting, whereas the fantasy flora crafter could manipulate flora, contingent upon his tier surpassing that of the plants. In a post-apocalyptic world, even flora had begun to evolve. At this moment, Su Fei had little time to contemplate the implications of these new professions. For the jade gravestone in his hand began to transform. The golden light intensified and coalesced, astonishingly morphing the gravestone into a key. The blank mystery key opens a space in 1 second, invokes the origin of all in 2 seconds, requires fusion of items. 1 mystery key. Entry tier restriction for the mystery realm. Tier 7. Su Fei could hardly contain his excitement. This was indeed a cheat for the mystery realm, albeit applicable to only a single mystery. Not only would he gain the blessing of divine power, but his team members would also enjoy protection. In essence, he would assume the role of the sole deity within this mystery. An absolute invincible force. Without delay, Su Fei took one of the 2 mystery keys and fused it with the blank mystery key. The fusion was successful, prompting the request for a name for the mystery. Hunt Knight's Garden, Su Fei declared without a moment's hesitation, as it truly could be considered the Garden of Hunt Knight. The naming was successful, the binding completed, and it would not be lost. A cascade of information flooded in as the mystery key integrated into Su Fei's being, heralding the commencement of creation. This was indeed a treasure unearthed, though the reason behind the gravestone's descent remained a mystery to him. Stowing away the Su Fei hastened towards the location of his companions. Within the building, the members of Hunt Knight were steeped in concern, while other factions rejoiced, grateful that the undead zombies had indeed departed. Unbeknownst to them, cold sweat trickled down their backs. The experience had been harrowing. Sister Qian, should I check on the boss? Liang Hao suggested that Wu Qian hesitated to dissuade him, but recognizing that the undead zombies had retreated, she replied, "Let us go together." The members of Hunt Knight moved in unison towards the entrance, only to witness the door swing open. Entering was none other than Su Fei. "Boss, you've finally returned," Wang Yu exclaimed. "Rest assured, all is well," Su Fei replied with a smile, unable to suppress the joy swelling within him. "Why did it take you so long?" Wu Qian inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "I was observing the situation below," Su Fei stated casually. From his vantage point, the destructive power of the undead zombies was indeed formidable. They seemed to disregard the structures entirely, leaving devastation in their wake as they strode into the distance. Su Fei's envy grew. The more he beheld this creature, the more he perceived it as a veritable treasure. At long last, after another hour had elapsed, the undead zombies finally vanished from sight.